While the original release of Kojima's Metal Gear on the MSX2 didn't see a release in the West until decades later, it still managed to hold its own over in Japan, staying well at the top of Japan's top 20 best-selling games lists of the platform for nearly half a year. And following Konami's previous hit in the region, the previously arcade game ported to the Nintendo family of systems Contra, which dominated arcades the same year, it only made sense for Metal Gear to follow the same path, being ported to the NES family with a focus on deliberately appealing to Western audiences. And unlike Contra, which had major chunks cut from the game in its Western release, including a map, story break, and improved animations thanks to Konami's custom VRC2 chip, this modified port of Metal Gear for the NES was more or less the same as it was in the Famicom, aside from some minor differences like vehicle sprites. That said though, it was substantially different from the original MSX2 release, though you wouldn't exactly know judging by the commercials they ran for it. Wow. Metal Gear was ported to the NES without any of Kojima's involvement, which I know might make some fans recoil at the thought today, but Kojima had only done one game for the series at this point and didn't have much of a plan for where he wanted to take the series afterwards, with no plans for a sequel, so Konami choosing to port the game without him isn't too baffling of a thought. That said, the NES obviously isn't as powerful as the MSX2, so some corners had to be cut. Larger sprites like the Hind D and Metal Gear TX55 were removed from the game entirely, and the color palette is much more drab compared to the original, despite the MSX2's use of more olive greens. This modified port ended up releasing 5 months after the original, even exclusively available in Western markets for a short time before later reaching Europe and Japan. The port of course sold above expectations, prompting a greenlit to be sequel to begin production. Oh my god, I had a stroke reading that line. Which will be the primary focus of this video, but we'll get there in a bit. Oh, and I wanted to make a small correction before we go any further. In my previous Metal Gear video, I said that the version that came with the collector's edition of Twin Snakes on the GameCube was the MSX2 release. It was actually the NES version. That's my bad. The biggest thing that sets Metal Gear on the NES apart from the MSX2 release, at least in my opinion, is just how broken it is. The cartridge doesn't have any kind of mapper chip, like Unrom, which was used in the American release of Contra. It allowed for higher graphical fidelity without sacrificing the game speed as much. This same chip was also used in Pro Wrestling, Ikari Warriors, Castlevania, and even the first Mega Man. All games that you could tell at a glance have some impressive graphical design for the time. Metal Gear wasn't too lucky though. Perhaps they thought they didn't need it for how slow of a game it was, but this came with some interesting oversights, though I'm not sure if it's exactly related. Opening any of the sub-menus mid-boss fight will reset the boss to their original position, making Snake into Mobius from the TVA when going against any of Outer Heaven's mercenaries. Think of it like the pause trick from Mega Man 1, but somehow even more broken. This trick can also stop pitfalls as they're opening, but the space that's currently opened by them still has that kill flag set, so you gotta be careful because it will still kill you even if you don't see it. If this was my first time playing Metal Gear, I would refrain from using any of these kind of exploits, but since I'd already beaten the game and this part of the video is going to be focused on the differences between the port and the original release, I'm just going to abuse these because it's fun. A bug like this could also be chopped up to the port's rush development. Despite coming out 5 months after the initial release, the port was only worked on for 3 months, and due to the lack of a mapper chip, quote,
management wanted to differentiate the Famicom version a bit since the MSX2 had already shipped. Having a different intro was the easiest and efficient way for us to do so since we only had 3 months.
So yeah, that new opening that this game has where you're dropped into the jungle outside of Outer Heaven instead of starting right at the entrance, that decision was made because of the lack of a mapper chip and the limitations that come with it. Masahiro Ueno, which I don't think I pronounced that right, but I don't mean any disrespect, was outspoken about his desire for the game to be powered by the VRC4 chip, used for games like Gradius 2 and Crisis Force. But Konami actively declined this request. Your guess is as good as mine as to why. But this is why the Metal Gear fight was replaced with what was essentially a glorified background element rather than the TX55 itself.
This was simply due to the hardware limitations. It's probably possible to implement the robot if we had used a better mapper chip such as the VRC4, but it was not available for us back then.
This port also has a password system akin to Metroid and has some interesting coincidences in its code. By typing the names of most of the major players in the game, Diane, Ellen, Jenny, Furby, and G-Boss, you'll be warped to the fight with Big Boss with some of the gear needed to finish the game, but what about if you wanted none of the gear to finish the game? Well, we've got you covered there too. Simply type "fuck me" with a bunch of ones at the end, and that's exactly what you're going to be telling yourself. Holy shit, this title screen is fucking fast. I guess if their goal was to make this game feel like a movie, then this title screen was supposed to be the high-budget trailer that oversold the action, even going as far to not show stuff that's in the feature film. Spoiler alert, bullets don't work against tanks. I respect the porting team for putting together this new intro in the forest, even if they failed at adding to the pacing of the game, but you can tell that they tried by making the first guard you see feel asleep. But I gotta ask, who the hell are these other guys parachuting down with me? We never meet these guys, so I'm assuming the sharks got to them? The sharks in the jungle. Okay. Also, we're missing that outstanding jingle marking the beginning of our mission for Intrude N313. Even the theme of Tara is completely missing from the OST, which I consider a huge loss because the NES sound chip really complements the soundtrack here, especially for the final few tracks near the end of the game, which we'll be getting to soon. But yes, Operation Intrude N313 is a go, and it's up to Snake to contact our missing Gray Fox and make his way to Outer Heaven after punching out some dogs. Yeah, you couldn't do this in the original game. You had to put these guys down with the bullet. So this is a nice change and all, but I guess that they thought that that would be too easy because now dogs can set off an alarm. Which, to bounce it back to being too easy, isn't nearly as punishing here. In the MSX2 release, an alarm was indicated by the number of exclamation marks in the alert. 1 meant the alarm would deactivate by moving to the next screen, and 2 meant the alarm would continue even if you moved to another point in the map. Here, every alert is a single exclamation mark, making it a lot easier to exploit. That second exclamation mark is still found in the game's files. I can only assume that the porting deadline is the culprit here, but hey, I mean, it's making it a bit more bearable for this repeat playthrough, especially knowing that dying is more punishing as well. Instead of dying respawning you at the elevator of the current floor that you're on, now your respawn location is dependent on your rank. 1 star brings you back to the jungle area, 2 stars spawn you at the south of the first building, 3 stars spawn you at the east elevator of building 1, and 4 stars the north entrance. I'm not sure why this change was made, honestly, but I could care less. Okay, so you take out this guard here before getting into this first truck, which is now facing west instead of north for some reason. Grab the binoculars, come back out, and that's some bullshit. I've tried everything I could think of. I have no idea how to not get shot here. You can't get a gun at this point unless I did something wrong, so I think that this is mandatory damage. There's a couple of points in the game like this, and I'm not a fan. Hey, remember how Big Boss would trick you into getting into the wrong truck to warp you around the map? Here, this is actually how you make it to Outer Heaven, which is actually a change that I like because they do this again later, and this is a harmless way of teaching you this mechanic, that some trucks will move you to different locations. I initially had a big problem with this, but seeing that they do this again later, I actually grew to like this change. What I don't care for is how you get into the building. The way that you got into the elevator in the first game was by waiting for a shift change so that these guards moved out of the way, but here this is how you get into Outer Heaven, which I thought, okay, if this is the only spot in the game like that, that's an understandable change. But the shift change for that elevator is still here. But this is the only time in the game that's like that, so both of these instances are back to back, which is kind of weird for pacing. The old trick of entering and exiting a room with rations or ammo still works, thankfully, furthering my hypothesis that this was an intentional design choice. Once you enter floor 3 though, you'll eventually learn that you could walk directly under cameras if you're against the wall. And hey, that's a nice change. It feels more in line with future games, how you would stand right under security cameras to not get spotted. I don't know why they glow red hot when you get spotted though. You'll also realize here that soldiers no longer drop rations or ammo when they're punched, which could be a way to lessen encouragement to kill, or the complete opposite, encouraging you to shoot them more because now you're not missing out on those drops. This part was made to appeal to America, so it's hard to say either way. The RC rockets are purple for some reason. There are still electric floors in other areas, but for starters, electric floors outside of this room are only triggered if you're caught. And second, and this is a big one, this room in floor 3 is the only place that they spawn in the entire game, making backtracking for them less favorable to me than just taking the damage and snacking on some rations, which has its own issues here. Rations no longer automatically heal Snake when he takes lethal damage, so there's really no reason to have them equipped at all in this port. You need to open up the pause menu to equip them like they're power-ups in a classic Mega Man game. But speaking of, your inventory now automatically sorts your weapons in predetermined spots. Oh my god, thank you. Now all 8 of my keycards are organized in a nice straight line rather than being scattered across my inventory based on when I acquired them. That's a nice change. You can also shoot while using the cardboard box this time, which I guess makes up for its lack of animation when used. Man, I really missed that one extra frame it had in the MSX2. Let's see, does the Roop still whistle at me when I don't have the bomb blast suit? I have no idea what to call that sound. The way you make it to Gray Fox's hidden cell is by getting captured in the back of this truck, which is that moment I was referring to earlier. This is a great change. Your eyes are naturally drawn to that cargo truck, so getting captured there makes way more sense than just stumbling upon this area in the MSX2 release. Gray Fox's sprite, though, is no different than the rest of the hostages, so that's kinda weird. But I mean, it's also kinda indirectly humanizing for the guy, though probably not intentional. Trekking to Building 2 is now through the forest, which is of course consistent with the new changes, that's a good call. Though the Bomb Blast suit is now the BB suit. Oh god, Die Hardman, I don't want to deliver any more packages. The Hind D has been replaced with a new mercenary, Twin Shot, though it is effectively the same fight. If anything, it's slightly deeper than the Hind D fight because there's two of these fuckers to take out now. You still kill them the same way though. Stand at the side, lob some grenades at them, just spam them till they're dead. Hey, is anyone gonna tell Snake that these grenades don't have the pins pulled? Wait, are the grenade launchers supposed to be compatible with grenades that are intended to be primed with your hands? Whatever, I'm overthinking it. Up here though, we find the one unique item to this port of Metal Gear, the Iron Glove, a passive upgrade for Snake allowing him to punch through walls. I already did that to save Gray Fox though. I guess those walls were just extra crumbly, but every other wall, you need this upgrade. This is one part of the port that was panned by Kojima for hurting the pacing of the game. Maybe it's because it was the only Metal Gear game at the time, but this change didn't really feel too extreme to me. This item takes the place of the parachute you originally needed to get to the courtyard to reach Punished Madnar. I can only assume the Iron Glove was made simply for padding, to fill that need for another item to make progress. But okay, they showed that with an upgrade like this, you can make a passive upgrade, so why didn't they just apply this to the keycards? Now who's ready to stunlock a bulldozer? I could have beaten this thing without the pause trick, but I chose not to because I wanted to show it off. You still need to ring up Jessica to get the RPG to kill Arnold, but you also need her for the compass for some reason. That's a weird change. Whatever, who's ready to get terminated? I am a monster. The scorpions between Building 2 and 3 are a bit fucky too, spinning in circles until they're provoked, but believe me, they will be provoked. Snake saves the good doctor as well as his daughter, who says that we need 16 pairs of plastic explosives to destroy the Metal Gear's supercomputer. You know, I understand the disappointment that we need to take out this thing's supercomputer in this version rather than facing off against the dormant Metal Gear itself, and it doesn't have the same engagement as bombing the separate weak points in Metal Gear in the correct order, or even the turrets in the same room for that matter, but logically, I mean, it makes sense, at least from my limited knowledge that I got from films. I mean, look, if one of the 10 Rings henchmen shot the computer that was powering Stark's Iron Man Mark I suit in the cave, that thing would have just been a box of scraps. So it makes sense, at least for Hollywood standards. That's a low bar though. Saving Jennifer's brother from Coward Duck now rewards you with him giving you the correct elevator during the escape sequence at the end. Yeah, instead of a massive ladder climb, we have a pick your own elevator puzzle, which is the worst game of the Price is Right choose your own door event. But you wanna get out of here alive card. After taking out the guards guarding the supercomputer and jamming out to this sweet soundtrack, seriously, this is like the one track in the game that I think is superior to the original MSX version. Okay, maybe it's not better. The NES version is a little bit more lighthearted than I'd like, but I'd rather listen to this version if I'm being honest. The supercomputer is destroyed and Snake confronts Big Boss. The speech is more or less the same, Big Boss going on about how he thought Snake would die and be used as a symbol for why Outer Heaven is a force to be reckoned with. Hey, you know how Big Boss is supposed to be some legendary mercenary? I guess that's what years of running around with hentai on your box in the middle of the ocean does to you. Outer Heaven goes up in an epilepsy warning, and for now, the world is safe from the threat of Outer Heaven and Big Boss. Which is especially the case here because that sequel bait of Big Boss claiming he survived the whole ordeal was cut from the game as well. I even made sure that the sting was there in the original release and not added in the PS3 re-release. And yeah, it's only omitted here in the NES port, which is kind of ironic considering the premise of the focus of our video, Snake's Revenge. The first of 3 direct sequels to to the original Metal Gear. What's the third? Well, we'll get there in a couple years. With Metal Gear NES selling well in the West, the thought of a sequel is, of course, a no-brainer here. But this one was an original game made with Western audiences in mind. Once again, made entirely without Kojima's knowledge. He didn't even know about the game's existence until a member of the team working on Snake's Revenge ran into Kojima on the train, where he begged Kojima to make a proper sequel, which he immediately began workshopping in his mind on the train ride home, coming up with the skeleton of the plot before he even finished his ride. But we'll be talking about that some other day. It is important to know that while Kojima did somewhat start his own sequel out of spite, it wasn't because he was upset over the quality of Snake's Revenge. He'd even go on the record to say that Snake's Revenge for the NES wasn't a bad game, which is higher praise than he gave the NES port of the first game, stating in an interview with Stephen Kent in 1999 that he felt Snake's Revenge was faithful to the Metal Gear concept. Even as recent as 2009, he'd said that he doesn't consider it a bad game, though he did also state in passing at GDC that it was crap, so take that how you will. Regardless of how he felt though, the game never saw a release in Japan, coming out in the US in April 1990 and 2 years later in Europe. Now, Twitter user Arkhound pointed out oddities in the coloring of the logo, implying that this could have been planned for a Japanese localization, but that just never happened. But yes, this is an original Metal Gear experience for the NES, made with, once again, a Western audience in mind, and boy is it obvious when you take a look at the box in the manual. The back reads like it's Cold War propaganda repurposed for a Saturday morning cartoon. The following commands may be ignored by cowards, traitors, and enemy spies. Later saying, "What do you say, Snake? Are you commando enough to handle this cockamamie scheme?" Which is an obvious play on the word cockamamie, pronounced the same but spelt differently. This is actually the name of our unseen antagonist working from the shadows, Hyarola Cockamamie. A pretty clever name that is never told to us in-game, so until writing this bit, I only knew him as Commander, which is all he's called in the game. This goofy take on Metal Gear, though, isn't inherently bad, and I don't want anyone to think that this is why I don't like the game's narrative. I mean, for God's sakes, look at Metal Gear Rising, easily the most ridiculous Metal Gear game to date, in my personal opinion, and saying that Metal Gear is a 100% serious story is just factually incorrect, but Rising at least had a message in its goofy premise, which was created with sincere execution. I know that I'm looking too deep into this, but Snake's Revenge doesn't really have a message, unless that message is that the West likes ridiculously buff men and giant robots. I guess that isn't too far off. Kojima named the boss in the last game Arnold after two of these exact tropes, so I mean, maybe I'm just buying into exactly what they were trying to sell. The manual continues this tone, describing characters like its bios on the back of action figure packaging, with the exception of Jennifer. Yes, Jennifer returns from Snake's previous adventure, who's blatantly objectified to say the least, being called Foxy in both the manual and the back of the box. I'm aware that Foxy as an adjective can be used to describe someone cunning or sly, but this is the only woman in the game, and you're gonna use that adjective to describe them? I don't know, feel free to call me a fucking degenerate in the comment section for this, but I feel like it's worth bringing up. She's the only character in the game that actually does something out of these three. Well, okay, I guess that's not technically true. Snake couldn't have completed this mission without the work of any of these people. I mean, John gets captured pretty early on, which does help us at the beginning, but that's really all he does. The 80s were just a weird time, but if you look at TV shows that aired back then, like G.I. Joe and the Transformers, it's understandable that Konami thought that this tongue-in-cheek way of presenting Metal Gear, rather than the existential environmentalism tone that the first game kind of had, would be too boring for Western kids, because we're stupid. Honestly, it's an understandable point of view. It is kind of weird that this game doesn't use Metal Gear in the title at all, despite catalogs at the time reporting this game as being called Snake's Revenge: Metal Gear 2. Also, how is this Snake's Revenge? I doubt that they knew at the time that Big Boss was codenamed Snake at this point, so I'm pretty sure that that's out of the picture. But even focusing on Solid Snake, he's just following orders for Operation 747. Very little of this story is personal, which I feel rules out the subtitle of Revenge. But hey, Snake on the box art here is modeled after Kurt Russell this time instead of Reese's Puffs from the Terminator, so that's oh boy. The title screen is still really fast. It doesn't have that unintentional low-budget trailer look. Instead of bouncing back and forth between the title screen and gameplay, it goes between this and a breakdown of the bipedal Metal Gear walking tank, here dubbed Metal Gear 1, instead of the TX-55. That's a fucking boring name. But that's it. I let it loop about 3 times and hope that it gave me something interesting to look at, but no. At least the cutscenes here are a step up in presentation, and I think that's something that I could say about this game as a whole. Regardless of the premise, premise, compared to Metal Gear on the NES or even the MSX, Snake's Revenge is visually refreshing. There's a lot of vibrant colors and animations, and even the music and sound design are pretty good. Lieutenant Solid Snake, yes, Lieutenant, is brought back into action to investigate claims of a new Metal Gear in development in the... Actually, I have no idea where this game takes place, and we're never told. I guess it doesn't matter here, but it's basic seek and destroy, alongside his co-workers, John Turner and Nick Meyer. Two names you really don't need to remember, as well as Pilot. He's just called Pilot. But we don't need them, bro. Snake can carry this mission all by himself because he's been hitting those gains. Holy shit, why is he so buff? Snake enters Operation 747 armed this time. This ain't an on-site procurement, as Snake is armed with a pistol and a knife as an alternative to punching. But here, you can punch rations and ammo out of guards again. And knives, I guess, destroy them? Meaning you don't get these drops if you use the knife, and making punching more favorable over the knife for the early game. At least I would assume. I never used the knife here, at least not until we get to the side-scrolling sections, but it's there if you like the option. Yeah, there's also side-scrolling segments here. We'll get to those in a bit. Gameplay is, for the most part, identical to the previous game, but we do have some quality of life improvements. Firstly, menus are much easier to navigate, allowing you to swap between weapons and equipment menus before dipping back into gameplay. This is something that you could do in the MSX2 release of Metal Gear, at least on the PS3 re-release, but not on the NES port. The transceiver is heavily simplified, no longer letting the player set the frequency manually, but I never even got it to work when I tried to raise my colleagues, so it's not like it really even mattered. Even when you pick up the returning antenna upgrade, it just didn't seem to work for me. I don't know what's up with that. Snake rescues a couple of hostages before our old buddy John Turner creates a distraction, allowing Snake to sneak into this unknown facility because these guards were just too smart to close the door, I guess. Yeah, John gets captured in the process, but hey, that's okay. We actually probably won't ever see him again. I kept entering the screen in full view of the guards nearby, which was triggering an alert and breaking the cutscene from triggering, and the fact that that can happen blows my tiny mind, but you can fix it by re-entering the screen. Yep, this sure feels like a more colorful Metal Gear. It's a nice callback though to have the opening couple notes of building one's theme borrow from the theme of Tara. Which is ironic because that theme wasn't even in the NES version. But again, that's something that I'm gonna praise about this game. The music is fucking phenomenal. And I mean, really, that shouldn't be a surprise. This was Konami on the NES. This composer, Tsutomu Igora, I don't think I said that right, I apologize, later went on to compose for Turtles in Time and a bunch of late 90s NBA games? Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Alright, so you grab your first key card, head to the elevator, which gives us a small tease of the 2D sections to come, take out a couple of guards, rescue some more hostages who tell us that our buddy John has been moved, to no surprise. Oh, holy shit, I'm the second rank already? That was fast. This guy also tells us that enemies need something called truth gas. Okay, so imagine a mechanic like saving hostages, which we've already been doing, but requiring a disposable resource to be able to save them. You might think, okay, maybe a key to save the hostage from their bindings of whatever that might be, but no, instead we get enemy officers who spill the dice when you use truth gas on them. That is delightfully wacky. Truth gas is consumed when you use it, so you need to treat it like ammo and rations. Just run in and out to replenish it because that mechanic is back for some fucking reason. Come on, this has to have been left in intentionally. I don't want to hear excuses like, oh, well, this was made from a fork of the MSX2 engine, and when they ported it, they just had to leave it in. No, this is the second time that they've done this for a Metal Gear game. I'm sure that they could have taken this out if they wanted to. Anyways, gassing officers isn't always the most informative when it comes to the story. They usually just spout out whatever propaganda their commander has told them. Our weapons are ready to be shipped. Metal Gear has no weaknesses, etc. Stuff that I'm pretty sure they genuinely believe, but you know, it's a cult. Don't forget the SMG. Even though I barely used it, you can permanently miss this item, cause see, Snake's Revenge isn't the sprawling Metroidvania that the first game was. I know some folks are quick to say that Metal Gear 1 is closer to a Zelda game because of its top-down perspective, but the progression throughout the world feels closer to a Metroidvania, with Snake progressing around a single, massive map that slowly opens up with upgrades found via exploring. Snake's Revenge, however, is more mission-based, level to level. Once you're done with building one, there's really no going back, and you gotta be sure that you're sweeping the area thoroughly for these upgrades. Soon after we get our first oxygen tank, ironically given to us in a room with, I don't know, what is this, less oxygen, poison gas, depressurization? I don't know. This oxygen tank has nothing to do with this environmental hazard, so that's a stupid fucking choice. This has no use outside of the 2D sections, which we'll be showing off in just a moment after grabbing these grenades. Oh, thank God the music here is great, because otherwise I would despise these 2D sections more than I already do. These are more action focused, but this ain't no Contra. Snake's arsenal is reduced to a knife that you can swap with a pistol, and plastic explosives that can only be used when you go prone. Yes, you can go prone in these segments, but only in the side-scrolling segments. I guess that's a first for something, at least. It's good to get in the habit of going prone when you go into these screen transitions, because guards don't possess any object permanence unless your eyes meet theirs. But jumping suffers from Castlevania syndrome, where you can't change your direction mid-air. But combined with how fucking massive your sprites are, as well as being shot at, it's just annoying. I don't enjoy these. At the end of the tunnel, we're met with our first boss, the Ultra Chic Assault Unit, a team of robot football players, I think, who made me realize that this game might actually be really bad. This boss fight fucking sucks. Each bot takes 5 grenades to kill, but all 5 of them just book it at you at the same time, where if there's more than 2 alive, it is practically impossible to not get hit at least once per cycle. So it turns into a game of dealing damage faster than they do, as long as you have the rations to survive it. And the best part is that there's only one room with rations that spawn on this current mission, and it's back at the beginning of the game in the jungle, which, guess fucking what? I found the suppressor here by doing so. I know somebody out there is going to defend this by saying, oh no, they actually wanted to drive you outside so that you pick up the suppressor. But god, that is some backhanded level design. I finally killed them about a half hour later, still running out of grenades and needing to whittle them away with plastic explosives. But Jesus, this is a bad sign. And the sad part here is that, in my opinion, this is easily the worst boss in the game, and could have been excused by having this fight take place later on when you have more rations at your disposal. It's a case of them having good ideas and just shit execution. Whoa, those kind of look like the spiky motherfuckers from Zelda with how they move. God, I wish they were those, because that would mean that they would split up without me needing to fucking bomb them. Hey, let's also make them deal damage and pushback on touch. Sure, why not? There's no problem with that, since plastic explosives actually do self-damage now. This is stupid. A hostage on that ship, you say? Well, I guess that means that this ship is going to be the setting for our next mission. The first of many points of no return. It's, for the most part, the same sort of deal. A new environment with a new set of tiles and sprites, but it's basically the same deal. Unlike later levels, though, enemy sprites are still the same as they have been, so we're not going to see some enemy reskins until later on. So I picked up these flare bombs, which I assumed would behave like grenades, items that you throw, but as I found out, these are actually ammo for a flare gun, which, okay, that's fine. I better stock up on these while I can until I find John, who apparently has been moved for a second time and is no longer on the boat like we initially thought. It's almost like we're being fed false information. But hey, if you needed a dose of helplessness, this officer tells us that Metal Gear has no weak spots. A truth that, again, I think he actually believes, but even goes on to tell Snake that we can destroy the ammo depot on the ship to bring it down, sinking the Metal Gear with it. And my first thought of that is, we? Even when he says that, he still just sits his ass down, so I don't know what this means. The Grenadier Unit. No joke, named Harry, Curly, and Moe. A very obvious Three Stooges reference. Maybe that's why they look like King Hippo from Punch-Out. This is a grenade duel, kind of like the Hind D or Twin Shot from the previous game, but actually forcing you to move around. This is a much simpler fight than the Chic Unit. You just have to run around in circles and lob grenades with each lap. And if you need to, resort to plastic explosives and change up your route a bit. It's not a bad fight, but this should have been the first boss, you know? Whatever. Congratulations, you did it. Pick up your key card and scream into the sun. The mine detector is back, and it's gotten an appropriate nerf. Rather than showing all the mines on the map like they're on the surface like in Metal Gear 1, now they're highlighted when brought into this crosshair in front of you. You don't need to use the mine detector to beat the game, but you can miss it, and I mean, the change is kinda cool. I liked it. Alright, I've got my flare gun. Let's use the surplus of ammo I picked up to light up this dark room. Oh, never mind, I guess Snake didn't bother to hold on to all that ammo I picked up until I had the gun to fire them. Dumbass. Guess I got no choice but to run back and pick up some more. That cannot be good. Alright, let's see what they're hiding in here. Oh, that's a lot of Texas Instruments. Jesus, no one told me that they were mass-producing TX-55s.
Take a look at the help section in your Alexa app.
What? What can be worse than one Metal Gear you destroy that's inactive? Several Metal Gears to destroy while inactive. All right, Proto Pequod, I could really use a ride out of here. Go, go, go. Oh God, it's following me. Snake makes it to the pilot, who hits him with the revelation that not only were Metal Gear 1s being mass-produced, but that a so-called Metal Gear 2 has been discovered. Yeah, just label these things like they're PlayStations, that's cool. Also, by the way, Nick has gone missing. That ain't good. God, I really wish I knew where anything in this game took place. Alright, we're at the campsite now. I assume that pieces for the new Metal Gear 2 are being shipped to their base of operation, or maybe we found out where John is going? I have no idea why we're here. Maybe let's try to ring them up on the transceiver and... Alright, that's new. That's okay, this thing never really worked anyway. Ow. I really shouldn't have made a big deal about this whole battery thing. You find it literally 3 minutes into this mission, and it works for the remainder of the game. I'm kinda surprised though that the idea of your transceiver needing a battery was never revisited in later games. That would have been right at home in Metal Gear Solid 3, but whatever. Remote-controlled missiles are at least used more than once like in the previous game on the NES. You need to use them on these unsuspecting stacks of random shit to open up a tunnel to the next area. Whoa, there's a tiny man in that hole! Oh, thank God, at least his missiles are stupid. Make sure you're stocked up on oxygen tanks here so you can survive this underwater crawl. Even with maxed out tanks, I surfaced with 0 to spare. So you really have to haul ass to make sure you don't take drowning damage. But ooh, be careful. This prisoner here says that John may be a traitor. Could that be why he was captured so easily to get into not outer heaven? Well, no, that would actually be an interesting plot twist. This game isn't that smart. John calls us for the first time since that part at the beginning of the game to tell us that he's being loaded onto a train with Snake to follow suit. Oh, what the fuck are those spikes in the floor? What kind of fucked up train is this? Ah shit, sorry bro, wrong room. This is another Sheik situation. This mini-boss here just dishes out damage in a way that you can't really avoid. Thankfully, he only takes 2 RC rockets to take out, but you gotta pause to heal whenever you fight this guy. And I called him a mini-boss because... oh my God, I hate this fucker. That won't stop me from checking every room in this godforsaken train though. See, I found an X-ray camera. It's paying off. I just didn't use this thing at all in my run. You can use it to see destructible walls that you need to use plastic explosives on, which aren't even a thing in this train, so it's kind of pointless here. And that's gonna be a repeating thing in this game, picking up items way before they're even usable. Alright, John, I'm here to save you. Ah, shit, you're not John. That's right, we've got an imposter. Please don't make memes about that, that's what he's called, and he's just a tankier version of the previous bastards we killed. It's the same deal here, spam RC rockets, heal when you need to, it's just that he takes way more than 2. It's not even difficult, it's just you beat him if you have enough rations or you don't. There's not really any more thought than that. Which, again, I think is really shitty boss design. Snake kills the imposter, who presumably killed John, so we don't even hear from him again after this, and he's rewarded with power armor.
Power armor is for pussies.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up, Snake is no Doom guy. This is closer to the Iron Glove from the previous NES port, allowing Snake to push certain blocks out of the way like he's in Zelda. But hey, John might be MIA, but at least we could get off this goddamn train. But at least Nick is safe, who says that the military operation is a go. Whatever that means. Haven't we been doing Operation 747 this whole time? There's a lot of boulders around here that you have to push with your new power armor. I don't know why they retract back to their original position though. Were these supposed to be minecarts that were later changed to boulders at the last second? Actually, I don't even know if they thought that far ahead. This first introduction to the mechanic though is just so poorly done. You need to push this boulder out of the way and destroy this wall with a plastic explosive at the same time, even though there's plenty of moments after this where you just simply push the boulder out of the way and move on. It just feels like this area needed more time to cook. That may also explain why you find the binoculars so fucking late into this game. That doesn't make sense to me. The binoculars, at least in the first game, gave you an advantage by letting you see a screen ahead of you. That's something that's a lot more helpful before Snake has built up his arsenal and increased his ranks. But we're over halfway through the game now, and it feels like there's really no reason for for this to have been introduced this late, if at all. Granted, it's not like I'd use it anyway. I'm using a map for this game. Just to clarify, I'm not using a guide, just a map that gives me a rough layout of the place that I found on GameFAQs by user Starfighter76. This was posted a month ago? What the hell? Who the fuck is even playing this game? Actually, don't answer that. The campsite fucking sucks to navigate. This whole area is filled with one-way doors that you'll inevitably walk through thinking that you're making progress. But it's not like a point of no return door. It's like, oh, you're at the beginning of this loop of this area and cannot go back. Enjoy padding your time by walking through this bullshit platforming segment for the 5th fucking time. Jennifer finally makes contact with us, telling us to meet her up ahead since she's got important information for us. Cool, yeah, I like it vague, whatever. This totally isn't jarring to see after playing every other Metal Gear game. I really miss sitting down with these codec calls with a bucket of popcorn. Alright, I found mines. I can only assume that there's an inevitable tank rematch. Fuck! Alright, back on track. Whoa, the tank's got fucking turbo! God damn! No, motherfucker, I forgot to pick up the mines when I respawned. God, I feel fucking stupid. I can't believe I missed those. Time for the great backtrack of 1990 so I could slap some fucking mines under this tank's balls. Come here, fucker. At least this was more fun than the Metal Gear 1 tank, at the risk of it being kind of bullshit. Literally everything this tank does can insta-kill you, whether it being run over, which makes sense, or getting hit with its cannon, which I guess also makes sense. Snake finally makes it to Building 2, with new grunts dressed in military fatigues, but they're just retextures, so they're not that much harder, but it certainly feels like we're climbing up the ranks of this fucking place. We get our infrared goggles, which need no explanation, though will be mostly unused until the end of the game, but it's not like you could use cigarettes in this one because the cigarettes just aren't here. Because remember, kids, smoking is bad and Snake is a straight edge.
Are you smoking yet?
So there's multiple buildings in this region, and when going between them, you need to ride on top of these like tram cars, and doing so puts you in a side-scrolling segment where it turns into like reverse whack-a-mole, where you need to avoid everyone poking their head out of the car to avoid setting off the alarm so you're not fired on by a bunch of jetpack men. It's repetitive, you need to do this a few times, but I actually think that this is kinda neat. But you know what else is neat? Math. This officer here says that Metal Gear 2 was 7 times more powerful than Metal Gear 1, which, okay, even if we take the MSX game into account, we've never seen it in action. 7 times 0 is still 0, dude. And goddamn, I wish that we can multiply this antidote by 0. That was terrible. Don't worry, there's no scorpions this time. The commander of this base is just an asshole who leaves poison-tipped spikes in his basement. No big deal. Okay, it's not that I wish the antidote wasn't here, it's that what it implies to exist I wish wasn't here, because this fucker is a consumable resource now, instead of being an endless fountain of scorpion begone like in the last game. You get poisoned, you gotta equip it, but you also need to make sure you have enough. What do you mean you have not heard of Metal Gear? Not that I'm surprised that you haven't heard of a top secret black project, but what, is Snake just asking about it the minute he saves your ass? Hello son, I just rescued you. Have you heard of insert CIA project here? You've either heard of it and you're just playing dumb, or this bodybuilder is a fucking dumbass. Whatever, let's just move on. Let's get on the train to the next building. God hath finally smitten my asshole from the skies. Alright, final building time. Why does it look like Dracula's castle? Is Konami just trying to mesh together their 3 killer franchises into a single universe at this point? Actually, you know what? I would have liked to have seen that. And hey, we even reached rank 5 this time. In the last game, we only got up to rank 4, ain't that shit cool? Actually, this is more of a curse than a blessing at this point. While yes, your carrying capacity does increase with each rank, so does the amount of guards who rush you during a double exclamation mark alert, meaning more bullets need to be used to put these guys down, and it's even more padding. I'm guessing that this is their way to artificially raise difficulty relative to how far you are, without setting specific parameters for each region. I actually don't hate this idea, and I think that that's a neat way of handling it. Hey, remember those spikes we saw coming in and out of the train from before? How do you think we get around those from here on? Boots. Fucking boots. Why didn't I think of that? It's so obvious. Just like it should have been obvious for the devs to put in the bulletproof jacket in the game at literally any other point before this. I'm fully decked out into a killing machine at this point. Seriously, the pacing of this game is not good. I really don't need this Kevlar by now. And I can't even say that they learned from their mistakes going forward because, I mean, I don't know if this team worked on another Metal Gear game after this. Don't forget this directional microphone though. Oh, I'm sorry, hidden mic. This is another situational optional item that will only be used once in the game. I'm really starting to get tired of items like that. This room with the toxic gas fucking sucks though. The mechanic finally returning since the opening of the game alongside these stupid fucking blocks that you gotta blow up. I mean, at least here we know how both of these mechanics work, so we know how to handle it, but it's another segment of just setting bombs and pausing to eat rations and just hoping that you have enough to survive. There's no skill involved, it's just making sure you have enough food. Okay, don't forget to grab the backpack here, which lets us carry double the mines and missiles since we gotta use both of those for the commander when we find him. He's at the top of the structure, and now Snake is on his own. After trekking through a barrage of cock rocket statues and claymore bastards, it's revealed that Nick has been captured and fatally wounded. At least I'm assuming that's the case and has nothing to do with an alien about to burst out of his vestigial backflap. But before passing away in grayscale like he's fucking Optimus Prime, says that Jennifer is a spy working against us, and that Big Boss is on life support. Now, sure, this reveal isn't a surprise today, but at the time, you know, without the context of the rest of the game, the reveal that the commander is actually Big Boss who survived? Actually, yeah, it's still kind of obvious, but I feel okay with it. Yes, somehow the legendary mercenary survived the destruction of Outer Heaven and has been put on some hardcore life support in the form of being covered head to toe with cybernetics. Yeah, sure, Cyborg Big Boss. It's not the first time I've seen it. Alright, I got the smoke bomb so I can escape this place when the time comes. Now, where is this Big Boss? Oh, fuck, he's got geckos! Alright, John, you ready for round two? Not that John from earlier, different. I know your name, bitch. Oh shit, I guess it really is Snake's revenge. I know I've been nailing this home all through this series of videos, but ladies and gentlemen, observe the world's greatest mercenary at work. God, I can't believe he's letting me do this again! Please tell me he's at least got a trick up his sleeve or something this time. Alright, now we're talking. Holy shit, it's Robert Cop! Would you believe this trend of a cyborg hulking out mid-fight wouldn't be revisited in Metal Gear until Revengeance?
Nanomachine, son!
It's a neat call to have this fight span multiple screens though, like the tank. The only way to hurt this guy is to lay mines and have him walk over him, a trick that we learned by using D-Mic to decipher some mumbles in the walls. But you can also just stand next to him and lay mines faster than the speed of light with the power of our not turbo button. With Big Boss's second death, a kill switch has been activated. Metal Gear 2 is ready for launch, and it's time for Snake to meet it face to face. Well, not really. We at least saved Jennifer, who is indeed a double agent, but was actually working on our side. Poor Nick will never know, feeding us intel that she got from Big Boss, and leads us to Metal Gear 2 and the room where I got stumped for a good 10 minutes, not knowing that I needed to activate the smoke bomb to move on. Oh yeah, Pilot just says follow Jennifer's instruction, and what did she say? Use this door! I am very tired. Snake makes it to Metal Gear 2, who's at the very least more interesting than the supercomputer in the last game. You gotta fire these RC rockets through a tiny opening and slam them into the glowing fuck me light from Metal Gear, while also trying to avoid the shutters opening and closing, but honestly, I didn't even care about timing it. I just brute forced it and fired the rocket as soon as it exploded. Eventually, I even got into a rhythm where nearly every shot made it through. I would still rather fight the TX-55 from the MSX game, but I mean, this isn't the worst. Oh my god, they just turned the light capsule from Dark Dizzy's stage into a boss fight. I can't fucking believe this. Metal Gear 2 is destroyed, and Lieutenant Solid Snake, rewarded for his actions taken today, will be remembered through World Peace Day. Okay? Konami does know that the International Day of Peace is a real thing that was established in 1981, right? Is this when that game takes place? Whatever, this one's at least worded differently, so I guess it's a totally different new thing. Operation 747 was a success. John Turner is reported as MIA, and Nick is promoted 3 ranks after dying for Foxhound, which I guess his family will be very happy to hear about. Cut to the credits of a weird Eddie Brock looking Solid Snake awkwardly smiling into the camera. That looks so weird. Yeah, I didn't love this game, but I'm coming at it from a place of retrospect. Imagine being a kid in 1990 who only played the previous Metal Gear game on the NES, somehow managing to fucking beat it, and then moving on to this game. I could see a kid genuinely enjoying this, not even ironically. Well, maybe with a little bit of irony, I don't know. Looking back at the game today though, yeah, it's not good, especially knowing where the series goes after this, but I'm glad that I played it and gave it that chance, because from what I heard online, this game was fucking terrible, but I think it's at the very least passable. That said though, I am very happy that I never ever have to play this game again. This video is sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare is an online platform offering thousands of engaging classes to anyone interested in expanding their knowledge, developing their abilities, and improving themselves. With classes ranging from photography, illustration, graphic design, to general freelancing knowledge, and more, everyone is sure to find classes that match their goals and interests over on Skillshare. Skillshare hired me to do an ad read once a month for the last 4 months of 2022, and honestly, I can't think of a better sponsor to end this year off with. I've been using their product not just because they've been sponsoring me, but because I actually enjoy using it. Their platform has made it easier for me to find more advanced tutorials on products and... what's the word? Software, there we go. Software that I use basically daily. If I would have had to do this on my own, I would have had to sift through dozens, if not hundreds, of other online tutorials of varying quality. So Skillshare has really made my life a lot easier in that aspect. The ability to take care of oneself is just as crucial as the hobbies that we partake in, and Skillshare wants to remind you that you can join in on some of their Skillshare originals to hone that skill and enhance your capacity for calm relaxation. Classes like the Ultimate Self-Care Playbook by Jonathan Van Ness, Plants at Home by Christopher Griffin, and Writing for Self-Discovery by Yasmin Cheyenne, you're practically guaranteed a class to help you recenter after a hard week. There's always something new to learn with the addition of new paid courses every week, with subtitles available in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and German for the entirety of each course. The first 1,000 of you to click the link in the description, pinned comment, or follow the link that's on screen right now can get full access to Skillshare's library for a full month for free before having to commit to a membership. Thank you so much, Skillshare, for sponsoring these videos, and hey, I hope to work with you again some other time. Wolfenstein 3D was far off from being the first FPS, even from our friends over at id Software, but it was the first to set the bar for what we would define as a first-person shooter in this new generation. id Software's previous endeavor, Hovertank 3D, and later Catacombs 3D, were the first to incorporate ray casting technology, an at the time sophisticated method of scaling and skewing 2D images to give the impression of traversing a simple three-dimensional space. This was leagues more complex than how first-person perspective games were achieved in the previous 10+ years, often using wireframes and vector graphics. At the time though, raycasting, even with artificial contrast to give the illusion of depth, was only capable of casting blank, flat colored walls, at least until Blue Sky Productions, a group that would later become Looking Glass Studios, was able to incorporate 2D images as textures in their raycasting engine for their proto-immersive sim Ultima Underworld Stygian Abyss. Stygian Abyss? How do I say that? John Carmack, in his supernatural ability to understand how technology works even at a glance, saw this engine from Blue Sky and thought, hey, I could do that, and then to no surprise, he actually did it, and at less cost to processing power. Catacombs 3D was the first game by id Software to use this updated raycasting engine, an early dark fantasy FPS that was one of the first FPS games to implement key gameplay mechanics that we would later come to commonly associate with FPSs as we know them today. A player mugshot in the corner, blue health vials, colored keys, a player-held weapon, or hand in this case, in the center of the screen, tick-based pseudo-RNG that Doom would later go on to refine, and as a bonus, a funny skeleton man in a robe acting as the main antagonist, who in later games would show up as a weaker, recurring version of itself as a common enemy. Even the demon enemy from Hovertank 3D, which was reused in Catacombs, was clearly a precursor to the Pinky demons in Doom, even if the sprite sheet for it would inspire the Baron. Tom Hall, though, who had his heart set on making a third trilogy of episodes for Commander Keen, gave up on that goal when he saw that Carmack was focusing all of his time and effort into this new raycasting engine, to which at that point he suggested using it for a sci-fi game that he dubbed It's It's green and pissed. Before sometime later, John Romero suggesting that they try remaking the 1981 PC dungeon crawler castle Wolfenstein, which was a game focused around a POW escaping a fictional Nazi castle, stealing their war plans and delivering it to the Allied forces, even down to its mechanics of using stealth and putting on enemy uniforms to sneak around the guards. This was obviously dropped in favor of a faster game, meant to encapsulate that feeling of storming a Nazi bunker and mowing down SS being its own reward. Hence the screen that would show at the end of the levels how many Nazis you killed, encouraging the player to partake in America's favorite pastime of mowing down Nazis. Or at least, you know, what kids from my generation were told was America's greatest pastime. Wolfenstein 3D started production before they even knew that they could use the IP for the game. They contacted the IP holder Silas Warner only to find out that the studio went bankrupt back in '86 and were able to grab the IP for a mere $5 grand. That was back in April 1992, and if we adjust for inflation today, that's still around 10 grand, but I mean for copyright, that's still pretty cheap, though they still came up with other names for the game just in case, which is a relief because some of these names would really have not caught on as well in my personal opinion, though Castle Hollahammer would at least be reused in the game's setting for the second episode. John Romero and Tom Hull, the former who designed a bulk of the levels for Wolf 3D, took direct inspiration from Pac-Man mazes for the maps, an inspiration that would later lead to a Pac-Man based secret level later on, though Romero, being the man focused on presentation and substance that he was, obsessed over the design and appearance of the game above all else, urging Carmack to implement objects to the world that would act as garnishes, some not solid, others impassable, some purely cosmetic such as lights hanging from the ceiling, statues and pillars, everything that you would come to expect from an interpretation of a Nazi castle. Carmack even wanted to take it a step further and have animated wall textures, something that wouldn't be realized until Doom. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it work here. The game originally was going to go even harder with its anti-fascist messages to educate the player on the human rights atrocities that the Nazis committed back in World War II, but removed them to avoid any more controversy than they were already anticipating. To which I say, the cowards. At least Machine Games had the balls to do it. Even then though, the publisher at the time was still concerned about violence and shocking content of the game, which only led to Adrian Carmack adding even more shocking imagery to the game, like skeletons, bloody wall textures, idle corpses, and a MIDI rendition of the Nazi anthem, which I think is taking it a little bit too far, and I really considered not even playing it into this video to give any Nazi apologists a feeling of gratification. But if the Nazis were able to appropriate the swastika into a symbol for hate, then I and id Software can appropriate their anthem into a theme for slaughtering them. The premise of the game was adjusted from an American soldier fighting his way out of Castle Wolfenstein, recovering Nazi plans to deliver to the Allies, and finally killing Hitler himself. And in May of 1992, the shareware episode of the game was released onto Apogee's website, with the first 3 episodes of the game releasing sometime later for $30 a pop. Again, after inflation, that's about $60 today. Later, a $20 expansion called the Nocturnal expansion was released, and a $10 official hint book, which offered a ton of insight into the development of the game, which I'll be citing throughout the rest of the video, came to a total of $60 for the whole package back in '92, or $120 today. And then, come on, do you really need to tell me how big of a hit this game was? Yeah, I don't think Wolfenstein itself was as influential to the industry as Doom or Quake was in terms of substance, but it was a huge step forward for that engine's arm race that led to the crazy innovation we would see later on. And goddamn was it a pretty big step. No shit the game sold well, especially after their previous smash hit with Commander Keen, with an engine that would later be used in commercial releases for the next couple of years, peaking with Super 3D Noah's Ark, and also Rise of the Triad. If you buy the game today off Steam and boot it up, you might be wondering why I said the final product shipped with 3 episodes when the game clearly has 6. That second batch of 3 episodes was that Nocturnal Missions expansion pack that it originally sold separately with. A lot like Episode 4 in classic Doom, for example. Episodes 4 through 6 are commonly regarded as being not good, and I agree. We'll get there after we recap the first 3 episodes, but all you need to know for now is that the quality control seemed to be lacking. I remember reading somewhere that each map in this Nocturnal expansions was only given a single day of dev time, but that might have been a miscommunication. Scott Miller learned that the average time it took to develop a map for the Wolf 3D engine averaged about a day, which is what led to him inspiring the team to make another expansion. I think maybe something just got missed there, like a game of telephone. Alright, so I want you to hold on to everything I just told you about the engine and how important it was, and just take it as consideration, because I'm going to be using the EC Wolf source port for this playthrough. Trying to play the original release of Wolfenstein 3D on DOSBox as it comes on Steam just didn't do it for me, and I'm gonna blame the lack of dedicated strafing keys. I talked about the strafing toggle key back in my Quake Scourge of Armageddon video, but this was a game that took full advantage of it. Remember when FPSs were controlled exclusively by keyboard? Not with dedicated turning and strafing keys, but with an alt key toggling the arrow keys between turning and strafing? Hey, I totally respect people who played the game like this back in the day, and even today. It's not for me though. I want dedicated strafing keys to play it like a modern shooter, and given that like every console port for the game added these dedicated strafing keys back then, yeah, I don't think that it's that big of a deal. So you play as William Joseph Blazkowicz, shortened to B for Billy, which is also short for William J. Blazkowicz. Yes, a man abbreviated to BJ is going to single-handedly take down the Third Reich, and I can't think of anything more cathartic if I tried. Canonically, before the events of Episode 1, he had already made a pretty big hit against the Nazis' chemical warfare, but this first trilogy of episodes is how BJ became a symbol for freedom and justice, where it's presumed that he became homeless shortly thereafter, but that's not canon, I hope. Gameplay is about what we expect. 4 weapons, one being used for a knife as a last resort, though unlike Doom and later id Games, all 3 weapons chew through the same pool of ammo, merely increasing their fire rate. Believe it or not, they actually don't have separate attributes for how they determine accuracy, despite it really feeling like they do. Colored keys open colored doors, though this time they're gold and silver, and the color of the door doesn't matter because they mix up the sprite used for it all the time. Walk over food and items to pick them up to heal yourself or grant ammo, and every 40,000 points grants BJ an extra life. Yes, this game has a live system, and it's not like 1-ups that were later used in Doom Eternal that were more like extra health bars, but traditional 1-ups. If you die, you're back to the beginning of the level with just a pistol, and an extra life is consumed. If you run out, you're back to the beginning of the episode, which only happened to me once in the first level of episode 2. You'll see why. I'm gonna be running this game on I Am Death Incarnate, the equivalent of classic Doom's ultra-violence difficulty, and to take it a step further, I played as much of this as I could without quick saves, which I quickly developed an exception for when I got to the second episode, and then just completely threw this rule to the side about midway through episode 4. But with that said, let's jump into it. Episode 1 is shareware. Please do not distribute episodes 2 through 6. It's easy to do, but the next game will cost more money. Yeah, that sure sounds backwards. Hey there, kid with no money who literally cannot afford to play our game. Remember to pay full price for it, or else the next game will be even more unaffordable. Episode 1 begins with BJ in a cell armed with a pistol with 8 rounds and the corpse he looted it off of. And that's all you really need. Go kill Nazis in this bizarrely blue Nazi dungeon. Guards are going to be your first obstacle. A flat 25 HP and drops 4 rounds of ammo on death, netting you a profit if you're able to kill one with 3 shots or fewer. You'll learn pretty on that the meta for taking out large groups of enemies is to alert all the guards in the room, lead them to a bottleneck of some kind, most often a door, and blasting them the second they show their face. Enemies can open doors, so you don't need to keep them open at all times, though that doesn't exactly stop me. You might think this is an exploit and not the intended way to play, but it's told to us directly in the hint book. Just don't forget the machine gun behind this push wall. Yeah, get used to these kind of secrets because there's gonna be a lot of these in the run. I went into this hoping that I could go for 100% secrets, but there are some maps where that's literally impossible. Carmack originally declined the idea of a secret push wall when Tom Hall proposed it early on, only to add it into the game and not even tell Tom about it. Nice, dude. That's a galaxy brain play for sure. In this first push wall, we grab the machine gun, my personal weapon of choice for most of the game. It chews through ammo at a moderate pace. It sounds okay, a little pea-shootery, but that's really all I could ask for. There's really no reason to go back to the pistol. I do because I didn't understand how hit scan was calculated before recording this, which I'll explain in just a little bit. I'll tell you, there's nothing more satisfying than firing into a room and hearing a ton of Nazis waking up knowing that they'll soon arrive at the end of my barrel. We are, of course, taking the secret exit here, one that I already knew about thanks to Doom 2, but just feels kinda weird in retrospect to have a secret exit in the first level. There's only one of these per episode. strangely long for being one of the second levels in the game. The only reason I voluntarily revisit this level is if I'm doing a no saves run and need to grind treasure for 1-ups, which actually isn't even a bad idea. I capped my lives about 10 minutes into the level. The path to the elevator to end the level is pretty straightforward, literally, and gives us a nice tease of the more non-linear level design we're going to be seeing a lot more of later on with these golden keys. As well as the SS, the spongiest non-boss enemies in the game at 100 health, and drops a machine gun for the player if they don't already have one. You can exploit this if you want to min-max your ammo pickups, since picking up a machine gun yields 6 bullets rather than the 4 from the magazines you pick up, though that also means killing all the SS on the map with just a pistol, which, yeah, I'll pass. Not much else to say about this level, let's just wrap it up. Oh shit, sorry, wrong room. Checking each of these cells for loot gets pretty monotonous pretty quick. More often than not, I find dog food rather than treasure. Oh right, Nazi dogs. Normally I'd feel distraught over killing dogs, but they're Nazi dogs. They made their choice. Literally 1 health point and equipped with a melee attack, making them the least threatening enemy in the game, no matter how many there are. It's an odd choice to use German Shepherds as the Nazi dogs though, since the Nazis used German Shepherds, but they were more messengers, search and rescue sort of things. If memory serves, the Nazis used Rottweilers as attack dogs rather than German Shepherds. It's not really too surprising. Remember, Bobby Prince had to remind the team several times that not all Germans are Nazis, so it was clearly some kind of societal disconnect. Speaking of disconnect, the chain gun. BJ's tool of choice to
disconnect Nazis from life.
Just look at that smile, look at him. That's a happy young man right there. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't use the chain gun very much whenever I played this game on normal difficulty, and I didn't see its full potential until trying Death Incarnate. It's great for spraying wildly as you sprint to cover, mowing down rooms consisting of more than 1 SS, and near guaranteeing the enemy won't shoot you while you're firing. I don't know why Nazis loved gold and holy symbols so much, but if they're hoarding them, that means that I'm gonna take it instead. How many people do you think played this game back in the day without a guide or an auto map of some kind, and had no idea that this map was shaped like a swastika? You can find a healing pizza in the middle of it, which I only assume was an allegory for how breaking through the core of Nazis is healing. Alright, yeah, that's a stretch. Fuck! Alright, well there's my first death of the run, the first of unfortunately many. That also means it's back to square one with just the knife and pistol. It's not the worst level to die on though, because the chain gun is right here at the beginning. Man, it feels so gross picking up the chain gun before the machine gun. Or, I guess the chain gun gives you the machine gun as well? I never knew that. Well, that's all secrets and treasure, but I'm missing 1 kill. Oh well, no use crying over... God damn it, the bastard went off script. I had this whole bit planned where I cried over missing this 1 dead Nazi, and then opened the elevator to kill the one that jumps out to surprise you. But nope, this guy just had to find me on his own. Alright, fucker. Oh, it's gonna be like that. Did you know that Tom came up with other names for the game, including Castle Ochtenstein, Luger's Run, The Fourth Reich, Adolf's Bane, Hard Cell, Luger Me Now, Thank You Very Much, Castle Hasselhoff, How Do You Dusseldorf, Castle Verlassen, Sturmwind, Hollerhammer, Schattensendener, Geruchselect, I'm using Google Translate for these, Dolchteifer, Grabner, Eisenschwert, and Dämmerung? Why did the notebook not mention this in episode 2? Whatever, I have nothing to say for this level. The massive hallway with SS firing you from between the pillars in E1M7 is an iconic moment for me. Hull thought this would make for a cinematic experience for the player, that having 2 guards firing at you perpendicularly from the elevator would certainly create some tension. He apparently came up with this idea going to sleep one night, so that's the kind of level design we're dealing with here. For what it's worth, I think it holds up alright. After dying a few times to the hordes, I realized that the best strat for pistol starting this map was to loot a machine gun off of the SS at the southwest corner of the map. I needed it if I wanted a remote chance of surviving. Okay, I'm starting to run low on ammo. I could really use some of that. Motherfucker. Yeah, I ended up losing almost half of my lives here, most of which I lost in the same room because I really struggled without a machine gun. This led me to finally look up how hit scan and damage is calculated in Wolf 3D after the fact, because these damage numbers are all over the place. Determining if the player is even hit by hit scan in the first place is the distance on the grid from the player. I'm gonna be calling these blocks from here on. So you take the number of blocks the player is away from the enemy, multiplied by 16 if the player is inside of the enemy, or by 8 if the the player cannot see the enemy, but is in range, all subtracted by 160 if the player is running, or 256 if they aren't, and then seeing if that number is larger than a randomly generated number between 250 or not. If that number generated is higher than that randomly generated 256 value number, that means the player is hit and calculates another formula depending on damage. If the player is less than 2 blocks away, then it's a randomly generated number between 0 and 250, which I'll explain as x in this example, divided by 4. If they're between 2 and 4 blocks away, then it's x divided by 8, and if you're more than 4 spaces away, divide by 16. If the shooter is an SS though, then the distance is inherently multiplied by 2/3. The wiki that explains this is saying that the SS are better shots, but that doesn't make sense if it's multiplied by 2/3, because multiplying a whole number by a fraction would lower the value of it, so I'm assuming that it means multiplied by 1 2/3. This also means that at most, being 4+ blocks away from the enemy, you can take maximum damage of, and I'm rounding up here, 16 damage per shot from an enemy, and a high of 64 damage when shot from less than 2 spaces away. Damage coming from BJ is a bit simpler. If you're further than 4 blocks away, the hit scan will only register if a number between 0 and 250 divided by 12 is less than the distance away. Damage is guaranteed to hit when you're less than 4 blocks away though, where damage beyond 2 blocks away is RNG 255 divided by 4, and RNG 255 divided by 6 if you're more than 2 blocks away, maxing out at, and again rounding up, 64 damage and 43 damage respectively. The takeaway from this should be to avoid the most damage possible, stay running at all times, not look at the enemy, and be more than 4 blocks away from them. But to maximize damage, stay less than 4 blocks away to guarantee damage, or be less than 2 blocks away from the enemy if you have a death wish. The former is obviously not ideal for Death Incarnate. Again, I didn't even think to look this up until after I recorded all of the footage used for this. I'll probably just remember it when I move on to Spear of Destiny sometime in the future. Alright, where do we go after that? E1M8 has this weird push wall path. It's not really much of a maze, but each of these push walls count as a single secret, bringing the secret total count here up to 13. Oh, don't worry, it gets worse as we keep playing. E1M9, the first of 6 dedicated boss maps, and the first map to introduce us to Hans Gross. Putting that in Google Translate says that it translates to Grosse, the last of his siblings to be slain by BJ in canon, which includes his sister Gretel. Get it? Hansel and Gretel? Yeah, that fairy tale about kids being lured in and eaten by a witch, except here they're being lured in by the Nazi party. Tomato, tomato. He's got some brothers too, which act as easier versions of Hans as normal enemies. He's not that smart, no surprise. Even on Death Incarnate, his telegraphs are night and day. Just go behind cover whenever you see him telegraph. Don't think about it more than that. Hans, as well as all of his siblings, are programmed to drop a gold key on death, rather than activating the end-level boss screen like the rest of the bosses do. This Hans is unique though, with a hit scan formula identical to the SS, meaning he's got a higher chance of hitting you from farther away, making him easily the most dangerous of his siblings, which is made even worse when you realize bosses don't flinch, so it really just becomes a game of peeking in and out of cover. In the hint book, Kevin Cloud suggests leading him to a secret room where you could fire at him and constantly run over food to keep healing yourself. The only issue here is that I'm on Death Incarnate, and one single volley from his chain guns is enough to kill me. In retrospect, I don't even know why I tried that. Honorable mention, I fucking hate this boss music. Not for the music itself, but because of the ad-lib sound card. It's so fucking grating on my ears by the time I make it to the end. Just please make it stop. BJ jumps in joy, finally escaping the castle holding him prisoner for an undisclosed amount of time. Oh, hey, I wasn't done reading that shit. Missing 1% of all treasure. Yeah, that sounds about right. Congratulations, you run out of the castle and hook up with the underground. Informing you of the rumors of hideous human experiments that were seen around Castle Hollahammer, the fabled Operation Eisenfaust, or Iron Fist, is real, and dare I say, it might be worse than the Netflix adaptation. Terminate the Nazi scientist, Dr. Schaubs, before an army of the undead march against humanity. Wait, hold on, literal Nazi zombies? How long has that trope been around for? I thought that was a Call of Duty thing. Hey, wanna know why I made an exception for episode 2 to my no quick save rule? Oh my god. Episode 2 introduces the patent-pending Nazi zombies, the Mutants. The only enemy in the game with a flinch window so short that it's completely possible that it will shoot you in between shots from your machine gun, meaning stun-locking them with the pistol or even the knife is impossible. And that fact is made even worse when you learn that they're the only non-boss enemy in the game, aside from a unique enemy that appears later on, to have scaling health across difficulties, with 45 HP on Daddy difficulty, easy easy, and 65 on death incarnate. Now that's only a difference of 20 health, which you might think isn't too much, but then when you inevitably do a no quick saves run and you're forced to pistol start some of these maps, you start to realize how big of a difference that 20 health makes. Oh, and that's even leaving out the best part. Yeah, your ears aren't fooling you. They don't have a wake-up noise, meaning you could activate a whole room of these fuckers and not even know it until you're full of lead. Honestly, I always thought that they just had a gun grafted to their chest, but they actually have a third hand sticking out of their chest that's holding a gun that fires whenever they salute, as if that makes any difference though. I got a game over on this map because I just kept fucking up my routing, though since it's the first map, it's really not that punishing, and after a lot of trial and error, you learn that there is a machine gun dead ahead. The chain gun is also behind a push wall near the entrance of this level, and of course we're going to be taking the secret exit. That's just the kind of show that this show is, as of the last year or so. Oh, this party hasn't even started yet! There are Nazi guards that are held up in these blocked off cells, making me believe that there's some environmental storytelling implying that they're hiding from the mutants, but that doesn't make sense. The only door in this main room that you spawn in leads directly to the exit elevator, with the rest of the level tucked away behind 56 push walls. Hell, sometimes you even gotta push 2 walls back to back to get a move on. God damn, Tom Hall, lube me up before you send me down the deep end. But hey, it's not all for nothing. You did it, champ! Here's a fuck ton of gold crosses to make sure you get at least 1 extra life for your hard work. Just remember where these pockets of health and ammunition are so you can come back to heal yourself when you need it. Honestly, you should remember that anyway for the rest of the game going forward. Absolutely brutal opening with these mutants cock-blocking you from the get-go. If you die, you're basically screwed because you gotta book it to the red brick section of the map to take out the normal guards and SS just to get a machine gun and the gold key while also avoiding the mutants that will inevitably hunt you down. But once you get past them, it's pretty smooth sailing. Alright, we got a silver key now. That's 2 different colored keys to keep track of. Unfortunately, that's where it peaks. Remember though, these locked door textures aren't consistent. Aside from that though, it's another straightforward map. I still died a couple of times in this opening room where you grab the gold key, but there's an SS at the beginning to grab your machine gun back, and not 1 but 4 rooms filled to the brim with treasure to boost your score and lives. Oh, you fucker. You gotta be really careful with this long haul of mutants. You can do that thing that you do in a lot of other shooters like this where you peek in and out of cover and shoot whenever you bounce in, but holy shit is it archaic here. You stop on a fucking dime in the Wolf 3D engine. Obviously, it's a relic for the time. I'm not gonna shit on the game for this. However, I am still going to complain. It feels really weird. This trick is going to get a lot more use once we get to the nocturnal missions. Yeah, this map sucks on Death Incarnate. These mutants will catch you off guard and shred your health down, which I guess is the game's way of teaching you to pre-fire around every corner to guarantee stun locking whatever could potentially hit you. But because of the mutants and how fast they fire once they wake up, you really need the chain gun to get the maximum use out of it. Otherwise, you still risk getting blasted, and they will blast you the second they see you. Oh great, a map shaped like a massive anti-Semitic boomerang. Each of the branching arms are at least nice enough to color code itself with different materials, blue, brick, wood, etc. It's also not a bad idea to get in the habit of firing the millisecond you open a door, because even though you still collide with the door while it's opening, hit scans don't follow the same logic. As soon as you interact with the door to open it, your guns and your targets will act like that door is wide open, and you will inevitably get killed while the door appears to be mostly closed. It's just another relic of the time. Oh, fuck you. Okay, nope, I don't like these walls. And no, it's not lean.
I love lean.
The hint book implies that this pink ooze is actually blood from the mutants, which turns a purplish pink during the conversion process. I can only wonder how many mutants they went through to paint the entire wall of this floor. Oh, I get it now. Which elevator do I choose? Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh, fuck. No, it's okay. We got this. Oh, this fucking sucks. Oh, this isn't good. Hey, anyone got any floor pizzas? Alright, sir, I mean this as disrespectfully as I can. Please give me that gun. Fuck! So this is a short level where you could run straight to the exit elevator, which is right next to where you spawn. Unfortunately, that's not the kind of run we're doing here. Oh, what's this? Is this environmental storytelling? Damn, I hope whatever's in here is actually a big deal. Actually, hold on a second. I don't want to fucking die. Alright, that's better. Holy shit, that could have gone so much fucking worse. Oh boy, E2M8, the home of the infamous Aardwolf maze. A massive push-wall maze taking up over half of the west side of the map, consisting of non-canon Hans Brothers, a good amount of treasure, 1-ups, and a Call Apogee Say Aardwolf post. Well, okay, it's not actually there anymore. The graphic was there in the original release of the game, but as soon as Wolfenstein 3D hit digital stores like Steam, for example, they took the texture out of the game to avoid a whole slew of calls. I'm not even sure if the number is the same anymore. The maze is a bitch. I wouldn't even have attempted this without a map of some kind. I used this one off of Joe Siegler's blog from 3D Realms, but you gotta be careful because once you get to the end, there's actually 2 push walls, each leading you in a different direction and fucking you out of the other. Taking one will lead you to a Hans brother, which is mandatory if you're going for all kills, and the other takes you to the Aardwolf room, which is now replaced with a skeleton and a 1-up. If we ignore the Aardwolf puzzle, there's only 3 push walls on this map. Oh god, what did I just walk into here? I hope you guys are just vibing and not fiddling with bugged pathfinding. Is it supposed to look like that? I feel bad. Not for them though, they're Nazis. Pixelated Nazi toilet. Dr. Shabs, the big bad doctor who's responsible for the Nazis' army of the undead, and now wants BJ to join his mutant militia. He's mean, obscene, and wants you green. I didn't come up with that, I'm not that clever, that's from the hint book. He's got 2400 health on Death Incarnate and yields a projectile as his weapon of choice against BJ. Yes, a projectile weapon in a game that up to this point has been exclusively hit scans, which, holy shit, is that a breath of fresh air. Simply strafe to the side to dodge his syringes and you're more than equipped to deal with this guy. Especially after firing through a massive horde of mutants at the beginning of the map, that's honestly the hardest part of it. Thankfully, like all boss maps, there's still a pocket of health and ammo to help you get into shape just before the primary encounter. Shabs is the first dedicated boss NPC of the game, meaning that once he dies, we get to see that slow-mo replay of his death upon killing him. The same one that was added to the game in response to the game potentially being too violent at the time. As a kid, this guy always reminded me of Number 2 from The Kids Next Door, but my refined, up-to-date cartoon palette now can't unsee Blended Brandon from Gravity Falls. Fuck, that show was so good. You stand over Shabs' putrid body, glad your mission is finally over. Yeah, I'll say, if I see another mutant-infested castle, I'm gonna do something mildly inconveniencing to my toilet, though the Nazi threat is never over until you cut off the head. Our mission now is simple. Infiltrate the crumbling Third Reich's Titanic Infiltrate the crumbling Third Reich's Titanic bunker and terminate Hitler. Oh man, you make it sound so easy. Actually, it is, because aside from a secret level in episode 6, we never see the mutants again. We got a couple of new enemy types between here and there, but they don't even compare to the fucking Nazi zombies. Alright, it's back to basics, just Nazis and castle walls. But with a new episode comes a new Nazi to send 6 feet under. The officers, a glass cannon, 50 HP, only half of that of the SS, but they're fast, aggressive, and serpentine left and right towards the player. An interesting chess piece to introduce to the board. This map also has Morse code playing in the music that I thought would be something basic like an SOS or whatever. But no, it actually reads, and I quote, "To Big Bad Wolf from Little Red Riding Hood, eliminate Hitler, imperative, complete mission within 24 hours, out." A fitting Easter egg to put into the first song you hear in episode 3 where our mission is literally to eliminate Hitler. Oh yeah, I guess it's not too late to bring up the music. Honestly, if it weren't for the ad-lib sound card that delivers some really chunky noise that sounds like a Sega Genesis about to go critical, this soundtrack would be a lot more digestible. That said, there is a pretty good library here. Several tracks stand out, taking cues from the American anthems and propaganda, which creates a surprisingly consistent atmosphere for the time. A personal favorite of mine is Suspense, playing an E1M4 and E1M8. I just love that deep warbly note that kicks in every 8 beats or so. I had this song stuck in my head for hours after playing the game and writing the script. It's kind of hard to put into words. The Nocturnal missions, being that they're a basic expansion, only gets 1 new song, and it's arguably for the most bullshit stage in the game. We'll get there soon. E3M2, a level Romero designed specifically to be filled with death traps alluring to the curious eye. I don't know what he was talking about though, because I thought it was pretty easy. Let's see. I beat E3M3 100% under the par time. Yeah, these levels are starting to get kind of short. E3M4 E4 has a lot of officers in it. Let's see, what else? Alright, I'll shit you not, I don't have a single note written down for E3M5. That's just kind of the levels we're dealing with here. But hey, it might be a matter of preference, but I'd rather deal with these than have to deal with the mutants again. It's just boring, it's not unfair. E3M6 at least tries something new with its big steel maze to get the gold key, and shoves a bunch of these officers behind pillars that you can shoot through but can't move through, making it feel incredibly rewarding once you find that secret entrance into their back rooms to mow them down with a chain gun. While not great advice all around, the way that I like to deal with these mazes is always turning left whenever I'm put at a choice to turn. It's not a perfect solution for every maze, but it works. And if there is no choice, say your only options are going forward or turning right, just go forward, because that's the closest there is to a left. It's obviously not a perfect solution to every maze, but it works a lot for the mazes in Wolf 3D, especially here. Ah, I'm out of ammo. Time to resort to the only way I know how to survive, by sitting at this corner and knifing every Nazi that comes out at the choke point. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that would work. We're gonna be taking the secret elevator out of this map, but you still gotta open the main elevator to kill this officer hiding inside of it for 100% kills. They try to fake you out of this secret exit by putting a silver key door in front of you in a map that doesn't even have a silver key. There's a push wall to the side of it that takes you to the maze that leads you to the secret exit behind another push wall by this collection of treasure. I wouldn't be too surprised if some players back in the day just thought that the treasure was all there was to this area. Imagine making it all the way here and not realizing that there's a secret exit right there. Holy shit, it's Pac-Man! Yo, motherfuckers! Ah! Out of the way, fuckers! Blinky's got a warrant out for my ass cheeks! Yeah, that was fun. A bit underwhelming, but the music was really cute, and I love these legally distinct packing ghosts. It's a fun secret that everyone should experience at least once in their lives. Welcome to Tom's Gauntlet, a level where he wanted you to face this brutal onslaught of Nazis before you make it to Hitler's lair. He really wanted to make you work for that kill. Yep, I see what he meant. Alright, let's wrap this shit up. Yeah, okay, thanks for putting barrels back to back here to make it practically impossible to hide from the hordes. Good shit, Tom. Holy shit, it's him! It's Nemesis from Catacombs 3D, but instead of a skeleton, he's a pussy! Yeah, these are fake Hitlers, if it wasn't obvious. 500 health on Death Incarnate, and the only non-boss with a projectile. In the original release of the game, these fireballs were tied to your CPU speed, except not in the way that you might think, where the faster the CPU, the faster the balls. It's actually the opposite. If you're playing on a higher-end PC, then the balls actually move slower, and can be subjectively more dangerous that way. Not seen here, though, the projectiles can't pass through non-solid objects, meaning that you can really just hide behind some of these and open fire. I don't see the point, though. Oh shit, he's got a mech! He's Mecha Hitler! God, what a fucking name. One that's lived on for decades because of the sheer absurdity of it. You know, this game really misrepresents the guy. If this were real life, he probably would have shot himself once he heard that BJ was nearing his chamber. At the very least, I don't think he'd have the balls to face him outside of his mech, even with his double chain guns. He's just a tougher Hans with a second phase that moves a bit faster. He still telegraphs his attack as bright as day, and despite only having half of the chain guns outside of his mech suit, it still fires the same, so you still need to be careful. His mech has 1200 health and Adolf himself has 900. Again, just being a slightly different Hans. But honestly, I mean, at this point, I could really care less. Fuck yeah, let me see that again. BJ stands over Hitler's splattered visage, kicks his head off his remains, and spits on his corpse. The Third Reich has been ceremoniously slain by a man named Blowjob. But hey, the adventure isn't over yet, at least for the player. We still got 3 more episodes to go through, but they're not a sequel, instead being a prequel telling the tale of how BJ ended up getting captured in Castle Wolfenstein to begin with. Not like it really matters, though. You're not really playing this game for its narrative. Though, to completely ignore what I just said, this is canonically the end of the Wolfenstein 3D family of games, since Spear of Destiny is a prequel as well. So enjoy knowing that all of these games lead up to some Hitler giblets. Whoa, okay, that that sure is a new wall texture. Episode 4 may be a prequel telling the tale of how BJ stopped the Nazis' chemical warfare before taking up his main mission to steal Nazi warplanes and kill Hitler, but that doesn't mean it's any easier than episode 1. Okay, actually, I don't know if anyone's actually thinking that, but I did because I am stupid. Being able to see a texture representing the outside of the castle is a nice touch though. Greens, blues, nature, something we're all about to leave behind for the future of Nazi killing. I don't have a lot to say about E4M1, so I'm gonna resort to the hint book. Did you know that id originally considered having Hitler Youth attack the player with knives, and also hid posters of David Duke spelling David Puke around the area? These were cut for the same reasons that the Nazi atrocities were cut from the story. Well, that's depressing. E4M2 lives on forever in my memory for being the first level that managed to softlock me because of bullshit push walls. A common theme that we're gonna be seeing more than once from here on. If you're going for all secrets, which I don't recommend at this point, you'll need to make sure to activate particular push walls in order when going in and out of said secrets. Otherwise, you're going to miss some secrets, or worse, just get stuck. Kinda sad that the level with symmetrical corners and a secret that'll fuck your wife is the highlight of this episode. It's always a good sign when you enter a level and immediately get loaded up with ammo and health. Uh-oh. If you die a lot like I did, don't worry, there's a chain gun here in this brick section just before the hordes. I still died a lot. Oh, fucking terrible level. Okay, so look at this map. Each of those white arrows is an officer, and they're all close enough to wake up the minute a single one of them wakes up. There is no safe haven here except for the single secret next to the start of the map. But I fucking died, and there isn't another weapon in this map. This is also before I gave up on my no quick saves rule, so this is kind of on me, but my only choice for an E4 M10 pistol start run was to activate the enemies, run into the secret, and then mash my knife button over and over. Because see, even though enemies can shoot through each other, they can't move through each other. So you just gotta get that sweet spot right, looking at the doorway and knifing them the second they step foot in the room. This was my only option if I didn't want to reload my save, but I did it. It took me almost 7 minutes of constantly mashing mouse 1, but I fucking did it. Oh, are you kidding me? There's still a stray out there. E4 M4 has a push wall that forces you to decide between ammo or health, though you're not gonna know that without looking at a map. For whatever reason, this push wall is programmed to go one of two ways, one leading to health and the other to ammo. But it's not like E4 M1 where it depends on which order you push multiple push walls, and doesn't cuck you out 100% secrets regardless of which path you take, so that's nice. Ah shit, we got another straggler. Gotcha, bitch. Tom says that he tried to make the dogs dangerous for E4 M5, but when you have an enemy with only 1 health point, I find that really hard to believe. Yeah, no, a single guard is more dangerous than all of these dogs. This map is filled with fake elevators with a barrel inside of them so you can't actually use them. Sometimes there's a Nazi behind it that you can kill though. And by filled with these fake elevators, I mean that there's 3 of them like this, and the one that you need to find to exit the level is on the far east side of the floor. Hey, did you know that you could drink the blood off the floor if you have low enough health? I cannot recreate how excited I was when this happened. That feeling of pure joy hearing BJ slurp that fluid off the floor just blew my mind, because I heard that you can drink the blood off the floor, but I never saw it in game. I wish I could hear that man slurp one more time. Okay, where do we go from that? Let's see. It's nice to have the blue dungeon wall texture back. The gimmick here is that all of these doors lead to literally nothing except for an officer or 3, except one of these closets, the 5th one from the top of the map, has a gold key in it that you need to progress. So they want you to check each one of these Nazi closets. Oh shit, that's a lot of them. I'm not sure if this is an EC Wolf thing or a quirk in the Wolfenstein 3D engine as a whole, but the SS in this map have a tendency to open the gold key door on their own when you alert them, regardless of if you have the key. And when I first started this level, I thought, you know, I'll play fair. I'm not gonna go through that doorway until I have the gold key, until I accidentally quick saved myself after I soft locked myself. The mandatory push walls to take you to the golden key can soft lock you if you activate them in the wrong order. Now, I've been making individual saves per level, so the worst that I'm punished here is having to replay the previous level. That's still not fun. At this point, I'd lost all respect I could have given to this map and just blitzed my way through that gold door the second the SS opens it with nothing but my chain gun. Alright, let's make a quick save here to make sure I don't soft lock myself. Oh my god, I did it again. We got another push wall here programmed to go 2 directions, but one of them literally fucks you out of a secret, and this has to have been intentional. I get what they're trying to do here. They're trying to be assholes, but it's not fun. Thankfully, the push wall taking you to the blue dungeon area isn't gonna fuck you over, though you would still find your way to this area regardless. It's more of a shortcut to this area. Whoa, now that's a wide fucking elevator. Alright, now hold on a minute, I still missed a couple of Nazis. I'm starting to see a pattern with these episode 4 maps. No matter how many times I play this level, this hallway here is a bitch. You're not gonna have a good time unless you have enough ammo. Unless you come up behind these officers, because for whatever reason, sometimes they don't alert everyone. The first boss of the Nocturnal missions is Otto Giftmacher, which literally translates to Poison Maker. The man responsible for the Nazis' chemical weapons opts to use a reskinned projectile, taking the form of a rocket launcher, which is honestly quite impressive for the engine. But in the end, it's still a projectile programmed to leave a trail of sprites behind to simulate smoke, and an explosion animation for when it hits the surface. Again, impressive for the engine. However, it really fucking hurts my ears. Before you fight him, though, you'll need to... Oh, hey, look! Both keys and an unsuspecting guard! Oh, God. Yeah, that's okay. I could just use this push wall here that gives me both of the keys without activating the hordes of Nazis. Fuck you, Tom. Still doesn't mean it's time for Otto yet. I'm just gonna run past him and open these locked doors so I can get some health and ammo before I start open season. Alright, there we go. Now, where were we, Otto? The twisted scientist behind the Nazis' chemical warfare is giblets at your feet, but the fruits of his labor grow elsewhere, including the guarded fortress of Erlangen, where the plans for the upcoming Giftkrieg lay. Infiltrate the castle, steal the plans, and take out General Fettgesicht. Hey, would you believe me if I told you that only 3 maps in Episode 5 had more than 1 sentence worth of notes? Some were even lucky to get that because Episode 5 is just fucking boring. It's not terrible. It's kind of like comparing X6 to X7. Would you prefer a game that's broken and unfinished but has some substance, or just boring? The answer is B. I would rather have something boring. I do like this new blue skull wall texture though, that's pretty nice. I'll never forget this room with the barrels and hordes of SS on the other side. Somehow that's one of the most memorable set pieces in the game for me, despite what I literally just said. Ah, fuck, hold up a second. Excuse me, shithead, I need some ammo. That's better. You know, someone here had the bright idea of putting 2 chain guns in this map just in case, you know, you die twice. I have no idea why any map needs more than 1 chain gun in it, I'll be honest. Map 4 is the highlight of Episode 5 for me. It's a basic level, but I love its symmetrical layout, with each red brick area having its own secret behind a banner. It's basic, but I really liked it. I didn't write down any notes for E5M5, aside from the fact that it leads to this game's secret level, which for that I also don't have a single note about, aside from, and I quote, safest secret level in the game. Yep, okay, cool. E5M6, yet another map with 2 chain gun pickups. I do like how this map is a big circle with you diving deeper into the rings inside of the circle, except it still manages to be a slug. E5M7 is at least a better take on the swastika map from earlier on, though there is a push wall near the beginning designed to deliberately cuck you out of a shortcut when looping back if you activate it from the wrong side. It's not a soft lock though, thankfully, you just gotta take the long way back. E5M8, I literally got nothing. It's not until we get to the boss of Episode 5 that I finally have something worth talking about. Gretel Gross, or Grossi, the little sister of Hans from Episode 1, Gretel, who's just a reskinned variant of the common enemy variant of Hans. It's not even a reskin of the boss version with better accuracy, because even id Software is afraid of having women being as tough as men. The concept art for Gretel describes her as Huey. Her chain gun is a single barrel in it rather than the Gatling-style miniguns that Hans has, but my brain that's assuming the worst from people thinks that they did this to make it look like tits sagging to the side. Just like Hans, she drops a key on death because, again, she's just a reskin. Welcome to Episode 6, the worst episode in Wolfenstein 3D in my personal opinion. Although Episode 4 is pretty close. Tom bragged that Romero had a hard time with E6M1, which is kinda sad. The exit is visible from your spawn point behind some pillars, clearly another gimmick map where 90% of the gimmick is corner peeking across every inch of this map. Oh my god, these hulls are so fucking annoying. But the secret for the gold key is somewhat clever. This new texture for the walls that has this little divot at the bottom, when you push it back, it gives the appearance of the key coming out of that little hole at the bottom, which is a really small detail, but I really like it. The gold key is only necessary if you're going for 100% treasure, but it's still neat. I still managed to miss some gold though, fuck me I guess. E6M2 was designed by Bobby Prince, the composer of the game. It's a bunch of long hulls in this giant ring around the map to encourage the player to sprint. It's still really fucking boring, to be honest, and the doors are placed at what feels like completely random intervals. It's not bad, it's just slow. I was able to run straight to this level's secret elevator because a guard managed to open the gold door, though I didn't know that at first and almost locked myself in here before even finishing the rest of the map. Thank you. You gotta grab the gold key by the main elevator behind 3 push walls and then backtrack all the way back to the beginning to go to the secret elevator. And God, I wish that's the worst thing I had to say about it because, oh boy, this secret level! E6M10, without a doubt the hardest Wolfenstein 3D level that I've played to date, Spear of Destiny expansions notwithstanding. If you're attempting this map pistol start with no quick saves, then A, you deserve a fucking purple heart, and B, there's a chain gun right here at the start, because holy shit, you're going to need it. First off, the mutants are back, and they are a whole bag of fuck. This map is divided into 4 quadrants, with 3 of them having a Hans brother that you need to kill to drop a key. You only need 1 key to finish the map, so you really could just kill one of the Hans brothers and just book it right to the end, which is in the center of the map. However, because I'm going for all Nazis killed, I was a little bit over my head here. First off, the east side of the map has this bullshit vine segment that's riddled with mutants that blend into the vines. I gave up on clearing this area midway through and left to go to the upper quadrant, but that was a bad fucking idea because the mutants somehow managed to follow me over. But I'm not gonna fucking reload my quick save at this point. If you're starving for ammo in the northern quadrant, you're kinda shit out of luck, cause the only room with ammo up here is the one with the Hans brother. I had to lure that fucker out of here just so that I could get health and ammo, but oh boy, now I've got a Groose on the loose. Grosse on the loose. I found him! Oh shit, Blinky's loose too. Oh, you gotta save this secret for last if you're going for 100%, because once you open this door, Blinky is set loose on the whole fucking map. I came back here later for the recharge, and if you sprint through Blinky, you don't lose too much health, but oh, with how chaotic this map gets, it's not worth letting him free. Oh, last bullet. All right, let's go. All right, there's the last Hans brother, and god fucking damn it, I'm missing 1 fucking Nazi. There you are, you little bitch. That has got to be one of the most monotonous experiences I have ever had with an id Software game, and that says a lot. I've played through Rage. Actually, I don't think it was that bad. Yeah, okay, fuck that other level. I think that this is the most dangerous the dogs have ever been in Wolf 3D. Not much else to say, but E6M4 is a breath of fresh air after the chaos I just had to endure. I got nothing for E6M5, but E6M6 was at least designed to have hordes of enemies wake up the minute they hear a gunshot. I don't know why the hint book is making a big deal about that, because another map did that and did it way more threateningly. E6M7 is... Okay, so you get to the main lobby of this map, which is 4 long hallways with pillars in the armpits that have officers behind them. You shoot some of them, and then you go around, you activate this push wall over here that just gives up halfway through. At this point, I thought, okay, maybe it's just broken, whatever, maybe that is the secret, just pushing it in, and I go on with the level. And I think, okay, maybe that's just consistent, because I make it over here to the other side, symmetrical to the previous push wall that fucked up, and this one is also blocked too. So I keep going, I suffer through this vine maze that isn't as bad as the secret level, but still has officers behind it, at least that doesn't compare to the mutants. I scour the map, collect everything I can, and then I check my score, and I'm missing 1 fucking Nazi. I go around this map for almost another 10 minutes, doing laps around this bitch to no fucking avail, and so I do what anyone hunting Nazis would do. I open the debug menu, and have the game show me enemies in the auto map, and what do I fucking find? I find that that wall that I pushed, that got stuck midway through, had an officer right fucking behind it. I will not let his bad deeds go unpunished. You! Alright, the final level before the final confrontation. And you know what? It's not that bad of a level, actually. The top and bottom halves are divided into separate dungeons to explore, making small chunks of progress to each respective key. It's really not that bad, though holy shit, there are so many guards and not enough ammo to pre-fire when you turn these fucking corners. Thankfully, there's like 3 secrets on the outskirts of the map with tons of health and ammo, so you're not completely SOL. General Fetgesite. Fuck you. The only enemy in the game, let alone a boss, to be equipped with 2 separate weapons. A rocket launcher forcing you to strafe, and a chain gun punishing you for strafing too far. Like every other boss room, it's best to duck into the secret room and bottleneck their henchmen out before taking out the big boss. Alright, fuckhead, shall I have this dance? Oh wait, no, the challenges! I'm going to miss the treasure! The world is now safe from the horrors of Nazi chemical warfare. BJ returns home to receive a Medal of Honor before being informed of activities around Castle Hellhammer. Congratulations, you finished episode 6 of Wolfenstein. You are truly one of the great heroes. The world cheers your name. You get a photo with the president. Oh, no thanks, I don't care who's president, I don't want that. People name their babies after you. Okay, that's pretty cool. You marry a movie star. Oh no, I'm good, thank you. I appreciate the Nazi killing, but I'll pass. Holy shit, these nocturnal missions suck, which is a huge shame because the first 3 episodes of the game, aside from the bullshit hit scans with the mutants, it's a pretty good time that I think holds up pretty well with a source port like EC Wolf. Its reliance on hit scan enemies is pretty taxing today. I'd rather play Quake or Doom. And if memory serves, that taxing feeling of hit scans is only made worse in Wolf 3D's prequel, The Spear of Destiny, but we'll get there in time. All things considered though, it's still a pretty cathartic outlet for Nazi killing, and no matter how archaic the game is, that is something that I can always appreciate. Mega Man X6 released in 2001 to roughly average reviews from critics, and it seemed that they weren't the only ones getting tired of the same Blue Bomber formula over in Japan. The crux of the notion was fairly ubiquitous, that the Mega Man formula had become boring, and the series needs to move on from these stale 2D environments and embrace the next generation of graphics, a criticism the series had constantly received since it first landed on the PS1 back in 1997, even though Mega Man Legends did the same thing in the same year, but people didn't care about that one because that was a new sub-series. Alright, that's off topic. But now, these 6 years later, in 2003, Capcom figured it was time to give the Mega Man X series that big break. That's what they were hoping for anyway. Capcom decided to put Capcom Studio Production 3 up to the task, the studio behind Resident Evil 2, Gregory Horror Show, and Disney's Magical Quest starring Mickey and Minnie for the Game Boy Advance. That's a weird one. Yes, the studio responsible for a handful of 3D horror games were put in charge of the next mainline entry for the Mega Man X series, presumably because they had some kind of experience when it came to 3D games for the company, a fundamental red flag planted from the beginning for sure. Not to say that I have anything against Resident Evil, not in the slightest, but these are very different games. I don't think that needs explaining. Tatsuya Kitabayashi, the man behind Resi 1 Remake, Resi 0, Breath of Fire 3 and 4, and another goddamn Disney game for the GameCube, would be taking the reins for this game, with Inafune once again taking a backseat, only offering feedback and criticisms in regard to new Reploids designed for the game, one of which being the big newcomer to the Maverick Hunter crew, Axel, specifically constructed with complex designs that would specifically benefit from this 3-dimensional world they put together. The team still consisted of roughly 30 people who funneled most of their available man-hours into making sure that the 3D looks right rather than tuning the gameplay. And I mean, even in 2003, this isn't even close to the best graphics that the PS2 could offer. I'm not gonna say it looks bad, but it's definitely a sign of budget issues. This game looks and feels very rushed. Even the planned and cut 2-player co-op mode couldn't have saved this game in the condition that it shipped in. It seemed like the team completely missed the point as to why a 3D entry in the X series was asked about for so long. People didn't want Mega Man to play it safe with a 3D coat of paint. They wanted something that felt new. But what we got was a game that arguably played it safer to the brand than X6 did with its story and level-to-level structure. Even the newly added 3D camera sections, a marketable selling point for X7, felt like a last-minute addition, even if it wasn't. It just felt that tacked on. Nothing stopped the player from simply moving around some of these enemies that were clearly designed for a 2D camera in mind, attacking in a straight line as if they solely existed on that 2D plane. And the few enemies that were designed for this new perspective were hastily given low-effort animations and attacks that simply didn't help the team's case. Even Inafune suggested that they just stick to the 2D plane and try not to overreach, but I mean, they didn't listen. To make things even worse, the promotional material shown for the game only raised more eyebrows. A first look at the game courtesy of Game Now magazine took the time to celebrate how far the series had come to this point, and despite the new player character Axel being shown at the top of the magazine, many were quick to see X himself back in the classic highway sections from X1, firing at the very same B-Blader copter mini-bosses. It's not at all far-fetched that some would see this and assume that X7 is some sort of soft reboot to the series, if not a full-on reimagining with extra steps akin to 2020's Final Fantasy VII Remake. Stages in this press demo seem to have been more objective-based rather than being a traditional Mega Man stage. Though this could have been a decision made purely for this respective demo, I can't find anything saying otherwise though. Objectives like destroying 30 enemies in a 5-minute time limit, or rescuing 16 Reploids before the end of the level. Concepts that were used in the game, but only in specific arenas that wouldn't let you move on without it. It was a part of the level level, not the primary objective, with the exception of the game's one ride chaser mission, which is inherently a gimmick on its own. Regardless of all of the red flags erected by everything we knew about the game leading up to this, the game still sold about the same, hitting 110,000 units sold over in Japan over the next 5 months, a majority of those sales coming in just the first couple weeks. Everyone was stoked to get their hands on that new 3D Mega Man X game, and after the general consensus was out, sales slowed down to a halt, understandably. The game was still praised for its character swapping mechanic returning from Extreme 2, and the updated parts system, but everything else was universally bashed, frequently compared by critics to the 3D Castlevania games for the Nintendo 64, though I personally wouldn't go that far. Reviewers back in 2003 begged the average player to swap the dialogue over to Japanese, though for English speakers this option was only available in the US, though setting it to Japanese was merely cosmetic and didn't incorporate the technical differences between the Western and Japanese releases. For me though, a barely cognizant child in the early 2000s, by the way, this merch is available in the description down below, use code YEAR4 for a discount, I was as excited as I could be for a game that I only learned existed when I visited Blockbuster one summer day, and even then that feeling of excitement was squandered when I put it into the family's PlayStation 2 and found out that the disc was scratched. All I could see was that opening cutscene, which I would watch on repeat because I had nothing better to do. I wouldn't be able to play the game for what felt like an eternity later, which at that age was probably closer to a couple of weeks, and even then remained in denial at how much I enjoyed the game. Unlike X6 where I loved the game to death and nearly beat it in that denial, I don't think I was able to beat a single Maverick in X7, and that's because this game is fucking slow. Enemies have damage and health values that feel like they belong in an MMO with how spongy they are, and boss fights feel like they can last forever if you're not upgraded enough. But if you're patient enough to beat the game and try it again on New Game Plus, it actually feels like a palatable Mega Man game. Not a very good one, but certainly tolerable, leading me to feel like they specifically nerfed the player and forced you to earn back that initial speed and damage by upgrading themselves, rather than the upgrades building off of what's already there. This problem is less rampant for the Japanese release. For whatever reason, this version of the game gives the player higher damage values. It's like the Western release is just locked into a permanent hard mode, a reverse Mega Man 2. I wouldn't replay the game until middle school when I downloaded it off of some shady website for the PC, a port exclusively released in South Korea. It was one of those games where the game speed was tied to your CPU, so it just ran super fucking fast. I wouldn't have the chance to give it a proper look until the modern X Legacy Collection's released, and even then I wouldn't play it in full until practicing for that big Mega Man X series race I had with creators and friends of the show Jay's Reviews and Retropolis Zone, where despite the game being as slow as it is, I felt it was pretty straightforward, and I didn't come remotely close to hating it as much as I do with X6. But how does it hold up when shoved under that analytical microscope that I like to put these games under?
Zero, you're my hero.
The answer is not very well. Our game begins with an improperly aligned background image. This is an official re-release that has been upscaled, so this white line really shouldn't fucking be here at this point. X7 continues the series trend of title screens that just don't make any sense to the game. I mean, we've got Axel in the back, that's pretty cool, but I don't get the Matrix text in the background. I know that X6 opened with some Matrix-y transcript looking stuff, but that's really all I've got. Though I do like the new logo, going back to that classic Mega Man logo look rather than the PS1 trilogy X logo. This game was going to have a logo similar to the PS1 trilogy, but at some point someone thought, hey, what if we did this instead? And I give them credit, it looks pretty good, which is gonna be a bit of a recurring theme in this game. Some moments that aesthetically look pretty good, and then, you know, the execution of the rest of the game just we're gonna be playing this on hard mode because literally nothing is different aside from a couple of bosses having more health. I'm also turning on auto fire because A, it's provided as a setting in the base game and I'm not using external hardware for it, and B, I really don't care. It barely speeds up the pace of the game and will save my thumbs the pain they'll endure if I'm mashed manually, because we're gonna be doing a lot of single pellet button mashing in this game. Don't worry, this won't be the case for every Mega Man game I review, only the ones with horrendous pacing. Our story opens with what I believe to be a black market deal going south. Two Reploids, one with a limp that I can only imagine was created from the get-go to have a limp and require a cane, who's betrayed by his partner in crime who turns out to be Axel, who presumably killed his partner off screen. A shape-shifting Reploid working for Red Alert. And he is really all that matters here in this opening cinematic. Literally none of this is relevant to the story beyond this point. The year is, of course, 21XX. Society is still finding its footing after the Eurasia incident, though for whatever reason, Maverick crime continues to rise. This is a Mega Man X game, of course, and after 6 games of this, 8 if you count the extreme games, I'm starting to think that this is just the norm for this universe. Though with X stepping down as leader of the Maverick Hunters, saying that he's tired of all the endless fighting, even though that's exactly what he said he would do at the end of X1, the Maverick policing has come to a bit of a standstill, with Red Alert taking up the slack. Except, you know, they're obviously the bad guys here, so they have some kind of malicious intent, which is ironic because they actually capture their Mavericks instead of killing them. Whatever, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. You know, it would make sense if he stepped down because he wanted to rehabilitate the Mavericks they capture rather than just killing them, but this game doesn't really have a story. X is still obviously playable in this game, we just don't unlock him for a while. You know, unlock him in a game where his name is in the title. After that cinematic though, Axel renounces his alliance to Red Alert, deciding to go freelance for the time being, and that's what leads us to the opening mission.
Ready?
Alright, seems easy enough, just shoot the main laser to shut them off. Oh, I don't need to aim. It's one thing if this auto-aim feature was optional, but it's not. The hint system returns from X5, thankfully being optional like it was in X6, though it is a Mega Man game in the early 2000s, so it is of course going to have some translation issues. Take out the main security laser, Axel monologues to himself when there is no main security laser. Axel is capable of hovering from the get-go by holding down the jump button, and you're able to adjust your movement in the air without immediately dropping like a rock, like in X4's Force Armor. Gameplay, though, still feels stiff. Even in these 2D segments, it feels like you're running through waist-high water, and wall jumping just feels off. It locks you into this dedicated arc away from the wall, which the classic games did too, but it was much less noticeable and way less restricting. The previous X games were able to nail this feeling down to a T, and translating this into 3D with a pretty incompetent team, it's night and day, and when you can't nail down one of the biggest things that set the X series apart from the classic series, that's really not a good sign. Transitioning to the game's selling point of traversing a 3D space again feels not too different from navigating a 2D space, which I guess isn't not a compliment. You don't need to relearn mechanics because they're pretty consistent between the 2D and 3D cameras. It still feels like Molasses Mega Man, just this time I can navigate through the Y-axis. We are also introduced to Axel's A-Trans ability, used by charging up your special weapon when you don't have one equipped. It is pretty fucking stupid because the A-Trans shot does minimal damage. You need to deliver the killing blow with this shot in order to activate it, which can be quite time consuming. If you pull it off though, you'll get to use what I honestly believe is the next evolution of the Mega Man moveset, stealing abilities from not just bosses, but from your enemies too. You know, ignoring that Kirby's been doing this for years, and even other Mega Men in the series have been doing this. Also, Mega Man Zero a couple years from now would do it way better than this game ever could. It's not great. In fact, I'd go to say that with how it's implemented in this game, that it's just downright terrible. Though a lot of that hangs from how the game feels. It's just slow and clunky, and you're never really better off using this. You only need to use this a couple times when going for 100%, and even then it's very infrequent. Regardless of the dimensions you're traversing, you're able to use R2 to switch targets with possibly the most annoying audio cue you could imagine, and you can only swap targets in a linear order, so if you swap past the target you want, you need to cycle all the way back around the long way. You need to use this target swap mechanic to open this door here, firing at each of the targets when they turn pink. This door wasn't here in the pre-release demo for the game. Imagine being one of the poor souls who played that demo and then played the full game and thought, oh my god, a new door! Oh, what I'd give to be you. Axel escapes the unnamed facility, monologuing that he's lost somebody, presumably Red Alert. They're not telling us a lot here, and before you have a chance to ask what the hell he's running from, hey, look, it's a giant fucking mechanoid! How will Axel make his way out of this one? That's okay, I didn't want to know either. In the moment, Zero shows up to the scene, confused why he needs to return to the same highway from X1. A rather meta commentary about the game, if you ask me. Though I'm more confused about how deep his voice is above all else. How did we go from to this?
I can't believe I'm back here again. What the heck has happened? They really made a mess.
Dude must have hit triple puberty when he hit himself to repair himself. I know that the returning setting and enemies is pure nostalgia pandering, likely born from lack of inspiration, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't tickle my fancy. I do genuinely love seeing these environments and enemies in 3D. You know, ignoring that Maverick Hunter X would do it way better. But in an idea that I think sounds absolutely incredible in concept, we're here with Zero with his saber, something that I dreamt of since I was a mere zygote. Yeah, it fucking sucks. Remember controlling Zero in the PS1 trilogy? How his saber came out mere frames after hitting the attack button? It made his playstyle rewarding to those with quick reflexes. Meanwhile, X7 has absolutely none of that. They gave his saber a fucking wind-up that you need to commit to. There is no fast-paced action with Zero in this game. He is a stationary, heavy hitter, and nothing else. This is made even worse when you try to use a saber mid-air. Look at all of those frames of downtime. Holy shit, who approved this? This isn't to say that Zero's all bad. His saber is able to deflect projectiles right off the bat, which, hey, that's pretty cool if the wind-up didn't make the timing so tricky. And they gave him a fourth slash to his hoo-ha-ho combo. So that's pretty nice. We're not going to use that full combo for the B-Bladers though, since you could just stand directly under it and spam your first slash with good timing. Oh, what, you think this three-dimensional camera is going to keep me from exploiting this game wide open? Yes, I know that I'm clipping inside of it, why do you ask? One Crusher segment later and our hunters finally cross paths. Axel, who's still fleeing the massive mechanoid, is stopped by Zero, suspicious of the guy as expected, but before he can make any accusations stick...
What are you talking about? Oh, here it comes. So I'll be seeing ya.
Oh my god, they didn't even animate the rest of his body looking up. Oh, and Zero just broke his spine trying to see it, what the hell?
What's going on?
Yeah, me too, bud. Oh my god, it's a fucking auto-scroller segment. Why would you put an auto-scroller in your first level of a Mega Man game? I mean, at least I could practice Zero's projectile deflect, but why would I ever use this outside of this opening level?
I'm Axel. Call me if you need a hand.
Our hunters finally shake hands to take down the Mega Scorpio mechanoid sent to retrieve Axel after his defection from Red Alert. So it's only fitting that we swap to Axel using Extreme 2's returning hunter swap mechanic, and totally not because using Zero against a boss fight is a fucking lost cause. If I could say one thing, I think that the idea of targeting specific parts of a boss to shoot them off is a good idea on paper, but because targeting a part of the boss is a mere click of the shoulder button, it's less of a skill requirement than really anything. It just makes the boss kind of pathetic. You just gotta target the head, spam projectiles, and there you go, you won. The team destroys Mega Scorpio, but due to the circumstances, Axel is taken into custody by Zero and sent to Hunter HQ. And while Zero is unfazed by Axel's desire to join the Maverick Hunters, it's our old friend X who's quick to shut him down, going as far to blame Axel for the destruction caused by Red's mechanoid, which is kind of fucked up, isn't it? It's like blaming an abuse victim for their abuser. X, what the hell did they do to you, man? Axel, of course, insists that they need his help. Red Alert has become nothing but a gang of murderers, he cries, but X just doesn't care. But before the plot can resolve its story naturally, with well-written characters and glimpses of humanity, just kidding, this is X7, the hunters receive a transmission from the leader of Red Alert, Red. What a name. According to the Japanese soundtrack booklet, he was a survivor to the Repliforce War from X4. It's a shame that the game does literally nothing with that info. Do you think that's why he's designed after the Grim Reaper, because that's how Sigma looked in that game? Yeah, probably not, that's a bit too deep. He demands the hunters return Axel to him like he's a fucking slave or something, but then also offers them a challenge. Defeat his 8 captured Mavericks that he willingly releases back into the wild, and he'll give up Axel. Yeah, I don't really understand what this is supposed to solve to them, but whatever, we need an excuse for a game. Axel, understandably, is ridden with guilt. He believes that he can repent his sins by joining the hunters to take down Red and his Mavericks.
If you had just gone back, the problem would have been solved. But I can see that won't be happening.
Oh my god, even Cygnus is in on it! Also, Cygnus is voiced by composer Robert Belgrade, you know, the guy who voiced Alucard in Symphony of the Night.
What's wrong with you?
So you are the one called Shaft?
This time our only choice is to fight.
Zero, thankfully, is willing to take Axel under his wing, being the closest thing to a reasonable person in the room right now. Jesus Christ, come on, man. These aren't the same characters that I loved growing up. Remember the ending to X1 where X monologues that he would fight for peace till the very end? Man, what happened to that guy? It's not like he went through character development. This is Mega Man X. I always saw X as this Superman character, not someone who needs to grow but is a god walking amongst men. Okay, that's a little dramatic. My point is that he's a man of infinite potential and needs to be a force for good. He's not Goku. He doesn't need to train constantly and change his entire personality. How the hell did this script even get approved? Whatever, let's just go save the game. Do I want to save the game? Yes, I want to save the game. Why isn't yes selected by default? Yes, I want this profile too. Why is yes not selected by default? Jesus Christ. All right, can I go back to the stage select now? Go back to stage select. Oh my god! The stage select needs little introduction. Still, I'll say that it's the best it's looked since X4. The spinning parts on the outside remind me of the inner workings of a watch, or at least how they're portrayed in movies. Granted, because of the HD upscaling of the Legacy Collection, the 2D assets do look abnormally blurry. The music is pretty good though. And that's something that I will gladly say about the whole game. The soundtrack here, in my opinion, is at least on par with X6, maybe a little below it. Not every track in the game was created equally though, literally. There's upwards of 9 composers credited for this game. This track was composed by Shinya Akata, who composed 2 other tracks for the game, including the Mega Scorpio fight. After selecting your mission, you're given a choice of which hunters you like to bring along for the ride. I'm not sure why this is at this point of the game right now though. It's not like you have a third character to choose from until you unlock X, which isn't gonna happen for a long time. But whatever, with semantics out of the way, let's go subdue some runaway Mavericks. The Tunnel Base, an underground military facility below eastern Canada. This is one of the few stages with a 3D camera from beginning to end, including the boss, and is the only mission of the main 8 to give us the Gauden ride armor, which you can easily miss by not checking your corners. It's fun, genuinely, and we'll be getting more use out of it later in the level. We're still gonna exploit this game a bit, like how you can gain an extra sliver of height when using Zero's jump slash immediately after using his double jump. You're supposed to destroy this wall before you can wall jump over it, but with Zero we can just... Yeah, every stage is cut into halves like an X4, divided up with loading screens which were way worse in the original PS2 release. We get the Raiden 2 ride armor at the beginning of the second half here, and we're going to be taking it to the very end of this section for a little secret. Yes, the Raiden 2, the successor to the Raiden ride armor from the PS1 trilogy, now with a physical drill arm rather than a laser drill like it had before. The spider legs are pretty cool, doesn't add anything to the gameplay though, they're purely cosmetic, and both new ride armors have their own normal and special moves. Relax, this ain't no Smash Brothers. Each attack has their own variants when used in the air or while dashing. Sadly, the Raiden 2's only worthwhile move is this neat explosive AoE that you can use in the air. It can shred down these turret walls pretty quick though, that's pretty cool. Aesthetically, it reminds me a lot of Mega Man Legends, a much better take on a 3D Mega Man game. We'll look at that one eventually. We're also able to heal with the ride armor by saving Reploids with it. Yes, Reploids are back and need saving like in X5 and X6, and are made even more infuriating as a collectible now that they can die permanently from any hostile attack. Yeah, that shit sucked back in X6, but at least they could only die to the nightmares. But here, there's some Reploids that you will miss permanently for simply not being fast enough, and that's kind of bullshit.
Ready?
As long as you've brought the Raiden 2 to this final arena, you're good. You can die with it if you need to. Simply by bringing it to this final room, the game drops a Gauden armor off for you, and we're gonna be using that all the way to the boss fight. But first, we got some collecting to do. There's a sub-tank up on these upper pillars, and Gordon. Can't forget about him. I'm fighting the urge so bad. You have to kill all the enemy ride armors to get the boss to show up. Originally, you had to save 16 captive Reploids, presumably back when rescuing them was more of a mission gimmick rather than a constant across the whole game. Oh, what could have been.
How do you figure, Axel?
Oh boy, Vanishing Gungaroo, a Reploid that's fully embraced the boxing kangaroo trope that we've seen so much in pop culture over the, last 140 years? 130, something like that. He's got a ride armor of his own, appropriately fitting him like a young kangaroo sits in its mother's pouch. Hey, did you know that a baby kangaroo is called a kid?
But you're acting like a kid right now. Don't call me a kid!
I hate this game. I really wish I didn't enter this boss fight with Axel because now I have to deal with Len Hart's very awkward line delivery from 2 different characters. I'm sure she's a fine voice actress when given a game with better direction. Look, every voice actor in this game is kinda shit. I don't really blame them at that point. I think that that's more the fault of the director. Now, what do you think his favorite shape is? He's trying to say triangle kick, but is being cut off. I imagine the line in the Japanese version was shorter, and this is just an oversight. I underestimated how tricky this guy would be on hard mode. Normally, you could just take the Gauden ride armor here and just shoulder tackle him to death, essentially a one cycle, but that didn't fucking work. Luckily, Axel has a very, very generous dodge roll activated by double tapping the dash button, which renders him practically invulnerable, and for whatever reason, also lets him aim at whatever enemy is closest to him regardless of direction without any penalties. Just turn on auto fire and mash the dash button, and you've you've essentially already won. Eventually, he'll go down and you'll realize why everyone cites the boss fights as being one of the worst parts of this game. The first boss you fight has so much goddamn health and you are so fucking weak that it's ridiculous. Thankfully, from here on, that won't be too much of a problem. X7's difficulty curve is kind of the opposite of what you'd expect. It starts high and then gets really low. After a fair game of Dark Souls later, Axel is rewarded with Explosion, a special weapon that turns this game into a bit of a joke. Now, it's not as trivializing as Mega Man 2's Metal Blade, but I mean, what is? Okay, it's not actually the special weapon itself, though it is pretty good. My cat is tearing up my chair. Explosion, the only special weapon in the series that only has one word in it, is the special weapon for both X when we unlock him, as well as Axel. But Axel gets a bonus for a majority of the special weapons available, modifying his normal non-special attacks in a way that doesn't drain from his special weapon pool. And here he's granted the G launcher. This thing is just a smack to the face for bosses. It shreds through their health with ease and levels the playing field for the player from here on. Don't worry though, this isn't an Extreme 2 situation where only the hunter that deals the finishing blow gets the special move. Zero is still granted the Handageki, a move that I only remember the name of because of Marvel vs. Capcom. With our first boss defeated, we get to see what the deal is with rescued Reploids and the new parts system. And if it weren't for them being as fragile as Zero's love life, I'd say that this is the best that they've been implemented so far. Actually, no, I still feel that way about the X series. Rather than Reploids granting you specific parts and perks depending on which Reploid you rescue, now select Reploids offer you upgrade discs. These can be used to level up various stats, rewarding us with parts that we knew from the previous couple games as you build up these specific stats. I like to build Zero as my glass cannon boss killer who I use to brute force bosses and then swap to Axel in the last minute if he's about to die. Cause in X7, if one of your hunters dies, they both die for some reason. I don't know what the deal is with that. I typically build Axel for just powering through the level because his G launcher really doesn't need much more buffing. Very soon though, we'll max out Zero's special stat, allowing for bonus damage when using a special technique against bosses. It gets kinda busted. The overarching story of X7 is delivered to us in a rather convoluted way. After completing each mission, we're given a back and forth between Zero and Axel, bonding as the game progresses and drip feeding us Axel's backstory. Like how Axel has no idea where he got his A-Trans ability from. Putting the pieces in place for a mystery to be solved, never. At least not in this game. These little lore snippets are really short, and it would feel really disjointed if I were to go over them as they appear in the game, so I'm gonna go over them all at once because it really doesn't matter in the context that they're shown. The faction of Red Alert once held itself to a standard, skilled but moral hunters that took over once X retired, until everyone involved grew more and more violent, no longer following Red's orders. It's got something to do with his DNA, Axel says. Red took samples of his DNA and with it grew stronger. Eventually Axel left feeling like he was being used for some unknown agenda. The group had changed. Wait, holy shit, is Axel about to propose? Oh man, I'm so happy for them. Turns out Red had been working for Sigma all this time. At least I think. I don't know when this takes place. Oh, I'm sorry, the professor. I can at least appreciate the attempt, or lack thereof, to not even give a shit about hiding the professor's identity.
I don't even know who the heck you are.
Literally how? Red Alert had been compromised, and Sigma seems to be simping over Axel now, to say the least. I can only imagine that he wants Axel's DNA/A-Trans ability for himself, and offers Red a taste of its potential. Potential that could only render a Reploid invincible. Yeah, that sounds like a Ponzi scheme to me, very cliche. Red doesn't seem to be having it though, almost like he's unaffected by Sigma's influence or Maverick virus. But when the purple guy's silver tongue is lacking, brute force is soon to follow, using clones of Red's captured Mavericks to keep him at bay. And that's all we get until we beat all 8 bosses. Yeah, this isn't really the best story when you lay it out back to back like this. There's clearly the setup for some kind of plot MacGuffin inside Axel's DNA, but that's never really resolved in this game. A shame, because I do genuinely love Axel's character here, even if he's a bit annoying. Alright, now where were we? Central Circuit, the game's one and only ride chaser mission. I know folks give this level a lot of shit for putting you in charge of your own speed, and it's totally deserved, but I don't think it's that bad. You can still go fast if you want to, and I do if I miss a bomb and have to take another lap around the circuit. Yeah, we're collecting bombs some fuck-ass left on the freeway, that reverse jet Stingray, saving Reploids and collecting shit along the way. Oh shit, I missed Scott. It's okay, Scott, I came back for you. It's really short. It doesn't overstay its welcome in my opinion. Most I've got to say is that it's a bit of a hassle to tell the rescuable Reploids and runner bombers from each other. I would start my X7 runs with this level if it weren't for the G launcher being as busted as it is. Speaking of. Oh, thank Christ, just in time.
Hey, Honcho, I'm here to defeat you.
Why, you... Red gave you a home and this is how you repay him? You worthless upstart!
Dude, your breathing's getting heavy. Calm down. Anyway, in a way, this is exactly how I'm repaying Red.
Oh, you brat! I ought to take the light.
Jesus Christ, this is supposed to be Mega Man, not Zelda for the CDI. At least Borsky is an interesting fight, though still quite annoying on the ears. Unfortunately, or fortunately in this case, he is absolutely shredded by the G launcher. Even Explosion does some great damage to him. Remember, this isn't even his weakness, this is just raw damage. I've only got enough juice to use Explosion once though.
No way!
I'm also convinced that the team saw the Crash Rotor enemies from X2, the head of a boar on wheels, and thought, hey, we could turn that into a boss, and then just made him a Transformer. Surprisingly, only the third Transformers boss in the series up to this point. They could have also found out that Harley Davidson bikes are sometimes called hogs. I don't know, this guy's either a pun or a dumbass. Ah shit, it looks like I missed a Reploid. Well, let's load back up into Borsky's stage and... Oh my fucking lord, why can't I skip the dialogue in this godforsaken game? Well, we finally got Tanaka, and with his chip, I will make my Zero grow. Alright, is it Tunyon time? I think it's Tunyon time. Yes, Tornado Tunyon, a boss modeled after a fucking onion, which would be way more ridiculous if we didn't already have Wire Sponge. The radio tower is a take on those spiral staircase levels from X4 and X5, though here it's the entire stage, a straight linear walk while being pursued by Yodakari, a hermit crab mechanoid. If you're a veteran to the series, you'll know that we won't get a chance to damage this guy until we get to the midpoint of the stage, excused in story by Aelia trying to find a weak point on it. Yeah, just try to stay on your toes though, because if you don't... God damn it. Analysis complete. The head is its weak point. Gee, thanks, Aelia. No way I could have figured that out on my own. Yodakari is a lot like the rest of this game. Quite easy, just a slug. There's only a couple of attacks that you need to watch out for, but his vulnerability window is pathetically short. If you have bad RNG, you're gonna be waiting around for a lot of this fight. Alright, we've got a whole half of the stage left and no mechanoid to make chase. I wonder what it's gonna throw at me in exchange. Alright, disappearing blocks would be much worse if I didn't have a wall jump. I know that we had them in X5 too, but at least those were spaced out to accommodate for it and remain a challenge. You will need bounding. What a pain. Yeah, hey Aelia, what the fuck does that mean?
Around and around! You grow up handsome boy, yeah?
Oh my god, okay. Annoying fucking voice aside, which I'm starting to see a pattern of, I do genuinely like this guy's design. The whole robot thing with floating limbs with a big spike where the elbows would be, it's just a neat trope that appeals to that childhood-like wonder that I can't let go of. This boss, though, is what catalyzed me to run this game with auto-fire on. You have to shoot at his juicy center to deal damage, protected by onion layers that act as shielding, and you need to blast that shielding off if he's not attacking you. Just keep your distance, he's not really that threatening. The worst you get is him attacking your frame rate directly with his Volt Tornado. Don't bother fighting him with Zero, just keep rolling with Axel like we did with Gungaroo repeatedly for about 5 minutes. Yeah, fuck this guy, I'm just here for his special technique. No, I really didn't. Volt Tornado for X and Axel is just okay, but Zero's technique, once we max out his special stat, turns him into a real force to be reckoned with. I have essentially just beaten X7, and now it's just a waiting game. Hey, remember that Battleship movie, a film based off of the tabletop game? Yeah, this is actually nothing like it. I just wanted to remind you that that film existed and that we didn't mutually dream of its existence. And much like the film, this stage has possibly the laziest mini-boss I've seen in the entire series. Fighter aircraft. Yes, that is its name. It doesn't even animate. It's just a spinning statue of a jetcraft that you can knock out with a couple of Volt Tornadoes. I can only imagine that the initial idea for this mini-boss was too ambitious for the team and this is what they settled on, but the concept art doesn't imply much for the guy aside from the aircraft having an afterburner. Maybe it was supposed to fly around at one point? I don't know, but it doesn't. With the destruction of fighter aircraft, the battleship has begun to sink itself, hoping to take us down with them. Now tell me, were these Uroboros here before or after it went down? Alright, that's not entirely true. These aren't the same Ouroboroses from X1, Ouroboro, Ouroborai. They're certainly inspired by them. I do really love the dragon head. That's pretty cool. Just hit him with a couple Volt Tornadoes or just projectile spam. They're not too tough. Holy shit, another Transformer! Ah, it's a Headmaster. Alright, you're never gonna guess what this fucker is named. Alright, you ready for it? I don't think you are. Humanoid Bridge. Yep, that's cool. You don't attack the bot directly, you just have to take out the turrets that rotate around him. His most dangerous attack is his fireballs, which you can easily avoid with Axel's dodge roll. Oh my god, they couldn't even animate him falling apart without it looking bad. They just grabbed the limb bones and pulled them down the Z-axis. Holy shit, is that lazy. After an incredibly short side-scrolling section with multiple other bots from X1 given a fresh coat of paint, again, really neat designs if it weren't for the game that they're in, we make it to Splash Warfly, with Humanoid Bridge laying in the background and really standing out because of the attempt of fog in the distance that looks genuinely fucking terrible. Ironically, despite this attack being his weakness, he's one of the handful of bosses that isn't immediately cheesed by Zero's Raijin Sho, the tornado uppercut we just got from Tunyon, if only because it is actually his weakness. When he's hit with it, he retreats back into the seas. It's really safe, it's just really slow. You gotta give it time. Water Laser isn't the worst special weapon to get for X and Axel. It'll be especially helpful for Ride Armor bots that we'll be seeing in the Fortress, even though I don't use it. Wind Crow Ring. Is that like a sex thing? The first half of Air Forces sucks from what I like to call Crash Bandicoot syndrome. I can barely fucking tell where I'm about to land when platforming between these ships, but they are color-coded at least. Blue ships are stationary platforms, green ships move between 2 points, be it up or down or back and forth, and red ships transition you to the next part of the level, sometimes. The geometry of these planes are a nuisance. You are unable to jump while the green jets are moving down, and for whatever reason, wall jumping on them from the side just feels like a losing battle. I really don't blame anyone who dropped this game because of the stage. It's really bad. Holy shit, Gorilla on the plane! Where's he going? The duo makes it to the access point to the heart of the warship, which we just learned existed. We gotta take out the cannons to get access, which you could just shred with a Volt Tornado or two. But remember to save the Reploids in this area before taking out the mini-boss that follows, because you are forced into the next area when you do. Hey Birdie, I'm not just saying that because you look like a bird, that's actually what your name is. Honestly, I think that this design could have worked as a pretty competent main Maverick design, but hey, whatever, mini-boss is fine, I guess.
Ready?
For what it's worth, I like the interior of the ship. Very nice colors, the over-the-shoulder camera is pretty cool. It kind of makes me think that the game should have been designed for this. It's kind of oddly fitting for the run-and-gun style that they tried to make for this.
This isn't like you, cooped up in a place like this. I thought you'd fly straight at me, full force.
Yep, this sure is a boss fight. I wrote in my notes questioning how this got past QA, but honestly with the rest of the game, this isn't even close to being a concern. Yeah, I don't know why he does this. Sometimes he'll just sit there completely invulnerable and just caw at you. I don't know what the deal is. The most threatening thing he does is just sit in the background and throw these boomerangs at you. Yeah, aside from the setting of this boss possibly being a reference to Storm Eagle, I don't have much. At this point though, I had finally crossed the threshold. With enough Reploids rescued, a cutscene is triggered. Aelia is delighted that Axel and Zero have been saving Reploids, but the team is still far from being capable of taking down Red's forces, which doesn't make any sense, but whatever. X has finally come to his senses, kind of, saying that the hunters can't overcome Red Alert without his help, and finally joins his peers in battle. Zero couldn't really give a rat's ass though.
Okay, do as you please.
Reminder, these guys are supposed to be best buds. I'm gonna blame this one on the lack of direction though. But hey, maybe he's onto something, because X, right out of the gate, isn't good. That wouldn't be true if you could start the game with him. But because we've rescued a majority of the Reploids in the game, he's got no upgrades and doesn't really have room to upgrade for this playthrough. You're not gonna get much use with X outside of a New Game Plus playthrough where you can upgrade him from the get-go. I'll be talking about that later on in this video. The rest of this playthrough is going to be exclusively Zero and Axel. You can also unlock him by beating all 8 bosses, which gives you even less room to upgrade him. Forest, the only fully 2D stage of the main 8. No, Alex, wait! Oh god, the vine booms, get out of my head! The Deep Forest is a stage that I dread completing. You need the DNA from these Ruinsmen to walk over spikes to save every Reploid, but these Ruinsmen are so fucking tanky. So on one side, these guys are passive Reploids. They won't attack the player unless they're provoked. And there's a giant variant later on in the stage with the same amount of health points as the smaller grunts, which makes me question, was the giant version intended to be the only version of these guys running around, had their models and values forked into a separate enemy, shrunk it down, and then their health values just weren't changed? Or was it human error? Were these smaller versions the only version originally, someone went to create a giant version of them, and then somehow applied the same health and damage values to both of them? Regardless, this guy takes fucking forever to A-trans with Axel's copy shot. It is absurd how long it takes, and is made even worse by how fucking weak the copy shot is. This isn't good. I mean, their design is cool. Again, it reminds me of Mega Man Legends. I guess that was just the hot thing around Capcom at the time. Yes, I see you. Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Ready?
Oh no, the council! Oh, why does he have a detailed Reploid ass? And why the nipples? Stone Kong is at least self-aware enough to know that Red's being manipulated by not Sigma, but he's too blinded by his shitty perception of loyalty to do anything about it. Again, implying that being labeled a Maverick isn't always just a virus. Yeah, what's he offering you, Stone Kong? Dental? Eye care? Just remember to run left as soon as the fight starts. Alright, maybe dodge roll instead. Hard mode doesn't let me Raijin show spam this guy to death. I still end up using a lot of Zero's health bar as much as I can and just tanking it. He'll jump into the background a few times where you could still hit him with Axel, and there's normally a lot more to this fight, except you can break his sword, which I did without even meaning to, which neuters a good amount of his moveset.
Good job!
The Cyberfield, another entirely 3D mission. I remember being taken aback by a level taking place in cyberspace, like how did these physical beings end up getting here? But X4 did the same thing with Cyber Peacock, so whatever. That said though, what the fuck does sniping have to do with cyberspace? And while we're at it, what the fuck does an onion have to do with a radio tower? Nope, never mind, it's too late for that. We got a lot of silver samurais here that Axel needs to A-trans to pass through these walls to save Reploids, which still feels awkward to control, much like a lot of the copy abilities, but it's also kinda neat. I don't know, it's like a copy ability that I don't hate in this game. This level is really short though, and I have a feeling that that's because half of the stage was ripped out of the game late into production. If you watch the trailers for X7, there's a scene of a player running through the inside of a tube, which I'm pretty sure was supposed to be part of this level. I imagine, like many other ideas, that was just too ambitious for the team at the time, and led to the first half of this level being able to be completed in less than a minute. Man, I'm starting to feel kind of bad for the team here. They either just weren't up for it, or they just weren't given enough time. The second half of this stage still calls back to that cut segment, I think, having you jump into these lights over orange hexagons that bring you to the underside of the map. It's an interesting idea for sure, but I really hate the camera orbit it does every time you jump into these. This looks identical to taking a 3D camera and only give it 4 motion keyframes. Here, I brought it into Source Filmmaker and I think I was able to recreate it perfectly. Okay, not really. This part is still confusing as fuck to navigate and really sucks to 100%. The controls are only kind of flipped. Up is down and down is up, but left and right are still the same, which, yeah, makes sense. It's just really awkward for me. There's looping text in the background of Japanese Morse code that repeats the words "let's go," "I'm gonna take care of you," "I'm sorry," and above all else, "Professor." The latter making sense. I have no idea what the rest of this was supposed to imply. Maybe early stages of a story that didn't happen.
Oh, so you've come, little one.
Isn't it about time for your retirement?
This one is a big talker. Shouldn't you concentrate on being granted hunter status?
Aw, man! You always were good at figuring people out.
Oh, yes.
I take it back, the line delivery in this game is perfect. Snipe Anteater is a bit of a bullet hell, kind of like Double an X4 if you don't destroy his drones when using his weakness. The fight takes place on the outside of a cylinder, except you can't run around it, you can only traverse the top half of it. At least you can't, he can still go all over it. And credit where it's due, this is a boss that couldn't really exist in the 2D games without cutting some major corners. It would be way cooler if I had full 3D movement around the cylinder though. You can send out the wheel moves that you got from Rydborski around the cylinder to hit him on the other side. It's not really worth it though. I just use Raijin Show.
Here goes nothing.
We get the sniper missile from this guy, a weapon I never used. All right, what's next? Oh, God help us. A lava factory, because in 21XX, we need a fucking factory to make that shit. I want to know the geoscience implications of this world needing a lava factory. What the fuck? This level is fine. Honestly, if it weren't for the boss at the end, I'd say that this is one of the safest levels in the game. It was much less linear in the pre-release demo, with an objective of destroying 30 enemy targets in under 5 minutes, which I believe was recycled into Gungaru's stage with the right armors. There is still a bomb mechanic that will kill some Reploids if you're not fast enough, like that shit from the Skyver stage back in X5, except even worse. It's not terrible though. We got some more Ouroboroses here that you can absolutely shred with the water laser. It's not really much until you get to the second half. You gotta be careful though, otherwise these spinning radio towers will stun lock you into the lava below. You can A-trans these jetpack dudes to fly across the map if you want. There is an E-tank down here, you don't need the jetpack guy. I realize I should have brought up that collectibles don't have any sort of sound or feedback for collecting them, otherwise someone in the comments is gonna have a fucking field day. Yeah, this didn't bother me as much as other creators, if I'm being honest. It's still dumb, don't think that I'm excusing it. I've played this game more than I'd like to admit, and even today I'll still be surprised when I notice that I have a sub-tank in my inventory that I picked up back in Warfly's stage that I don't even remember grabbing. It's stupid, I don't know how this got past QA, but it's not as offensive as the rest of the game. It's more of a nitpick to me personally. Oh, that can't be a good omen.
Don't worry, I have just the cure.
Axel, your thumb is clipping through the gun!
Warning! Warning!
Can you hear me, Axel?
Good lord, what were they thinking with this guy? So from the get-go, Hyanard is able to clone himself with no surface level indicators of which is actually the real him. Though if you have to know, the real one is sitting atop the giant mech that's walking circles around the arena. This is a concept that I don't hate. You can bring down his mech pretty quick by blasting the limbs with water lasers, and you even have a small window to punish the real Hyanard where he stands with Raijin Show while it's leveled. Just don't do this once the mech starts walking around because you will fall off, and that lava is insta-kill. But once you make it to the middle of the mech, him and his clones decide that it's time for you to swallow his entire hyena cock. I don't like what I just said. If you try to leave their circle, they will bully you back into the middle. They'll throw fireballs, dash at you, and blast your fucking ears out with how often he shouts at you.
Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground! Burn to the ground!
You could cheese this guy if you've got Warfly's staff for 0. Just lunge it at the right one and you'll get him in a loop. It's just a case of the boss being really easy once you know what to do, but that's not an excuse. That's what this whole series has been built around. Even with that, this boss fight fucking sucks. Alright, we are finally through the worst of it until we get to the fucking boss rush! With all 8 of Red's Mavericks slain, Red reveals his palace to the hunters, willfully inviting them to his fortress, where presumably he's laid some kind of trap, I would hope. Though this new stage select theme, goddamn is it beautiful! I just wish that it was longer than a fucking 3-second loop. Oh boy, more nostalgia pandering. Remember the molebots from X1's Armadillo stage? Imagine if that was the entire level, and it's an auto-scroller where you have to keep it on screen at all times. Try spinning, that's a cool trick. Speed! Yeah! Yeah, this stage is lame as hell, but it manages to not be too long. The weirdest part is that there's crash rotors here from X2, which is a really weird spot for them to be. I imagine that they were originally intended for Borsky's stage, but for whatever reason, that just didn't work out. They managed to turn this molebot into a full boss that you fight at the end of the stage, who, come on, isn't really that tough. He's arguably easier to kill here than he is in X1, and that was a recurring enemy in that game. Just set off an explosion inside of him that shreds most of his health down. Yeah, it's... What the fuck was this? One endless highway later, and Red's Crimson Palace is now available to us. You know, for a Crimson Palace, it sure is very purple. I sure hope that a massive boulder doesn't come down and impede my path. God damn it! These things hurt quite a bit, but you can still damage boost through them by tapping a nearby enemy and just running through them with your iframes. Wait, are you kidding me? The only thing standing between you and the front doors of the Crimson Palace is just 3 boulders? Holy shit, Red, get your shit together! Axel finally confronts Red, and oh my god, Zero Spear is clipping through X's arm. Axel confronts Red, who doesn't let on that he's essentially being blackmailed into fighting us from the beginning because, God forbid, we have a story here!
Warning! Warning!
Oh, that's a large health bar. Alright, I'll admit that this fight gave me more trouble on hard mode than usual, and I had to eventually leave to get more sub-tank juice. The fight is over a bottomless pit, which makes it really easy to compare him to Gate from X6, but I think that's really where the similarities end. He'll teleport in, let you shoot at him a few times, sometimes he'll fake you out with clones, but you don't even target them, so it's not like you should fall for it. He'll teleport around invulnerable where he tries to hit you with a pink tornado, and that's really all he does. It can be hard to avoid his scythe beam sometimes, which is why I just kind of give up and just tank the damage and heal myself. Your worst enemy here is going to be the camera, which is very much bullshit. If I could wrap this enemy up with a bow, I'd say don't deal the finishing blow to him while you're jumping in between platforms, because if you're in the middle of it, you're gonna go straight down like a rock and you will die, even if you kill him. You'll have to redo the boss fight there. It's stupid, I know.
Leave it to me. I'm done. Good job.
You've really grown up, Axel. You hear that? This place is done for. I set it to self-destruct. in case of an emergency.
No! Red, you're coming with us!
I'm not sure why they're trying to redeem Red here. It already implies that he was a piece of shit before Sigma shows up, unless that cutscene we saw earlier was a flashback, which is totally possible. Again, the story here is merely a suggestion. I can't even say that this is an X6 situation where they had a good idea that just got muddled by whatever the fuck happened to that game. It really feels like there was only a surface level attempt at a story here that didn't really go much farther than that. And that's a shame. There's a lot of potential in Red as a character. Hell, I don't even think Axel is interesting in this game, but is made interesting because of how he's used in later games. It's just what this game sets up that I think is interesting. Yeah, this is the part where the water laser just shreds through these guys, but the shoulder tackle is fun.
Ready?
Whoa, holy shit! Unique wolf enemies that I can just walk around. I need a minute. I do love this boss rush room though. The look of the coffins and what is that, souls in the background, combined with the somber music and presentation, it's genuinely good. It brings up darker implications for Sigma resurrecting these boss rush Mavericks, which is a shame. Again, they don't really do anything with this until like 3 more games from now. Hey, have you ever heard of stun-locked kangaroo before? 8 bosses with even larger health bars later, the team confronts the Professor, I mean Sigma, the game's chain-smoking uncle who makes his return from X6.
So, it was you after all.
X, why are you even remotely surprised?
You never give up, do you? Even when we break you down.
Zero, hey, come on, Sigma's eyes are up here.
That's right, folks. I'll do it again and again. I will make X and Zero mine.
Hey, that's pretty hot. Now please tell me he doesn't bring his Sunday best. Oh shit, he brought it! That's certainly not the worst Sigma fight ever. The music's pretty fucking awesome, and I like the setting. I don't get what the deal is with these Energon cubes, but hey, I don't need an explanation. Even with the extra health on hard mode, he's still not that hard. I like that he blocks shots with his rifle, though. That's pretty goofy.
Warning! Warning!
Man, I never thought I'd see the day of Sigma becoming the size of the fucking moon. At least the music feels appropriate, albeit kind of absurd. But hey, I'm totally here for that sort of thing.
Ready for the real thing?
This fight is broken apart once you realize that you could stand on these two platforms on the far left here and just jump between them to completely avoid all of his attacks. He'll shoot these green projectiles up into the air, and you could just sit on the edge of the second platform and they just don't hit you. Even his laser cock can't reach you if it's firing at the bottom platform. That seems like a pretty big oversight there, dude. The only attack you need to worry about is Sigma's giant fist, which will launch you into the bottomless pit under the arena. Essentially a one-hit kill by proxy. Concept art exists for additional flying Sigma heads that were supposed to be in this fight, possibly akin to his final form from X4. It's hard to say how far most of this made it into production because this boss fight really is just a glorified T-pose.
Oh. This way! Hurry!
I have no idea how the team made it back to the Crimson Palace after fighting Sigma in fucking space, or even why Sigma has his X6 design so quickly. Were we even fighting Sigma, or was this like a proxy thing?
Axel!
Oh, okay, that must be the real Sigma if he could just punch Axel right through the fucking wall.
I found you, Zero and X.
Very nice, friend. Give me your power. It's time for revenge.
Oh, with this power, I'll never lose.
Wait, what? Didn't Axel just shoot him like fucking 70 times? And then why does this one shot work? And how did it send him out the window? Hell, I'm surprised X and Zero didn't just get up and say, hey, good job, buddy, but did you really need to smack us around like that? After the pre-rendered FMV, we've got a bullshit system where the ending we get afterwards is dependent on who deals the final blow to Sigma. Axel's ending is him begging X to let him join the Maverick Hunters after proving himself, where X is still being a fucking bitch about it, getting after Axel for how eager he is to go Maverick busting, while in the same breath saying that he never should have retired in the first place. God, I hate X in this game. As for the other endings though, we'll get to those in just a minute because I gotta slip into something more comfortable. And by more comfortable, I mean New Game Plus. Remember to turn on auto charge for X, something that I recommend keeping off when using Axel because it only affects his copy shot. When starting a fresh save, X is genuinely overpowered compared to Axel. Sadly, you can't bring him into the intro stage, so there's not really anything here. But of those main 8 stages, he just tears the rest of the game apart. His charge shot, you know, the only defining feature when put side by side with Axel, is devastatingly powerful for the early game, capable of shredding enemies and bosses. The worst I really have to say about him is how whiny he is through the campaign. Please stop whining. You may have also noticed these weird pod things around the stages when you play through them normally. Yeah, these are X's light capsules. It's an interesting look, but hey, it's nice that they're here. For whatever goddamn reason, you can't collect them when playing as the other hunters, which just really feels like needless padding, forcing you to come back later or with New Game Plus. If it wasn't for how much I genuinely enjoy the power trip of playing as X in New Game Plus, I'd be more upset about this. But having a fully powered X with all of these chips and armor pieces, it really starts to make the game feel like a Mega Man X game. It's amazing how much a simple, effective charge shot can change this shitty formula. Simply dashing left and right and firing charge shots at bosses activates that same part of my brain that I get when playing other X games. Why? Why did you lock him away for this long in the game? I mean, yeah, it's not a great Mega Man X game with this, but it's not bad. Honestly, if X was available from the get-go, I'd probably put this game above X3. But he isn't, and that's bad. Dr. Light isn't voiced in this game, and if I'm being honest, these armor pieces aren't too amazing on their own, but at least Dr. Light only tells me to take his feet once. The foot part allows X to glide, which yes, it looks really fucking goofy, but isn't too bad when it comes to what it offers to the gameplay. In the 2D sections, you could turn yourself on a dime, but in 3D, you have to awkwardly steer yourself, so it's not exactly equal. X and Stone Kong have this weird discussion about war, which makes me wonder if the writers just wanted to make their own Metal Gear at some point. I would have loved to see how that turned out. Do you think Juicy Ass can bloom on the battlefield?
What took you so long?
The Buster upgrade gives this charge shot these little stray bullets that orbit around it. I barely noticed how much this changed the damage output, but I mean, it looks cool at least. It's enough to knock these thick boys on their ass though. I never saw that when playing as Axel or Zero.
These symptoms, could it be
X, how long have you been doing this? Come on, you should know this by now. I mean, I didn't know that the Maverick virus is supposed to hurt. I mean, is it the virus? Stone Kong didn't have a virus. I know that Zero cried out in pain when the Wily sauce hit back in X4 in that flashback cutscene. Is that supposed to be the same thing here? The chest armor grants us the Giga Crush, or Crash, sorry. Oh, and it also gave X nipples that it's not too amazing in this game. It's just another screen nuke, but these like basic ass particle effects engulfing the screen is just, it's kind of lame.
Look at me! Look at me! I'm king of the mountain!
Stop it! Stop it right there!
Yeah, X, you, you tell him, buddy. Dr. Light wanted to give us the helmet parts in person, whatever the fuck that means. Dude, you're not even a person anymore, so you either made this while you were still alive or your AI is bugging the fuck out. It's a vacuum perk. It attracts pickups towards you, which is actually pretty neat when you pair it with the 4th special perk for X, which makes enemies drop more health and ammo. Surprisingly, there is potential here for some kind of comboing perk system that I would genuinely love to see in a future game. I know that won't happen anytime soon, though. X is able to snipe the Snipe Anteater from around the cylinder, which is pretty cool, no pun intended. I'm sure Axel could do this too, but I really don't care.
So you're the big cheese.
Yeah, I got nothing. This game's perfect. Oh, I didn't know that you could shoot the front of his crusher off. Oh god! Red is still pretty fucking annoying. I had to go through a couple of sub-tanks just to make it through, but I did it.
I'm done.
Alright, Bald Daddy, where you at?
Warning. Warning.
I gotta refill my health real quick, hold on.
Warning.
Why am I allowed to do that? Is this the first time in the series they put a checkpoint between the final boss phases? That's really fucking sad. Kind of defeats one of the things I love about these bosses in Mega Man games, like having to do all of the final boss phases in a single life. Whatever, this game isn't a challenge. X's ending is kind of dark with its implications. The rise of all these Mavericks showing up has caused a riot at an unnamed power plant, where then mechanoloids showed up, which Axel was able to stop, but people fucking died. I mean, hey, with Axel, less people died than expected, but X, you know, after defeating Sigma in space, scolds Axel for going in and stopping it. I mean, at least Cygnus grows a backbone and tells X that, you know, he needed to be a hunter in this case. But then X just goes, no, Axel will never be a hunter.
Ready.
Yeah, that really didn't age well. Much like the last few games, Zero's ending is a lot more interesting. Zero has been having dreams, visions of X going rogue. An obvious foreshadow to the upcoming Zero series is what I thought when I saw this for the first time. Yeah, the first Zero game came out a year ago at the time this game came out. For those of you who didn't know, the real X was supposed to be the antagonist of the Zero series before eventually it was turned into a copy of X, which makes me feel like this ending was at least workshopped before the Zero game came out. You know, the real X turning rogue. It's just vague enough for it to work. I still have no idea where this fits in the timeline. After X6, it's safe to say that some of the endings don't take place immediately after the game. The next game to come after this was Command Mission, a full RPG that takes place during the same time that the Zero games would normally take place, but there isn't a Neo Arcadia, implying a split timeline. I was always under the impression that X7, X8, and Command Mission took place in their own timeline, and that it was the Zero ending in X6 that led to the Zero games being canon, but I don't know. Doing these videos after this long has made me realize that the Mega Man canon isn't nearly as cut and dry as I thought it was. Yeah, X7 is a mess, and I really don't blame anyone for preferring X6 over this game when it comes to comparing two different types of turds. But I'm honest when I say that I would rather play this game than X6. Now, please don't take that as me saying I think that this game is good. I'm just saying that I think X6 is worse. It's slow, but it's not frustrating in my opinion. However, when I say that, I'm coming from a different perspective that I think the casual gamer is. I'm someone who likes to play a game all the way through and collect everything whenever I revisit a game. And because of how bullshit X6 can be, even though some of the exploits are genuinely fun, it's not a game that I love to finish, but I usually have the patience to beat it, and I think that the power trip offered with New Game Plus, which is typically how I replay it, is a lot more fun. I'm sure I won't be able to change anyone's mind about this, but I mean, I just want this out there, you know? Regardless of what you think of either of those games, I can at least say that we are through the thick of it for the most part. And next time we come back with the Mega Man series, it'll be with Mega Man X Command Mission. Yes, this will be a completely different type of game from the other X games, but hey, maybe it'll be a breath of fresh air. And until next time, guys, I will see you then. Forgive me, Father, because I have another dope-ass indie boomer shooter to show you. Yes, the latest hit from publisher 1C Entertainment has just dropped, and after games like Viscera Fest, Dread Templar, and Wrath, all rad as hell retro-style arena shooters, I had a gut feeling that we had another hit on our hands, which only makes me all the more upset that I wasn't able to hop on this train earlier. If you saw my update video earlier this year, you might recall that I said that I'm not going to be taking a look at any early access indie games until they hit a 1.0 release. For those kind of games, I'll just be looking at them on stream, so follow me on my Twitch. But this one did hit 1.0 and left early access. Congrats on that, by the way, if any of you are listening. This one really flew under my radar. I knew it was coming, I was looking forward to it, and I had a video planned for it later this year. So imagine how I felt when 1C Entertainment approached me about this game and offered me a pretty generous sponsorship for the channel if I can get a video out for it in the first couple weeks. But don't worry, I don't want a single one of you thinking that this has skewed my judgment of the game at all. I even told them that I wouldn't take this sponsorship if I wasn't able to give my genuine thoughts and opinions and read from a script. They didn't give me a script to read from, and they were confident that I would like what I played, and judging from what I knew about the game already, I had that feeling too. And the fact that you're seeing this video right now is a testament to that. All thoughts and opinions from here on are my own, and I didn't let a single piece of criticism get cut out of this. In a way though, that kinda worked out, because my first impression from the finished product was a fantastic one. Though unlike a lot of other indie shooters I've seen, even from this same company, this one, it hit a little different. A very dark and stylized Lovecraftian spin with a comic book art style inspired by 13, another cult classic FPS I've had my eyes on for a while, definitely helped it stand out. Though this isn't Lovecraft in the way that Quake was Lovecraftian, that was way more gothic in comparison. I mean, like, fully embracing that tentacle body horror Squidman massive Cthulhu obelisk aesthetic that Lovecraft was all about. Tightly gripping that concept of descending into madness that a lot of Lovecraft-inspired works never strayed from. And yes, like a lot of other Lovecraftian-inspired video games, madness is the name of the game here. Okay, a mechanic, technically. Forgive Me, Father, developed by Polish studio Bite Barrel, took a lot of pride in this madness system. Anytime I went online to do research for this game, everything led back to the madness system. And after I sunk a few hours into the game myself, I totally understood why. The more of your madness meter you fill, the more damage you deal and less damage you take. All while the graphics start to look like they're ripped right out of Frank Miller's Sin City. No, I didn't make that comparison myself. They literally cite Sin City as an inspiration for how this looks aesthetically. This part of the system is optional though. You can set it to not mess with the colors, but I like to keep it on. I find it more immersive. The setting is still there if you want it. But this is a unique trend of that sort of push-forward combat that arena shooters have been trying out recently. Games like Ultrakill, the recent Dooms, even Viscera Fest all encouraged you to jump in and get your hands dirty so you could get some health drops. And especially so if you're using melee. And don't get me wrong, there is a system like that here for one of our two playable characters, but both of them share this system that actively nullifies incoming damage and increases your damage output reflecting the slaughter. This is such a simple concept in retrospect, but one that nevertheless I really enjoyed playing into. Intentionally and methodically leading out the hordes of fodder zombies and wretches to extend my madness as I cut through the hordes. It's incredibly cathartic, but one that we're gonna need to start diving into the meat here if we want to talk any more in depth about it. Upon starting the game, you're given the choice between two characters, a priest and a journalist. Each come with their own playstyles, with the priest leaning more into a defensive playstyle, and the journalist really leans into that push forward combat. If you're like me, you might think, okay, so I'll just play as the journalist. Surely that feels a lot closer to Doom, right? Yes, absolutely. She is a ton of fun to play, but it's worth noting that the journalist was added fairly late into development, at least according to the development updates. And while their campaigns are literally the same in terms of cutscenes and maps, seriously, the cutscenes just replaced the image of the priest in them with the journalist and nothing else was changed, which is fine. Her character is a lot less engaging. If you don't care about the character's quips, it's literally the same adventure, just with different abilities per player. But the priest's story and quips is a story about a man slowly but completely compromising on his morals, constantly begging God for forgiveness while simultaneously finding peace and comfort in his funny little squid guns. The journalist, on the other hand, isn't afraid to start blasting from the get-go, really leaning into that goofy nature that this genre was born from. I wouldn't be surprised if she's already got a bit of that Lovecraft madness in her.
Goldfish, please, I need your help.
Yeah, her line delivery feels very phoned in. I'm not gonna say it's great, but I am willing to suffer through it for her gameplay. This is the voice of Catabel Anser, who seems new to this whole voice acting thing, but still has quite the resume when it comes to her online voice work. So I'd be willing to bet that this delivery is more a lack of direction. Whether or not it's like this intentionally, I'd be lying if I said that it didn't add a bit of charm to the game at points, breaking up tension in amusing ways, even if that wasn't the plan.
I'll slaughter all of you.
That's not to say the priest's voice acting is perfect, but I'm able to believe that it's a man losing his sanity to the point where he believes he's killed God.
This place poisons my mind.
Basically what I'm saying is that you should do your first playthrough as the priest to immerse yourself in this world that Bite Barrel has created, and play the journalist as a sort of victory lap, because oh my god is she fun, but I don't think you're gonna get the full story experience from her in a first time playthrough. That said, I'm gonna be trying something new with my scripting. I've had this in my mind for a while, and I wanted to try it with future immersive sim reviews like System Shock 2, but we're gonna be trying it out here with I Apologize Daddy, where I line up both of the campaigns side by side and swap between them in real time throughout the gameplay, rather than looking at each campaign after each other. Please let me know what you think of this in the comments. I really look forward to refining this over the next 2 decades.
He asked for your help. He asked for your arrival.
Our story begins in the 1920s, I think. There's newspapers that say this is the 1920s, they could be from previous dates, doesn't matter. Our protagonists receive a letter from their cousin, Lewis Martin, begging for their help. Their hometown of Pestisville has become overrun with cultist activities. Pest, I get it. But when you make it to his hotel, I think, studio apartment, his luggage and a letter to his acquaintance Dr. Sullivan are there, but no Lewis. And that's how our adventure begins. You know, this art style reminds me a lot of
Fallen Aces.
Yeah, that game, thank you.
Dormance is written here in blood.
You mean like Cthulhu? Cause I know he's kinda dormant.
After a while, there was a knock on the door.
Who is it?
Did I just kill a man? Forgive me, Father.
Ha! He said it! After taking our first undead life, we're given the madness tutorial and then sent into the wild halls of this apartment complex. You can check your current madness at the madness meter at the purple square in the corner. Be careful though, because it doesn't deplete slowly. You have to keep up that combo to maintain your madness, or you're back at 0 in just a few seconds. This might be different depending on the difficulty. I'm playing on hard between both of these characters, so I don't know.
Who the hell were they? They didn't look like normal thugs.
Why would you think that they're thugs in the first place? They're literally rotting flesh! These wretches act as our tutorial fodder. Zombies that can be one-shot by our starting revolver with a headshot, unless they're holding another head in their hands, which I think is a really cool idea. Kill these specific ones with a headshot and they'll slap that second head right on their neck, though that first head still counts as a kill, so each head has a chance to drop health for the player. That's really cool. And hey, if for whatever reason, you can still kill them with a body shot, or even shoot that second hand out of their arm to keep them from using it. I can understand killing them with a body shot. I don't know why you would want to shoot the head out of their hand, but you can. Though shortly in, the conspiracy of Pestisville starts to make itself known. For whatever reason, they are in dire need of fishermen, which can't be a good sign when you're a lore pickup right next to a Shining reference. Beasts have attacked and taken 17 people, including the Reverend and the Mayor Mahoney, who both happen to have been part of the Northern Hunters. I have no idea why this is here in this mysterious building, but that runic symbol in the background used for the Northern Hunters is the very same one we see for this cult that's taken Pestisville. Clearly we're in way over our head, and for a situation like this, we're gonna need some extra firepower.
Better be careful with that.
Or hear me out, don't. Decent shotgun, very good. The range does leave a bit to be desired, but as we grab more of our arsenal, that won't be a problem in the slightest. Save points, though, are gonna make this a bit more challenging than our average arena shooter. There are no manual saves in Forgive Me Father. You're given an autosave at the beginning of each map, but that's really it. Any mid-map saves can only be done by our dear friend here chilling by the Cthulhu obelisk. I love this man, and I will never let any harm fall upon him. You can use these save points as much as you want, though. You can even make progress, kill a couple enemies, come back and save, and it'll remember that. Level design will sometimes accommodate for this by having a drop-off that you can't jump back up to right after the save point. So I'm sure that they expect you to abuse this this guy at some point. I've been playing a bit of Dark Souls recently for the first time, and there's even a bonfire Easter egg later on in the level that my brain wants to say is deliberate because of this design choice. That sort of forced trial and error that those games love to do. But that's really it when it comes to Soulsborne mechanics in this, so it could be a complete coincidence. Regardless, you're gonna need to memorize a lot if you want a fighting chance here.
I should run away as well.
Alright, that better be a trap and not an easy win. Spoiler, it's a trap.
I think he sniffed something out. Where the hell am I?
I can't understand your accent?
I had to get poisoned. In this kind of place, it's quite easy.
What the fuck does that even mean? After our neat little drug trip, we're given the first of 5 skill abilities, and the only skill that doesn't consume madness, the Lantern. It is exactly what the name implies, but, like a certain game from 2004, you can't use the Lantern and firearms at the same time. But I think Byte Barrel found a way to make it work that didn't detract from the gameplay, and that's by making it instant. The second you press right-click on the mouse, the Lantern comes out. It's really as simple as that. Plus, I think having the Lantern illuminate everything around you rather than the cone of a flashlight definitely did it some favors in winning me over. If this was a flashlight, that would be a different story. Oh great, it's a flashlight. At least there's no buffer time swapping to it, though I'm pretty confident that the range on this flashlight is somehow even worse than the Lantern, though I only feel that way because of one specific moment way later in the game. We'll get there when we get there. Holy shit, it's Vincent D'Onofrio's Wilson Fisk. Yeah, it makes sense for him to want to run for mayor and lead a cult. Why not?
Sir, please. Manners?
Hey now, that fat fish is a distinguished gentleman, he is fine. The fat fish are a fun take on the lesser projectile enemies. You can take them down with a single headshot, but if you kill them with a body shot, their upper half still persists and will slowly approach you with melee damage. Yeah, this game ended up being a great headshot trainer for me, which was made even better when we meet the Liquidators. Mean Metro Cop looking motherfuckers with a burst fire of projectiles to keep you on your toes, and funny radio static noises to let you know when they're around. Conveniently, they've got this big old jar of Skin Begone juice right next to their head that, when shattered, completely nullifies their projectile attack, even lowering their defense so you can two-shot them with a headshot rather than the 3 or 4 that it takes normally. Both of these enemies are really cool. I haven't seen weak point systems like this since Doom Eternal, so it's nice to see that mechanic fleshed out here. Oh my god, it's an explosive barrel mimic.
Another devilish trick?
Yeah, I think it was. Do you as a developer want a really quick and effective way to instill fear into the player? Make them terrified of a traditionally beloved chess piece of an arena shooter. This game's got a couple of jump scares in it, and none of them hit me as hard as turning a corner and seeing a red barrel in the doorway. I'm serious. I'll take that death though, I think I missed a story prompt.
I need to head towards the seashore.
Yeah, sure, that sounds like a plan. You know, Doc, we really could have used your help here. Are you working with them, motherfucker? Don't lie to me. By now, you've accumulated some skill points, which you can invest into your character's respective skill tree. Now, don't be too intimidated by this thing. A lot of these paths are canceled out by each other, forcing you into one playstyle depending on which path you take. For example, up here in the top right, you can upgrade the shotgun to have higher damage and firing speed, or infuse it with tentacles to give it bouncing pellets, but not both. If you buy one, it cancels out the other, which we'll dabble more into in a bit, because this game has one of those perks that lets you get skill points faster. If these existed in a video game, it's kind of stupid to not get these first. Now those juices are starting to flow. Well, if I wanted a sign that Lewis might be a lost cause, a locket with his wife's face in it sure isn't a good sign. Alright, we've got our sad and depressing lore. Someone needs to roll me back in with some kick-ass combat. Or a cross, that works too. The cross, which is our priest's second ability, allowing us to slowly regain health over a short window. Even without upgrades, this can make the difference between life and death, and you get charges for this by filling your madness meter. Now, it's not like you use the points in your madness pool. I'm actually not sure what's used to calculate how much madness accumulates these points. Maybe it's like a total amount of madness points earned overall in your lifetime. I'm not entirely sure, but if you see these numbers in your hotbar that are looking red, it means you should probably use them because those madness points are just going to waste at that point. This game gives you charges for these pretty liberally, so you should use them liberally. I got a blunt, which gives me a magic sword. It is functionally a pocket berserk pack from Doom, and it is fucking awesome. Now, you still take damage in this window, so it's not ideal if you're surrounded, but the amount of health you can get back from this, even without upgrades, is way more than the Priest's Cross. The only thing that keeps me from absolutely adoring this power is that you need to kill with it to heal, which certainly adds some risk, which is fine for now, but later on, especially with boss fights, this becomes a bit problematic. Making it out of the starting inn, we see missing posters for an Aiden McDonald. These posters are littered all over the place, and we soon learn that this man was running for mayor. His whole platform was investigating the fish shedness. I have never heard that word before, and when I put it into Google, the first thing that comes up is banana health for men. Yeah, that's definitely what they meant. Whatever the case, he's been a long opponent of Mayor Mahoney and calls out the monopoly the Mahoney family has had on the land, so he's obviously a perfect candidate for being disappeared. I fucking hate balloons.
I don't think it's overkill if I put this on.
Something quick-firing may be useful to deal with these vermin.
Yeah, not quite yet, buddy. The Tommy gun is nice at kind of close range, because the recoil on this thing is insane. It's really hard to shoot at a target far away from you that's not massive. However, both upgrade paths for this thing balance that out, so it'll be pretty good in just a bit. What doesn't seem to be pretty good is this blue squid transportation. We see receipts for this all over the streets, for shrimp, corn, and even alcohol, which wasn't even allowed in these parts, which our protagonist can use to get a quick boost to their madness.
Keep calm. Just don't look down.
Yeah, don't shimmy drunk, kids. Our third skill is the Aspergillum. It's not the typical silver ball on a stick that these are usually. Look, I'll be honest, I thought that this was a mop lathered with holy water and nothing more. Which, hey, that would be kind of fitting here. This item is essential, at least with how I play, allowing us to stun enemies in a short window, and it's so essential that the journalist basically got the same thing too. And by that, I mean she catches their ass in 4K. Or however many DPI a Polaroid from the 1920s had. Our fourth weapon is the Trochanod, whatever it is. I don't know how to pronounce it because I just call this thing the Leech. No matter what upgrade path you take this thing on, it is always going to be feeding ammo directly from another weapon, be it from your pistol ammo pool or from your explosives. If you really want to, you can convert this thing permanently into a grenade launcher, which is a great crutch for the early game. But once you get this game's rocket launcher, it's not gonna be very good in comparison, at least in my experience. Just with how I play, I'm better off setting this thing to full auto, because even if the revolver wasn't great in the end game, which I think that it is, I'm gonna have a ton of rounds for this thing anyway, so setting it to be slightly weaker per bullet but full auto ends up helping me a lot more than a grenade launcher does.
This silence is very concerning.
Dude, you're telling me. I know that any second now I'll get to smash some heads in. Yeah, okay, he throws exploding fish. Sure, why the hell not? That's perfectly normal. What's next? An enemy that fires fish like a fucking rocket launcher? Hello? Our fourth skill for the priest is the Necronomicon. Yes, this man of God is beginning to dwell into devil magic to get temporary invincibility. Effectively a pocket god mode, and I fucking love this thing. God damn, that's a meaty AoE.
Give this toy to a kid, and that's how serial killers are made.
No, I think that they would just explode. We find logs from a Captain Phillips, the captain of the Blue Squid. I think anyway. His crew had gone mad at some point and tried to kill him. And near these logs, we even find some Lovecraftian artifacts. Well, documentation of them. A golden medallion, a meteorite carving of a Cthulhu face, all aside a map of some secret laboratory. Hey dude, are these yours? I don't think this guy is a threat, and by that I mean I have no idea how to kill him, but he can't kill me.
Lewis!
Just call for him one more time, I don't think he heard you.
Lewis!
Oh, still nothing. Yeah, I think he's dead, dude. Go! Sit the fuck down! These are the patients, small science fair projects that grow into horrors beyond comprehension when they see you. Knowing these were people once is scarier to me, honestly, than they are threatening. Even if you don't see them coming, they're such large targets that even when aggroed, I think you'll be fine. You wanna know how I got this laser gun?
I did it like this.
This gun needed some maintenance. These repairs will serve me well.
I have no idea how this man was able to craft such a complex device, but I'll chop it up to otherworldly magic.
Are the gates of hell approaching me?
Oh, I chose a really bad time to try this thing out.
It's the flesh wall of doom!
Oh man, I love Terraria! Will I be shot for saying that catharsis was cathartic? This is the boss of Act 1. A massive wall of flesh that drops mines, sends hordes of eyeballs at you, and just sits there, doing nothing. Whatever weapon it is in your 5th weapon slot, the Tommy gun or the laser rifle, it doesn't matter. Just sit there and fire and you'll build up madness pretty quick to take this monstrosity down with ease. Though if you get too close to the bastard, he will push you away, which means that the journalist has basically no way of healing herself during this fight. This is one of the reasons I suggest playing as the journalist during a second playthrough rather than your first, though at this point I had enough skill under my belt to take him down no problem.
You've managed to kill this monster. And now, what's next? You hear a metallic sound coming from one of the coolers. It's Dr. Sullivan, hiding from the world.
Turns out Dr. Sullivan, who we know was in contact with our cousin, is alive, holding that same Cthulhu meteorite carving we read about shortly before.
Your cousin is there. They're in great danger. Suddenly, something attacks Dr. Sullivan.
Yeah, that went about as expected. Dr. Sullivan, before becoming tentacle food, sends us to the cemetery. That's where they've been sending everyone, he says, and maybe where Lewis is, who is definitely alive. We meet the ghouls here, slow, tanky melee enemies that are honestly great fodder for the journalist's blunt sword. It's very nice and forward-thinking of them to bring their own headstone into combat. I can now pay my respects immediately after. Fuck it, I want the squid gun. Gross. I love it. Probably should have gotten this later. It's probably better not to use this in such an open area. Yeah, I'm not smart. We also meet the Dark Bane, the bad bitch who runs these parts. Once again, slow and tanky, but with a unique spin. I am fairly confident that these enemies are capable of one-shotting you if you're in melee distance, but if you do enough damage to the fucker, he'll run away and respawn later in the level to catch you off guard. There's only one of these in the entire game, so if you deal enough damage to him, that damage dealt is retained. You can either kill it or run away from it. It's really up to you, but if you leave it alive, it will come back later down the line.
Now this is a knife.
Yep, just your average machete, nothing Squid Game here, no sir. These bouncing shotgun pellets might be useful for the martyrs. Shrines that endlessly spawn a specific enemy until they're destroyed. You can either take out the 4 little tiny tombstones around it or the main shrine itself, though the latter is a bit more difficult. The squid shotgun won't always be the best option to take them down, but it's nice for now. Especially for now while the enemies they spawn are just those smaller wretches. Though to make it a bit easier, we could also use our final skill. The medallion, granting us a couple seconds of infinite ammo. Fucking awesome. Really? Just cigarettes? Come on, girl, you've already got a blunt.
Oh, okay, never mind, this is dope as fuck.
Yeah, this is easily the most broken ability between the two characters. While you're in the Speed Force, you are almost guaranteed to generate enough madness with your kills to grant you another charge immediately after this one wears off. And it's... it's really fun. The Harpoon is our railgun here, a high-powered, sort of accurate long-range weapon, able to one-shot these liquidators and fishers with a body shot. Now, this is a projectile weapon with a tiny bit of drop-off, but it is worth that risk, especially when paired with the triple shot perk, which makes it much more viable for close-range combat in a pinch, and for firing blindly into a crowd. It's a great weapon, and its usefulness outweighs how much it sounds like a Minecraft crossbow. God, I can't understate how good this music is. This is the work of Tim Fialka, a metal musician in Belarus. This is my first exposure to their work, and the fact that their YouTube has barely 1,000 subs feels criminal. If I'm able to do anything about it, I will. Please follow this man. I really hope they're able to find more work in the industry after this, because this work is incredible.
I smell the rot of this place. These mushrooms poisoned the air.
Yeah, but at least they're pretty though. This calls for a celebration.
I might be a bit rusty at knife throwing, but it is worth a shot.
Oh, thank God they're not limited. Throwing knives are fine once they're upgraded more. This part of the throwing knives upgrade path is like its awkward puberty years. They're not good right now, but they will eventually be. However, even here, they are nice for saving ammo. Ah, the glizzy gobblers, I've been waiting for you. Let's see, a factory deed and glass containers perfect for fitting human-sized objects in it. Yeah, that's perfectly normal to have in this comedically large chest. Speaking of comedically large... God damn, he looks cozy up there on his golden egg. By now, you've probably built your character up enough to have plenty of ways of taking out Aziz. All you need to do is power through 3 phases of breaking this guy's shield altars and then dealing damage to the main man. He does spawn yellow cultists that fire homing projectiles during the 1st and 2nd phases, but not during the 3rd phase, and they don't respawn infinitely, so you could just run around delivering punishment to these guys, and then once the coast is clear, take out his generators. The 2nd phase is a little tricky because he has these shields that rotate around the arena, but if you have any charges for your Necronomicon to phase through these, it's not an issue. The journalist, unfortunately, is locked to the mercy of Aziz's barriers, but, I mean, come on, she can slow down time and grind altars for health with her blunt sword, so it works either way. To no one's surprise, yeah, your cousin Lewis has unfortunately been murdered, and it was none other than the Kingpin himself, Mayor Mahoney, who runs the show. Oh my god, Caleb has seen better days. Actually, he's seen worse too, what am I saying?
Won't rest until everyone is dead.
Yeah, that sounds about right for a game like this. Are you ready to be swarmed by true believers? Enjoy them while you can. This is the only map that they appear in. They don't offer any experience points. At least it didn't look like it when I checked my level status. So just don't waste ammo on them if you could help it. You can run past these guys, but it's also kind of fun to fit them right into a doorway and bottleneck them with a knife. Oh god, I'm getting flashbacks to that one secret level in Wolfenstein. Oh, that is disgusting. In a good way. Why is my rocket launcher gurgling? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, the windmill could just kick me off into a different area. I wonder if I could use that to my advantage. Probably not.
This place stinks real bad.
I think that's the least of our concerns here. You know, this game has been playing it too safe. I could really use... small children who sneeze fart when they die. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. These guys are actively threats in groups. You need to keep your distance. They will rush you and whip you, and when they die, you need to be careful to not get caught in their waft. So it's a simple case of, you know, just kill them before they get to you. Whatever, at least they're small. For now. These doors are way too violent for this to be a child-safe area. Alright, that last trap at the beginning of the game was pretty dope. This one better slap my nuts, too. Alright, C minus minus, still passing, but I didn't die. Yep, I knew it! I found the Resident Evil chamber! Surely we'll at least get a bitchin' final experimental weapon, right? Oh, this is a very sexy plasma rifle. I got a lot more use out of this with the journalist because in my priest run, the laser gun shared ammo with the plasma rifle, and because I went on completely different routes for perks between these two, this was my only plasma weapon for her. And if I'm being honest, the laser gun felt like it was a better option, at least when it comes to damage per bullet, because you can upgrade it to be more efficient later on. However, I could have fit the plasma rifle with explosive rounds if I really wanted to, but doing so would have kicked you out of the beefy rocket launcher path, which I didn't want to do, but it makes sense. I'll try it some other day.
They switched off the machine. Let's get out of here.
Alright, this is where those test tube babies are gonna start breaking out, right? Alright, that's what I was waiting for. Dude sounds like he's got his voice box stuck in his zipper. Nope, that was gross. I'm sorry. Oh my god, the conveyor belts don't slow down with the cigarettes. Oh, this is very disorienting. This factory level is where everything really started coming together for me. The music, the aesthetic, the weapons, and the gunplay all felt like they were starting to mesh together into this very confident identity. But also, just, holy shit, this music is great. This map ain't exactly a walk in the park either. 3 floors of a massive map with a fair bit of backtracking in between, which is sure to emphasize the girth of this game. However, at the time of making this video anyway, there's some really bad slowdown here when using the cigarettes with the journalist. I'm fairly sure that this slowdown is related to how large volumetrically the map is, because there's a massive map later in the game which has the worst slowdown when using your cigarettes. It could be completely unrelated, that's just my hypothesis. Regardless, I've heard that they're aware of this issue, hopefully it's patched out soon, because this is creating a hell of an artificial difficulty spike. Oh, please leave me be, Tentacle Dad! Oh, that's a lot of scuba gear. Yep, we got an underwater level. And you know what? I don't hate it. Low gravity and funny noises with permanent blood scuba gear power up. Yeah, it's fun. Just for the love of God, make sure that you've got the triple shot harpoon here because this level is going to be a chore without it. I didn't have it in my priest playthrough. And as a result, I had a pretty tough time here, but I took it slow, killed every glizzy I saw, including the giant glizzies. Please, for the love of God, stay away from that massive glizzy. They will kill you. But just give it time. You know, it just requires a bit of patience. Wait, is this fat fish related to the fat fish enemies? If so, how? Is he lactating at me? Oh shit, we're moving? Okay, we're moving. Yeah, this fight is awesome. I think that it might be my favorite fight in the game, at least once you understand how it works. This fight consists of 3 phases. In between each phase, you've got a bit of an obstacle course to bring you to the next fight. He'll pull water from his nipples and throw it at you, drop his belly down to create a tidal wave, and throw fucking orbital water balls, all while you have to platform between these islands with toxic water in between. If you get fully submerged, you gotta run back to the surface before you get ship damaged to death. The hardest part for me, though, was knowing when it's time to move on. You need to listen for when the music starts to calm down. That's when you know that it's time to run to the next scene. Which, once you know that and you pull it off, it's fucking awesome because he resurfaces perfectly in time with the music. The second phase, though, yeah, this is tough. These islands will retract in and out, and it's tricky to focus on the fish himself and the platforms at the same time. I found it was best to just focus on platforming between the islands and turn to shoot him with a high-power single-shot weapon like the shotgun, harpoon, or rocket launcher, rather than using automatic weapons. I did eventually figure it out. These islands retract counterclockwise, at least in this run. It might not be foolproof, but it worked for me. You just gotta keep moving and look out for his big nipple bombs that create a big area of denial. I got this guy on my first try on my journalist run. Out of all of the bosses, I think that this is the one that the journalist has an easier time with than the priest, purely because you can use your cigarettes to make the platforming a bit easier. But that third phase is the final standoff. He stays in the same spot and then goes balls to the wall with his projectiles, which can be quickly negated with cigarettes again, but even the Necronomicon, assuming that you have charges for it. But it's a great send-off for this fight. Again, it's my favorite boss in the game.
You find Tom Phillips. Despite his condition, he greets you by tilting his hat. He's talking to you. He's giving you information. You feel that it is important, but you don't understand half of it. Is he teasing you? Unrestrained anger grows within you. You're no longer yourself.
Thank you for the wisdom, Captain Phillip. I am now ready to kill God. And by God, I mean this barrel. This is the only time in the entire game, unless I did something catastrophically wrong, that I needed to destroy these little environmental objects littered around the map to get a move on. Now, you have had to destroy these for secrets, but that's a little different than this, in my opinion. It's fine, it's not a big deal. I kind of wish it was done more. Oh, this is gorgeous. I love the black, white, and red color palette of the place, which is already your color palette in the Madness, which, I mean, come on, that's gotta be intentional.
Leave your humanity at the entrance. Wait, how can I recognize this devil's speech?
My man's just learned another language exclusively through osmosis.
Devilish tricks. They try to confuse me.
No way. I am not falling for that one. I've seen Shang-Chi. I know where this goes.
I think my vision is blurry.
Oh my god, she's beautiful. Never mind. Get her out of there! I'm starting to think this cult has been around much longer than we have. The only thing that could make this worse is if we had bastards made out of purple. No! No! Stay away! Oh, the Abyssal Hunters. These are bastards who keep me awake at night. Though, assuming the opportunity arises for you, you can exploit these guys by slowly tiptoeing from around cover and whittling them away with your revolver, because if you are out of sight from these fuckers, they don't even acknowledge you, much like the average US politician, who I imagine are down here as well. This is intentional, I think. There's another enemy later on that's just a meaner version of these guys, but these ones will pursue you from behind cover. So I guess that this is just to teach you about it? I don't know. No, this thing isn't a boss. This is going to become a regular enemy in just a little bit. Shoot them enough and they'll drop to the floor and crawl all over you. Though I'm not exactly sure what causes this. It could be random, it could be a weak point that I can't exactly see, but either way, make sure to kill them before they hit the ground because they will surprise you and they will kill you.
Did I see a closed door here somewhere?
Okay, alright, that's clever. Fuck you. Oh, I love it when games do this in their third act. Games that really illustrate that abstract descent into the world beyond, whether it's all in their head or it's real. It's awesome either way, and this game is no exception. There's a lot of invisible platforms in these sections to just flat out invisible floors. In these larger areas where it looks like there's holes in the ground, you don't need to worry about platforming. More often than not, you can just walk right over them. If they were, this last area would be borderline impossible. Are you telling me that was all in my head? I say totally not foreshadowing the rest of this game. Maybe it was. I genuinely don't know. Wait, hold the fuck on. Is that a Gojira riff? Mars to Sirius? Heaviest matter in the universe? Probably not. It might just be all in my head. All aboard the fastest fucking minecart out there. If you don't kill the Dark Bane back in the cemetery earlier in the game, this is when it comes back to haunt you. Except he's arguably easier to kill here because he doesn't retreat after taking 5 shots. It's really cool regardless though, having this guy come back. Hell, I don't even know if he comes back later if you don't kill him here. I kinda wish that they took this idea further with like a Mr. X sort of situation. Whatever though, I like how it's implemented already.
Is someone behind me?
Oh my God, what the hell's wrong with your name? Hold on, I'm gonna screenshot this and randomly go with that name. Okay, quadratic formula. You ready to dance? This guy's essentially a boss variant of those Abyssal Hunters from earlier. They'll lob projectiles and kind of lead their shots, which can be a bit annoying, and when you deal enough damage... Bro, come on. I haven't done long division since I was in high school. I had to retake my 2nd semester of advanced algebra. Alright, I don't even know what kind of joke to make here. The dude just flew away, just like I did during my 2nd semester of advanced algebra. Oh, that was terrible! Alright, so here's the strat. We smoke, we kill, we stall until we can smoke again. That worked way better than expected, goddamn. Ah, yes, the meat caves. No FPS is complete without a set of meat caves. Excuse me, boys, I'm looking for the mayor. Oh, there he is.
You start shooting relentlessly. Mahoney is still breathing.
Well, fuck me, I guess. I really thought that the final boss of this game was gonna be a Cthulhu Mahoney. But no, he's just a red herring. I don't know what else could be left beyond this guy besides killing Cthulhu himself. Also, credit where it's due. That line about knowing that hell awaits you.
You don't give a shit about heaven. Hell is what awaits you.
badass. I love it. Wait, why am I getting another gun? I thought I had all my weapon slots filled. Oh, I see. I can't change weapons. This is a power-up gun. If this appears anywhere else in the game, then I missed it every time because this is the only one of these that I found in my playthroughs. Welcome to Act 5, where I think the game is at its weakest in execution, which is a shame because these levels are fucking gorgeous. They could use a bit more work at the oven because they throw everything at you in just this opening few minutes. First off, observers. Cacodemons have spent a little bit too long in the Chernobyl reactor that kamikaze when they run out of health. These guys are fucking brutal and make the abominations look like a cakewalk. Nope, never mind, they're still bastards. These guys replace the liquidators. They lead their attacks with a bolt of electricity that bounces off of walls in geometry, which is why they almost always happen to be placed in the most cramped areas or arenas with, again, weird level geometry. They're tough, but there is a way around it. I found that constantly moving left and right or in a circle shape would have them fire their bolt farther to the side, which was a lot easier to avoid. But neither of these guys compare to the slithers for me. Oh my god, these little fuckers really know how to get under my skin. And they don't even lead their shots. They fire directly at your current position, but strategically move in and out of cover while keeping their distance. And the sound that they make when they begin firing their blast is really hard to hear from the background. And it's really hard to distinguish their audible telegraph from all the other noises that are going on. You will get ganked by these guys, and you will learn that the rocket launcher really is the best way to deal with these fuckers from around cover. It's very handy. And hey, remember that cigarette frame rate bug from earlier? Here in Act 5 Map 1 is where it comes out in full force. This can be borderline unplayable at times, and I hope that they get a fix out soon, because this made my time here just a pain. Now, it isn't all bad. I was able to create a nice little combo with the journalist by using her camera and then the blunt sword while they're stunned. This made me damn near invincible for some of these fights. I definitely recommend leveling up her camera at least once. I definitely recommend building her camera and sword for future playthroughs. I would imagine that this would make you purely unstoppable if you got these maxed out, but with level scaling, even with the perks that give you the XP faster, I just don't really have an option or any other way to deal with these guys aside from just restarting my playthrough and orienting my skills differently. I really hope that in future update overhauls how XP is distributed, or maybe even an option to respec the skill tree at save points like once per level or something. Or, okay, here we go, the option to refund your skills at the cost of maybe restarting the level or restarting the episode if they hate me. Something like that, because I could definitely see players building their skills up a certain way that can make the endgame nigh impossible. Wait, hold on, I know this riff too. Wait, another locket? Were there two ands or...
Wait, I swear I left it in the ruins.
That's what I'm saying! Wait, what do you mean the ruins? That was like a cemetery. This map is confusing to say the least, but I'll chop that up to me just not being very smart. There's a switch on ground level that changes the orientation of this gate so you can go to get the blue key or the red key. It took me a long time to figure out what this switch did. I really think that it could have been moved next to the gate itself, but I also don't exactly know why the player is in charge of changing the direction of this gate, because it's not like you can go and get the red key or the blue key in any order you'd like. You need to get the red key first so you can open up the path to get the blue key. It's a flaw in an otherwise mostly streamlined map. Honestly, the only thing that's really holding it back is just the awkward enemy scaling. Oh my god! I'm not a big fan of these mazes. Each path to the red and yellow keys lower your brightness through some kind of adjustment layer, and it doesn't matter how bright your flashlight or lantern is, you're not gonna see shit in these mazes. Alright, come on, I need to roll this back.
Is this what the
fish gun? Oh no, he got him. He made one too many your mum jokes.
I am reaching the source. Home.
I swear to Christ, every time I think that they can't one-up themselves in presentation, they find some other way to prove me wrong. Because this arena is outstandingly gorgeous. I love it so much. Oh my god, we've teleported to the realm of that one Teen Titans villain whose entire personality was that he was British. Well, if this doesn't scream final trial before the final showdown, I don't know what does. This is a great final level, calling back to all of the major set pieces and aesthetics we've seen through our adventure, throwing a couple of mindfucks with some interesting lore implications that I don't entirely know what it means, and wrapping it up with the very same hallways that we started from the inn at the beginning of the game. It's great. There's some great environmental storytelling here.
I do not care what you are going to throw at me. You messed with my family, you messed with my people, and you messed with me. I will end you. Right here, right now. Mark my words.
Oh no, he's hot! Did he just shoot shoulder pimples at me? Oh, yeah, I think Cthulhu's a little rusty. First off, he towers over you, which, yeah, no shit, it's fucking Cthulhu. But as a boss, I really wish that I was standing near a cliff eye level, or at least torso level, not just so that I could look at his cock, but so that his moves felt more properly telegraphed. His attacks do have an audible cue, so you can learn his telegraphs purely from sound, but he also telegraphs his attacks with his arms, which are the easiest to distinguish. However, the attacks typically show up on the ground, which almost guarantees that you will inevitably get killed by something that you didn't see. He has a ground slam attack, lasers that blast from the floors, and a constantly moving blob around the arena that demands your attention all by looking down. It creates a very uncomfortable dissonance between the player's actions and the fight. Now, eventually you'll learn that you can pummel bullets into his cock or legs for the same effect, and it does work. But it is a very consistent fight. You can just learn what he does and react to it properly. And because of the ability nature of this game, a lot of that trial and error, at least for me, was not just learning his moves to avoid them, but finding the best windows to use your skills. And his introduction takes so long and he spawns so far away from you physically that you can empty a good amount of your rocket launcher ammo during his introduction sequence, and it'll start hitting him by the time his health bar is ready to take damage. It's a really annoying boss fight to learn, but I thought it was a lot of fun once I understood it. He has this bullet hell move during his second phase, which ranges from incredibly easy to avoid to near impossible with this blob moving around the floor. Seriously, I don't know why this little blob thing is here. It's really fucking annoying. I would rather it be a pillar so I could at least see it. But that's what I saved the Necronomicons for the priest. His third phase is a really neat pinch attack where he does these little beep 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 things that just fire these shockwaves across the floor. I don't know how else to describe it, but I mean, you could also just use the Necronomicon and you've already won. It's more or less the same for the journalist too, except again, she can't heal herself. Actually, now that you mention it, 3 of her 4 abilities are completely useless in this fight. However, that just is a testament to how powerful her smokes are, making that bullet hell sequence so much easier. And honestly, I think I had an easier time with her than with the priest.
Is this the Lord of Everything? The ruler laughs sarcastically, looking into your eyes.
Come on, it's Cthulhu. You know it's not going to be that easy.
You feel that your body is changing. You're writhing in pain.
There it is. Lay on that depressing, unhappy ending on me.
Do you already understand what is happening? Can you see these people? Normal people. You killed all the townspeople and your own cousin in a manic frenzy.
Oh, Jesus, that is way more depressing than I anticipated. Was this all in the player's head?
You've done. This pain will never end.
Jesus Christ, that is sad. Yeah, this game was pretty sweet, and thank you again to 1C Entertainment for sponsoring this piece and giving me a chance to talk about this in full. Be sure to wishlist this on Steam. I'll provide a link for you in the description. And hey, there's even an endless mode if you want more from it. Thank you so much, everybody. I look forward to seeing you in my next piece very soon. These few months are gonna be really awkward for me, so thank you for sticking by with me. Thank you for sticking with me. I don't know how to talk.
Look at you, hacker. A pathetic creature of meat and bone, panting and sweating as you run through my corridors. How can you challenge a perfect, immortal machine?
When the topic of the immersive sim is brought up today, it's difficult to go 10 minutes without someone mentioning System Shock, the precursor to the massively popular, though today cult classic, BioShock. And nowadays, with Night Dive's ground-up remake of System Shock 1 hopefully just around the corner, that sentiment feels even more true today. But whenever this point is made, it's almost customarily brushed off as being one of the cornerstones of the genre that it helped inspire, and rarely deeper than that. Even I'm guilty of this, but as my catalog grew and I got more and more of the industry's greatest under my belt, I felt an obligation to see what the deal was. And what I found was an immensely complicated and archaic game that very slowly started to grow on me. But it grew on me less as an immersive sim and more as a Metroidvania. Yeah, 2 years before Power Slave in 1994. You know, the same year that id Software armed the returning king of PC shooters with 2 barrels of demon-killing action. So yeah, id Software and more recently Doom had set expectations for PC first-person shooters much higher than you would imagine. Relatively simpler to play, fast-paced arena shooters were becoming far more mainstream, and immersive sims, or at least games that would fall under the category today like Blue Sky's Ultima Underworld, were becoming more niche than they already were. Though that's not to say that System Shock 1 wasn't an immersive sim, at least depending on who you ask. No RPG stats, no leveling, choices made in the story didn't impact the rest of the game, and no NPC dialogue trees. It is simply just a world that reacts to the elements and scripts in itself, which really is the bare minimum. But what it accomplishes with that bare minimum is no small feat thanks to the dedication of Doug Church. No, not the renowned Elvis impersonator. Wait, I think. I'm kinda disappointed it's not the same guy. And the ambition of Warren Spector, 6 years before he'd shatter known reality with a little game called Deus Ex. See, after Blue Sky Productions merged with Lerner Research to make Looking Glass Studios, and later bringing in programmer Doug Church, the company was given a publishing deal by Origin Systems, which Warren was a part of back then. Spector already had a deep passion for creating tabletop games and choose-your-own-adventure stories, which he'd later go on to take full advantage of in his games later on in his career. He and his soon-to-be co-workers over at Looking Glass were adamant, borderline stubborn about the concept of player empowerment, giving players a previously unseen level of immersive freedom in the worlds that they created. And with this upcoming project in an era of linear games stringing the player along for the ride, they wanted to set the stage for an immersive experience that let the player advance as they wish, taking feedback from gaming publications and fellow programmers on their previous Ultima games to really refine this adventure. Less focus on individual dungeons, no living NPCs to force the player into options they couldn't empathize with, a deeper focus on telling the story through non-linearly obtained collectibles, and putting the player in a sci-fi setting to open up their creative freedoms, initially considered to take place in a near-future modern city, until Doug Church thought that an immersive game set in something that thousands of people experience every day would end up being less immersive for some people. Yeah, I really wonder what a game like that would have looked like.
Thanks.
Church envisioned a game where, quote,
"You hear the sound of a security camera swiveling, the beep of it acquiring you as a target so you duck behind a crate. You hear the door open so you throw a grenade and run out of the way. This would create emergent possibilities for every situation."
And for something like this, you would need a hell of an engine for the early 90s. The game that eventually became System Shock 1 was originally going to run on the Ultima engine until they unanimously agreed that it wasn't up for the task at hand. Using a new engine made from scratch capable of texture maps, slopes, and objects that emit light. This was a true 3D engine, believe it or not. If you want a quick, though not entirely foolproof way of telling if an engine like this is truly 3D or not, look at how walls and objects that point straight upwards skew, or lack thereof, when you aim the camera up or down. If the engine is truly 3D, or you're looking at something in real life, it'll appear to bend relative to yourself, right? That's just how perspective works in real life. In engines that fake 3D, which is still no small feat, vertical objects don't bend or skew like they would from real life. This is completely useless information, but what I'm trying to say is that you could look in any direction in a true 3D engine in System Shock, though not with mouse look, or at least not traditional mouse look like we know it today. It's like you take your mouse cursor and drag the screen to look around. It's quite dated. Mouse look is available as a mod for the game, but I'm going to be playing the rest of this in the Enhanced Edition Night Dive Remaster, which comes with full integrated mouse look out of the box. Objects were given simple physics values that influenced how they moved and bounced around the world when thrown, thanks to a bit of code borrowed from Flight Unlimited. Yes, a flight simulator, which was used to make this settled upon derelict space station setting with a human deficiency feel more, ironically, alive. And with a setting like this, you would need a hell of an antagonist to drive the player along. And what they came up with, while not completely original, is fucking terrifying.
I am Showdown.
I fucking love Showdown. She's motherfucking Max Headroom with a god complex with little regard for human life. You'd think that the vocalist from Tribe wouldn't make for an intimidating force, but I still haven't slept for the last week. This is the voice of Terry Brosius, and if you're wondering how a vocalist of an indie rock band ends up in a game like this, it's because their bassist, Greg LaPiccolo, was brought on to compose for System Shock, bringing in Terry and her husband to contribute to the game. Terry would later go on to work on Thief and Dishonored 1 and 2. That soundtrack, by the way, fucking incredible. I'll be getting back to that in a bit. The player character was made into the perfect heel for Showdown, a 21st century hacker able to access terminals on the wall with cybernetic augmentations to fly around a wireframe cyberspace world to unlock doors and access keycards and info. Abilities were added, the story began to take shape, and a game way ahead of its time was almost ready to ship. And when I say ahead of its time, I mean that in more ways than one. System Shock's bread and butter was its fully voiced audio logs, only possible at this capacity on CD-ROM, but Origin insisted that the game should not only work but release en masse on floppy disk before the CD release of the game. A choice made from corporate greed for immediate sales that ended up costing them in the long run, though today, thankfully, we don't really need to worry about that. The voice acting was still done mostly in part by staff from around the office, if it wasn't obvious from their line delivery.
Sabo here. Listen, Mac, I've got a plague loose on the exec level.
While the game would earn its cult following over the next couple decades, mainstream outlets reported the game as confusing and slow, citing the popularity of Doom the year prior. And with Doom 2 set to release a mere month after System Shock, budget PC gamers were likely holding on to their cash. The average PC gamer had a taste for more streamlined experiences, being uninterested and unwilling to learn and adapt this archaic playstyle that System Shock was asking of them, not even earning that cult-like appraisal until weeks after release, where monthly consumer magazine Computer Shopper wrote, "The controls grow on you and will keep you intrigued for weeks, and will be worth the time and effort to learn," which is a great way for me to segue into my own personal experiences when I first tried to give this game a chance. If you've ever tried to jump into the game without knowing a damn thing about it, you wouldn't blame folks for saying that this is confusing. Like, Jesus Christ, this is the first thing you're met with when you start the game. System Shock is confusing as hell, even with the Night Dive remaster. Widescreen support, adjustable FOV, and inherent mouse look can only help you so much. I felt like I was hit with a mental flashbang the minute I reached the title screen. Clashing colors, questionable graphic design, and some of the most intense MIDI vomit I've ever heard from a commercial product. It's not all gonna sound like this. From here on, I'm gonna be using the MIDI font Chromium Rev A. It complements the OST the best in my experience. This was a bit tricky to set up on Windows 10. I'll provide the Steam guide that helped me out in the description, but you need to know what you're doing with this. The main menu does look better in the original DOS release though, I'll just be honest. And I think that's solely because of the animated biometers and the deeper hues of blue. It's the small things, you know? The title screen MIDI is still a clusterfuck even with Chromium Rev A. They really wanted this shit to sound as alien as possible, but it's not like the player can just hit start and begin their adventure. They gotta select the difficulty first. Oh, what the fuck is this? Alright, this is actually pretty cool. This run is gonna be on 3233, level 3 difficulty for all but mission. The only difference between setting this to 2 and 3 is that the game gives you a 7-hour countdown for how long you have to beat the game, which wouldn't work for a playthrough where I need to pause every 5 seconds to take notes. If you want to see my own playthrough of playing it on 4.3s, I'll provide a link to the VOD of a playthrough I did over on Twitch.
Oh, Shark Tale, buddy.
Okay.
Talking about the masterpiece over here. You know, I mentioned that when I was at work one day, and they made fun of me.
Combat difficulty ranges from enemies being completely passive until you attack them, to enemies possessing an extra third of health and actively hunting you down in the map. Mission difficulty begins at all doors being unlocked from the get-go with no audio or email logs, to keycard requirements, audio and email logs, and security shutdowns with difficulty 2, with, again, the aforementioned time limit with setting 3. And cyberspace, the hacking minigame, ranges from no time limit with no penalties to dying in cyberspace, to enforcing a 2.5-minute cyberspace time limit with a 12-second stamina penalty for dying in cyberspace. No, you don't die in real life if you die in the game, but you do take some damage, so be careful about that. If you plan on trying this for yourself, set all difficulties to 1, or 0 if you really need that crutch. I really don't blame you. The game is quite easy and pretty quick without locked doors, but it's a good way to teach you about the game so you can come back later on harder difficulties. That's what I did anyway. Do what I did and play the demo for the remake before you play the base game so you get a decent idea of what you should do, or, you know, just wait for the remake to come out, I guess, but that's not what this show is about! Feel free to pause or go frame by frame with the period and and comma keys, assuming you're watching this on YouTube, to view my keybinds if you'd like. I'll also have a link in the description for the Steam guide, which provides a lot of the keybinds I'm using in this video, courtesy of Steam user Blackjack Psych. That said, I don't use all of these keybinds. For actions like reloading, arming grenades, and applying patches, I opt to use the mouse cursor to double-click the item in my HUD, not just for immersion's sake, which it certainly adds to, but to reduce the chance of me selecting the wrong grenade or patch type. Though, just to be transparent, I actually forgot about a lot of these dedicated keybinds when I was learning to play this game a couple years back, and developed my own system of mixing keybinds and point-and-click actions. The fact that this level of accessibility is a thing is really a testament to the remaster. The intro exposition dump plays automatically when booting up the OG release, which is now relegated to a play intro button when selecting your difficulties. I have no problem with this system, but wouldn't be too surprised if half of the players experiencing Shock 1 for the first time through this port might have just skipped it.
New Atlanta, Sector 11, Building 71G.
In the distant year of 2072, things are just a little bit worse than they are today. The mega corporation Tri-Optimum directly and openly controls the United States of America, if not the entire world. And even a young adult with a bit of hacking expertise attempting to access confidential files is enough of a threat to be met with multiple armed officers. The hacker, our protagonist, is detained and sent to Tri-Optimum's Citadel Station in orbit above Saturn? Holy shit! I guess we achieve faster than light travel in the next 5 decades. That was just a really long cop car ride. Anyways, the hacker is given an ultimatum: face prosecution and rot behind bars for the rest of his life, or offer his hacking skills to aid Tri-Optimum Vice President Edward Diego in removing the ethical constraints from the station's AI, Showdown. Doing so, he'd be rewarded with military-grade neural implants and augmentations, which the hacker does, no questions asked. The procedure for these implants is a long one, though, at least the recovery is. Diego places the hacker in stasis for 6 months to recover, erases any and all evidence of the tampering of Showdown, including the hacker's presence on Citadel Station, all while Showdown's influence and curiosity festers. And the end of that 6-month hibernation is where our journey begins. It feels kind of fucked up to put a recovering patient at the top of an incline, but I guess it's in character for Tri-Optimum to just not care about that. We, the hacker, wake up alone in Citadel's medical ward. Our primary method of interacting with the world is by double-clicking rather than the quick and easy press of a button, so everything like picking up medical patches, opening doors, pressing buttons are all achieved by double-clicking. It's awkward, but you get used to it. Before we're allowed to move on, we need to open up the storage closet and get our tutorial keycard, as well as other goodies that'll lend us a hand. A mapping unit, stamina patch, system analyzer to check the progress of our adventure, berserk combat booster, a lead pipe, and a suitcase with a multimedia reader and an audio log from our first human contact, Rebecca Lansing. Alright, I may have lied when I said that every human in this game is dead. She is alive and stays alive for our adventure, but we never interact with her directly, only through pre-recorded audio logs.
Employee 2-4601, listen carefully.
She's a counter-terrorism consultant investigating the Showdown AI, who has expectedly gone rogue since we removed its ethical constraints. Showdown has been experimenting with and working on a virus, infecting everybody across the station who hasn't been violently murdered by the rogue security bots and cyborgs, and has aimed the station's mining laser directly at Earth. How Showdown managed that while accommodating for the orbital motion of the Earth relative to Saturn, I have no idea, but I guess that's almost as believable as FTL engines. Rebecca sends the hacker to find a Nathan Darcy, who may know a way to stop the laser, and hey, just to add a little cherry on top.
And by the way, we know all about you and your friend Diego.
Alright, first off, we're not friends. I only plugged into his mainframe once. But second, thank you for the pardon offer. There's also a note from the hacker before his procedure that tells of Diego's goal to merge with the Showdown AI, whatever that means, but also a key code to help us leave the healing suite, 451. Ignoring how awkward it is to play a game with an odd number of characters for a passcode, something the sequel did as well, this is the game to birth that infamous 0451 passcode. Many are quick to assume it's a reference to Fahrenheit 451, a story warning about how complacency and censoring stories and history inevitably leads to fascism and oppressive societies, which would be a really fitting reference for the universe of System Shock. Government corruption and corporations kind of go hand in hand. But no, it's just a coincidence. 0451 was the passcode to the Looking Glass offices in Cambridge, likely something set up by the landlords of the office that were completely unaffiliated with the team, at least I think. Anyways, maybe it's about time we move on from this opening room. Showdown has taken control of the bots working the station, the first to greet us being her serve bots.
Stay on schedule.
Oh my god. Living trash cans with 20 health and a melee attack with a 5% and 12% chance respectively of dropping a medical patch to restore health or a battery to restore some bioenergy. Serve bots are kinda cute, I'll give them that. It's a little creepier when we turn the corner and see Diego's smug mug looking at us from the wall. I can only guess that Showdown successfully spared the little bastard. If you take any hits, save your medical stims, there's a surgery machine right outside of this first room to completely restore your health, completely for free too, and infinitely reusable. You might think that a mechanic for a game like this is a little busted. It is, but there's only 3 across the entire station for you to use, and can be lost forever if they are destroyed, so try not to let them get caught in the crossfire. This and any other significant points of interest aren't marked on your map by default. In fact, the only entities that show up on your map so far are walls, doors, and Showdown security systems in the form of cameras and later CPU clusters. Your map fills up as you explore, kinda like a 2D Metroid game, so you don't need to worry about keeping track of your own movement relative to the map like you would in a game like Thief. But if you need to mark areas of interest, you gotta do it on your own by clicking on the map in full screen. Doing so creates a pin, which you can also name and delete in the future if it's something temporary. And clicking the messages button on the right will toggle whether or not it displays a dot or a message. To get the most out of this game, you're gonna need to use this feature a lot. Every floor of Citadel Station has its own security system, keeping rooms and buttons locked off until the hacker can lower the security level of the respective floor. A large chunk of this is taken up by CPU nodes that are tucked away somewhere in the map, but a bulk is taken by these security cameras. How breaking cameras lets us open doors, I have no idea, but it gives us an easy to understand, sometimes optional objective for most of the game. Destroy any camera you see, and if an area is blocked off by security, that means you've got more cameras to destroy. You can take these out with a couple of swings of your lead pipe. This isn't outer heaven, they're not gonna start shooting at you anytime soon.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. You are currently in the healing suites located on the first level. Level 2 contains the research laboratories. 3 houses the Department of Maintenance, and the storage cells are on level 4. The flight deck is on level 5. Level 6 holds crew facilities and executive suites, and level 7 is systems engineering. Level 8 houses the Department of Security. The bridge is located on level 9, and energy systems on level R.
I assure you, I would forget a lot of this if I wasn't taking notes, even though I have a good chunk of this game memorized by now. Showdown mentions that these 8+ floors are accessible from a primary elevator. I assure you, it's not gonna be that easy to get to these upper floors, but if we want to start our venture, we're gonna need another weapon. Alright, a dart pistol is better than nothing. 15 damage when equipped with regular darts, and can be fitted with tranquilizers, which are fucking useless and only affects a select few enemies. They're very situational, which is why I'm bringing them up here. And now, I think is a good time to give you a rundown of the HUD. There is a lot going on here, and being greeted by this barrage of messages when the game starts up in the OG release certainly doesn't fucking help. It's gonna take a while to get the hang of it. To point out the obvious, we've got a health and bioenergy bar at the top right, and our biometer at the top left representing the hacker's stamina. Yeah, it's not a stamina meter, and eyeballing it isn't going to be very effective. The faster your pulse, the higher your fatigue. You only need to pay attention to that red line, I believe. It's not very efficient at telling you your stamina, but I think that it adds to the charm. These 5 buttons on each side of the view window represent your augmentations, and will fill up as you collect them throughout the game. Except for this one, second from the top left, which toggles full screen. I don't like how this looks. I don't like the floating text and how it contrasts with the world. I'm not a fan, I'm not going to use it. Now, the bottom of the screen is where it gets complicated. On the left and right sides of the lower screen are 5 buttons. Weapon lets you see current clip capacity, select different ammo types, and adjust timers on compatible grenades. Item lets you view how many magazines you have per weapon, explain the purpose of other items like grenades and patches, and aid in cycling through data and audio logs. It could probably make you breakfast if you give it enough time. Map is self-explanatory, it's an auto map. Target doesn't do anything until we find the target identifier hardware on another floor, so we'll be coming back to that one later. And data also does nothing for now, but will later provide us with the hacker's condition, like health and a numerical value. The data window also lets us play minigames that the devs hide in cyberspace for us. I've always known about these, but I never knew how to play them until doing this playthrough. It's just a fun touch. Each of these 2 displays on the bottom corners next to these 5 buttons are our MFDs, or multifunctional displays, both showing us one of these menus at a time. Typically, I keep auto map on the right and weapon on the left, giving me easy viewings of my current ammunition and location. The middle window on the bottom has 4 tabs: main, hardware, general, and software. You don't need to worry about the software tab, that's really only for cyberspace. Main contains grenades, patches, and weapon info inventory, which is a separate inventory from our general inventory, so you don't need to worry about sacrificing a gun for a med pack. Hardware is our list of augmentations that we can activate here for easy viewing. Again, I don't really use this menu. And general is our general inventory, where we hold on to first aid kits and batteries for the most part, but later where we store plot relevant items, demanding a slot in our inventory, forcing us to make a choice for what gear we want to hold on to. If you're wondering about the funny wiggly orange man at the top of the screen, don't worry about him if you're playing the enhanced edition. You can lean around corners by clicking and dragging him around, which is a cool system, almost giving you full analog control over leaning, but I just have leaning bound to Q and E. These two levers to the left of him is how our poor old DOS friends looked up and down, either with free control from the knob on the right or preset angles with the one on the left. You know, sometimes I think about that time Civvy said playing System Shock feels more like tinkering with an operating system than playing a game. Honestly, I really don't blame him. I've been talking about this HUD for what feels like a decade now, and I wouldn't be surprised if I forgot something. This thing is just really complex. It's easy for me to say it was ahead of its time, and I guess it technically is. It's only that other games like System Shock 2 and Deus Ex would take this idea and just do a much better job with it. Alright, now that it's been about 13 minutes, I think we're about ready to start the game. Upstairs, we find a crate with a frag grenade in it. You can loot it just like the suitcase, either by double-clicking on it a second time to grab the first item from the container, or by grabbing it from the MFD directly, because you're bound to find some useless items in here. That's not a simplification, by the way. The wiki actually calls these useless items beakers, soda cans, helmets, various items that serve as world building but adding nothing to the gameplay. That said, they're not completely useless. You could toss them onto mines to destroy them when we encounter them later in the game. That's the benefit to a world created with systems and rules. And behind this crate is an energy recharge station, restoring your biometer. You can use these infinitely as well, they just need time to recharge, it's in the name. These things are all over Citadel Station, but it's still good to mark these where you can. You are limited to the amount of pins you could tag on the map per floor, though not universally. Erasing a pin on floor 2 won't give you an extra pin to use on floor 1. This was only a problem for me once in the entire run though. Oh, there's a spider on my webcam. I'm gonna flick it. I flicked it.
Showdown security's closing down on us. The elevators are frozen. Myra keeps saying that it's the cameras and the medical CPU core that Showdown's using these to hold onto the level. That's all fine, but I don't really see how it helps.
Oh my god, the music kicking in midway through that audio log, that's fucking awesome. The music isn't specific to the audio log, it's supposed to kick in once you're near the door. It's just a fun coincidence. Alright, let's kick this game off and meet some of Showdown's first mutants. Humanoid mutants, 50 HP fodder enemies that roam the halls of the medical floor. They're not too threatening as it stands. 4 swings from your pipe is usually enough to get it done on normal. On tier 3 combat difficulty, it takes a bit more. And they have a 15% chance of dropping medical patches. With how many of these we're gonna see on this floor, it's good to stock up. Most players here are gonna be funneled into a linear direction. While there are many doors for us to check, most of them are locked with keycards and wire puzzles. The group 1 keycard also happens to be directly in this other room to the side. Not very well hidden, but this is the first 10 minutes of the game. Oh, I think there's something hidden up there. Oh, that's a human head. Neat. As you'd expect, there's a lot of exposition in this first hour or so, slowly drip feeding us the mystery of Citadel Station. Logs from Amira Stackhouse tell us how she tried to make a run for the security with her fate left unknown. A log from Sheldon? Oh wait, oh my god, that's Doug Church. Abe Guerin is also held up with an Althea Grossman, whose audio log points us in the direction of Nathan Darcy's group held up in the beta quadrant of the first floor, only protected from Showdown's forces by a single force bridge over a trench of radiation. They tried to recruit as many refugees from Showdown as they could to survive. They got eaten by mutants, and a select few were converted into cyborgs. Yeah, shit's fucked. In that same room where we find this log, there's a storage room locked within cyberspace. We'll get to that in just a minute. We've got a couple of different wire puzzles when it comes to nodes to open doors and activate switches. The first is this fairly simple one where we just spin nodes around to make the current reach. Again, it's incredibly easy, but none from this point on will be. This is to teach you how they work before the ankle weights are taken off. I'm actually not sure what this first puzzle even activates, if anything. From here on though, any puzzle resembling this one force you to spin these nodes around in a cross or 3x3 pattern. And boy, those are sure fun. This is only one of the puzzle types too. There's a completely different wire puzzle type later on. That locked closet needing the group 1 keycard has some goodies like darts and grenades. It's a lot more of the same. Yep, a box of skulls, that's perfectly normal. Early on, we also find the sense around augmentation, a product of a time before mouse look, literally acting as rear view mirrors to view behind you, and later all around you when upgraded. I don't really have a use for this because I have mouse look and field of view, but the thought of the hacker sprouting rear view mirrors from his temples, that brings me joy. In case you missed the door telling you that it's locked in cyberspace, there's a note here left on the floor by an engineer who intentionally locked away sensitive, encrypted information in Showdown's cyberspace territories to keep any potential hackers from snagging it in this sensitive time. So even though it's uncrackable from Showdown, somehow, it's still guarded because this guy's a piece of shit. Welcome to the metaverse courtesy of Trioptimum. Oh Jesus, that's nauseating. Last time I played an FPS with a full range of motion, I was hunched over the toilet for a good 15 minutes. I love how cyberspace looks in this game though. It really captures that late 80s / early 90s interpretation of virtual reality with some music that certainly does it justice. Upgrades and data nodes are given to us by these spinning polygons of flat colors, so if you see any of these that don't have a blue wireframe spinning around in the center of them, collect them. From the get-go, we're given pulsar software, a basic projectile attack to use against Shodan's virtual forces, and recall software, spawning us back to the point where we jacked in from. You need to enter these rings of orange triangle polygons to jack out of cyberspace safely without consequences, and there's almost always one where you spawn in cyberspace, so... Alright, that was an accident. The higher your difficulty tier on cyberspace, the more you're constantly propelled forward, which can be really annoying, especially in the case of combat. Fuck! Oh, hold on, I spy a keycard. Alright, thank you. Alright, jack me back. Other stationary objects are important here too. You can examine what they are by single-clicking on them while aiming. But to get to that closet, we're here for this. A yellow square nestled between two triangles. Flying through it to interact with it, these nodes specifically unlock a door on the level you're on. Along the way, you should grab upgrades for your pulsar, a shield upgrade for your cyberspace persona, and a couple of data fragments. These are decrypted automatically and can be read once you jack out. Like this hidden message from Rebecca congratulating us for finding her message she tucked away in cyberspace. Most floors in Citadel are divided into 4 sectors, she tells us, an alpha, beta, gamma, and delta quadrant. The alpha quadrant here contains the cyborg production facility, where Shodan converts compatible humans she finds into her minions. Beta quadrant has offices and labs, delta has the cyberjack, which is where we are, and gamma holds the armory, which we also found the passcode for here in cyberspace. 705. Let's get that opened up now, shall we? Ah, fuck off. For opening up the hospital storage, we're rewarded with the Mag Pulse, a powerful weapon with scarce ammo for the early game. It deals extra damage against robots and some cyborgs, which there's only a few of here on level 1, so it's good to be stingy with its ammo for now. The hacker mentions in a note at the beginning that he smuggled some gear under the floor, and I'm pretty sure this is what he's talking about. If not, it's at least a nice little hidden compartment. Of course, it also gives us darts and grenades, but also some sight enhancer patches, letting us see in the dark for a bit until it wears off and temporarily blinds us. That's fun. I'm not sure if picking up multiples of the same gun that you have to empty their clips into your inventory actually works, but I like to do it anyway. It makes my brain happy. But remember to keep an eye out for any abnormalities in your auto map, and to look for walls with this little blue outline around them. More often than not, when on the first level, these are hidden doors and closets, because for some reason there's a lot of those in the medical ward, and more often than not, they're gonna help you out. Ah, shit. Cyborg drones. 60 HP hit scanning foot soldiers for Shodan that teach you the appropriate way of dealing with hit scanners in this game. Just peek around the corner and blast their fingies off with any projectile weapon you might have. Oh, what the fuck is that drildo? These are hoppers. Mean fuckers with 110 HP, and is solely what I save the mag pulse for on this floor. There's not a lot of them, but if you need to, a berserk patch and a lead pipe often do the trick as well.
I can taste the colors! Get Willy Wonka out of my eyes!
Did I mention that taking a berserk patch fucks with the color palette to simulate a drug trip? I've never taken psychedelics before, but I imagine they do a lot more than just change colors. This isn't the selling point of the berserk patch, obviously. It's supposed to buff your melee damage. Really, all of the patches, except for the medical patch, have side effects, and even then you could argue that having to wait for it to heal you, rather than it replenishing health instantly, is a side effect on its own. However, you can use this to your advantage to take one before you go into combat to regenerate your health a bit while you're taking damage. It's a neat little system.
Now we've got to get to the bridge and stop Showdown.
Wait, the bridge? All the way up at level 8? Jesus, we've got a long way to go.
Hopefully, there's still some weapons in the armory we can use against the mutants. Todd Blankenship was able to get the combination, 705.
Yeah, I tried it. Shodan knows. Thank you, though. A working theory in Grossman's team is that Shodan cyborg conversion stations, which were formerly surgery bays, could be shut off from Shodan and restored into its original purpose of rebuilding humans from scratch with their memories intact. Alright, I think we found something more fantastical than FTL engines. Yeah, these act as respawn points for our adventure. Once that switch is flipped, you're allowed to die as much as you want on that respective floor without consequence. Unless you're playing with missions set to tier 3 difficulty, then your death is literally a waste of time. A poor sap on his way to be converted into a cyborg assassin wrote the words "here" in his own blood on the wall to help us find it. I can only assume that Shodan is incapable of reading. One squeegee and some Windex would have jeopardized this whole mission, dude. We find a biosystems monitor here near these plants. How they maintain these, I have no idea. But finally, the data tab on our MFDs has a purpose, which I forgot to mention earlier also gives us a timer for how long patches are in our system. Oh shit, it's an Insecticon! Yeah, fuck you, Shrapnel. They're weak, 65 HP and with a 15% chance of dropping a battery. They're just more fodder bastards like all but one enemies we meet on this floor. Oh, that's nice. A shortcut to loop us back around with a very primitive 3D engine elevator. That's adorable. Wait, how do I get back? Oh, please, come on! What do you mean I can't use the skeleton? You'll find a lot of rooms with these toxic waste barrels in your journey that more often than not contain some worthwhile loot behind them. You don't need to worry about radiation levels killing you for a while, regardless of if you shut off the cyborg conversion stations. Just destroy the barrels from a safe distance, which fucking explode, that can't be safe, and grab the loot as quickly as you can. You're bound to find something in these rad closets. Near Darcy's lab, we find a computer, I think? That gives us the status of Citadel Station. 3 life pods remain where the other 98% have been jettisoned. Though with how these stories usually go, I wouldn't have been surprised if the hacker decides to stay behind to take down Showdown, so I didn't originally care how many life pods were left. I will eventually. After finding Darcy's lab, we're given through an audio log the plan to stop Showdown's mining laser. If we can blast it into the shields of the station, that should be enough to put it out of commission. The only issue is that the power source for the shields, an isotope X22, is sitting somewhere in the level 2 research floor, and even then we'll need to override the failsafe keeping the laser from firing while the shield is deployed. That seems like a pretty big oversight, but our objectives are finally set. Find a way out of the medical floor, grab isotope X22 from the level 2 research labs, take it up to the reactor floor to power up the shields, disable the failsafe, and fire the laser manually. Sure, that sounds easy enough. Just don't forget the spark gun we also find in his room, spelt with a Q. No, not park gun. Oh, that was a terrible joke, I'm sorry. This beam uses our bioenergy as ammunition. While we don't have any augmentations that are draining our meter and all of these recharge stations around, we've essentially got infinite ammo for this thing. You can adjust its strength relative to how quickly it overheats. A very simple risk and reward toggle for it, but it's genuinely not bad for the first couple floors.
We're finished. Keith and the others went down the access corridor an hour ago to fight the mutants. None of them have come back. Soon the mutants will come for the rest of us.
Ah, geez, Ozark, I think you're being a bit of a downer right now. Turn that frown upside down, motherfucker. Oh boy, I don't even want to know what that thing is. Hey, I found that cyborg assassin you were talking about, 65 HP but with no wake-up sound, essentially Showdown's glass cannons. They're not a threat if you know that they're there, but that's exactly the problem. Though this isn't a Wolfenstein 3D mutant situation, and especially won't be a threat to us once we get a proper firearm. Relax though, he won't be throwing exploding shurikens at us anytime soon. They don't explode. Poor David Honig took refuge up here after learning that all of his friends had been taken to the cyborg conversion station, which he tried to make a run for and failed. And hey, I mean, A for effort, I guess. The cyborg conversion chamber, which also happen to be near the floor's CPU cluster, is heavily fortified with cyborg drones and assassins, as I expectedly learned the hard way. If you happen to die without the cyborg restoration chamber disabled, the hacker's body and mind are taken by Showdown, converted into one of Showdown's strongest warriors, a Cortex Reaver. You see this scene every time you die without cyborg conversion shut down. You can skip it though, but I mean, get used to it, because there's a couple of floors where there are no restoration bays, so you'll inevitably see this more than once. We find some gas grenades on the other side of these trenches, only effective against biological threats, and in my experience, aren't too much more effective than throwing a simple frag grenade. That might be the point though, dividing up grenades into specific categories to make us choose which we need to use. But normal frag grenades are way more common, so I don't exactly see the point of this no matter what Travis Bagro tries to tell us.
Those gas grenades are lifesavers against the mutants.
Maybe my luck is just shit. It's easy to assume that they're like gas grenades in Deus Ex and leave a puff of toxic smoke. No, they're functionally the same as a frag grenade, it's just that they do specific damages against a certain enemy type. It's the same sort of situation when we find EMP grenades later in the game. With the route I took, now that we're past the trenches, we can open up the hub to Alpha Quadrant. So now, if I feel the need to, we can easily run back and forth between the surgery machine to heal. Excuse me boys, I just need to touch that pod real quick. Thank you sir, I'm leaving.
Cyborg conversion cancelled. Standard station restoration procedures online.
Alright, now I can take it a bit easy and stock up on these medical patches for when I need them next time, kind of. All but a couple of floors on Citadel Station have their own restoration bays, but the amount of health that you respawn from them with depends on the floor that you're on. Here on floor 1, we're given a measly 40% of our health pool back, which is better than nothing, and still encourages the player to take it carefully and not just run around gung-ho. Later in the game, there's an incredibly rare chance that you'll respawn from another restoration bay on another floor that you've activated. I've died many times in this game, and I've never seen that happen. Shout out to No-Face Kevin O'Connell here for miraculously disconnecting Showdown from the restoration base so they can't be converted back into cyborg conversion stations. I have no idea how he did it. That's pretty convenient. I totally get it. They're using lore as a way to tell the player that you don't need to worry about reactivating them once you've turned them on. Still, it's a little goofy.
to Cyborg X71. We will now test the virus in a proper environment.
Don't think that stop and showdown is going to be as easy as shutting off the laser, because she's already created contingencies for her plan if it fails. A dropped log from one of her cyborg drones implies that she's been developing a virus in the station's groves, mutating plants and vegetation with the goal of releasing them on Earth, which lines up with what Rebecca was telling us earlier on. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I'm going to vent my feelings of frustration and impending doom into these sleeping cyborgs now. Yeah, that's cool.
You are not welcomed here. Remove yourself.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie, that startled me a bit. She's getting pissed because I'm nearing the floor's CPU clusters, which she uses on the first 6 floors to keep the reactor shutdown code randomized. And guarding this cluster is one of her cyborg warriors. Thick boys with 120 HP, which are gonna remain a pain in the ass until we get a proper firearm. That is not at all what I expected that thing to sound like. That was goofy as hell. Yeah, nope, that's not a threat. Don't forget to grab the booster augment up here before you jump down into the clusters. The booster augment is just glorified roller skates that offer you a sprint boost at little cost to your fatigue. I didn't really use this much until way later in the game because I simply forgot I had it. But you could use this to boost yourself off of an incline so we can make some sick jumps.
Enter that room, insect, and it will become your prey.
I bet. Damn, she wasn't lying.
Who are you? The computer nodes can be repaired, but you... Who are you? My cameras and probes scan your body, but you do not match any employee file.
Well, looks like I'm officially on her radar. That can't be good. With even a couple of CPU nodes destroyed, Rebecca reaches out again. She's found more dirt on Diego, but now that we're in Showdown's crosshairs...
I prefer a quiet station. Thank you.
Yeah, this isn't gonna be easy. Alright, I'm rejuiced on energy and health. Let's go knock out these last couple of nodes. Alright, that's the last CPU cluster down, and for our hard work, we're rewarded with the mini pistol. Thank God, now I've got a fighting chance with some of these bastards. Assuming you're looting practically every corpse you kill, which you should have a decent amount of ammo for this thing by now. This thing does 20 damage a shot, or 30 damage a shot when fitted with armor-piercing Teflon rounds. Once again, comparing this to Deus Ex, which is really hard for me not to do, the pistol was the most reliable weapon in that game. I made the same assumption about the pistol in this game. It is certainly not unreliable, but it gets outmoded a decent way into the game, so you don't need to worry about being too stingy with its ammo. They don't tell you this until far later into the game, but remember to write down the number that's displayed on these screens near the CPU nodes. You will need these for the endgame, and aren't saved anywhere in your HUD, at least to my knowledge. All 6 of these randomly generated numbers come together into a 6-digit code at the end of the game. This is assuming that you're playing on difficulty 2 or higher. If you're playing on lower mission difficulty, you don't need to worry about this. We're not gonna leave just yet, though. We've still got 7% of security left on this floor, and this is gonna be an all-security destroyed run. Plus, each floor usually has some kind of bonus door that's unlocked if you get 100% security. Before we do, though, let's go see what's in that armory. Oh god, they're coming out of the trees! Yeah, there's not a lot here aside from some EMP grenades, which, don't get me wrong, will come in handy. Ah, that's right. I always forget about this command room in the center of the hub. There's no switch or anything. You just walk onto this blue panel on the floor and you'll activate a secret elevator, which inside contains an alternate way to access Alpha Quadrant earlier than the route that I took. So if you want to activate Restoration Bays right away, which I probably should have done, this is a better way to do it, assuming you could take on the Resistance. Anyways, this room has 4 cameras in it, so it's not an insignificant amount of security to knock out. And with all security taken down, that secret hatch in the southeast side of the map that was locked earlier rewards us with the Magnum 2100, which ain't too bad of a weapon. 60 damage per bullet, 85 if you could find the osmium slug rounds, which are very nice against those cyborg warriors we'll be seeing more of. Like the mag pulse though, ammo is going to be really scarce until later on. So try to save this for the big boys for now, but pretty soon this will overshadow the pistol in efficiency. It just takes a bit of time. It's time to take our venture to the elevator near the remnants of the CPU cluster and move on to the next floor. Ah, that's adorable. I mean, nothing will top Blood's elevator music, but I mean, actually, I think that's Mull music, so never mind. I guess System Shock is the FPS goat of elevator music. Well, Well, that was a warm welcome. I really don't want to sift through all those corpses to loot through, so I'm just gonna... Really? Just a single soda can? Welcome to Floor 2, the research level, filled with various experiments and other fucked up research. Some big shit is gonna happen here later, but we're only here for that X-22 isotope. What in the goddamn was that? Did that thing just yell in pain? That turned into a genuine gag. Oh my god. Zero-G Mutants. Yes, this thing was once a person. 90 hit points with a 100% chance of dropping absolutely nothing. Yeah, they're not very threatening, they just kind of exist to gross you out from my point of view, which they did a pretty good job at. That's fucking terrifying. Paul Stanek, whose in-game portrait is a scan of Rob Waters, an artist from Looking Glass Studios, says that Darcy told him about an override code that we'll need for the laser, which we'll need to remember in a bit. The button to fire the laser is on this level, but we need to override it up in the reactor level. Alright, I definitely took the wrong way, but this room sure looks important. Do you need a minute, my dude? Cyborg conversion is in the central hub this time, literally out in the open, but in possibly the only case of this in the entire game, the switch to bring the restoration bay back online is somewhere else in the map entirely, which really threw me for a loop in my second playthrough way back when. Let's see how effective these gas grenades are against the Zero-G mutants. That was a misinput. I mean, that kinda worked. Get the mag pulse! Get the mag pulse!
Cyborg conversion cancelled.
Alright, now I won't shit myself at the sight of a hopper again. At least not for a little bit. Well, that did something. Ah, logic probe. These will definitely come in handy. A free one-time use item that lets us bypass those wires and node spinning puzzles. I initially wanted to compare these to the multi-tools from Deus Ex, but that would imply it bypasses keypads as well, which they don't. There's no other way to bypass those. The amount that you'll find in your playthrough, though, will vary. They have a 1 in 20 chance of dropping from these repair bots, so it's not like there's a specific amount of them you'll find. I got kinda lucky in this playthrough and found more than I think I've ever found in a single playthrough before.
Still having power outages over on Beta Quadrant. Probably the computer with a high priority job. I'm kind of rerouting a bit. We're installing circuit breakers on Beta. That way we can bring the lines up after surges.
Oh, so that's what that switch was for. Okay. I would have thought that I would need to turn power back on to turn the restoration bay back online. Something to create some tension, kind of like the wrecked ship from Super Metroid. Whatever, this works though. Now we can explore with the wonders of being able to see.
This is crazy. I'm locked out of my own office. And this damn security bot just keeps saying, she's changed the locks on the doors, orders of showdown. All the access codes are changed on this floor. So I go to Beta Quad for new access cards, and the security bot there starts attacking me.
Beta Quadrant? Alright, let me write that down real quick. Is this it? Oh, a security bot! That's not good. Hello, sir, please don't vaporize me. That fucker could take way more of a beating than I expected. Security 1 bots. Yes, only the first of its kind, though the third was cut from the game, so there's only 2 of them. Maybe that's for the best, I don't know. 170 HP and remain a nuisance up until near the end of the game, though when mag pulse ammo becomes more common, they'll be a lot more manageable. Though the loot they drop does make it worth it. Teflon rounds, both magnum ammo types, flechette rounds. How do you say that? Flechette? Flechette? Let me Google it.
Flechette.
Flechette. And even ammo for the assault rifle, which both weapons we don't find until later in the game, slowly letting us build up that ammo pool for these weapons that we'll be getting later. That's really nice. I like this kind of mechanic.
Cyborg 43S. The current strain of virus is approaching its toxic perfection. We are using human and plant subjects to breed the virus into tumors.
Oh, okay, so every mutant we see is the outcome of the next strain of the virus growing stronger? Yeah, that fills me with confidence. So what does this do? Yep, message received. You got it.
In my talons, I shape clay, crafting life forms as I please.
Yeah, if it wasn't obvious before, she's definitely starting to lose it.
I am drunk with this vision.
Okay, that wasn't planned. Fuck it, cyberspace time. Well, that was short compared to the last Cyberjack, kinda. We get another encrypted message from Rebecca telling us that there's 2 Cyberjacks on level 2, and that the X-22 isotope is up in Gamma Quadrant with the Cybernetics department. That same room where the mutant was cyberjacking himself.
Hey, yo! My faithful servants, Bring all energy drain lines to the security
level for installation.
Man, they're teasing us about the endgame really early on. We're not going to see them in full force until really the end of the game. Alright, there's got to be something good in the library, right? Why wouldn't there be? See, what did I say? Why are these cyborgs even in here? You fuckers don't even need to read unless you're guarding something. Never mind, there's not a single book in here. I take it back. Though we do get the target identifier in this room, which I'm not a fan of this augment until we get the 3rd or 4th generation. For now, it just tells us the names of enemies when we double click on them and how far away they are. It's not entirely useless. I'm sure some folks could get some good use out of this. Well, there's our laser override code, 199. Gotta write that down for when we visit the reactor level. The second Cyberjack grants us the ice drill. Yeah, you thought ice picks were cool. Ice picks are a common term in cyberpunk literature. ICE, or Intrusion Countermeasures Electronics, are often used when referring to unlocking decrypted data, which is exactly what the ice drill does here. If you find a data fragment in cyberspace with this weird blue wireframe star inside of it, just fire the ice drill at it, and assuming that you have the right level of ice drill, it'll unlock it for you. Using it here rewards us with an upgraded pulsar, which we can use against Shodan's little virus friends. We also intercept some data from Shodan, who says that she's sending all of her forces to level 2. I have no idea when this data was sent, so maybe this is before or after, I don't know. I can only imagine that the second floor CPU clusters are gonna have some really heavy resistance though.
Barely made it to the elevator here on maintenance. You can't even see him. Come out of nowhere. You can't kill them with ordinary pistols.
Oh, that just sounds delightful. Please tell me they're at least weak to lightsabers. I say, foreshadowing the 3rd floor of the game. Oh, you think these warning signs will stop me? Nice try. I can't read. Oh, it hurts! Get it, grab it! Oh, okay, yep, I'm immersed. If that's supposed to melt my skin in the game, my ears are really feeling like they're melting. That sentence didn't make any sense, that's okay.
You will cease immediately.
What's that? I can't hear you. My eardrums melted out of my skull. I'm gonna hold off on destroying the entire CPU cluster because the second I do, that room off to the side opens up and it's just a big ass monster closet full of cyborg drones. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm ready for that. Oh, goddamn! Looks like Black Mesa's got some competition. Actually, no they don't. This takes place in 2072. Hey, how come this station gets a force field but I don't? Alright, spoke too soon, thank you very much. Now this isn't a flat or even passive upgrade. You have to activate the shield manually on your own and will constantly drain from your bioenergy pool even if you're not under fire. So you need to be in charge of managing this thing, which in any other game would be really annoying, but I feel that it adds to the immersion. Also, we have quick and easy access to recharge stations to immediately refill our bioenergy pool, so that also remedies it a bit. However, from now on, because I'm gonna be relying on the shield a lot, this also means that battery weapons would be redundant and drain our bioenergy meter even more. So that choice is left for you. Do you want to use battery weapons or do you want the shields? I personally lean towards the shields because there's so many weapons that use ammunition, but there are some other battery-based weapons later on that will help me reconsider this. While not too relevant to the adventure on the surface level, we do find some nice little world-building notes and logs sprinkled around Citadel Station, like this note from Triup where they were trying to work to privatize the shipping of resources mined from Saturn's moons and impose a 4% tax on exports. Yeah, imagine trying to impose jurisdiction over another fucking planet. Just give it a century or two, I'm sure that Amazon will find a way. If the idea of claiming an entire planet and its satellites as your own resources and indict punishment against anyone who tries to use it sounds ridiculous to you, you are correct, and nothing like that has ever happened on the planet we currently live on, right? Yeah, that went about as well as expected. Probably should have checked this room over here first.
Access panel unlocked. Robot production cancelled.
Wait, does that mean I could have kept the cyborg closets from opening? I always forget this room exists and never really learned what it does. Not like it really matters though, I wanted to loot all of their corpses anyway. Alright, I think that's everything until we get the station's shields turned on, which is our next objective, but let's take a quick detour through level 3 and snag any upgrades we can in the meantime. I fucking hate level 3. It's silent, dark, and full of flat, invisible skate-like mutants with a projectile attack and no wake-up noise. Nope, fuck it, I'm running. I'm just here for the laser sword. Oh, no, not you, motherfucker. There we go, now we've got a decent fighting chance. The Laser Rapier, dealing a whopping 200 damage and is the only battery-powered weapon that I actively pair with the shield augment because this thing is devastating. And coincidentally, is also the earliest weapon in the game that I know of that is actually effective against these floor mutants. They themselves have 350 HP and drop nothing, so it's not even worth fighting these things. In the West Quadrant, we also pick up the flashlight, or, okay, the head-mounted lantern. It doesn't give us a ton of visibility just yet, but does help us navigate through these dark halls. There's only one CPU node on this floor in the lower right side of the map, very quickly giving us this floor's digit. There's not really anything we can do here in level 3 yet. There's an elevator in the middle of the floor which takes us to floor 4 and 5. We'll put a pin in that for later, but the rest of the floor is locked off for now. Each of the 4 quadrants of level 3 only open up when the station needs repairs, because I guess even with a malevolent AI taking control of the station, that's not enough to warrant sending someone down there to repair shit. And it's not like they're locked by Showdown security, so she either doesn't have the power to open these, or whoever built this station has no regard for human life, which, okay, never mind. Citadel Station is a lot like McDonald's ice cream machine. Only a separate certified company is allowed to repair it, so that certified company keeps making money. Then again, it's also McDonald's. Who cares if a mega corporation has to leech off of another mega corporation? A log from Jennifer Fortier hints at a cache of goods near Beta Quadrant, including some magnum rounds, grenades, patches, and an interface demodulator, which we don't need until later in the game, and will take up a permanent spot in our inventory if we decide to pick it up. But since we're gonna need it later, and I'm stupid, I brought it along for the ride. Up here is also the Navigation and Mapping Unit version 2, allowing us to see robots and some cyborgs on our minimap when nearby, though only bots and cyborgs, no organic creatures yet.
It'll be over soon. Soon I'll die. This pain will end. I can't even recognize my own damn arm. Showdown's virus. I can see. Oh god, I can see through my own body.
Yeah, if I played this as a kid, I think this is what would give me the worst nightmares. Remember that episode of SpongeBob where he turns into a snail? Yeah, I think it's that kind of body horror that makes you forget or not be able to communicate that creeps me out the most. Granted, not so much anymore, but you know what I mean. The best part is that this isn't even the worst virus Showdown is developing up in the Groves. That's about everything we could do on level 3 for now. If you try to take these other elevators up to the rest of Citadel Station, you'll be notified that their power has been diverted to the reactor level. I'm guessing to power the laser, so if we want to move on, we gotta stop that laser, not just for humanity's sake, but for ours, because we're a selfish piece of shit. Oh my god, this music fucks. Definitely in my top 3. Someone out there really said, hey, can we make an industrial MIDI, and then actually did it. How the hell did you do this? Oh, Jesus! Those are way more rads than I've encountered earlier on. What the fuck was I expecting? This is the reactor level. We'll be coming back to the reactor level later on. For now, I just want to slap this isotope into the shield generator and override that laser. That thing is small and flashing red, and therefore is a massive threat to me. Not rejoicing yet, I know there's more of them out there.
Shield generators ready. Radiation shields activated.
Alright, that's the shield up and running. Now let's go fire that laser.
Safety override. Be not fired.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the override. Oh, it's a fucking ambush! Shout out to Mapping and Navigation Augment version 2. You're actually saving my ass here. Now that I said that, someone's probably gonna make their Twitter name Navigation and Mapping Unit version 2. If you do that, I will do absolutely nothing, but I will laugh. That's more like it. Why are there a ton of 0G mutants locked up in here? Are they imprisoned here, or are they just dumbasses? Alright, which one of you sipped from the clown juice? I don't know if this cyberjack is required to move on, but you need it to open up this armory and destroy this camera. If you think that's what makes 100% security in the reactor level annoying, well, we'll get there. Alright, an Earthshaker grenade. These are the best of the best, and I almost solely saved these for the game's handful of boss fights because it just shreds through them. 375 damage with a timer that you could set in your MFDs from 4 seconds to a fucking minute long. I have absolutely no idea why you would want to set the timer that high, but you can! It's weird! Wait, hold on, I see an audio log between those giblets. Oh, you son of a fuck. Hey, I know you're waiting for me, motherfuckers. Nope, never mind. Ah, shit. Alright, last time I was in this room, there was a secret hatch that was locked. Surely that means Shodan has set some kind of trap for me. Yep, I fucking knew it. You know, honestly, I expected more. Alright, rule number 1, there's always another assassin. I tell you, nothing makes my day better than a low-resolution FMV of some shit exploding. Wonder how Shodan's feeling right now.
I see there's still an insect loose at my station. Do not be fooled into thinking that you have preserved your home planet. I am perfecting a mutagen virus in one of the groves that will turn all earthly life into festering, gibbering, pustulant mutations.
She is very insistent in telling me her evil plan. Guess a lack of morality does that to a motherfucker. Well, there's our first mention of the Cortex Reavers. Yeah, the same bastards Shodan tries to turn the hacker into in the game over screens. That's gonna be fun. From the very nature of this game and its development, I know that I'm not gonna make it in time to save Parovsky, but I can at least make it look like I tried. Alright, time for the storage bays. Holy shit, is that a pterodactyl? Why does it make elephant noises? This is where the cyborg warriors that were teased back in level 1 start to become a common occurrence. One even lures us in here to meet their big sister. Cyborg Enforcers, the meanest fuckers on Citadel Station if you ask me. 285 HP, a hell of a lot of resistances, and will occasionally try to throw EMP grenades at you to scramble your vision, or at least so the wiki says. They're tanky as hell, but won't come out in full force until about level 7, where conveniently you also get the best means of taking them out.
Sabo, Aubrey again. Why are these bots rebuilding the storage rooms? And why so many repulsor limbs? Has McLeod authorized all this?
Yeah, don't worry about that. The bots aren't gonna be turning on and off these lifts without your permission. I mean, there is one grav lift on this floor that keeps turning on and off. I never perceived it as a bot doing that, though. I'm more concerned about this earlier audio log saying that Triop is working these guys through 12-hour shifts with only a single 45-minute break. This is a part where Trioptimum says that their employees don't shit in bags.
Cyborg conversion cancelled. Standard station restoration procedures online.
The restoration bay is pretty close to the elevator we entered this floor on, which is very nice. That gives us a chance to spend the floor hoarding med patches. There's a locked storage room right next to the restoration bay that not only needs a key code, but is also locked by security. And unlike the armory back in level 1 that's just like this, what's inside this room is borderline required. A level 1 biosuit. It won't save us from radiation just yet, but we still need it. Just gotta get that key code. Excuse me, a gorilla tiger? Yeah, okay, Shodan just asked a bunch of 3rd graders what the most dangerous animals on Earth are and just meshed them into a single monstrosity. These guys are only a threat if you don't see them coming. 200 HP and restricted only to a melee attack. As long as you don't let them gank you, you'll never have an issue with them.
Recharge.
Ah, worth it. Ah, shit, wait, I need that number for the reactor code. Half-pipe room!
Nice.
Thank you, I'm glad we could finally see eye to eye on something. Again, this is required if you're going for all security, but it's a good idea to knock out the security on this floor anyway, because the reward you get are the jet boots. It's just about what the name implies. You don't get any upward lift, at least not until later. For now, you should just use it for crossing large gaps. You can also grab the second tier target identifier up here, showing us enemy data by double clicking on them. For now, it only shows us if they're aggroed or not. This could be useful for flanking enemies. It's not really my style though. Magpulse ammo finally becomes a common pickup on this level, and I mean like really common. If the rest of the enemies from here on were just robots and cyborgs, you could probably solo the Magpulse if you wanted to. We were intentionally starved of ammo and tools to easily take down these bots until they became more abundant here, which is a nice early way of balancing this game together. They could have done some shit like giving you permanent health buffs and so on, but no, they pace it with weapons and augmentations. I think that even by today's immersive sim standards, that this idea holds up. See, what did I say? They're totally harmless unless you don't see them coming. Oh boy, plastic explosives! Yeah, don't get excited. These aren't weapons that we can use directly against Shodan's forces. I mean, we're going to, but it's more of a story key item that can't be used until specific moments in Floor 7. We need 4 of these bad boys for later, and I'm gonna sacrifice the inventory space for now because I can. You can totally just backtrack here later when you need these. It's completely up to you, and I'm grateful for this choice.
Sabo here. Listen, Mac, I've got a plague loose on the exec level. Got an idea, but I need an envirosuit to pull it off. What's the code for your storage cell you keep your suit in? I only remember it ends with 8.
There's only 3 digits in the code, so that's more helpful than you might think.
Sabo, you should know this. Shodan issued recall on all envirosuits for no reason. I stashed a suit in my storage cell where I put the plastic those bots kept looking for. The combo is 8.
Oh, okay, so that means the code has to be... I wonder how many people didn't guess that it was 888. Not like there's any penalties for putting in the wrong code, so there's nothing stopping me from just brute forcing it. Hey, 3 tries, that's not bad. Now where's that goddamn biosuit? This would have been so handy to have earlier. Oh, I'm purple now. I wanted to do a purple guy joke, but every time I joke about that on stream or even play a hint of the music, I get a copyright claim, so I'm not even gonna mess with that here. So instead, yeah, I love being purple. This isn't a radiation suit yet, it's just a biosuit. You don't need to toggle it on like other augmentations, but it does drain from your bioenergy. The radiation suit will work just like this later in the game, so make sure you have a couple car batteries in your inventory just in case. Remember when I said that you should get all the security down on this floor so you could get the jet boots? Yeah, I kinda lied. I don't think you even need to use this to beat the game. They're still useful, you just don't need them, you know? Which I guess is unfair. I mean, you also don't need the light, I guess.
We're tracking you over security lines. We're still holding, but it's only a matter of time now. We've seen your military implant in action. There's a hardware expert up here who can help you put that thing to use against Showdown. I think it's setting a trap for you.
Hey, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I'll get there soon. Just, you know, pretend to hold out a little bit longer. If you can, just write out the word gray using someone's blood on the wall so I can find you, okay? Oh, great, assassins are back. Yeah, sure, that makes sense in the plot, but I sure didn't miss these fuckers in the slightest. At least now I've got decent guns. That's okay, I've got more than enough ammo that I know what to do with. Perfection through genetics. Oh gee, that sure sounds a lot like eugenics to me, which I guess in a world run by a single mega corporation, that does kind of go hand in hand. Who the hell at Triop said, hey, yeah, let's just put the eugenics poster in the flight bay, that'll raise some morale? No, they're just talking about the gorilla tigers and the mushroom people. Sure, yeah, I definitely buy that. The actual flight bay room swapped the soundtrack to this unsettling ambience. Gee, I feel like something important here is gonna happen, or at least later on. It's totally not just here to represent the never-ending horrors of the vacuum of space. That wasn't even a thought that crossed my mind because I don't get freaked out by that kind of thing. Maybe I'm just not the target for this type of selective horror. Yeah, fuck it. I'm not gonna try to activate this whole bridge. I'm just gonna... Oh great, another set of level 1 jump boots. Yeah, that's cool. The stronger headlamp is definitely worth it though. This is a really nice upgrade. But the jet boots were literally the upgrade for 100%ing security on the previous level. Why are you gonna put it so early into this one? Whatever, it's not a big deal. Alright, I know that there's an auto bomb up there and I will die if I take a hit from it, so I'm just gonna... Oh, that's right. Grav lips affect grenades. Fuck it, I'll just take the blast. It's better than nothing. Around this floor, we get predominantly world-building audio logs documenting Shodan's takeover of the station, like how one day the Citadel's defense systems blasted one of their own ships out of the hangar. Put a pin in this, there's a mildly interesting twist about that coming later on. Don't forget to snag the Shield version 2 hardware down here in this little storage area, where you could also find the blaster, which is just a flat-out upgrade to the spark beam. I don't really use battery weapons from this point that aren't the laser sword, and I don't think I ever ran out of pistol ammo in this playthrough, but why not? Oh, that's cool. Shodan's blocking recharge stations now. There's a hidden door down here where we could find the assault rifle, and unlike other immersive sims where the rifle is typically an automatic weapon, often less reliable than the pistol, this rifle is both semi-automatic and is devastating later on in the game. The penetrator rounds you could fit this thing with are the strongest single-shot projectile in the game, though don't conflate that with it being the strongest weapon in the game in terms of DPS, because we get something even better later on.
For some reason, the cyborgs are patrolling the access corridors around Flight Bay 4. What are they guarding there, anyhow?
Wait, was that mutant sound a part of the audio log?
What are they guarding there, anyhow?
Alright, where's he at?
You are not welcomed here.
I think you would have put it together by now that I don't care. Alright, just one more digit to go. Holy shit, that is a massive box! Hold on, am I able to platform off of these? Oh, he's bouncy. Oh, escape pods. Now you're speaking my language.
Non-emergency. Life pods disabled.
What the fuck do you mean?
Cyborg conversion cancelled.
Alright, well that's a little late for this floor. I totally could have activated this earlier on, but I forgot. Not like I'm not going to be using it though. These will come in handy for an optional encounter much later on in the game. But alright, I think that's just about everything for now. Oh yeah, I forgot about you guys.
I'm afraid it's too late to save your friend.
Yeah, that sounds about right. What is that? So we finally meet the Cortex Reavers. 580 HP isn't anything to scoff at if these things were actually threatening. A human-powered supercomputer with spider legs that wobbles its body around like a vestigial gonad. It doesn't even need the rest of the human body. It's just a side effect of being taken by these things. The body slowly rots off of it, so only the mind remains. There's only 2 of these in the whole game, so even if you had a hard time with them, you don't need to worry too much. The Reavers store their consciousness in cyberspace, hence why there's enemies bearing the same name in some of the cyberspace jacks. If these appeared more than once in the game, they could have done something really cool where killing it in cyberspace weakens it in the real world or vice versa. But no, maybe someday. They are set to return as an enemy in System Shock 3, so that's pretty exciting. When does that game come out again? Hello? They're solely sponges that drop literally nothing and exist to soak up your resources. Kill it with battery weapons to deny them their purpose. Well, I'm sorry, Perovsky. May your sacrifice not be in vain, assuming you were even real in the first place and not entirely made up as bait for Shodan.
I wonder if you'll hear this, Hacker. Albert Royston and I were the only ones who survived the last attack. We hid. Shodan has another plan. It's going to load itself into Earth's computer net.
You know, the only other person I know with this many contingency plans was an orphan who was afraid of bats, so honestly the bar is kinda low right now.
Internal security report. Subject, Edward Diego. We're gonna nail this guy to the wall. I am now working as his personal secretary, and I've already found signs of a cover-up in C-space.
Oh, so Triop knew about Diego's coup. Wait, so when he tried to recruit the hacker, did he already know he was going to get caught, or did recruiting the hacker sort of kickstart his whole coup? Regardless, it looks like Diego's been a dick since the beginning.
Step right into my trap, little hacker.
Come on, Shodan, you're starting to sound desperate. No idea why. Oh my god, they're shooting back at me. I thought this might have been because my ice drill was too low level, but sometimes you could just blast through their projectiles and eventually unlock the fragment. I don't know why they do this, but they do. Oh, there's the mutant that I was hearing before. Oh, that means that it's probably the person who used to run this office, isn't it? So does that mean that this log was once too...
Oscar, guess what? I'm under investigation, so shred what you've got. Shred it all. Got that?
Alright, so Diego's got an accomplice named Oscar. Yeah, no surprise, the hacker wasn't the only one working with Diego. Except, you know, he obviously stabbed them in the back eventually, because he's the villain. Oh, I love this track. Seriously, a contender for one of my favorite tracks in the game. Welcome to the residential floor, where all of the rich bastards lived before evacuating on one of the station's groves, because for whatever reason, each grove is set to jettison itself away from the station. Better safe than sorry, I guess, and in this case, it worked out for them, except, you know, they intentionally left the workers who got them rich in the first place all behind, because of course they did. You can find a note saying exactly this.
Diego just left. He sold us out. I can already hear the cyborgs on their way.
So Diego sells out his friends to Shodan like we all expected, but not only was he spared, but was apparently converted into Shodan's right-hand cyborg man. This is probably the closest Diego got to wanting to merge with the AI, as we read at the beginning of the game. Yeah, all those Diego faces we see throughout the game are starting to make more sense, huh? It's not just because he's the vice president, but it's because Shodan has a new biggest simp. His friend Aaron here at least knows of a weak point against Shodan, which he freely tells in this audio log after learning that Diego sold him out. A cyberjack up in the level 9 bridge holds the core of Shodan's AI, confirming that, yeah, the end of the game is gonna take place in cyberspace, so don't bother trying to hoard all of your bullets and resources for that final fight. There is still one final standoff with Shodan's forces, but we'll get there. Lastly though, Aaron confirms that the only path to Diego's old living quarters up on this floor have been fortified by Shodan, which this last audio log from Aaron confirms that the only path to these dorms is through a crawl space from the south side of the map, where we can also find the floor's CPU nodes. And I can only imagine that if Diego is here, he's waiting for us too, which is gonna be made a little bit more interesting with Target Identifier version 3, implying how much damage has been done to an enemy, which is kinda nice. Obviously, I would prefer a health bar or some kind of numerical value, but also giving it this vague vocabulary does add to the world building. I always remember this floor because there's this weird security camera that's bound to confuse a new player for sure. It sits above a force field and is staring right at these 3 monitors, where you find a log later saying that Shodan started displaying codes on these screens that the camera was pointed at. Yeah, it's already bad enough to get your personal information leaked, but having a camera point right at it for the whole station to see, yeah, that's cool. I don't know what all of these codes are used for, but 711 is the code that we need to access the beta quadrant to take us up to Diego's room. Right next to the keypad to input this code is a terminal to let you see through the camera if you needed a reminder. Deliberately here to drop a hint if you didn't already know what the code was for. I didn't even know this was the case until recording this very playthrough. It's really cool. We're not going there quite yet though. I want into Diego's closet first. This is where the Cortex Reavers start showing up in cyberspace, and yeah, they're quite spongy, just like their real-life counterparts. I don't even bother fighting them at this point, I just fly past them to unlock the Beta Grove elevator, which we'll be using in just a bit. This is another way to get the maintenance code, so the option is there if you didn't know to look through the camera. Alright, so here's the deal for level 6. In all of but one of the sectors is an elevator taking you to a grove. The Beta Quadrant, where Diego's room happens to have once been, has been completely sealed off for also containing a master switch for jettisoning all of the groves, which we can only get through by using that 711 code in Gamma Quadrant, which is under construction. Or was, I guess. All 3 of the remaining groves have been used by Shodan to create various biohazards and mutants, and one of them even more so than the rest. You find a night vision augmentation right before one of these grove elevators, which sounds great, but the amount of bioenergy this thing uses, I'm good. I'll just stick with the headlamp. Oh, she's fucking with plants, too! Okay, I'll just come back later, I guess. Thank God I'm still connected to the restoration bay. Surely I could die in all 3 of these groves with no problem, right? Oh, the surf bots are back! Well, okay, actually it makes perfect sense for them to be in the shopping district. I shouldn't be too surprised, but I love them. Now allow me to demonstrate how far I've come as a weapon of mass destruction by destroying you with ease. Oh, you son of a bitch. You made me lower my guard with the surf bots, and then threw an enforcer at me. That's right, we got a railgun, motherfucker! Except you should level your expectations a little bit. This weapon is great, but it's not the high-caliber precision weapon that modern gaming standards might have made you believe it is. Functionally, this thing is more of a rocket launcher, sending out a projectile dealing splash damage, giving us a way to hit some enemies around corners aside from grenades. Yeah, I admit I've been neglecting grenades a bit. There's an enemy up in level 7 that drops ammo for this thing fairly reliably, but until then, I'm not gonna use this thing very much. You know, I'm starting to get hints that Tri-Optimum wants something from me, but I just can't connect the dots. Stop feeding me clown juice! Unless I did something catastrophically wrong, not counting the groves, there's only one recharge station on this floor, so until you find it, you're gonna need to force yourself into a less battery-reliant playstyle, assuming you don't want to backtrack to lower floors to refill anyway. Doing so adds some nice tension, you know, being more stingy with your shielding and battery weapons, making you a bit more weary about what's around the corner. It's fun. I like it. If this game has taught me one thing at this point, it's that being in a large open room is not the best considering most of the enemies in this game are hit scanners. Please tell me you're not a hit scanner as well. Alright, false alarm, it's not a hit scanner. Why does it make Bowser's melee noises? Alright, surely this time the mine won't kill me destroying these things. Oh my god, why is this so hard for me? And there we have it. There's our final digit for the reactor code for the endgame. 435926. We'll get to use this in just a bit. Before then, I think I gotta deal with an old friend. Okay, I think I'm getting the hint. We're definitely near Diego's quarters. Okay, yeah, I should have seen that coming.
To jettison a single grove, one must do 3 things. 1. Hit the jettison enable switch inside all 3 groves. 2. Activate master jettison enable in gamma quadrant. 3. Pull jettison lever
in a specific grove lounge
to launch that grove.
Yeah, okay, why is the all-knowing AI giving directions for how to disrupt her evil master plan? Maybe the biomass is just so unstable that she's building contingencies against it? I mean, regardless, we have a more explicit direction for where to go next. Enable the jettison override switch in the 3 remaining groves, flip the master switch just outside of Diego's former quarters, and then flip the jettison switch just outside each grove's respective elevator, which happens to have all been destroyed except for the one containing Shodan's massive bioweapon as a virus. Yeah, okay, I take it back. She's definitely concerned about this biomass's containability. Beta Quad just outside of Diego's former quarters is covered in this sort of tech biomass that Shodan has been experimenting with. I'm not sure the significance of it, I don't think it's ever brought up in logs, but I'm confident that it's supposed to be somewhat metal. Remember when Ultron tried to do that same shit in the MCU? What is it with benevolent AIs with ego issues also making fleshy metal? Oh shit, it's a cricket tune! Oh Jesus Christ, that thing is Diego. I didn't expect him to be the first of Shodan's cyborgs. Dude just jumped headfirst into it before Shodan even knew how to make the things, I guess. This feels like a better chance than ever to try out some of these Earth Shakers. Why am I so bad at this? Well, it must have worked because Diego's just gone. Or, you know, he's waiting to jump scare me somewhere. Nah, I guess not. So yeah, to no surprise to anyone, Diego sold everybody out. To allies, to refugee hideouts, he sold everybody out in exchange for being spared with a new robot body. But in a moment that genuinely caught me by surprise, it was Diego who shot down those jets in the flight deck, not Shodan. I can only assume that this was some initiation or proof of trust for Shodan, or he just did it because he's a dick, I don't know. Not entirely sure why he even let the hackers survive this long. Maybe he just got that absorbed into his own power that he just forgot. I get that all records for Diego's coup were expunged, explaining why Shodan didn't even know of the hacker's presence until he woke up. I just don't know why Diego didn't do anything. The guy does do a good job of fitting into that lazy oligarch stereotype. Motherfucker had a teleportation station installed into his own dorm to take him right back to the hub of the floor, which really ends up working in our favor because now we can just travel between the main elevator from this floor and to level 7 after we jettison the gropes to unlock it. Not sure why the level 7 elevator is locked until then, but hey, it is, so let's go launch some fucking plants. Now let's see where to start. Eeny meeny fuck it, Alva Grove. The groves are small, relatively non-linear mini-hubs to explore that are crawling with Shodan's mutants. None of them drop loot except for a few security bots wandering around, and each of them have their own security indexes and respective awards for destroying them. Admittedly though, they're not all that worth it. Regardless of security, we do find the ion rifle here in this dude's suitcase, the strongest of the hit-scan battery weapons in the game, I think. It's another tier up from the same family as the Spark Beam and Blaster, though this is the only spot where you could find it in the game. If it wasn't for how I play this game, I probably would have used it more.
Safety interlocks disabled.
1 down, 2 more to go. Fuck it, let's save the big one for last. Let's do Delta Grove next.
Safety interlocks disabled.
Alright, that was a bit faster than I expected. Want to see what you get for knocking out the security on this floor? Yep, a single recharge station. Yeah, this one wasn't very interesting. Where's that last one at?
Gamma Grove already jettisoned.
Oh, right, that's the one that the rich motherfuckers got away on. Beta Grove it is.
Warning. Dangerous biocontaminant detected. Do not enter without protective suit.
My purple guy cosplay is enough for that, right? Please say yes. Beta Grove is a gauntlet, a constant bombardment of biohazards that will drain your biometer whether you like it or not. It is filled with these Bowser mutants. You don't take any extra damage for walking on this orange biomass covering the grove like I thought you did. But like I said earlier, the second you run out of bioenergy, you gotta make a mad dash back to the hub, otherwise... Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have the restoration bay back on. Once your health hits 0 here, that's it, just game over. Now, how much fucking progress did I just lose? I'm going to put the hot sauce in my pee hole. It's still worth exploring this grove for as much as you can. You can snag the level 4 navigational unit, allowing you to see hazardous areas on the minimap, as well as creature locations, which is really nice. What you don't see after this video is that I die again and forget to grab it before jettisoning the station. I never found another one later in the playthrough, so oops. That's okay, it's a neat upgrade, but I already knew what I was doing.
Safety interlocks disabled.
Alright, that's 3 of 3. Let's go knock out the last of security and get on our way, because you can permanently miss this security if you don't break it before you jettison the station. That feels like it would be completely backwards, but in the end, these are just collectibles. Alright, I keep dying to the squad of 4 drones waiting for me. Let's just use one of those earth shakers that game puts right before this corresponding corridor. That is way more range than I thought. Jesus Christ. Oh, my throat is dry. Alright, now we just gotta flip that master switch and go jettison the grove.
Jettison. Enable failure. Possible cause. Damage to power relay. Consult diagnostic reported repair bay. Level 3 for detailed analysis.
Or not. Alright, fuck you. Looks like we need to take a detour down to level 3 and turn this thing back on. Yeah, remember how each quadrant in level 3 was locked off until something needed repaired? Yeah, I guess this is what qualifies as needing repaired. Level 6 must have been so prone to power failures and breaker switches like this, because there's an elevator here that takes you straight to level 3 and no other floor. Yes, this is obviously just put here for convenience for the player, but still, think of the world building implications. Remember, floor 3 doesn't have a restoration base, so you gotta proceed with caution here. Each quadrant is a mini labyrinth full of these cyan energy conduits that we need to slap this interface demodulator onto. Yeah, remember that thing we picked up at the beginning of the game? It's finally useful now. Thankfully, you're not penalized for trying to use it on the wrong node. I never remember which one I'm supposed to put it on, but you could just brute force it by trying to put it on every single one of them, which wouldn't be great for a casual playthrough. I'm basically checking every nook and cranny in this area to begin with, so I really don't mind this sort of brute force method. I'm confident that this will be somewhat easier in the remake. Please feel free to come back to this video 5 years from now after it drops to tell me, hey Trav Guy, you were fucking wrong. This is also a good opportunity for the devs to put some fun Easter eggs here, like Soylent Green.
Soylent Green is pink!
Yeah, okay, that gives a whole new meaning to Eat the Rich. Did anyone else get mental whiplash when you heard about those Soylent drinks like 5 years ago? That wasn't just me, right?
Jared, it's me, Jody. You heard anything about that new viewing room up on the exec deck? What are we supposed to view, anyhow?
Oh, nothing really. It's really just all Diego at this point.
The modulator replacement successful.
Alright, modulation successful. That totally didn't take me 30 minutes to find in this godforsaken repair bay. We've knocked out all but 3% of the security on this floor, which means that we can grab this uniquely indestructible head on the ground, throw it in our inventory, and then slap it on this retinal scanner here, and bada bing bada boom, we get a level 2 biosuit finally protecting us from radiation. And now, assuming that you're not playing on lower difficulties where all doors are unlocked, and you've gotten all 6 digits from the destroyed CPU nodes, this is where the player is more explicitly told about what to do with them, with a log from Showdown, saying that each randomized number is a digit to be used in the reactor.
If the Trioptimum lackey gets even a single digit of the system's authorization code, you may look forward
to supervising the defense of the reactor level.
You know, that's a great story-driven way to tell us that we're gonna be met by the forces of fucking hell in there.
Insect, cease your meddling. My experiment must continue.
Alright, can I launch the Beta Grove now?
If I have to release my infected children to stop, so be it.
I'm guessing Showdown got the wrong idea when she read up on the Paraguayan War in human history.
Jetson.
See you in 42 years, you fuckers.
Our best guess is that Shodan is preparing to download itself into Earth's comnet.
You know, you are by far the most bothersome human being I have found on this station. But don't bother with the antennas. You can't stop me there.
It's hopeless, and we both know it.
Yeah, I put that together too. Also, Jesus Christ, that is terrifying. Alright, level 7, the engineering floor. The last major labyrinth that we need to navigate. Seriously, I've gotten lost in this floor every playthrough I've had in this game, I just cannot remember it. Assassins are used to their fullest extent here, intentionally placed in poorly lit areas while you'll find yourself taking damage for seemingly no reasons, and chances are it's because an assassin is sitting in a shadow somewhere. Wait, hold the fuck up, have I gone turbo? Why is there a Mancubus walking around here? Ah, mutated cyborg. That's good. These are the fuckers that drop railgun ammunition, which means we're gonna be using it, soon. Just remember the tier 3 shields here in the meantime. Which, yeah, drains a fuck ton of bioenergy, but that's okay for now. It feels so wrong destroying these nodes without it giving me a number to write down. It should feel good, but I just feel naked. Good thing I'm not actually naked for more reasons than one. Security bots Mark II. Beefier bipedal security bots walking the floors of the engineering level. Spongy motherfuckers that can eat up 5 of your magpulse blasts, which admittedly isn't a lot. Though these guys are a great way to grind out magnum and assault rifle ammo. Both ammo types that I've specifically been hoarding for the final act. I've made this comparison in the past, but I think that immersive sims are at their best when every kill is like a transaction. Trading magpulse ammo or bioenergy in exchange for magnum and rifle ammo. Every enemy is a vendor where bullets are my ammunition. And speaking of hoarding for the final act, the Scorpion, possibly the strongest weapon in the games in terms of DPS for one sole reason. This thing is automatic. I had no idea that this thing was automatic until this very playthrough. In prior playthroughs, I would just tap it like any other gun, and even then, I still thought that it was a pretty powerful weapon. But this is given to you, I think, for one main reason. There's a ton of cyborg enforcers on this floor. They're spammed around the floor like it's a goddamn slaughter map at times. And the Scorpion, I believe, is the solution to that, because this thing just shreds through them even on the weaker ammo type. God damn! A log from a Bianca Schuler gives us a hint for the final act, something we don't need to remember until we get to the 9th level. She tried to make a run for the bridge to stop Shodan with an isolinear chipset, but was apprehended by Diego. He didn't just take the chipset for himself, they fucking tortured her, and eventually we gotta find it next to the remains of her corpse. Why they didn't destroy the isolinear chipset with her, I have no idea. Maybe they didn't even know she had it. Feels pretty fucking convenient either way. In the meantime though, remember those plastic explosives we snagged back in level 4? Shodan is using these 4 relay dishes to send herself to Earth, and we gotta blow them up with these plastic explosives. Why they're significantly more than you would ever need back on level 4, maybe they were originally planned for more, I can't say. But we have our objective, find these 4 relay dishes and just blow them up, simple as that. You could find the level 3 jump boots here in a way that feels very Metroidvania-esque. You fall down into this little basement area and the only way back out is to fly back up, forcing you down this area that eventually leads to the level 3 jump boots so you can get back out of there. The only thing I don't like about this is that I kinda wish that everything was given to you like this, but then I realized that that would take away a lot of player freedoms. I understand.
Core locks disengaged.
Well, that doesn't sound bad. I have no idea what this switch does. I've just always flipped it because my ape brain sees a button and then it wants to push it. Is this button required to beat the game? I have no idea. Alright, that's 2 relays down and I'm starting to get deja vu. You know, I must have missed an audio log or something. I don't know if I was told directly to use these plastic explosives on the satellite relays. I just came in and started planting shit. Like how I blasted this cyborg mutant and got the target identifier level 4. This one's just straight up identical to its level 3 variant, except if an enemy starts shooting you, it will automatically tell you what enemy is shooting you, which I guess that's handy. Alright, that was suspiciously easy.
Make yourself comfortable, Hacker. Stay a while.
Nah, I'm good. In retrospect, I probably could have taken that death and just respawn at the restoration bay. Whatever, that's all 4 satellite relays destroyed, and 2 of Shodan's known contingencies stopped. Surely she's got nothing left under her sleeves. Rebecca and the rest of Tri-Optimum have granted authorization to scuttle the station as a last resort to stop Showdown, instructing the hacker to take the system authorization code, that randomly generated 6-digit code that we need from each of the floor's CPU nodes, to send the reactor into meltdown. And once that's done, just take the escape pod down in level 5 with the code 001. With the code that obvious, it's no wonder why they're locked down when there's no emergency. You know, I wonder how Showdown's feeling right now.
I hope you amused yourself with the antennae. My central consciousness remains serenely undisturbed on the bridge.
Yeah, alright, she's pissed. Alright, let's take a quick lap around Citadel and make sure that we're not missing any security before we scuttle the station. Whoa, why are there Bowser mutants here? Wait, hold on, I remember seeing these guys behind a force gate when I was down here last time. Did they... They did get out! Holy shit, that's so cool! I never knew that! Surely there's some kind of secret buried in here. Or not. That's fucking lame. Man, I was just so hard for a minute. Elliot, don't keep that in, please. The hard part is gonna be cutting through level 3 to get to the reactor level and making sure I don't die. Oh god, Shodan knows! You know, with how much opposition Shodan is throwing at us, you might think that she doesn't have another backup plan after this. Spoiler alert, she does. I got stuck here for 30 minutes because I couldn't find the last of the security on the reactor floor. Yeah, you see this table right here? This thing is actually a CPU node. I have this gut feeling that someone was trying to make a table and then put down this bottom half that was somehow coded to be a CPU node. Like, this wasn't intended to be one, and they just left it in, I guess. I don't know. Why the fuck is it like this? All right, deep breaths. It's just a reactor filled with killer robots and enough radiation to end the Soviet Union all over again. I would revel in this victory if my ears weren't jello right now. Okay, 4, 3, 5, 6, 3, 6, 9. Oh, that's not it.
Destruct security clearance accepted. Reactor destruct countdown started.
What have you done, you impudent insect? If I am to die now, then I will avenge myself on you. My cybernetic children will feed on your flesh.
Did she just threaten to eat me? Fuck it, I don't want to compromise too much on energy. Why have I been neglecting these reflex patches again? Yep, I remember now.
Don't keep me waiting, hacker. I am eager to finish what I started.
Motherfucking cricket tune looking ass! Come on out, fucker. I know that you know that I know that you know that I'm coming for these escape pods. Alright, surely that worked, right? Oh my god, he's still alive. Yeah, I have a gut feeling that he's not dead. That's his problem. I'm fucking out of here.
Live pod launch initiated.
You have destroyed my beautiful station.
Oh, I knew it was too good to be true. So with Shodan's plans mostly foiled and the station set to explode, her last option is to separate the bridge from the rest of the station because she is very smart and knew that setting up shop in the one part of the station that could be jettisoned from itself that isn't a grove is probably a good idea. And since Shodan has set us up to die in here with her, the least we could do is try to reach the bridge and take her out from within. Oh my my god, Sheldon made it all the way up here? God damn, kudos, dude, even if you died. Welcome to the security floor. Showdown has intentionally yanked out all of the catwalks in this floor and set up sapping mines across the only light bridge that will take us to the core. We won't be able to fly up there even if we wanted to. Be sure to rummage through the ground floor of the spire in the middle here. This will give you immediate access to a recharge station since you're going to be taking a hell of a beating on your way up to the bridge. And a good amount of these are going to be these flying drones she's got guarding the core. Flyer bots, airborne hit scanners that are a nuisance for the same reasons that assassins in dimly lit areas are. You never really see them coming. Even with proper mouse look, you can't aim directly straight up, so you need to look up as high as you can, disable mouse look, and then use your cursor to take them out. I don't mind doing this. They're the only enemy in the game that I need to do this for, so whatever.
To all security maintenance personnel, when the Security 2 bots recharge in the maintenance bay, it drains power from some of the auxiliary systems, like lighting and the automatic doors. In an emergency, you can hit the Charge Interrupt button to bring the lights and door lock back online and reactivate the robots.
Alright, let me take note of that. Don't turn the light switch on in a room with a bunch of robots on it. Got it. You can snag a level 3 biosuit if you manage to miss the one in level 7 like I did. It's strongly recommended that you get a level 3 biosuit by the time you reach the bridge. I'm sure you can imagine why, but they give you another chance to get one in the bridge itself, so it's really optional. I finally made the bold decision to get rid of the pistol this late in the game. There's really no reason for me to hold on to it. Even with the assassins that are probably the most recurring weakest enemy on this level, I've got plenty of rounds for the Magnum to spare. Why is there a painting in here with a house that's on fire? I mean, I get it, that's symbolic of what Showdown is doing to Tri-Optimum, or what Tri-Optimum is doing to society. I just want to know what kind of out-of-touch executive saw this painting and thought, yes, I need that for my spaceship. Man, fucking billionaires are weird, man. Alright, this is the last cyberjack before the final jacking spot of the game. This is the only cyberspace area in the game that I can think of that's almost completely grayscale with its environment. Is that the right word? There is this yellow region off to the side here, but I have no idea how to get over there. Probably would be useful. I don't know. Oh, 9% of security left? That's not too bad. Oh, I found the sleeping robot room. I will let them sleep and not turn on the lights. Oh, naughty robots aren't sleeping! Alright, now let's get off this godforsaken station once I find out how.
Not really sure how much of that last message got through, but here's more info on the bridge. The place is a spokes-on-the-wheel layout. Showdown's mainframe is the hub. The area at the end of the west spoke is the controls to get into the center. Thing is, it's blocked by 3 security force doors. To get through those, you'll have to do some rewiring. Each of the other rooms will go...
Your friends on Earth think they can outsmart me? Do they not realize the magnitude of my intellect? Morris Brocail may have been one of my creators, but I am now far beyond his comprehension.
Oh, so that explains how these guys know so much about Showdown. Good thing I can at least save this log for later. Why would you give me a map for the next level this early? Well, not early, just why are they in jail? Can't believe I just died to a humanoid mutant. Oh my god, no wonder that mutant killed me. Either RNG just is not on my side, or we got a super mutant vibing up in Citadel Station. What on earth has your mom been feeding you? Oh, it's the Soylent Green, that's right. Oh, not you though. She's scary. She could stay in that little jail cell. I lied. This floor was a lot more linear, but the way that it handled this linearity was kinda neat. I liked it. Before we leave, let's go grab our reward for knocking out security. A plasma rifle. I don't think I've ever used this before. Ah, that's probably why. A unique log from an Elizabeth Taggart confirms what we've already assumed. The only way to take down Showdown is in cyberspace through a terminal that's heavily patrolled by her elite guard, which we've yet to meet. I can only imagine that they'll be almost a threat. The gate to the bridge is covered in the very same biomass that we saw back in Diego's quarters in floor 2, which I have a suspicious feeling means... I can't believe I just got jump scared by that, but that music that just kicked in right when he appeared... God, that's the good stuff. This is my favorite track in the game, the music for the bridge. Even the ambient portion of this track is just really nice on the ears. This will be the only music track we hear for the rest of the game up until we get into cyberspace to face Showdown. And sure, it doesn't scream the last stand against a benevolent creation of man. It's certainly a lot more chill than you would expect given the circumstances, but for lack of a better word, it inspires a feeling of hope and confidence. Like, yeah, you're about to take this thing out and save the solar system. You got nothing to worry about. You got this, man. I swear to God, it sounds like I'm talking about Undertale right now, but no, just sit here for a few seconds, listen to this track while I uncontrollably gush in the corner. Diego has made some improvements, taking blasts to the face like no one's business, but that's really it. What else would you expect from a backstabbing, egotistical bureaucrat in a Cricketoon cosplay? Eat shit, Diego. Oh, would you look at that? It got up and it flew away. Why can't it do that?
You have entered my domain.
Well, if you haven't taken out all the security in the game and you're going for that achievement, you're kind of fucked at this point. What's that? All the security should have been destroyed in the explosion? What the fuck are you talking about? Alright, so here's the deal. The security level follows the same idea as most other floors, with 4 quadrants around a hub. Inside the center of the hub is Showdown's lair, and to open that up, we need to install that isolinear chipset into a terminal in the west quadrant of the map. That terminal, though, is locked behind 3 separate force gates, each disabled by completing a mini obstacle course in the other 3 quadrants. I figured I'd do the weakest first, this little boring-ass maze with a bunch of security 2 bots. It's definitely the least noteworthy, but at least I could finally put those genius patches to use. The end of each of these 3 quadrants has the most difficult wire puzzles that I've seen in the game. It doesn't exactly make the puzzle easier like I initially expected, it just increases your success rate, I think? I'm not entirely sure what's going on in the back end here.
Force door 1 to computer room opened.
Speaking of that chipset, hey Bianca, in the grand scheme of the Looking Glass verse, your sacrifice means more than you'll ever know. Please don't tell me that Bianca could have escaped that cage the whole time. Also, really, Showdown? A cage with skeletons? That's barbaric even for your standards. There they are, Showdown's elite guard. Yes, in the final hour of the game, we finally get a look at those weird-ass motherfuckers from the box art. They're actually not that bad. Just tankier hit-scan motherfuckers that drop some good-ass loot. First aid kit, scorpion, large slag clips, really just crazy stuff. And speaking of tanky bastards... Yep, the second and last Cortex Reaver to appear in the real world. This is what I'm gonna call the catch-up room. A lot of what you find by this Cortex Reaver is gonna get you up to speed. A level 3 biosuit, some other augmentations, all stuff that I already had, but hey, if you didn't have it at this point, hey, you can get it now. I love this little room here. It's basic as hell, but it's certainly memorable. Every time you press a switch, a wall raises to reveal a security 2 bot, which you can easily just snipe around the corner to kill it. You don't need to use the railgun, but you can. Fire about 7 of these railgun rockets, run into its nook, press the button, lather, rinse, repeat until the bridge to the center opens up. It's fun, it's not hard, but again, it's memorable. I like it.
Force door 2 to computer room opened.
Alright, just one left. I'm coming for you, Showdown. If you want to, you can also grab the tier 4 sense around augment. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Motherfucking rear view mirrors, baby! It's so stupid, I love it. Oh shit, I never knew this was here. Surely this pitch black room is a trap, right? Or not, goddamn. There's even a secret in this secret if you use the jump jets on the side here. Good stuff. Though I am definitely over-prepared for this final bit. I don't think there's any debate there. Oh, the sphincter door cut me in half. That's pretty cool. Oh man, I should have grabbed this beforehand. A level 4 shield augment. Not only does it absorb 75% of all incoming damage and negates all attacks under 30 damage completely, but it uses just barely more bioenergy than the first tier shield. This is deliberately busted. Again, it makes me think of a Metroidvania when you're given some kind of power trip near the end of the game. Fuck you, Auto Bomber Maze. I have a level 4 shield now. Yeah, don't do what I just did. This is one of the few cases in the game where enemies respawn infinitely. This is intentionally a pain. I learned in my 4-3's playthrough that you could really just mag pulse your way out of here because it one-shots these guys, or at least reliably one-shots them. And it's pretty easy to start a chain reaction where they just all start self-destructing. It's a pain, but it's a manageable one. Just solve that final wire puzzle and the terminal opens up to you, as well as exposing— oh, a voice crack again— as well as exposing the final security camera of Citadel Station just above the entrance. Shodan has no more eyes.
Program. Security breaker installed.
Sure is nice of Shodan to have a glorified USB port here. You know what? I'm gonna take this power trip to the next goddamn level. I got a laser sword, some drugs, and a shield.
I'm here to take back the throne of God.
You hear that, Shodan? That's the sound of your elite guard being fucking dead. Let's dance, motherfucker! Oh, that's good. No time limit on this one. That makes sense, though. I'm pretty sure I could have done it anyway. You see that little fucked up little ice cream cone over there? Yeah, that's Shodan, believe it or not. You probably wouldn't assume that unless you paid close attention to the opening cinematic. I'm sure that we all expected it to be a giant Shodan face, but no, it's just this. She doesn't do anything in this fight. She just sits there and lets you pummel her. Well, okay, she does try to take over your mind, which will put you in a fail state and back to the title screen. I can't really see anyone accidentally dying to this, because before the fight, they give you a maximum level pulsar to kill her with. I only saw this fail state by intentionally letting it happen, which I admit would have probably given me nightmares as a kid. Your worst enemy here is going to be yourself with the auto propulsion you have in cyberspace. This final fight is just a point and click game. Just adjust your aim whenever you can and unload everything you've got. That was fucking stupid. It is finally over. The hacker has defeated Shodan, and in his success, he's offered a job. Yeah, that about lines up. It didn't even occur to the guy to even take the job. And the hacker, learning absolutely nothing, gets back to his same old antics that got him into this mess in the first place. Uncovering power armor blueprints from the new Tetracore with his new cybernetic augmentations he was given. All from the comfort of his own home. Yeah, get it? Tri-op, Tetracore, haha. Just give it a couple more games and we'll get to Sexta Station. Yeah, this armor he's looking at doesn't appear in System Shock 2. It made a cameo in a later Looking Glass game called Terra Nova Strike Force Centauri. Yeah, that's a hell of a name. Old habits die hard, the narration reads. And yeah, you're goddamn right. I fucking loved System Shock 1. I am so glad that I gave this game a chance. Sure, I've never had the patience to beat it without mouse look, and never even had an ounce of interest in playing the game until just a few years ago, but today, I'm a new man. I've gotten every achievement on the Steam release for this game, researched everything I could possibly think of, and feel like I borderline sold my soul to System Shock at this point. Sure, System Shock 2 is a better game, and I'd go as far to say that Shock 1 is one of the weaker immersive sims in this grand scale of the industry, universe, whatever. But it's so much more than a cornerstone of the genre that just ends up getting overlooked. What we've got here is genuinely incredible once you learn how to play it. And even after binging it through multiple times just for this video, I still find myself getting lost and immersed in the halls of Citadel Station to take Shodan down. Yes, it's archaic. Yes, it's hard to learn, but it is so beyond worth it, you know? I can't stress that enough. Thank you for making it this far into the video. It's a miracle to me that any of you have watched to this point, and I hope that I've been able to shed even the dimmest light onto a game to put onto your radar, assuming at least that you've never played it yourself. 10 hours, 13 minutes, 813 kills, and 63 deaths. I honestly expected it to be way more than that, but thank you ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, and I will see you guys next time. Be sure to have yourself a great evening, morning, whatever time it is you might be watching this, and hey, consider checking out my socials, and let me know if there was a point in this video where you felt, hey, maybe I shouldn't be watching this because I want to give this a try myself. Alright, I'll see you guys later. In 1996, 3D Realms released Duke Nukem 3D, an arena FPS powered by the build engine planned to compete against the likes of Quake. And credit where it's due, it managed to hold its own, especially with folks who were unwilling or unable to upgrade their PCs for that true 3D experience. And almost with this single game alone, Duke became a household name with PC FPS enthusiasts. By now, everybody knows about Duke Nukem, whether you grew up with the character in the 90s, learned about him from the dumpster fire drama around Duke Nukem Forever, or first experienced the guy from Gianni memes and other goofy goofy impersonations of John St. John's take on the character. Hell, even myself and friends of the show, Golden Bold and Mykonos fan, collaborated on our own shitty Duke Nukem meme that I really wish I watermarked now that it's been reposted everywhere on the internet and nobody knows who made it.
Nobody told me this had peanuts in it.
The character of Duke is understandably grouped in with these retro arena shooters, and despite that, only about a third of the dude's games have been first-person shooters. This is predominantly a platformer franchise, believe it or not, which is how the series started, not even trying the whole FPS thing until a third entry in the series, and that just happens to be the one that most folks remember. And honestly, I mean, I don't blame them. Saying that Duke 3D wasn't what launched this series into stardom would be deliberately misleading, and the reason I chose to make this video on Duke's platforming origins was specifically to build up to that Duke 3D review. Though even then, I'm only doing Duke 3D so I could review Shadow Warrior so that I could eventually review Blood because of the whole build engine Trinity thing. We'll get there in time. Just to be as transparent as possible, I was kinda dreading playing through Duke 1. It didn't seem all that appealing as an action platformer in today's standards, and thought that it would be a chore to go through for the sake of future content. I ended up having a decent time with it by the time I finished episode 1. Initial first impression issues like choppy scrolling turned out to be a non-issue for about 90% of the game. I really read this book by its cover, to put it simply. The game originally released in 1991, developed by Apogee Entertainment as Duke Nukem, later renamed and re-released as Duke Nukem after the devs learned about a Captain Planet villain of the same name. They didn't need to change it, they just wanted to cover their ass and ended up embracing the Nukem name for later games. It's your run-of-the-mill action platformer. Jump and shoot your way to the end of the map and repeat for the total 30 levels the game provides. It's very linear for the most part, occasionally broken up with obstacles like keys and upgrades to complicate your journey, which is where the game really starts to find its own identity and doesn't make it just an MS-DOS competitor to Mega Man. What do you mean there's an MS-DOS Mega Man game? Funny story about that. The game was developed by a fairly small team, and like a lot of MS games from the early 90s, a lot of corners were cut to save on production time, which led to a handful of blatantly stolen sprite graphics, a majority of them taken from Turrican, another action platformer that I admit I'd never heard of prior to this, and the team would go on to rip even more assets from Turrican for Duke 2. Meanwhile, barrels of toxic waste, fragile boxes, and grayish-blue brick tiles were lifted straight from Mega Man's DOS game. Honestly, I'd shit on them more for this, but honestly, I really don't care. This was like 20 years ago, and I mean, if we could give Doom a pass for doing the same thing, I mean, why would I shit on it here? Side-scrolling platformers were making it big over on consoles. I mean, this was the same year as Sonic the Hedgehog and, I don't know, Ninja Gaiden, but the concept of a side-scrolling platformer on MS-DOS was relatively new at the time. The brick wall that was coding smooth side-scrolling was first broken by the team that is now id Software in their attempt to recreate Super Mario Bros. 3 on the platform, a project that later became Dangerous Dave and had its code refined for their breakout hit Commander Keen, which managed to figure out smooth, perfect pixel-by-pixel side-scrolling. So naturally, Apogee reached out to id Software for some help from John Carmack to aid in their engine. Unfortunately for Duke, they had to settle on scrolling the screen by 8x8 pixel blocks, which does create a very choppy feel for the game that doesn't feel great at first, but I assure you that if you plan to give this game a try for yourself, you won't even notice this a little while in. I initially critiqued the game for lacking any momentum in Duke's movement. This dude stops on a fucking dime, but this does come with the added benefit of some very tight mid-air controls and ended up working well for the resolution this game runs at. If Duke had Mario or even Keen levels of momentum with his movement with this chunky 8x8 scrolling, I think this is just for the best. Trying to get your hands on this game though is a bit tricky given that it got delisted from Steam. If you want to buy these classic Duke games legally, you need to buy them through Zoom platform, which is how I'm going to be playing through them today. I got notified on Twitter that the old side-scrolling Duke games plus 3D Atomic Edition and Manhattan Project were up for sale on here, and I spent hours trying to figure out that this wasn't some site that's gonna fish and leak all of my personal information. But from what I could tell, the site is legit. I tried to find a source port for Duke 1 to no avail, so I'm gonna be running this through DOSBox, which honestly really wasn't a problem at all. But I swore that I did something wrong because the second I booted up the game... Do you hear that? Me neither. There was no music or sound. Turns out that this is just how it's supposed to be. Once you start the actual gameplay, a bunch of PC speaker beeps and boops make up the sound effects, and some really crunchy noise accommodates Duke's walk cycle. But even with all of that, you don't get any music, which again, was fine once I got used to it. Also, let's just talk about Duke himself really quick. That is a very pink vest, which hey, you know what? Good for him. Not everyone can rock a pink top quite like that. And honestly, I kinda wish that he kept it in later games instead of the red tank top. But I'm really missing those sunglasses. That look that Duke's given me is making me think that he needs to go to a hospital, especially with how deep red his skin is. Given the nuclear theme that this game has with its items and upgrades, I could safely diagnose Duke with radiation dermatitis, the same shit that turns your skin red when you're exposed to enough radiation. It's okay though, I think it's just a side effect of his superpowers, because he eats nuclear molecules like it's for breakfast. Do you think a man not pumping full of radiation could make a face like that?
If I wanted to hear an asshole speak, I would have farted.
Ironically, sprites with a color scheme that are much closer to the Duke that we know today are in the game's files, possibly as some kind of unused evil Duke or a Duke clone made by this game's evil villain Dr. Proton 20 years before he does this exact same thing in Duke Nukem Forever. Alright, I'm getting ahead of myself again. The little bit of story that is here is delivered to us through the instruction tab in the main menu, and in banter between Duke and Proton in the beginning and end of each episode. The year is 1997. Dr. Proton and his evil tech bots have taken control of Earth's largest city. Wait, hold on, are there larger cities not on Earth? Oh wait, that's spoilers. Also, the hint book says that it's a city in America, and that's how I know that this is fiction, because the largest city in the world is in China. Once a respected genius and scientist, Dr. Proton, formerly Dr. Blunderwitz, decided he could rule the Earth with a new world order. After a terrible radiation accident that altered his brain, he became the Incredible Hulk. I mean, he took to the underworld and developed an army of advanced robots to guard his evil hideout. Every military attempt to stop him has failed, until self-proclaimed hero Duke Nukem is hired by the CIA. Wait, hold on, the CIA? Oh shit, you better keep an eye on Duke after this. Make sure he doesn't mysteriously disappear. Your mission is to infiltrate Dr. Proton's siege city, his shrapnel city, I'm guessing because that's the name of the episode, via plane onto a skyscraper and proceed into his guarded hideout. So you're the pitiful hero they sent to stop me. I, Dr. Proton, will soon rule the world. You're wrong, Proton Breath. I'll be done with you and still have enough time to watch Oprah. Alright, Duke watches Oprah. That's cool. Dude must really want that free car. It's okay though, as long as he's got the millions to cover the taxes that come along with those free cars. Yeah, free car my ass. Fuck you, Oprah. Fuck you, Josh Peck.
Shut the fuck up, Clyde!
Alright, episode 1, Shrapnel City. That's a name that Duke 3D fans are gonna recognize. I'm gonna be honest, I think that starting the player off the rooftops is an awkward place to start out. It's either that or just all the shit that's falling out of the sky that overwhelms me when I started this game. But these breakable crates that are falling from the sky are important. Blue ones are arguably the least important for the average player, only dropping various masculine items that give you point bonuses. Footballs, joysticks, radios, balloons, again, all very masculine. Red boxes guarantee a food item to recover your health, like soda cans or turkey legs. And gray boxes can drop items that are required to move on, like upgrades and other inventory items, full health restores, but more often than not, drop bundles of TNT that leave a crawling AoE of damage if you don't move out of the way in time. It's a gamble, but also a mandatory gamble because you need to check these gray boxes anyway, because at least one of them has an item that you need to move on. Here's the trick though, just stand right on the TNT and jump right before it explodes because you'll be fine when you land. It starts off pretty easy. You do some basic platforming, destroy iconic enemies like tiny robots, green worms, Blaster Master, that thing from Howl's Moving Castle, the ED-209s from RoboCop, all while you make your way to the first red key to open up the path to the end and destroy Proton's first generator. Nope. Okay, lesson learned. Don't jump in the generators. These things don't always mark the end of the level, but they do for now. Later on, they'll just be an obstacle that removes some other obstacles when destroyed, and man, when they are destroyed, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't satisfyingly chunky. Get used to these blue hallways because we're gonna see these between every level in the game, often accommodated with a note to give you some words of encouragement or tips for the coming level. And credit where it's due, only one of the notes throughout this game was misleading to me. These rooms are also your only chance to save during the game. You're not allowed to save mid-level, so if you die, you're back to the beginning of the level with the exact amount of health that you finished the previous level with. It's not a bad idea to bounce between two save accounts just in case you finish a level with too little health and you can't progress, though I never ended up needing to resort to this. All good superheroes know to save the progress of their mission, as the hint book says. Would you consider Duke a superhero? Never mind, don't think about it. This hint book also encourages you to activate cheats if you're having a hard time on a level. I will not be doing this, for the record. Surprise, Duke. I'll be tracking your every move through my security camera system. Oh, great. Another game where I need to knock out cameras for my own security. Where's my goddamn lead pipe? Actually, you don't even need to worry about breaking cameras. They're entirely optional. You're not given some super secret reward, though you are given a 10,000 point bonus for knocking all of them out in the same level. That's only assuming that you're trying to go for the high score, because that's a thing. Actually, you can get a ton of 10,000 point bonuses per level by meeting certain criterias. Not losing health, destroying every Acme sign, destroying every missile in a level, level, which destroys blocks, so you need to destroy them anyway to get a move on. Collecting the Duke letters, kind of like the D-O-N-G letters in Donkey Kong, though you only get the bonus here if you collect them in order, D-U-K-E. And lastly, destroying all of the Snake Tech bots and every Energizer Bunny. Yes, I said Energizer Bunnies. Oh wait, shit, sorry, I meant Rabbitoids, because what the fuck was I expecting? If you were given more than just point bonuses for meeting these criterias, I'd say that these are worth looking into, but I really couldn't be bothered. Occasionally, you'll need to use your blaster to dig through these destructible blocks, conveyed to the player through these floppy disks just sitting elegantly inside of them. Which, hey, you know, credit where it's due, that's decent level design. And also, thank God you have infinite ammo here, because sections like this would be a deal breaker otherwise. Later on, you'll even need to dig through these to reach empty spots above or below you to dig vertically. It's kind of fun. It's like the love child of that one room from Grenade Man stage in Mega Man 8, and those long vertical segments in Mario 2 that make you regret not playing as Toad. Oh Jesus, the silent helicopter! Oh wait, no, I accidentally pressed the S key, which turns off all the sound in the game. That's cool. Thank you, old DOS games, I love you. If you find a turkey leg out in the wild or from these red containers, you could fire at it with your blaster to cook it and give you extra health. Oh, did I mean cook it? I meant mutate it into an entire goddamn turkey dinner. This is a neat little antithesis to the soda cans, which are destroyed if you shoot them, though you can still score some bonus points if you grab the soda in the air before it explodes. Man, that sure was a sentence. If only there was some kind of pun I could make off of blending the words nuclear and cola. Nuclear molecules will restore my health. Yes, rip the electrodes from my nuclei. Ionize my isotopes. Quark my half-life. Alright, I don't know how else to word this. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. This isn't a good level, and didn't leave me with a good first impression of the game, especially after how basic the first two levels of the game are. Which, you know, that part's understandable. But E1L3, or I'm assuming E1L3 because it's level 3, just feels boring, and the geometry feels like some kid's mid-Mario level creation. It's not very fun, but I can happily say that this was the low point for me in Duke 1. Yeah, everything else, all 27 remaining levels, are much better than this in my opinion. And even then, I can appreciate this level's idea of running laps around to collect the 5 keys that you need to finish the level. Well, okay, it's technically 4 keys because one of them is a circuit board used to shut down these electrical currents which impede your path. Though you still need to use it on a specific terminal, so it really is just a key with extra steps, just like another upgrade that we're going to be finding very soon. After that mess though, we find the high jump boots, I mean jump shoes, and our first blaster upgrade, allowing for one more projectile on screen from Duke's atomic pistol. This can be collected and upgraded to allow up to 5 projectiles on screen at once, but that's as far as weapon upgrades go for this entire game. Though honestly, aside from the Robocock bots and later nuclear snake enemies, these extra projectiles barely really make a difference, but you know, it's still cool to have, especially after you get the jump shoes for the rare and elusive Duke cartwheel that has a chance to appear. God damn, he's so masculine! No platformer is complete without some kind of maze, and you know, for a maze, it's kinda shit. I thought it was pretty linear, to be honest, and there's levels later on that are way more confusing in terms of their layout. Trying to find the path to the end, it felt inappropriately handholdy. I see you made it through my maze of madness. Yeah, there's not really much madness here, boss. Please consider firing your architect. Ooh, that's a pretty looking background. It's a little awkward that the backgrounds don't scroll, but I mean, I get it, system limitations, I'm not gonna judge. It's very colorful. The least I could ask for is that it looks nice, you know? The robot hand is our next major upgrade. It's a lot like a permanent key that we keep for the rest of the episode, letting us interact with these specific terminals to shoot out a platform for us to use on the side. It's kinda like an upgrade that lets us create bridges, except you can only use it at specific points, like a castrated magnet beam from Mega Man 1, which I guess is why Duke gets castrated every time he tries to use these robot hand terminals when he hasn't found one yet. Castration is a small price to pay when it comes to real-time 1991 water reflections! Holy shit, that is cool. I'm pretty sure that what's happening here is that it's finding the 2 8x8 blocks on a grid above the reflection and drawing it again upside down at half the vertical resolution. I'm only guessing this because if you manage to get one of these reflections to the top of the screen, it actually reflects the border around the screen. So there's clearly some kind of algorithm working its magic here. Welcome to the underworld. No, I don't mean hell, not yet anyway. We're just outside Proton's underground secret city, which sure sticks out like a sore fucking thumb. Wait, is that supposed to be Shrapnel City, or is that where we started from? Whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm just here for the grapple hook. Now, manage your expectations for a second. It's not a grapple hook that you would expect in the traditional sense. If this came out today, this upgrade would probably be named something like magnetic gloves. It lets us crawl around the ceiling with these specific silver metal undersides on them. It's a lot like the ladders from Metroid Fusion, and that's all that they are, just a means for crossing gaps, which I guess a traditional grapple hook would also do, so maybe it's not an unfair comparison. You can also use this to grab the underside of conveyor belts when you actually see one with an exposed underside. I'm not gonna see that for a little while though. There are several secret bonuses you can earn in each level. Register to get the complete list. I see, so this was the first pay-to-win game of 1991. It's not a list of secrets, despite what you might think. It just tells you about those criterias to get all those 10k bonus points. That's pretty fucking lame. I'm coming down there to crush you, Duke. Damn, Blunderwitz really just said, don't make me come down there, young man. Oh, what the fuck? He's in a wheelchair. This isn't okay. I don't want to fight this guy. What the hell? What the fuck was that? When we last saw Duke, he had barely survived an encounter with Dr. Proton. Yo, I don't know what Duke game you're playing. He was the one getting blasted to the fucking moon. Somehow, Duke managed to penetrate Proton's captured city, beat his techbot guards, and forced Proton to flee to his moon base. Using Proton's time transport machine, Duke has decided to chase him to the moon and stop him cold. Oh shit, I gotta write that one down too. I've never heard that expression before. I might use it for, I don't know, Arkham City review, because Mr. Freeze is the only noteworthy ice-based villain that I could think of. Also, are you telling me that Duke commandeered a time machine but used it just to fly to the moon? That doesn't seem very well thought out. Mission Moonbase has better mazes than the Maze of Madness. And honestly, I think that it's the best episode in Duke 1. Despite it taking place on the moon, after a couple of levels, it rarely feels that way. There's no lower gravity, and the backdrops for the moon are only there for a couple levels. A lot of the same enemies and upgrades are here too, if not all of them. And when we do get a unique foreground element, it's just making me think of Contra. Oh, that's a lot of funny robots! How the fuck did I get out of that only losing a single bar of health? Yeah, get used to this. This is gonna be Apogee's one and only trick when it comes to sudden ambushes like this. And we'll be done way more than you will expect. The closest that a different enemy gets to ambushing it like this is in the end of episode 3. And even then, it's barely a threat because it's the Energizer Bunnies. Aha, Duke, I see you found my moon base. Yes, we established that in the prologue, Dr. Proton. Remember when you said you managed to find my secret moon base and I called you a terrorist? Did that radiation accident lobotomize you or something? Oh, I'm so sorry. You might find this next level is too windy for you. Wait, I thought we were on the moon. What are those fans blowing because it sure ain't fucking air? Or maybe it is. Maybe in this universe the moon has been terraformed. Because on second thought, I don't have a fucking oxygen suit. Maybe Duke's absorbed enough quarks to just let him breathe in space. Or not even need to breathe at all. You might find the super jump boots on the next level if you look hard enough. Yeah, don't let this hint deceive you. The jump boots are mandatory to finish this level. I wasn't a fan of this one until I realized that I needed the jump boots to finish it. But after I knew that, I didn't have too bad of a time. I got lost a lot, but it was because I thought I was going in the wrong direction this whole time because I didn't know that I needed the jump boots to jump over this pillar here. But in my time slamming my face against every inch of the level, I discovered something game-changing. The helicopters don't have a hitbox in the front of the cockpit. That's it. It's not that life-changing. It just makes them a bit easier to deal with. Yeah, I think that the helicopters are probably the most annoying enemies in the game because they constantly pursue you and teabag you. Just don't forget the molecule at the end of the level before you finish it up. It's a nice reward for a level that took me almost a half hour to beat. Even with that, it still only took me about an hour to clear this episode, so this was definitely the heftiest level here for me. Yo, another time machine? Are we still on the moon, or is this just before Sentinel Prime crashed down here on the Ark? If this was the moon, then hey, maybe there is air on here, because why is there green vegetation? That shit needs air! The grapple may lift your chance at beating the level. Wait, what the fuck does that even mean? Okay, that's pretty fucking cool. Yep, this is a good game now. Confused, Duke? Your perilously low intellect will accelerate your demise. Oh my god, they made Proton a Redditor. How many of those time machines are Tesla brand, Mr. Blunderwitz? Did you pay for them with your Dogecoin? That's what he used the time machine for. He went back to buy at the dip. Proton's moonbase is fucking confusing, and is the only time that I had to resort to a guide to find where I needed to go, because I thought that I had soft-locked myself at one point. Okay, so the level begins with this annoying as fuck conveyor belt puzzle, which I think is the only part of the game that I think could really benefit from smooth pixel by pixel scrolling, because trying to time these jumps off of these conveyor belts is really fucking annoying. But that's not why I got lost. Once you clear that puzzle, you see some rockets, you shoot them, they destroy the platform below and above them, and then you get to this room where there's 6 more rockets, which you also destroy, and underneath all 6 of them are elevators. You could use the up key to ride these elevators all the way up to the top, and 5 of these 6 elevators lead you to a dead end. I went up 3 of these and assumed, hey, all of these lead me to a dead end, so this clearly isn't the way to go. This is probably just my fault, I should have checked all 6 of them, but I believed that the rockets were supposed to destroy the block at the top of each of these elevators to allow me to get a move on. That wasn't the case. Only the rocket second from the left actually destroyed the top to let you ride the elevator up to move on. But okay, whatever. I'm not the brightest guy out there. Let's just get a move on. God damn it! Yeah, I think that this is actively just a bad level, especially with these leaps of faith you need to take during the end. And if it wasn't for the fact that this is the last level of the episode, and I admit I was getting kind of exhausted at this point, I'd say that this was the low point of the game. Thankfully, though, that fight was arguably easier than the last one because I could just stand at the same elevation that he does when he's idling. What the fuck is difficulty pacing? Yo, Proton, you good, dude? Oh shit, I think we need to get this guy to a hospital. This isn't funny anymore. So Proton escapes back to Earth, and in a moment that's only explained to us in text, which is fine, I just think that it's worth pointing out, Proton also escapes into the future using one of his time machines. I need to find Proton's time machine or the Earth is doomed. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? You used one to get to the moon, just use that one. Oh, look, there it is. Duke, you've tracked me to the moon and into Earth's future? Don't you ever take a break? In the future? No, it's a side effect of my inhuman ability to safely consume unstable isotopes. My stomach is lined with lead and my heart is full of determination.
Undertale.
Holy shit, Blaster Master is going ham! I'm warning you, Duke. It is about time I show you the awesome power of Dr. Proton! Bro, you mean your wheelchair? Or do you mean the awesome power of green? Why is the future green? Kind of reminds me of that area before the true final boss of Mega Man 2 before Wily turns into an alien. Wait, is Dr. Proton going to... Back on the topic of soft locking, I'm pretty sure that you can soft lock your here because of this bridge. Okay, maybe not soft locking because if you fuck it up, you could still take a death and restart the level. These blue bridges you see throughout the game can be destroyed by jumping on top of them. That's pretty cool. It's a neat little gimmick. But you need to cross this to get to the terminal to use the robot hand, and your only option is to jump down onto it, which more often than not will cause it to break. But if you jump across it for some reason, it doesn't break and will let you jump across it safely? I don't know, that doesn't make sense to me. What's made even worse for you is that if you do make it across, you get ambushed by a bunch of robococks, who at this point, you've developed your reflexes to step back away to position yourself to the ideal spot to blast them once they land from their little frog jump. And if you retreat too far back, oh, fuck you. Yeah, I don't know exactly how it works. It's fucked up, but you can just take a death and restart the level. You're not penalized for taking a death. Maybe you're penalized with points, but who cares about those at this point? And knowing myself, I'm probably just overthinking it. Hey, you know, that's actually pretty cool. You see that shit? They changed the background mid-level. I wonder what kind of spaghetti code they whipped up for that kind of black magic. This is the final level of Duke 1, and I think that it is one of the more interesting ones, to say the least. You use the grapple hands to cross this bridge, take out a nuclear snake, and then take a leap of faith onto one of these small 2-block wide platforms, one of which holds a time machine that we need to use to confront Proton. Alright, so here's a tip. Find the 2 platforms that have a 2-block wide gap in between them, and then fall to the left of that left platform. I initially thought that if you missed and fell into the conveyor belt below that you needed to make a whole lap around the level just to get back here, but that's not true. You could just hold left while jumping off of this bit here. I'm just pretty fucking stupid. Alright, Proton, I swear to God, if this is just the same fight as before and you have no other tricks up your sleeve... Oh, I see! He's weaponized epilepsy! Well, I'll be damned, it actually worked. Proton actually goes down this time, exploding in his future wheelchair. But with Proton gone, does this mean that Duke is stuck in the future? Is our hero stuck in a time beyond time? Oh wait, hold on. Using Proton's time warp device, Duke returns to Earth's present. Oh, okay, never mind. Fuck that. Superheroes can't have unhappy endings. He is presented with a key to the city that he saved. Parentheses, yeah. What does that mean? Alright, Duke, I'm telling you, just remember to leave anything you found in the future back in the future so you don't create any branching timelines. Yeah, I'll be honest, this was a fun little game. I had very low expectations for this one, but once the game broke out all the upgrades, I think that this really began to feel like a unique experience, and I even hear that Duke Nukem 2 beats this game tenfold. I really did consider just going in and doing a Duke Nukem 2 video, or even just giving these two games a passing mention and skip ahead to Duke 3D. And I'm sure that some of you would have preferred it that way. I know that a lot of you have been asking me to do a video on Duke 3D, but I'm kinda glad that I gave this game a shot, both for bragging rights to say, hey, yeah, I beat Duke Nukem 1, and also for myself for that experience. It's a neat little part of Duke history that ended up being a lot more interesting of an experience than I initially expected. And I could properly bookend this one by saying, yeah, it's decent. Maybe give it a shot. That's one more Duke game to go before we jump into Duke 3D, and then, what, 3 or 4 Build Engine Trinity adjacent games before Blood? Someday, Caleb. We'll get to you in time. But thank you, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, and I will see you next time. The 1990s marked a major shift in the gaming industry, with beloved video game franchises trying to break into the third dimension. Zelda with the Ocarina of Time, Sonic Adventure, Mario 64, Kirby 64, Metal Gear Solid, even Contra and Castlevania tried their hands at a 3D transition, if that's what you want to call it. But Metroid was mysteriously absent during this trend. This could be for better or for worse, depending on who you ask, but the truth is that Nintendo simply couldn't come up with any concrete ideas for a 3D Metroid game, and it would remain that way until the turn of the century. It wasn't until the young, hip, and fresh Retro Studios pitched a whopping 5 titles to Nintendo, who passed on every single one of them. Well, passed on all but one. Metaforce, a third-person shooter that Shigeru Miyamoto took interest in, recommending the team shift the project into a first-person shooter so that they didn't run into the same issues that Rareware had with Jet Force Gemini. And after spending some time with the studio, they later suggested that the game could be better fit as a Metroid game, officially granting the team the Metroid license weeks before the announcement of a 3D Metroid game was teased at Nintendo's Space World 2000 demo. At the time, it was just Metroid 2003, the projected date of the game, or just simply Metroid. But nevertheless, fans were excited, with the game officially announced at E3 2001 as Metroid Prime, to very short-lived excitement. See, Nintendo, possibly on purpose, left out that Metroid Prime would be a first-person shooter, a genre that many felt was the wrong choice for the franchise. Publications speculated the game would bomb on release, and hope wasn't very high. In retrospect, these worries were hilariously misplaced, which is a bit of a surprise when you read about the game's production. 12-hour work days, 6 to 7 days a week. Nearly 80% of the game was created within the final 6 months of a nearly 2.5-year-long dev time. It's a miracle that this game came out, and to such high praise that it eventually received. Crunch can be devastating for a studio, and still is. The sad truth is that as long as good games keep getting crunched, then there's nothing we can really do about it. But that's an entirely different issue that I am not qualified to speak on. Despite all of this, audio designer Clark Wen at least thought that it was the right call to make, after literally working on the game until sunrise some days. At its core, the game was still approached in good faith to the series despite its first-person perspective. Hundreds of pieces of concept art were made for the game, many pieces simply made out of fun and passion for the series. One of these concept arts made for fun, I imagine, was Mother Brain. Seriously, what the hell is going on with this concept? It's badass, but this looks like something that a straight-edge kid would think that a drug trip looks like. Game director Mike Pacini emphasized that the game should be focused on exploration and puzzle solving first, often calling this game a first-person adventure rather than a first-person shooter, and that the only time the game should become difficult is during the game's boss fights, so that lesser skilled players shouldn't be afraid to explore to build up their arsenal. Kenji Yamamoto returned after composing Super Metroid 8 years ago midway through production for this game. They had a bit of difficulty settling on who they wanted to compose for the game and what they wanted it to sound like, that so much of the game was built to be played without music. This little tidbit is sometimes misconstrued to mean that they never planned to have music in the game. That's not the case. They just couldn't settle on how they wanted the game to sound for quite some time. And that sound direction eventually boiled down to simply sounding like a video game, in a time when Nintendo felt that a lot of soundtracks were beginning to sound more like a Hollywood movie. Ironically, it was the movie Apocalypse Now that helped them come up with the sound that they wanted for the game. Specifically, the sounds of helicopter blades sounded more synthesized. Today, though, Metroid Prime remains one of my favorite games in in the Metroid series, just barely edged out by one of my favorite games of all time, Super Metroid. It was possibly one of the earliest first-person shooters that I remember putting time into as a kid, which I think unfortunately came with the side effect of me not understanding more traditional first-person shooters as I got older, but does explain why I'm a bit more forgiving towards the game's control scheme in its original release. I was split on what version of the game to play for this review. I could pull a G-Man Libs and review this game through the Prime Hack fan mod, giving the game complete traditional mouse and keyboard support, which I also think is a great way to try the game if you haven't before. But I've also played this game for well over half of my life, so that wouldn't be a great fit for the content that I like to make. Okay, so what about the Wii/Trilogy edition of the game, some of you might be asking? This one implements Metroid Prime 3's control scheme, but what a decent amount of people don't know about this port is that a lot of the lore was rewritten and retconned so that it would fit in with the stories of future games. And I don't want that to be how I cover this game for the first time. I want to tell you the story that this game originally shipped with, because I love this game a lot, and I feel like I'd be doing it a disservice by jumping in at a later point. So because of that, I've decided to play the original GameCube release for this video. A full vanilla playthrough of the game from beginning to end on the platform that it was originally designed for. Mostly. I am upscaling the game, but that doesn't really affect the gameplay at all. It just makes the game look more pretty than it already does. Seriously, this game has aged crazy well visually. There's still a bit of schmutz, most obviously the textures that can range from really low res and blurry to just straight up looking like Quake graphics. But for 2002, this looks fucking unreal. Well, okay, poor choice of words. This was also going to be an all collectibles and all scans run, but I fell victim to missing one of the one-time scan enemies in this game. It didn't feel like doing a whole separate playthrough just to get this one scan. That's what the fucking internet's for. Ooh, okay, that is a lot of names. I brought this thing with me to get signed by a bunch of YouTubers back at my first Too Many Games Expo. I was back in, I think, 2018. It's kind of crazy that about everyone I got to sign this thing have become people I can call my friends today, or at least acquaintances. Well, except for Vinny Vinesauce, and hey, that's okay. You know, I'd love to get to chat with the guy someday, but whatever, I'm not gonna force it. Oh, god damn it, this thing just won't leave me alone. I was wondering if I could return this signature. Cash or credit is fine. I also take cum coin. Alright, let's see. Who else is on here? Ant Dude! Alright, I shit you not. After I filmed that little bit there with John, Vinny was in that room just minutes after I left. Oh, I was so fucking close! And yes, I met Scott and Caddy properly for the first time. They were both incredibly nice to me, and I hope I can get them to slap me next year. This isn't a fetish thing, please. Just to get this out of the way, I won't be using the fusion suit for this video, but I wanted to give it a quick mention because holy shit, it looks so good. Now that we have Metroid Dread so that we can see how the fusion suit looks in an updated setting, it is a little weird seeing the fleshy parts of the suit look so smooth and flat, but it still looks great. In the GameCube release, you can only unlock this by beating Prime 1 and then using a Game Boy connector to connect it to Metroid Fusion on the Game Boy Advance. Doing this with Fusion Beaten will also unlock a fully playable copy of Metroid for the NES. You know, the adventure that takes place right before this game we're about to jump into. That's pretty cool. It was also planned to have a copy of Super Metroid because, you know, why wouldn't you want to include the best game in the franchise in this? But they pitched it to Nintendo when using a third-party emulator. That's a big no-no when it comes to Nintendo. The manual gives us a rundown of all the items we'll be collecting, many of which making their first appearance in canon, at least until Metroid Zero Mission later takes that title. It also shows us advanced mechanics like lock-on targeting and strafing. These are borderline required mechanics. I'm not sure why this is under advanced. It opens with a rundown of this new faction of Chozo, one that's pruned itself from the technology and machinery of the Chozo tribes we've met before. Well, okay, we don't meet a Chozo until way later down the timeline, you know what I mean. That's not to say that they didn't use technology. I think that the implication is that a lot of the Chozo tech we see throughout the game was made from the planet's native resources, rather than being shipped from other Chozo colonies. I'll be going over this Chozo lore when we get to the game, because honestly, there's not a lot that's in-game that isn't in this manual, so I'll just bring it up then. The Space Pirates, though, get a good amount of exposition, clarifying a bit of what happened directly after Samus destroyed Turian back in the first game. They confirm that the Metroids that we saw in that game were plundered from SR-388. Don't know how they managed to pull that off without losing their entire army, but they used that underground laboratory in the hostile planet of Zebes to learn to control the Metroids, until the Chozo-infused human warrior of planet K-2L destroyed the Space Pirate leaders and higher-ups Kraid and Ridley, and later destroyed their Mother Brain. The manual doesn't mention the Mother Brain being formerly Chozo tech, so I don't think that's been retconned into the lore just yet. Just give it, what, one more game, I think? The pirates scavenged the remains that they could of Kraid, Ridley, and Mother Brain, with the pirates setting up shop in the next most hospitable planet in the solar system, Talon 4, retrofitting any Chozo camps they could find into their research bases, while scooping up any of their tech that they could find, discovering the Prime series' primary plot MacGuffin, Phazon. Well, actually, Phazon is what attracted them to Talon 4, but we don't learn that until way later in the game. A radioactive mutagen that they later tried to use to mutate the local wildlife for militaristic uses aboard a low-orbit space station they call the Frigate Orpheon. Or is it the Orpheon even frigate, because the frigate is a type of ship, whatever. Samus eventually tracks down this space station thanks to an SOS signal they started broadcasting, and that's where our adventure begins. This is normally where I would cut to the opening of the game and begin the adventure, but okay, hold on, I need to gush for just a second. This theme song is incredible. Now, it's not just because it's an incredible take on the classic Metroid theme, but also for how it communicates its place in the Metroid timeline. Every time you hear the classic Metroid theme in a game, it's always delivered to you in a new way. From the hopeful and optimistic tone of Metroid 1, to the distraught and more somber tone of Super Metroid's, and the distorted and slightly off-key of Fusion's. And this version is no different. It's not too somber, it's not too cheery, but it almost feels alive. Almost like Metroid Prime is more than a game, but a being, a creature. Well, okay, that part is technically true regardless, but later on, this sort of whistly synth sets in, most of the other noises quiet down, all except for the percussion, which hits like fucking thunder. And then the minute it's gone, that organic, fleshy sound just comes back and overtakes the composition. It's almost like nature quieting down, backing down the moment that something of consistent and intelligent design shows up, but then flourishes the minute it's gone. It's really hard for me to put this into words. I don't have a lot of music vocabulary under my belt, and I don't think that I can assign a single label to the tone of this track, but goddamn is it beautiful. And then you go to the main menu. Holy shit. I could definitely attach a tone to this one. This one is telling you to fucking brace yourself because you're about to enter a hell of an adventure. Once again taken by that organic sound, albeit much more subtle this time. And then in another verse of the track that you actually don't hear until the end of the game, it slaps you with this fucking part. I have goosebumps, holy shit. Space, the final frontier airlines, guaranteed to leave your legs in critical condition with our leg room. Yeah, you see that space station down there? That's gonna be your legs. Oh Jesus, are those rocks already burning up in the atmosphere? How low orbit is the space station? It's a miracle that this thing hasn't been dragged down and plummeted back into the planet's surface. Maybe all it needs is a little push from yours truly. Good lord, what an entrance. What kind of black magic did Retro Studios conjure up to make Samus look this fucking good? This is 2002! The way she somersaults off of her gunship, the on-edge body language capped off with the wonderful game start jingle that returns from the previous games. If you played this game in the early 2000s and worried about this game being a real Metroid game, this is probably where your fears started to disappear, though you still have to learn to play the game. And if you're used to more modern shooters with twin-stick controls, that's gonna be a little bit tricky because this isn't one. Games had already been using what we know today as traditional twin-stick movement, but it was still fairly young as a concept. This is a lot closer to, say, Doom for the PlayStation 1, or really any other Doom ports from that era, but I've been playing Doom PS1 recently, so it's just fresh in my mind. The left joystick is for movement. The Y-axis moves you up and down, and the X-axis turns you left and right, with the L trigger toggling strafing mode, letting you move in all four directions with Samus pointed in the same direction. And you fire by pressing the big red A button, not the triggers or shoulder buttons. And because you'll need to look around in a 3D space, you use the R trigger to enable free look, letting us aim in any direction while stationary. If you heard me say that out of context, you might think I was talking about the Mercury Steam games, but no, this is Metroid Prime on the GameCube! What I just described to you is exactly what gets in the way way of me recommending this game to my friends, and is exactly what I imagine is running through George Costanza's mind when he played the game for himself. This picture is incredible. Telling people that Metroid Prime is one of my favorite games of all time, followed by saying, oh yeah, it has basically tank controls and you can't aim up and down while moving, that turns a lot of people off. If you are one of those people who came to this video trying to learn what the big deal is, first off, welcome to the channel, I'm glad to have you. Please consider leaving a comment about how big my forehead is. And second, I assure you that this game is built around these limitations in a way that feels surprisingly streamlined. Again, I'm speaking from a place of bias. I've grown up with this game, so of course I know my way around this control scheme like the back of my hand, but it'll come naturally to you eventually. You're introduced to scanning pretty early on, arguably one of Metroid Prime's most important mechanics. Instead of interacting with buttons and switches on the wall like any other first-person adventure, Samus interacts with them from a distance, which, you know, would actually be really good for a bounty hunter who's trying to preserve the environment that they're hunting in. But I mean, it's Samus. She might not have destroyed any planets yet at this point in canon, but that doesn't mean she's gonna leave the place spotless, though I guess usually the explosions are because of someone else's fault, not exactly Samus's. Whatever. Doors still open like any other Metroid game. Shoot that blue barrier covering the door and eventually you'll see some more varieties later on in the game. I also fucking love this hexagon shape of the door. Hexagons are the natural shape of intelligent design, is what I used to think until you find out that Saturn has a natural hexagon on the planet's poles, unless that is intelligently designed. The scan visor is more than just a remote hacking device though, providing you intel on basically everything that the team had time to program flavor text for. The status of various machineries around the station, remotely carbon dating natural structures, giving you insight on puzzles you might need to solve, even information on, say, Samus's ship, and any life forms and wildlife you may encounter later on. Basically, if you see something and you want to know more about it, just check it with your scan visor. Scanning every creature, whether organic or robotic, as well as dedicated lore terminals for space pirates and Chozo lore later on, are all required for 100% scans. This is a separate criteria from collectibles, so you could still get 100% for items and not scans and vice versa. You don't need to scan literally everything for completion, but I still tried to just for the sake of collecting as much context and lore as possible. But if that's not for you, you don't have to scan everything in the game. If something is required to scan to move on, it likely has this red note over it instead of an orange one, so you know what to scan if you just want to get a move on. Quite a lot of Samus's arsenal carries over from her previous adventure as well. Morph ball, bombs, Variasuit missiles, and even a couple that haven't appeared in canon yet, at least release order wise, like the Charge Beam and Grapple Beam. Don't get too cozy with them. This is the game that started the trend of Samus losing all of her gear in the prologue, but these still act as an introduction to these mechanics as well as giving you a tease of what's to come. I imagine that starting the game without any of these would definitely give the average player the wrong first impression. Shortly in, the cause of the distress signal makes itself known. Interstellar parasites have broken from containment, test subjects of the space pirate experiments that have had free reign over the station for basically the last 6 hours. That's when the last of the space pirates' escape pods were deployed at least. Yeah, that's fine, just leave these massive containers of Phazon here. Surely nothing can go wrong. I mean, look at that massive mutated parasite in the middle of the floor. It's already dead now, it's perfectly safe. Samus's scan visor is also capable of performing a socially distanced autopsy to establish the cause of death for many of the beings that we're gonna find here up on the Orpheon. This space pirate broke his spine. Cool, thank God it's not me. Oh, we got a live one! Ah, good. Health is still purple. It'll stand out against the environment, I hope. Also, did you see that low opacity circle around the space pirate? If you see that, that's how you know that you can lock onto something with the L button. Toggling strafing mode while always having Samus faced in the direction of your target. Duh, no shit, that's what a lock-on system traditionally is in a video game, but it's important to point out. You're gonna be using this thing really for almost every combat encounter in the game. This is why I think that complaining about the movement in this game from a first impression isn't gonna take you very far. The Charge Beam has gotten quite the upgrade since near the end of the timeline, now almost acting as a tractor beam for health and missile pickups dropped from slain organisms and crates. Now, obviously, I would prefer to have these pickups gravitate towards me passively, but this is, you know, a step in the right direction at least. I'm guessing that they thought that it would be better to see what's gravitating towards you in a first-person space. It's not a big deal, honestly. We can also use the charge shot to destroy debris on the floor, which is only used, I don't know, like 5 times in the whole game. Oh my god, though, I love the way that the parts from her arm cannon flare out while charging. I cannot overstate how cool I think that this is. Do my eyes deceive me? Is that a small meter by meter opening? That's perfect for my ball! The morph ball in this game is kind of impressive. It doesn't control as tightly as it did in the 2D games. This one's a bit more physics influenced, like you'll bounce off geometry in a way that feels fairly realistic, but I love that the morph ball actually rolls while it, rolls. This really shouldn't be a huge deal, but in the previous games, the morph ball just did this rolling loop animation even while stationary. So the morph ball moving around in a way that feels realistic is kind of cool. Oh, right, this path that we rolled down takes us to the map station.
You've got mail.
Every time I come back after not playing this game for a long time, this jingle gives me chills. It never gets old for me. I love it. The map itself, though, had a pretty tricky transition into 3D, but I think that it gets the job done for the most part. In later areas, especially more vertically focused areas, it can get a bit disorienting trying to find out where you are in relation to the rest of the map. There's definitely room for improvement, but I'll cut it some slack. A lot of map rooms and save stations come with some readable lore on the walls. This one tells us about how ground zero of a phazon crater on the planet below has become radioactively stable, 2 parasite queen specimens have become volatile, and that smaller parasites have infested the ventilation shafts, which they then tried to trap by closing the ventilation. Absolute galaxy brain play here, guys. I'll let you do the math. What do you get when you take away ventilation in a spaceship? The parasites seem to be the specimen of the week up here in Pirate Delight, reporting back specimens with a thicker hide and galvanized talons from a phazon infusement. Even the eggs were affected, which are only mentioned because the boss fight coming up was planned to use eggs in its boss fight, but it was cut, and I guess that this lore tidbit was left in. I mean, it's good world building, I'm not exactly gonna complain, but with things like this at risk of breaking containment, it makes some surface level sense to have some kind of automated infantry. Oh, never mind, their turrets are weak as hell. No wonder they're being overtaken by these things. This frigate, by the way, was part of a whole fleet of these things over Zebes during the pirates' time down there. Zebes has fallen, as the pirate log says. All ground personnel are assumed dead from the hunter clad in metal. Holy shit, that is a badass name. And we're able to retreat with a whole batch of Metroids that are now on reduced feeding schedules to pad out their rations. Yeah, last thing you want is for Metroids to go hungry, am I right? Wait, can the Metroids even survive without food? Do they just get irritated when they're not fed, or do they actually die of starvation? Never mind. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's one of those hopper things from the 2D games. And that's the only time we see this in the whole game. Your curiosity is often rewarded when it comes to scanning literally everything in the environment, at least in pirate areas. I just happened to find this terminal here that when scanned, disabled the turret system in the room. Yeah, you see that little green bastard up there? Yeah, he looks like he's pretty flaccid right now, huh? Maximum firepower recommended. Yeah, sure thing, boss. Look, okay, I know that the fast missile tech is technically an exploit and it's patched out in the sequel games, but it wasn't patched out in future ports of this game, so I'm just going to enjoy this while I have it. Also, it's fun. Certainly more fun than death by removal of organs. Yes, the classic Nintendo staple. Boy, oh boy, it sure is convenient for all this pirate tech to require a metal sphere as a key to activate. Little did they know Samus was their key all along. To their death. Now, okay, I know what you're probably wanting to ask right now. Are the save stations as cool as they were in Super Metroid? Yes, at least I think so. Also, they refill your health, so that's a pretty nice bonus. Hello, Mama, I'm home. You better not be sitting in the reactor again. There she is. This must be the specimen that survived. Looking pretty good, might I add. A phazon-infused parasite queen, or at least infused by an unknown mutagen as Samus's logbook says, but we all know that it's phazon by now, come on. This scan log, by the way, is the only one in the entire game with an exclamation mark, which is probably the most optimistic Samus's suit AI has ever been since Fusion, or until Fusion. Oh, it's got mouth lasers, that's wow. A cool little detail about this fight, the head is its weak point as we learned from the scan log. If you don't scan it, the lock-on targets the abdomen by default, but after scanning it, it now locks onto the head. My only problem with this is that this mechanic is really never used again. This would be a great incentive to use the scan visor more often. That's so cool. This is just such a missed opportunity for the rest of the game. This fight was also planned to have her lay eggs and drop parasites around the arena before getting dropped because that shit's too complicated for an opening boss fight. Look at how this motherfucker moved at one point. Holy shit, that's terrifying. So anyway, about that missile exploit. Oh, hey, come on, don't be like that.
immediately.
Oh, you're really hitting that Super Metroid nostalgia. Better here than never, I guess, because we don't have an escape sequence at the end of the game. Oh, spoilers, shit, sorry, my bad. Oh, Jesus, did the parasite just explode, or was it something else? What are in those Phazon sticks? Holy shit. Oh yeah, give me those bug guts. Alright, this escape sequence has been suspiciously easy. Who's in charge of this godforsaken station? Wait, this is where they brought Ridley's corpse? God damn it, of all of the frigates that they could have been pairing the parasite experiments on, I had to go to this one. I could have been on the Mother Braid frigate or the Crane frigate. God frigate, Scott sure got a size upgrade when we last saw him on Zombies. I'm gonna blame that on the cybernetic augmentations this dude's been fitted with. Do we know if his brain is still in there? Like, does he remember me, or is he essentially a whole other organism at this point? Whatever. Meta Ridley is this thing's codename. The reanimated body of Ridley from Zebo stitched back together and fitted with ballistic weapons, plasma cells, and a metal exoskeleton. Yeah, enjoy running now, you pterodactyl fuck. We'll meet again in maybe 10 hours. Yeah, these pirates may be really fluent in tech, but they really aren't too bright. Why would you put Ridley, who, depending on the game, is often regarded as the leader of the space pirates, in the same frigate as the experimental nuclear mutant parasites? It's not even like this Ridley is infused with Phazon. That would actually make sense. Now's a better time than ever for grapple hook. That was okay. Oh no, Samus, look out for that very slow-moving explosion. God damn it. I mean, sure, that explosion looks like fucking nothing, but it did throw her all the way down that hallway. Surely that's enough to explain her losing 400 pounds of gear. That's just what happens when your station doesn't have proper airflow. One of the only regions in the whole franchise to not give Samus any new abilities is also the one that taketh away. Grapple beam malfunction, charge beam malfunction. Yeah, okay, I get it. We're back to naked Samus again. No stronger than how she was in the beginning of the first Metroid, sans the shorter power beam. At least the basic power suit isn't puke yellow like in Super Metroid, and I've always had a soft spot for this weird backwards L on the chest. I have no idea what purpose the lack of symmetry here serves, but it looks really nice. That's more than I could say about these dinky ass shoulder pads. I really miss my air conditioning balls. Hold on, I know that music. Oh wait, right, this was one of the first games to use this exclusively as the theme for Ridley. How the hell is he flying, by the way? Is he swooping his wings just for show from his propulsion? The membrane from his wings are energy now, so maybe it's some kind of propulsion system. And I mean, if there's rocks already burning up in the atmosphere all the way up here, then he's certainly grabbing something, I would assume. Unfortunately, Samus loses Ridley on the way down, forcing her to make ground-based reconnaissance. I absolutely love this landing sequence. These harsh shots of Samus's gunship making its way to the planet in between tranquil shots of the surface below, almost mirroring this world and the Phazon plague that's about to hit it. The peaceful and tranquil life below, about to become the battlegrounds of a war that it didn't ask for. Welcome to Talon Overworld. Our stage has been set, our stakes have been raised, and our adventure finally begins proper. Our gunship behaves similar to how it did in Super Metroid, a save station, health restore, and ammo restore all in one. Also, whenever you use it to save, and only if you use it to save, Samus shakes her ass for some reason. Someone animated that. Arriving at Talon isn't quite as somber as arriving at Zebby's back in Super Metroid. The optimistic tone is oddly fitting for its place in canon. Beetles make our first enemies to us in this naked state, burrowing bastards with a melee attack, nigh harmless, which is understandable for an opening enemy. Joining this all-star cast are the exploding mushroom blast caps, sap sacks, which are nectar-rich plants that have evolved to fucking explode to preserve itself, so that only brave or incredibly stupid wildlife attempt to eat it. Gamers somehow return from Zebes and are only vulnerable to concussive blasts, alongside their weaker Zoomer cousins. There's a really easy joke to be made here, but I think the name is enough to suffice. Yeah! For the most part, it's harmless wildlife that doesn't really pose an ounce of a threat to Samus. Talon Overworld acts as our hub between regions for the time being, with all but one available path to us so far funneling us towards one of two regions. One being a literal magma cave, so I'm not even gonna bother with that until we get the Varia suit back. So that just leaves the Chozo Ruins. I can only imagine what this place was once called because I doubt that the Chozo called them the Ruins. Oh, great. Sand.
I don't like sand.
Well, seismic activity is a pretty good lead when we're in a Chozo homeworld. Also, yes, I know I'm using the hint system. I really don't need it at this point, but I like to keep it on. Just, I don't know, there's some kind of primal part of my brain that just tells me to leave it be, which is a lot unlike how Samus feels about these ecosystems. I also think that a hint system like this is great for a closed world exploration based game like this. Just showing you a room off in the distance and telling you find a way to get here without telling you how gets the job done without spoiling too much of the experience. The only time this ever becomes an issue for me is when it starts repeating hints because you haven't gone to this point yet. At that point, yeah, I completely agree, just turn it off. Chozo lore is given to us through these, what is this, a sort of wavy engraving? I thought this was like a pool of water on the wall as a kid that dries up once you scan it. The lore does speak of a well or a fountain, so maybe that's where the connections got lost for me back then. It speaks of a well that gave these Chozo visions of a future, warning of a dark plague that would poison their spring water. This is not to be mistaken with the Great Poison that they later refer to in Chozo lore when talking about Phazon, which does make this a little bit confusing to read for the first time. I'll explain that more later on. Welcome to the Chozo Ruins, which is exactly what it sounds like, though this is one of the earliest interpretations of a Chozo Ruins in color. A missile door taunts us as soon as we set foot in the main ruins. Not entirely red like the previous games, but a red device placed over the door, keeping that blue shielding from being disturbed. As you would expect, this device can only be removed with explosive force. We'll be back to this in no time. First, we gotta climb these absolutely massive stairs. Holy shit, how big were these Chozo? You're making me think that they had to use morph ball technology just to fit through these doors. I hope you like swarms of smaller fodder enemies, because you're going to be seeing a lot of these throughout the game. Taking this role in the Chozo ruins are the Scarabs, swarms of small, explosive arthropods that sacrifice themselves to protect the nest. And they're actually kind of a threat for the early game. Okay, that's not entirely true, they're really easy to take out. Just don't try to tank the damage. Look at how much energy these fuckers shaved off of me.
Damn, nature, you
These may be ruins, but the Big Bird's old security systems haven't all been petrified just yet. Organic Chozo security systems in the form of ions still remain for the time being. What a cruel little existence, assuming that they're conscious organisms, which maybe they aren't. And they're not perfect either. Despite being security, these things are sensitive to light, so much so that hitting them with the power beam is enough to make them wince. Now, I want to know what is sustaining these things. Do they have a whole network of roots and veins behind them that's absorbing nutrients from the walls? Actually, you know, I would rather not think about it. Wow, real-time reflections! RTX fucking on, my dude! Look at that! Actually, I'm pretty sure that's just another model on the inside of this thing. And if you've never seen this, I don't blame you. It's almost impossible to make out what this reflection is supposed to be when played at a native resolution. Warwasp hives litter the walls and ceilings of these ruins, infinitely respawning these guys until we could destroy their hives. These were literally the second enemies in the game to be programmed, which I guess would explain how polished their pathfinding is. It really feels like I'm being attacked by giant bees. If you're trying to make your way from one point of the room to the other while just ignoring the enemies inside, yeah, they can be a little bit of a pain, but just give them a couple taps with your power beam, they're not too bad. Plasmites act as those room-brightening fireflies from back in Super Metroid, dying when being touched or obviously being shot at, though the darkness that follows isn't nearly as punishing, especially since every single one of these guys happens to be near water in the game, and the reflection mat of the water is just a solid white color regardless of the room lighting, so it's a lot harder to lose where you are in the room. Though near the water, you're a lot more likely to come across tangleweeds, barely sentient organisms grabbing at small prey for food, and as a result, grabbing and tugging at Samus's feet. Just like a lot of you that I see out on Twitter, please stop showing up in my timeline, thank you. They just slow you down until you shoot at them to make them retract. As we descend deeper into the ruins, the little bit of water that hasn't dried up down here, or at least what once was water, becomes more and more corrosive. Old Chozo plumbing devices have higher readings of toxic compounds, all around a massive contraption, reportedly with life forms that sit idly inside, just below this missile expansion. Or I guess missile launcher, since we don't have missiles yet. So, come on, this is gonna be a trap. So wait, does this thing know that it's protecting these missiles, or... never mind. The Hive Mecha, or Chozo Totem as 3D modeler for the game James Dargy put it. A Chozo security device that weaponizes local predators for its protection, and the predators that it's chosen are a unique enemy to this fight, Ram War Wasps, or Blood Wasps in Japan, which is a much cooler name, might I add. Ram War Wasps is a goddamn tongue twister. This specific species has evolved a sort of hive mind intelligence, circling and attacking its prey as a single-minded being. This is a really good moment to teach the player about the radar at the top left of the screen. I spent so many years of my life not even knowing that I could use this thing, and I'm not alone there. Every time I stream this game over on my Twitch, which has been more than once, there's always at least one person in my chat that says that they had no idea you could even use this radar. It's almost hilarious how poorly communicated this is to the player. I consider this thing a boss even though it doesn't have a health bar. Take out the wave of war wasps and then attack the totem once it's left vulnerable. I'm not sure why it's exposing its weak point to us after we kill its babies. Maybe it's like a dog whistle, it's like attracting more war wasps to come fight for it. Thank you for the challenge, oh strange Chozo security system, and thank you for the missiles. Is it supposed to be glowing like that? Must be another side effect of getting the missile launcher before the morph ball. Fuck you, missile door, I've got explosives now. Oh, I love that little jingle. I never would have thought that Metroid needed its own Zelda-like puzzle-solved jingle, but here we are, and I like it. We're given an energy tank for our efforts, though we're gonna need to come back here with the morph ball to get a move on through the rest of this path, which is a trick that Metroid Prime is gonna be using a lot up until the end of the game, giving you a new tool for your kit, missiles in this case, providing you an obstacle to use it on, the missile door, and then impeding your path by asking you to come back with another upgrade, the morph ball tunnel. Seriously, once you notice this, it is almost impossible to not notice it, and it's quite distracting. And I'm not even saying that this is a bad design philosophy, it's just glaringly obvious once you start paying attention to it. And hey, we could snag a few goodies on the way too. A map station for the ruins, a missile expansion behind this wall, and as an added bonus, a way to render these war wasps nests sterile. Holy shit, that was hard to say. Oh wow, another half-pipe structure! Yo, I love Tony Hawk! That guy looks just like Tony Hawk! Something tells me we're gonna get a skateboard upgrade for our morph ball. Alright, where's the manager? I need to get that morph ball down from that top shelf, and I'm too short to reach it! Ah, you must be the big one. Well, it was the big one. Ah, shit, I forgot to scan it. That's okay, there's gonna be more of these guys later on. How come the morph ball on this pedestal is a pinkish color? I know the Varia suit in the NES game was pink, though that's more likely a coincidence. Oh well, it's good to have this thing back. What's the deal, though, with the morph ball in this game? Where does Samus go? What is the energy inside of this thing? Is she just turned into a being of pure light in there? Pure light. I mean, the trail that it leaves behind when you're rolling is pretty cool, but, where am I?
I banish you to the ball dimension.
My God! Oh, shrink bats! Oh, they're just like I remember them. Apparently, they've got an internal temperature of around 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Why is the wildlife around here so explosive? Also, how are so many species from Zibs also on this planet? Who brought them here, or vice versa? Because I have a hard time believing that these two separate species of shriek bats evolved completely separate from each other. Oh my god, it's a tentacle with an eyeball on the tip. Okay, I know that octopi have like individual brains for their arms, or at least some kind of clump of neurons that lets it act individually, but a whole ass eyeball on the end of it is a little different. Man, imagine how cool it would be to have an eyeball on the back of your hand. Yeah, I bet it would love looking at this room all the fucking time, which we'll be back to in just a minute. I want to get the charge beam first, and also bombs. The path of corruption leads ever higher. Yeah, because that's where the afterlife is, and also where you will go if you are corrupt. This room sure looks important, but I think we're missing something. You know you're in for some shit when the door is literally locked with an unbreakable seal. We need bombs before we could do anything in this room, so I suppose that our only option for now is... Let me guess, another symbiotic security drone? Actually, kind of. This is closer to an autonomous waste disposal drone that just happens to have another unique breed of war wasps directly above it. These fuckers can fire their stingers over 20 meters. How they manage this without destroying their internal organs is a mystery to me. Imagine the Hive mecha, except waiting to shoot it on a timer rather than having to take out all of the bugs. Just play a bit of flamethrower jump rope and then shoot the big red fuck me light every time it shows up. Okay, yeah, this one is not symbiotic at all. Hello, bombs. I missed you very briefly. Oh, look at the little jump that Samus did in the cutscene. That's adorable. I admit that I prefer the more mechanical, solid bombs of the previous games over this weird, like, energy-based set of bombs, but the sound design at least accommodates for this aesthetic change. Honestly, for the longest time, I thought that this specific type of bombs were made by this breed of Chozo as some sort of portable battery or something, which explains why you could use this to power various equipment. Except that theory that I had doesn't add up because Samus had this exact type of bomb back in the Orpheon, so it's purely an art direction thing rather than lore. It's a shame though, I think that there's potential there. Oh shit, shriek bats! Oh shit, Vor! An energy malfunction at the furnace. That doesn't sound good. Could it have anything to do with that white door in the room? What is that, an ice beam door? Oh wait, yeah, it is. The game just tells us the 3 beams we'll be collecting in our adventure in the key to the left. That's okay, it's not too big of a mystery. Almost every item we collect in this game is an item that's from a previous Metroid game. Very few of these are original power-ups. We're not even able to check out the furnace part of the furnace until we acquire some arachnid powers. But merely visiting this part of the room that doesn't let us access it gets rid of the hint pointing you in the right direction. So first-time players might completely forget to come back here once you have the appropriate ability. It's such a small issue that I think could have been mitigated pretty easy, but whatever, it's not that big of a deal. For now, we can only snag this energy tank again. Though we are pointed in the direction of the Sun Chamber, which sure looks like it's gonna be a boss fight arena from this view. I can only assume that whatever's been poisoning the water hole has been brewing down there. That which fouls the water seeks the sun. That is a badass way of saying that everything corrupted by the great poison below will eventually surface. Man, I love this kind of cryptic shit. Wait, hold on, do I hear something? Yeah, keep your ear open for this sound. It means that there's an item nearby. That wasn't even close. This is our 3D counterpart to the map, showing us a dot to show us that there's an item in the region. It's not perfect, but it gets the point across. The room for the charge beam builds on the scanning mechanic in a way that we're going to be seeing a lot in this game. You have to search the room to scan these 4 Chozo runes in order to activate a way out. I'm assuming that there's some kind of tech involved here. I know these Chozo were more religious and focused on the paranormal, but I mean, how else would Samus be able to interface with this? It's totally possible that the suit is just that versatile, but I feel like there's something more here. Holy shit, there were no safety precautions with that door. This shit could cut a dude in half. Now nothing will cut me in half. Now let's say we blast some eyeballs now, shall we? No shit, right, I can't go this way yet. Wait, they grow back? Alright, are you ready for round 2? Of rune scanning? One of these runes is under a bunch of red tangleweeds, which it won't let me scan yet for some reason. Now how will I know the very specific lore explanation for how they hurt me? Ah! Alright, I didn't even know that that was a rune. I was just trying to scan shit to get more lore. I wonder what that symbol means. Ah, I see. It's a giant blood flower. Oh shit, it's got the wood tower battle chip. I mean, I guess plant tower? Oh, that is more than just a blood flower. Flagra, the source of the toxin that's overtaken these ruins. A mutated super bug plant thing that, due to its massive mutated size, requires a fuckload of sunlight to photosynthesize and produce enough glucose to maintain itself. Its outer carapace is practically indestructible, but if we could cut off its supply of sunlight and take a shot at its roots... Yeah, burn, motherfucker. Alright, who's flipping those mirrors back up? I want to see the man behind the curtain! By the way, are you tired of this music yet? Yeah, me too. The NTSC edition of Metroid Prime for the GameCube, for whatever reason, the full theme is in there, but it just doesn't play. This was fixed in future releases of the game in other regions, but wouldn't be fixed in NTSC regions until the Wii release. And on the topic of that, back when I used to play this game as a kid, I would pretend and make believe that the spring ball was actually in this game whenever I made it to this boss fight. Cutting off Flagra's sunlight will make his body slam into the floor, and when he does so, Samus's morph ball gets bounced up into the air. I would literally just play this as a small child and be like, yeah, I got the spring ball, look! And then I would time that with the jump. It's crazy that that absolutely ridiculous childhood-like fantasy became reality in the Wii port. There's one thing I prefer about the Wii port over the GameCube port, it's that that one has the spring ball. You have to be really quick to slam all these mirrors back up, and the closest that Samus has to a sprint here is her lock-on sidestep, which I think is the intention. This arena is perfectly circular, so you can just lock on to Flagra and just keep sidestepping. Now let me see a squirt. Yo, we get the screw attack early in this game! No, I'm just kidding, that's just the Various suit. This game made an important distinction for me growing up, that the screw attack has a 6-point lightning bolt on it, where the Various suit, or really just Samus's logo, has this 13-point lightning bolt on it. That's a lot closer to an S, for Samus. And also, suit. No, okay, that's fucking stupid. I also really miss that incredibly vague-looking atom-looking thing that represented the Various suit from previous games, but whatever, this thing's pretty cool. I want this on a coin. Oh god, it tickles! There's the Various suit that we love and know. Added defense, heat resistance, and big-ass shoulders. It is still susceptible to heat-based attacks, and I'm pretty sure that no suit in this game offers protection from lava, so this is really as far as it gets in terms of elemental resistances. But yes, with the defeat of Flagra, the water has returned to normal, and this corrosive Flagra piss is no longer a threat to us. Sadly, most of the underwater paths that have now opened to us are inaccessible until later in the game, though in case you took any damage, you can use these ultra energies just outside of the Flagra fight to restore a whole ass E-tank's worth of energy. Oh look, it's an atomic! Ow! This doesn't seem like the right kind of environment to house these beings of literally pure energy.
Pure energy.
Much like Samus is when she's in the morph ball. Also, these actually aren't the atomics from Super Metroid, even though they look practically identical. These are actually Bombus, and are much more of a unique enemy than the flying bullet sponges we saw in the 2D games. These things are immune to practically everything except for electric-based weaponry. No, I'm not talking about the screw attack, that's a really good guess. The screw attack isn't in this game though. These things are attracted to other energy sources to absorb and feed off of them, presumably. If this thing was a Pokemon, its final evolution would be Electro from the Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that means they'll make a beeline for you if you're using the charge beam. I always saw the yellow orb in the center of it when it rushes towards you as a big cartoony nose, like it's charging at me while it's sniffing, and I hate that. Hey, does this game have fall damage? Is something that everyone says before jumping down a massive pit. Judging by the noise that Samus made, I'm gonna say that that probably hurt, but the suit energy is a-okay. We've got some cordite barriers blocking us from solving this rune sequence, so we're not gonna be able to make it back up there until we have something that breaks cordite. Coincidentally, the other way back into Flagra's arena has been blocked off with weeds. It's gonna be a bit, but we do need to come back here eventually. Hey, remember double bomb jumping? You can't infinitely bomb jump anymore, but you can still do this. Come my god, I forgot to pop the other bomb slots. Jesus Christ, how do I even play this game? Fuck it, I'm not jumping down there. I don't want to backtrack all the way back to this elevator. This elevator to Magmore Caverns, I mean. Does anybody else get this feeling of anxiety and dread whenever using an elevator in the GameCube release of this game? If you know, then you know, and I always dread it happening again. It's Grisby! Oh, I love that name so much. Grisby, please, I'm sorry! Alright, I'm taking a minute to listen to our audience, and from what I hear, you guys want more Super Metroid callbacks. So how about one of the most iconic pieces from the soundtrack to accompany the Magmore Caverns? No, this does not mean that we'll be fighting Ridley down here. There's actually no bosses here in Magmore. Well, okay, there was a boss made for this arena, and that boss is still in the game. He's just not here. I'll explain that when we see him later. Hey, are you wondering what these caves are named after? 4 missiles is enough to blast their head off. Code for the game suggests that these were originally supposed to be the Magdalites from Super Metroid. You know those lava enemies that literally have a humanoid hand that throws more lava at you? They were even gonna look like them at one point until Nintendo asked them to make an original design. Also, Magdalite Caverns doesn't exactly roll off the tongue as well. Give it another, what, 8 years or so before we see those guys in 3D? Also, those aren't eyes on the Magmore. They're more like sonar glands and have developed a stronger sense of smell, meaning that they're about one step away from opening up their own attorney's office with their friend Foggy. And speaking of Fog, remember the bulls from Super Metroid? I mean puffers? Oh, man, what is with these enemies that are just renamed to different shit to fit in this game? We've already established that shit like the Shriek Bats can coexist on multiple planets. Why not just embrace it? They're way less threatening in this game than they were in the 2D games. They'll leave some hazardous shit behind, but you can just wait for it to dissipate, and they don't bum rush you in this one, so you're good. I always loved these little Triclopses as a kid. I thought that they were adorable. Dumb little bastards that collect food and save them for later. And can you guess what they think that my bombs are? Adorable. All right, this is where I admit something kind of embarrassing from my childhood. Have you ever heard of Triopses, a real organism? When I first saw them, I thought they were like mutant tadpole looking things. If you've ever heard of sea monkeys, they're sold kind of like those. An at-home kit where you can raise them in your own fucking aquarium. I shit you not, I begged for a kit of one of those because I misread the label as Triclopses and thought, holy shit, they're real! I still took care of them. I was like 12. I still thought it was interesting. I kind of missed them. Hey, not Adam. I think I found their pirate base. Fuckers have been siphoning magma from the planet for thermal energy and very low-level phazon mining. And in this base, where we learn another motive for the pirates beyond galactic domination: profit, selling minerals and items of interest to their monks, as the lore describes. Cause, you know, what game doesn't have space capitalism? Let's go pillage that planet over there and totally destroy its wildlife for the sake of money. Oh, let's go. First try, baby. No spring ball, only bomb jumps. We don't have access to most of Magmore with our current jump height, so we're gonna need to transition from a super hot region to a super cold region. Have you ever seen those videos of a metal barrel going from hot to cold really fast and just collapsing in on itself? Yeah, thank God Samus's suit isn't doing that right now. Phendrana Drifts, our 4th region of Metroid Prime, or I guess the 5th if you count the Orpheum. Oh, Samus's walk cycle there is not adjusted for the total space that she covers. That is very funny looking. Also, what the fuck is a Phendrana? If there's Magmores, then surely there's a Phendrana, right? Hello? We've got a save station right off the bat and some pirate lore to read off to the side, kind of like reading the newspaper while taking a shit, which is fitting because taking a shit is what the pirates sound like they're going through right now. All these phazon experiments are really taking their toll. All 3 of these little flavor text lore tidbits mention how terrible their work environment has been since test subjects have started escaping captivity, demanding all surviving personnel report in to secure lockdown or suffer a 30% ration reduction. What do you even put in these space pirate rations? Do they need to cook their food or or can they break down the toxins that humans otherwise can't? Basically, I'm just wondering if they have a working appendix. What am I saying? They probably just eat starbursts. No, not the candy. I mean the plants in Talon Overworld. Though the candy, would be kind of funny. Trying to scan these flicker bats is always a pain, but I guess that's kind of the point. Somehow, these fuckers are able to avoid the known color spectrum and require X-ray imaging, which is kind of concerning given how close these are to the space pirates, because they'll probably find a way to reverse engineer this and use it for themselves. We need to morph ball through this cave to lift the lockdown that the pirates have set, which feels weird from a gameplay standpoint. It's kind of out of place since no other region of the game really makes you do this, but from a lore perspective, it's cool, especially since we're nearing these pirate outposts. I don't exactly know what the deal is with these purple bamboos though. They're not attracted to my charge shots, so I guess that they're just satisfied with the energy that they're siphoning from these corridors? Okay, that actually makes a bit of sense. Whatever the case, the pirates have learned to use this to their advantage, using them as living security around most of pirate territory. It's a nice fucked up parallel to the Chozo of Talon Overworld, or Talon 4. What happened to Talon 1 through 3?
Babies must sleep. Babies must rest.
Oh shit, it's a xenomorph's head on a bipedal body. Well, okay, I guess the xenomorphs are also bipedal. You know what I mean. It's like a raptor without forelimbs. Baby Shogoths. I mean She-Goths. Enemies that, for now, require you to be on top of your sidestepping game to get the drop on. Destroy their shell and blast the juicy center afterwards. It's pretty easy, especially if you combo a missile after a charge shot. But, you know, when there's more than one, they can be a bit of a nuisance. Hold the what? Propulsion units cannot maintain lift to support a power suit, which is a nice way of saying that they'll descend when I step on them. Oh, did I say descend? I meant violently explode like everything else on this godforsaken planet. I have to go fast! I need my next ball! Oh, wow, speaking of going fast, the Boost Ball, our first upgrade that we didn't begin the game with, and our first item that debuts in the Metroid Prime series. It's not a permanent speed buff. You have to hold down the jump button while in Morph Ball mode to build energy and then launch yourself in the direction of your current velocity. If you're in a tunnel or just going in a straight line, it's actually faster to charge up these boosts while not holding a direction on the joystick, especially in these windy Morph Ball paths. You go fucking plaid, dude. I really want to believe that this is how the Chozo tribe learned to traverse this land. A whole ass city of birds rolling everywhere and catapulting up these half pipes just to get to work. Yeah, I'm sorry, we don't use a skateboard to get past these half pipes. His name may be Tony Hawk, but he ain't Choni Chozo. I couldn't even say it right. Just like the one all the way back at the beginning of Talon Overworld. Okay, actually it's not that bad. The path back to Magmore is pretty short, and there's an elevator that takes us right back to Talon Overworld right next to this elevator we're about to take. Oh, speak of the devil, I guess it must be fucking opposite day. Ridley's chilling out in the cold place rather than the hot place. Yeah, okay, great job at subverting my expectations here, dudes. Also, his shadow isn't animating. Is he just T-posing up there until he comes into frame? I'm telling you, dude, he doesn't need those wings to fly. Oh, dude, it's one of those big termite nests. You ever seen those things? They're fucking massive. Scans indicate incubating life forms below. Oh, good, they'll have something to replace them. Oh, there's the blood flowers. Oh no, oh shit, get that away from me! This appears to be too smooth to be natural. Gee, you don't fucking say. Next thing you're gonna tell me is that these engraved hieroglyphs are actually natural erosion. Finally, the high jump. Now we're talking. Or the space jump, that's fine too. This is nothing like the space jump from the 2D games, it's more of a double jump, which is still really handy. I'm not looking to gift horse in the mouth. I used to excuse this in lore as this being a different type of Chozo, but maybe it's also because these are the space jump boots rather than simply the space jump. Either way, we've got our main movement upgrade. Yeah, fuck it, I'll stop by the ship, why not? Who doesn't stop at the ship at this point in the game? I gotta see my ass shaking with that new air conditioning suit! I'm a little underwhelmed that the music doesn't swell up at this point in the game, kind of like when the music swells when you revisit your ship in Super Metroid, but hey, whatever. It's not that big of a deal, it's just something I would like, you know? Let's see, what could we grab back on our way to Fendrana? Might as well see what's at the top of this pirate structure here in Magmore. A hamster wheel! That was the lamest hamster wheel I've ever used. Also, where are all these metal balls that the pirates are using to activate these things? First those doors back at the Orpheon, and now these, like, generator-looking things? Where's the keys, dumbass? Taking this path leads us to our first Chozo artifact, an almost literal plot MacGuffin that we need to collect in order to finish the game. I'm really not a fan of how these things are implemented into the game itself, and is probably the biggest gripe I have with the game that's keeping me from saying that it's perfect. But later games do this better. I'm not gonna harp on it too hard here, especially since everyone under the sun seems to have the same issue with this. I'll explain the lore behind these things in just a little bit, just stay with me. That is a pretty fucking awesome looking Chozo statue back there though. It's cool that there's various other Chozo statues to represent these other tribes. They're not all the same bird robot looking things we saw back in ZB. And also SR-388, I forgot about that one. But like, damn, look at those robes. This dude's dripping. Oh great, parasites and pirates. I guess we know where the Orpheon got them from. Don't forget to scan these ice parasites while you can. You could miss these guys permanently if you're too reckless or simply don't care. Statue depicts a Chozo balancing a plane of existence in its hands. I am so sorry, dude, but I need to use that existence as a platform to get up there.
To pass my gaze, seek my twins.
Oh, you mean this one? So, does this thing grow back like the ions, or is this a one-time security system? That seems like a pretty big oversight. That wave beam's looking kinda sus. Surely it's not gonna be that easy, right? Yep, I had a feeling. Let's see what kind of wildlife our distant space cousins have weaponized this time. Oh god, Mama's home. Where were you when I was fighting your children? You don't seem to have kept an eye on them with one of the 53 eyes you have on you. You are a terrible parent. Adult she-goths. Invulnerable to most beam attacks with a bizarre electromagnetic field capable of absorbing Samus's power beam to charge its own, like, mouth blast things. Though doing so tires them out pretty quickly, leaving them open to kinetic blast to the face. Get rapid missile, dummy. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. No, the beams don't stack in this game like in Super, but that's understandable. Samus's beams didn't stack back in the NES game, so why would they stack here? Though this is a step up because Samus can now freely switch between the beams that she's collected, rather than dumping whatever beams she had previously obtained like it's a gun in Halo. It's a nice in-between. This is the wave beam in appearance only, really. Instead being an electric-based weapon rather than wall-piercing. Again, I thought this is because it's a different tribe of Chozo that created their own wave beam. In the end, pointing this out is kind of just semantics. It's just unique enough to not feel like a substitute for the power beam, but it's got some unique properties that make it pretty good in combat. Full homing capabilities as long as Samus is locked on, and it could stun larger enemies with a charge shot, leaving them primed and ready for a good missile punishing. You can use missiles while using other beams, but I think that from a coding standpoint, Samus's arm cannon can only fire missiles while using her power beam, so when you press the missile button, it'll quickly revert back to the power beam, and then revert back to the beam that you were using before, and you can't fire while it's doing this sort of transition. This also means that you can't use the rapid fire missile exploit with any other beams than the power beam, but that's fine. Also, that sort of hard light look that the cannon gets when swapping between beams is fucking awesome. If you look closely, you can see Samus's hand inside the beam changing its gestures. I could never really see this when playing the game at a native resolution. It's really cool. And now we have a way of taking out these bombus. Wow, that was violent. Alright, if I had to take a guess, I need to shoot the cavity inside that stalactite with something concussive, kinda like a missile. Hell yeah. Ah, shit, hold on. Fucking ice shriek bats, the bastards. I know I don't have to scan them exclusively in this room, but these guys disappear just like the ice parasites later in the game, so I'd rather just get it out of the way now before I completely forget. Alright, I'm seeing more morph ball spinners, which means that we're definitely getting closer to pirate facilities. And I know that there's a timing puzzle here, but I see a hole that is just my size. Alright, we got a bit more toilet reading. This one points us in the direction of the Hydra Lab just through the nearby purple door. I'm assuming that these things use a specific voltage to open, because otherwise, how do the ninjas? How do the pirates have their own wave beam tech to open these? Oh god, I wasn't off base calling them ninjas. We've got stealth camo up in here.
You're that ninja.
Okay, it's actually technically not the same because they're visible beyond the X-ray spectrum. You still can't lock onto them until they're at full opacity though. What's up, bitches? I'm home! Oh good, that makes my job a little easier. Yes, come one, come all. Come to mama to face your death. So one of the first times I ever played Metroid Prime as a kid was borrowing it from a friend. They couldn't play the game without having the TV muted because the ambience kind of freaked them out. We were pretty young, we were still in elementary school, but I didn't feel the same until I got to the space pirate music. I don't know what it is. Obviously, I'm over it today, I'm in my fucking 20s, but back then as a kid and even somewhat into my middle school years, this music just freaked me out. I always love looking back at how much of a wimp I was with this kind of stuff. I literally got nightmares as a kid from the opening boss of Mega Man Legends. I can't stress enough how stupid I was. So I don't exactly know what this is implying. This log says that Phazon binds to Phazon ore, and I think that that means that they're using Phazon to attract more Phazon in the mining process, kind of like using a metal detector to find shit at the beach. Whatever the case, Phazon does bind to stone fairly well, and thermal imaging can be used to make any vulnerable cleavage points visible to break down the stone easier, which they later use to easily identify concentrated Phazon in their test subjects as weak points so that they could put them down if they grow too unstable. And one of those test subjects for this, a Project Titan, has been acting up recently and moved to Phendrana's quarantine caves. You know, reading this, I would expect some big monster with rocks bound to it, not, welcome to the Pirates Hydra Labs, their Phendrana research base. Did I mention there's pirates here too, making their return from the Orpheon? Yeah, I shouldn't need to, actually. What am I saying? These ones have their organs intact. It's also a neat bit of world building to show that the space pirates are more than just a single race of lobstermen. There's concept art for a space pirate that looks a lot like these crustacean boys, but showing that it's an intergalactic group that other species have opted into, it makes the universe feel bigger. And it's not like it's a completely different group of space pirates either. I mean, these guys were able to rebuild Ridley and also had Metroids from Zebes. Now, it's totally possible that these actually are the same breed of space pirates from Super Metroid, and it's merely an art direction change. Kind of like Zero going from Mega Man X to Mega Man Zero. He didn't get a makeover with a new armor in canon. This is just a completely different artistic interpretation. I wish that wasn't the case. I love the Archie Comics interpretation of having this neat little in-between design for the hunters, but the Archie Comics are anything but canon. This is a Metroid video, so I'm gonna end this topic here before I get too off track. Given how delicately handled the lore in this game at least tries to be, I think it's more likely that this is a different species. Anyways, I hope you guys have some popcorn on hands because I'm about to take a massive lore dump on each and every one of you right now. Talon 4 wasn't always in the pirates' crosshairs. In fact, it was the Phazon meteor that brought the pirates' attention here roughly 20 years ago, long after this tribe of Chozo were wiped out. Now, the time between the Chozo dying and the meteor crashing down, I'm not entirely sure. Could have just been a few minutes, could be fucking centuries, I have no idea. We'll talk about the Chozo in just a little bit. Phazon, as we see it in these pirate bases, has heavy regulations around them for the pirate safety, and if regulations exist, it means that some poor soul really fucked up to inspire these rules. Pirates exposed to raw Phazon developed simple radiation sickness, and in uncommon cases, violent mood swings and hallucinations. Yeah, how much you want to bet that they thought that they were seeing ghosts? Yeah, those weren't hallucinations, my guys, though the local wildlife had been a bit more fortunate. Well, assuming that you consider not dying while exposed to radiation fortunate. The pirates would totally be the kind of people to say that Phazon only kills 2% of the people that it infects like it's a good thing, completely ignoring the worst case of space tumors they've ever experienced. Knowing this though, they began willfully exposing the wildlife to Phazon, hoping hoping to create some beneficial mutations. It's kind of like what we've been doing to various vegetables over the last few years. I remember being told in high school that this is how we created the modern strawberry. I'm not sure how true that is, but speaking of big, fat, and juicy mutations, making it to the top of the Hydra labs, we learned the expected. We knew that they recovered Metroids from Turian, and this is where they've set them up shop, which, you know, makes sense given the cold environment. Those little fuckers hate the cold, even when infused with Phazon, kind of. A specific new Phazon mutation for the Metroids can even be seen in these holograms for the rooms. Logs suggesting that Phazon has impacted their ability to drain energy, but mutated their fangs into tentacles. Hey, just like their artwork from the NES manual. I wonder how much of that is a coincidence. Probably all of it. In literally any other version of this game, we would actually see this mutation in Phendrana, but here in the first NTSC release, we won't see these guys until damn near the end of the game. What they don't mention here is that unlike SR-388 or ZBs before it, whose atmosphere tended to spark beneficial mutations in the Metroids on Talon 4 seem to have actually regressed a bit. Every Metroid we see in this game is born without a mouth, leaving their talons the only method of leeching energy from their prey, resulting in weaker Metroids in general, left vulnerable to conventional weaponry on top of their susceptibility to ice. The pirates are just as baffled by these things as we are. They've been able to isolate the equivalent of a digestive tract, spanning from the Metroid's fangs to their nuclei, but with no idea of what this energy they're draining is and how they're consuming it. But whatever it is, the pirates believe that they can use this for their ascension, which I believe is a leftover fragment from an original plot point of the story. An earlier draft of the game suggests that Phazon wasn't from outer space, but in fact the life energy from Metroids that had been scooped up from their remains in Turian, being spliced into other pirates' DNA via cloning. There's not too much known about Phazon from these earlier drafts to my knowledge. The idea of the pirates figuring out how to drain Metroid juice would open some pretty interesting plot holes up for later in the canon. The pirates' drive to figure this out though didn't last too long, opting to try to weaponize the Metroids rather than trying to reverse engineer them. A few Metroids could wipe out armies, they say, shifting their goals into trying to eliminate the weakness to cold through Phazon infusement. Spoiler alert, they succeed in this but don't even know it. Oh, we'll see that much later in the game. Also, just wait until a completely unrelated group of space fascists succeed in figuring this out too. Also, this plot point is retconned in the trilogy release of Prime 1 because we need to make the pirates even dumber than they currently are. Whoa, holy shit, a horizontal door! I'm gonna jump through it. I'm gonna fucking jump through it. Yeah! The pirates have been having a bit of an ice beetle infestation down here. I can only imagine that this is what the turrets are for. Oh, you know, that actually explains a lot. These turrets were made for dealing with ground-burrowing, slow beetle fuckers, not intergalactic radioactive parasites that could climb any fucking surface. No wonder the Orphean fell as fast as it did. You think these ones are susceptible to overloading? Ah, that's funny. Yo, these fuckers got a whole ass holographic observatory of the solar system. Let's get this shit booted up, fellas. Alright, roll call. Billium. Or is it Bilium? Bilium sounds funnier. A planet overtaken by a sentient virus. Twin Tabula, named after a prominent disease on the planet inducing double vision on anyone exposed to the atmosphere. Ormine, a wasteland covered in a nuclear winter. The planet of the week, Talon 4, a once thriving Goldilocks planet predicted to become a wasteland in the next 20 years. And our dear old maybe home planet, maybe not Zeebs, a barely habitable planet with a favorable crust for living below the surface. This is how you know that this is a prequel before reading anything else in the game, because this shit is still in the solar system. Also, some of these planets are going clockwise and the others are going counterclockwise, which might mean that some of these are exoplanets that got caught in the star's orbit. When solar systems are formed from space dust, I assume that everything that clumps up orbiting that center of mass would all go the same direction, kind of like a toilet bowl. I mean, maybe not. I'm not an expert at this. I just think it's cool and I read about it. A lot of my knowledge comes from books that I read when I was growing up, and probably were heavily simplified so that dumbass kids like me could understand it. So much like a lot of my YouTube comments section when it comes to sex and gender expression, I should probably check some up-to-date papers and try to educate myself to be a better person. Alright, are you ready for a short break from the lore? Do you want to blow some shit up? Me too. Hell fucking yeah, super missiles are back. kind of. This is more of an extension of our regular missiles. Not like in Fusion where all of our missiles are upgraded to super missiles as a flat upgrade, but a beam combo that costs us 5 regular missiles to use, activated by pressing the missile button while charging the power beam. We get different combos for the other beams later on. This isn't to be mistaken with the beam combos from Super Metroid that used power bombs as ammo. Honestly, it's totally possible that Prime's beam combos weren't even inspired by this. But in terms of beam combos, Prime 1 really blows its load early. The super missiles are objectively the most efficient. There's no contest. That's not to say that the other ones are bad, but this thing does 6 missiles worth of damage, basically giving you a whole ass free missile, making this great for boss fights. And are you ready for some motherfuckers to try them on? Alright, you only need 3 missiles to take these guys out, so you're technically wasting 2 missiles by using a super missile. But fuck it, have some fun, dude. It's not like they're gonna be hard to come by later on. Fucking obliterated, holy shit. Speaking of the jellyfish devil, I have it in my notes that this was record time for encountering a Metroid this early in the campaign, and that I forgot about all of Metroid 2. This one's name is Starrins.
Hey, I did it! Look at Starrins.
Alright, I'm sorry, no more brain scratch references that are also Homestar Runner references in disguise. Actually, no promises. Killing Metroids without the Ice Beam just feels so fucking wrong. I know Zabezian Metroids could also be killed by 3 power bombs, but come on, those are like fucking mini Davy Crockett's. Uh-oh. I mean, I totally meant to do that. Get his ass, little dude! Oh my god, it tanked a super missile. These guys are not as wimpy as I thought. Keyword is as wimpy. It shouldn't be any surprise that the pirates are trying to infuse themselves with Phazon to create super soldiers. Codenamed Project Helix. Yeah, you see that vat of giblets there? That was one of their volunteers for their super soldier program. The elite pirates. The giblets in this tank, though, specifically Experiment 7526, are the remnants of an enemy cut pretty early into the production of the game. Concept art exists for this creature, and we can piece together what it would have looked like by stitching together all of these giblets that are in this tank. It was intended to be a Frankenstein's monster of a pirate project, with the lobster claw of the original crustacean space pirates designed for the game, the abdomen of what I'm assuming is a giant war wasp, and unmistakably the head and body of a Gamma Metroid, spouting tentacles that would have foreshadowed a certain Phazon-infused Metroid that we'd see at the end of the game. I didn't even realize that that was a Gamma Metroid until I saw a post by that Metroid guy. Nice name, by the way. We should join forces and take over this godforsaken Earth. Maybe start the Legion of Guys, I don't know. This would have been a really ambitious enemy. It's a shame that we never got to see it realized, but at least parts of it made it into the game. Literally parts of it giblets. On top of violently losing test subjects for this, Project Titan has been placed on indefinite hold. Whatever it is, they're having a hard time taming it, and the casualties just aren't making it worth it. Yeah, that's great. I'll have to put it down with my own 2 hands, or cannons. Cannon, singular. Oh, hey, there's those ice beetles. Hey, Captain, I think you missed a spot. Oh, this room is uncomfortably dark. Oh, great, they're here too! Well, if the power's gonna go out, some night vision is gonna come in handy. Or thermal vision, that's good enough. Good thing my suit is compatible with this kind of tech. I'm assuming this is either Chozo in Origin or the power suit. It really is just that modular. I'm guessing that since I could use my scan visor to decode their shit instantly, it's probably the latter. The suit might actually come in handy for some espionage. Metal Gear Metroid when? Are you telling me that this entire facility's power was hinging on that thing's force field? That's fucking convenient. Though on top of being able to see in the dark, we can now see conduits that are inside of the walls that can be powered up with the wave beam, and can also see shadow pirates while they're cloaked. Though the missiles won't home in on them while they're cloaked, even if you're locked on. I guess I just assumed that these things were Bluetoothed into Samus's suit to determine homing coordinates. Whatever, I guess that's a fair trade. Does the wave beam provide enough voltage to keep that thing running? Actually, yes, it does. You never have to come back to repower these conduits when they're charged. I'm guessing it's jump-starting a generator somewhere behind the scenes. This thing could solve a goddamn energy crisis, goddamn. Oh, it's one of those security bastards from the cutscene. Oh, that's much more than just a camera. That thing's packing heat. Yes, grow, my beautiful child. Grow big and strong to destroy your captors. What? Hey, remember those cordite structures back at the Chozo ruins? Why is this thing over pirate tech? I know that these structures were formerly Chozo, but why are there space pirate nodes under these? The space pirates never struck me as trying to be respectful to religious sites and structures. Hello, Quarantine Cave, I'm here for your Titan.
It's a rock! It's more rocks! Oh, my arm!
Oh my god, Linus has been watching too much Galaxy Quest! Say hi to Titan, I mean Thardus, a sentient being of Phazon-infused stone. Sure is nice of the pirates to give this guy a proper name after locking him up in this room. I would love to know more about the biology of this thing. Like, we have carbon-based life forms on Earth with barely anything resembling a consciousness. Meanwhile, Phazon is able to give chunks of primarily silica tetrahedra a full-blown consciousness and instincts of self-preservation. Okay, so I actually had to look that up. Silica tetrahedra accounts for roughly 95% of the Earth's crust. This molecule is 1 part silicon and 4 parts oxygen, and we've observed vegetation and photosynthetic algae with silicon as part of its natural structure. So I guess the likelihood of some radioactive primordial soup laying the groundworks for a silicon-based life form is one of the less far-fetched pieces of fiction that this game is trying to sell us on. Granted, that takes this 100% impossible piece of fiction down to, say, 95%, but that's still fascinating to me. This guy was conceptualized as the boss of Magmor Caverns, or, quote, the boss of a large lava pit arena, which is heavily implied to be Magmor. Maybe this was still planned to be in Phendrana, and this place just happened to have a lava pool in it at one point, but I doubt that that's the case. This boss room originally housed a 6-limb ice gorilla, and was replaced by Thardus due to time constraints while he was being worked on for Magmor. But hey, that's okay. That design didn't completely go to waste, and was finally reused and given life in Metroid Federation Force. And you know what they were called in that game? The Ice Titans. Remember what Thardus' codename was? Project Titan? That is a funny coincidence. Oh god, he's photosynthesizing! He does this thunder move like twice in his entire fight. Once to fog up the arena and the other to clear the fog? Okay, that makes less sense to me. You fight this guy by switching to your thermal visor and blasting at the chunks of concentrated Phazon as they appear. Once that Phazon touches oxygen, it just overloads the thermal visor for some reason. Your thermal visor gets overloaded in Magmor Caverns, which makes sense, but nothing else in the game, at least to my knowledge, overloads your visor outside of environmental factors. Anyways, just repeat this cycle until the boss eventually dies. It's pretty straightforward, but I love that it ends with destroying the central chunk on his chest. It's a great way to cap off the fight in a way that's really satisfying. Hey! That's it! You just lost your ball privileges! Alright, so was this just powering Thardus, or what the fuck happened here? Also, holy shit, the Spider Ball is back. It's wild to think that the Spider Ball never returned for another original 2D Metroid game. The closest we got is its successor in the Spider Magnet, which I guess would be a good name for this thing too, since the Spider Ball in this game can only use these magnetic tracks rather than adhering to any surface. Which, yeah, that would be really busted for a 3D game like this. Frankly, that would be busted for most games, and it's a miracle that they made it work in Metroid 2. Hey, at least we could get a move on now. Alright, never mind, go fuck yourself. Oh hey, ain't that convenient. The elevator to Magmor near Thardus leads us to one of the few rooms at Magmor Caverns that doesn't overload the thermal visor. That's because you need to use it for this timed morph ball puzzle by activating 3 conduits in the room. It's a fun little puzzle, using multiple tools in Samus's kit to cool down paths of magma in sequence to get this energy tank. Also, this might have showed up earlier in the game, but I love this music that kicks in when you're doing some kind of timed or multi-switch puzzle. It's really charming, you know? Oh my god, it's Spore Spawn! Or Magma Spawn. That is close enough. Oh shit, is this the room that I think it is? Hold on, let me see if I remember how to do this. fuck it, I'll just come back later. Come one, come all to play Crush a Magmore. Let's go again! Two points! Ah, he's back. Hold still, motherfucker. I still need to scan you. Thank you. Abnormally low temperature at the ruins. You mean that malfunctioning furnace, or do you mean something like the ice beam? At least I could climb up this way back to Flagra's chamber with the spider ball and these cordite things not being a bother to me anymore. I could have worded that so much better. Let me try one more time. I can break these now. Fuck your spider ball bomb jumping puzzles and fuck your Oculuses. Oculi? Whatever. I could just go around. Uh-huh. Yep, that looks normal. That part is not. Alright, before we get too much further, let me catch you up on the Chozo lore real quick. As we know, the Chozo tribe of Talon 4 amputated itself from the technology of the previous tribes. Not out of malice, but as a way to become one with nature of the universe. Bridges made from branches, hallways caressed by pure waters, as they said. And at the highest point of their civilization was a wellspring of pure water that flowed across their camps, believing that this spring water could offer glimpses of the past and future, and warning of a pouring darkness across the planet. This tribe still partook in the ritual of building their own breeds of Chozo statues, which the other tribes have intentionally littered across the solar system as a symbol for their peace in lands that they think only know war, threatening that anyone who defaces or destroys their statue will only face their wrath, which is probably the most imperial shit I've heard about the Chozo up until this point. I guess these guys were an offshoot of the Makan tribe, but nevertheless, they left their statues here as a sign of their hospitality. And also, if it wasn't clear to you before, it wasn't the Phazon meteor that wiped out this Chozo. Instead, they passed away peacefully with the goal of becoming one with the planet. I'm guessing they just didn't have children to surpass them. It was actually the Phazon meteor that woke their resting spirits against their will, all as the planet they bonded with had been brought corruption. They feared that this was the sign of a prophecy, a worm born from parasites nurtured in a poison womb, spreading rot they could only observe. As for the prophecy also speaks of a great defender, bearing ancient armor and weapons of the Chozo. The concept of there being an afterlife and ghosts in the Metroid universe is a little wild to me, but these ghosts are tangible enough to have been influenced by the Phazon, its corruption reaching this plane of the paranormal, driving the Chozo spirits mad and crumbling their wills and minds. And so as their last attempt, their last stand to save the planet that they considered home, they focused the last of their energy to construct the Cradle, a temple to contain the Phazon meteor set afloat above the impact site, separating it from the rest of the planet, and at its heart, a cipher, a mystical lock powered by 12 artifacts containing the last of the power they could muster in their ethereal state. The deed had been done, many Chozo disappearing from the rest and struggling to focus in the present time, stuck in a flux observing past, present, and future. And in this flux, they see their great defender, Samus, as she hunted the corrupted, giving the Chozo a glimmer of hope before their passing beyond the beyond. Or so they think. In reality, their spirits had become corrupted, honoring only destruction and disruption, believing life to be taunting them, manifesting into physical forms through sheer envy, an anger that was only amplified when the pirates arrived on the planet. A second plague, they call it, a marauding force that attempted to invade their cradle to no avail. The pirates may have uncovered fragments of the cipher, but don't know of its purpose yet. They're blinded by delusions of power from the Great Poison and assimilate their sanctuary into their expanse. Their hope only remains in Samus, the once fledgling orphan of a savaged planet, their warrior clad in Chozo armor, wielding weapons their hands once held, fueled by a righteous fury. Before their spirits could give into the darkness, they left these messages for Samus, praying that she could retrieve these artifacts, complete the cipher, and destroy the worm of the cradle, vowing that if their spirits must turn to aggression and destruction, that the violence they commit against these pirates will be a necessary evil. And all of that is ignoring the pirate lore. Anyways, these Chozo ghosts are here to harass us a bit, and I know that some of you guys have some really strong opinions about these guys. You can't go 10 minutes into a discussion about Metroid Prime without someone bringing up up that the Chozo ghosts are a hit against this game. And to be honest, yeah, I kind of agree. I really hate fighting these guys, but I think that you're supposed to hate fighting them until we get an item way later in the game that turns them into a complete joke. I'm not gonna say that they're fun though, even with this item. And they don't always lock the door when they appear. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I don't exactly know what triggers this, but more often than not, especially in the later game, you could just fucking leave the room while they spawn. Though we have no option here but to fight these ones. And for now, I'm gonna rely a little bit more on my radar so I can see them when they appear. They're immune to everything except for our power beam. However, that also means that by extension, they're weak to our super missiles, which definitely eases the frustration down a bit. You have to deal with these guys more reactively rather than aggressively, which sounds an awful lot like criticisms that I hear against the Marauders in Doom Eternal, except I love fighting the Marauders, so obviously there's more to it than that. Ah! Grandma's died! So do you think that these ghosts remembered the Chozo artifacts, or that they just happened to be here? Also, am I killing them in their ghost state, or am I just making them take a rest? Because they will respawn if you re-enter the room. So I guess I just want to know if those are new ghosts, or the same ghosts that have just recovered. Alright, if we're done with these ghost stories, I'd like to take a quick trip to the bowling alley. Roll me, Big Bird! Awesome! If you ever wanted to know why the Chozo statues are always posed like this, it's presumed that they're holding their hands out as if asking an offering for their dead, which I'm assuming is unique to Talon 4, because why are the ones on Zebes always holding experimental Chozo weaponry? You'll need to come back to this room every time you get one of the new beams of the game, with all three of these bomb slots up here corresponding to each of them. Send me once more, bird father! Fascinating. It's just so beautiful. I don't know what to say. Oh no, no, the fish! Oh god, what the hell? How could this get any goddamn worse? God damn it! Oh god, please reel this back. I need a win. Yeah, okay, this does help. Thank you for the shotgun ice, oh great Chozo gods. Look at the way the ice covers her arm cannon while charging. That is so cool. So cool, in fact, that this just isn't present in the Wii port of the game. Actually, they cut out all of the unique charging effects for the beams. It's just that the ice beam one is the most obvious and is the only one that people noticed. Oh please, just one more bowl and I'll be out of your life for a little bit longer. Oh shit, that pirate's got brain damage. It's fucked up. Is he friendly at least? Damn, okay. Gee, all these injured pirates is sure reminding me a lot of... oh, that just straight up is the Orphean. Was that self-destruct sequence really enough to send this thing retrograde enough to plummet into the atmosphere? Never mind, I don't think this series cares about interplanetary physics that much. Look, I played Kerbal Space Program once and my life has never been the same. I have lost so many gems. Oh shit, is that water down there? Yeah, fuck that, I'll be back later. Just don't be like Baby Trav all those years ago and try to get as far as he could without the gravity suit because he didn't even know that the gravity suit was in this game. Did I mention that the gravity suit is in this game yet? That's okay, this wrecked ship is right next to our gunship, so it's not too hard to find once we get back here. Gee, that sounds a lot like another Metroid game. Oh, speak of the devil, gravity anomalies in Fendrana. Y'all ready for some backtracking? You can run, but you can't hide from my fucking missiles, you jet-ass pack jet bitch! Well, fuck, he actually outran it. I gotta go eat a shoe. Oh shit, the Shegoths are all grown up now. Big homies make big steppies. Hey everybody, look! Gliders! Speak of the devil! Totally not a weird 3D alternative to the Rippers from the previous games, or I guess more specifically the Rippers in Super Metroids that let you use them as grapple hook points. Rippers were planned to be in the game, and I assume that the Gliders just took their spot. I have no idea why they were cut. They were fully modeled for the game, and can even be set to replace the model of the Gliders to restore their intended purpose. I'm guessing it was done to make it more aesthetically consistent consistent with the area. Since you only see these guys in like 3 areas in the game, I think. You know, that backtracking wasn't as bad as I remember it being as a kid. Now give me that goddamn purple screw attack, motherfucker. The more I say a swear word, the funnier it is to me.
Okay, it's time for one of our favorite games on the show called What If It Was Purple? Let's say it purple.
Finally, now I can see underwater. I don't know how that works. And I can move around underwater freely again, so that's a kind of important. Great color scheme too, by the way. I love it. It's more of a shade of a bluish violet rather than the sex pink from Super Metroid. And the cyan visor and lights complement it so goddamn well. It's beautiful. The placement of the gravity suit here does kind of confuse me. Like, why is it placed so unceremoniously in the back corner of Fendrana Drifts? I mean, they explain it with lore that the pirates were experimenting on it. I just wonder what original plans they may have had for this thing. All right, let's grab a couple more funnies before we head back to the Orpheon. Like another cipher artifact. We'll be needing those and the Wave Buster after we finish this little puzzle. Well, it's not really a puzzle. It's more of a gate that doesn't let you past if you don't have enough super missiles to take this whole ass tower down. Trying to make these shots in between these oculi is really tricky with the GameCube controller, is what I said when I was younger and I would overthink this whole thing. I know, skill issue, whatever. Let's get our Wave Buster. I did it, guys. I got the funny Ghostbuster weapon that ironically doesn't work on ghosts.
That is so crazy.
Let's dive back in, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, because I've got some unfinished business inside the Orpheon's corpse. Actually, not really. We're just passing through it. Why does a sapsack have a unique scan log from the rest of them? There's no images on the side. This is completely unique. I wonder if I could still activate these conduits without the thermal visor. Oh, hell yeah! I don't know how any of this could get any better. Talon Crab!
It is now time for Crab.
Oh, that didn't take very long. Aqua Pirates, making their one and only appearance down here in the crashed Orpheon, combining their jetpacks with reversed engineer gravity suit tech. And that's not even the best part. These guys take 4 missiles instead of 3. Oh shit, you see that? You see Samus's eyes reflect in her own visor? I had to find some excuse to bring that up in the video because I know someone would get upset if I didn't. How many people in the early 2000s do you think had their first hit of gender dysmorphia when they saw this? I mean, it's one thing to see Samus outside of the suit, but seeing your own eyes reflect, that's bound to crack a couple eggs at least. I think the funniest part here is that it's not even Samus's mission to interrupt whatever they might be salvaging. Samus is just passing through like this goddamn juggernaut and they're shitting themselves every time they see her. I hope you like the Metroid Prime equivalent of switch hunting, because that's what we're going to be doing for basically the entire crashed Orpheon. Which, you know, makes sense. We need to power this ship back up so we can progress. It's just a little annoying. Maybe it's just my ADHD brain. I know that this is meant to be a slower area to break up the tension of the game, but it's just always a part that I never look forward to replaying. Not because it's bad, it just feels weirdly paced.
I shit my pants!
Hey, I've had days like that too, dude. Don't let it get to you. Never get the queso from Del Taco. That shit left me over the toilet for a goddamn week. Oh, great, a mutated sapsack. It's explosive. Well, more explosive. It's at least poetic to come through this area at this point in the game, literally seeing the wreckage that Samus destroyed in lore, albeit somewhat indirectly, and the calming music definitely gives it a unique feeling to the rest of the game. But at the end of the day, we're just using this to get access to the Phazon mines. Objectively the most dangerous region in the game because of all of the experimental pirate tech. Which, speaking of, okay, I don't think it's a good idea to just leave this shit out in the open, though with precious cargo like Phazon in these parts, it's no surprise that the pirates have upped their security. And I know what you're going to ask, could these have prevented the fall of the Orpheon? Probably not, they just take 1 extra missile to take down. The Phazon mines are, for the most part, a linear jaunt with linear enemy scaling. A final, almost endgame gauntlet of encounters that we'll need to run through several times because we gotta grab a power-up at the end and then double back again to grab another power-up, leave the area, and then come back one final time. And one of the first new pirate variants we'll be meeting in this gauntlet is purple.
Look at that stuff, man.
Wave troopers wield reverse-engineered wave beam tech, but because of an oversight in their armor, are left only vulnerable to exclusively the beam that they represent. I'm guessing this was made to counter Samus's wave beam because they aren't using the wave beam against me. I guess reverse-engineering it to create armor makes more sense in this context, except it, went completely backwards. And this could be said about the rest of the beam-based troopers. Yeah, there's one for all 4 of them. We'll be back to that later. The best part is that they're not immune to each of the effects of each beam's charge shots, meaning the purple ones can be easily stun-locked with the wave beam, white ones can be frozen and shattered with a missile, and the yellow ones can be one-shot with a super missile. It's a nice incentive to make players swap their weapons and even experiment a bit with their beam combos. Oh, that is a big boy. Who do I have the honor of seeing today? Check that out, they finally figured out the elite pirate thing. We'll be fighting them soon, for now they're just a little sleepy. Though the lore really wants to hype them up for us. Mounted artillery, beam cannon attracting wristbands, likely reverse engineered from the She-Goths. They make up the perfect mini-boss for a kitted out Samus, which the pirates seem to be completely aware of. It's flat out confirmed in these computers that they're freaking out ever since they found out that Samus made landfall on Talon 4. And as they say in their logs, she is... How the fuck does this mining laser work? Did the pirates have to aim this themselves, or did they put a bowling ball in these spinners to aim it? I want to see how the pirates use this. Why is it like this? I remember getting stuck in the spider ball tower for the longest time as a kid. I would always turn it with a morph ball bomb, jump out of it, and then go up the tower to see if it connected to where I needed to go. I don't think it was until my 3rd playthrough of this game as a kid that I noticed the hologram off to the side here that shows you its current configuration. Granted, I don't think I was in middle school yet at this point. Oh, I've got a gut feeling that this pirate isn't as sleepy as the one we saw before. Nope. Oh, okay, well, thank you for the info, but that's not the cannon. Why is the projectile flagged with the scan node? Hey, at least now we could switch to the thermal visor to exclusively target its artillery cannon. Ha! Now you're just a mortal man! Or a pirate. Logs suggest that they stole this from, quote, Star Marines. I'm going to assume that Retro Studios didn't get the memo that the Galactic Federation is no longer a coalition of different alien races acting as a galactic tribune, and is now a human imperialist Super America faction. Or it could be just a completely unrelated faction. Who knows? The circumstances are kind of weird with this one, and a lot of the lore in this port of the game isn't even really canon. And speaking of canon, here is where we find the first mention of the game's namesake, the Metroid Prime. A Metroid found at the impact site of the Phazon meteor with no limits to the amount of Phazon that it could safely absorb. And somehow, I repeat, somehow, the pirates managed to contain the damn thing. I'm not entirely sure how a Metroid got here. It could be explained that there were Metroids natively on Talon 4 before the space pirates showed up, or perhaps there were some Metroids stored on the frigate Orpheon that managed to survive the impact on the way down. But this was also like 20 years ago, so I don't get it. It doesn't add up here. Regardless of that though, why would there be Metroids on Talon 4 natively if the Chozo didn't bring them here? Or maybe they did, and they excluded the Metroids from the technology that they left behind? I feel like that's the only explanation, because currently, Metroid Prime is sitting inside the cradle, or the Phazon meteor that the cradle is holding up. I know that the Trilogy edition of the game does retcon it to explain how the Metroid got to Talon 4, but that's not what this video is about. Regardless, the Metroid Prime broke from their containment, predictably, almost strogifying itself by assimilating its body with their tech and weaponry, all the way down to to a biological level. That assimilated tech is now just part of its physiology, even mimicking their own beam trooper tech and creating screens, as they put it, only vulnerable to specific weaponry. That was the final straw for the pirates, believing that it was time to seal this fucker away before it learned to overcome this specific trait while it's still vulnerable. How they got that thing locked inside the impact crater, I have no idea. They do mention that the Metroid Prime is capable of phasing through objects, becoming completely intangible, so it's possible this thing did come from the meteor, just phase out of it for a little snack, went on a ride with the space pirates, and then just crawled back in. I don't know, we'll be seeing it later in the game. Though in research, they managed to create a strain of Phazon perfect for mixing into their soldiers, but only as long as they're fed a constant stream of it. Phazon is now all these elite pirates can consume, so it's up to other pirates to mix in nutrients and other shit into it, otherwise known as Mountain Dew voltage. As we read later on, the best method that they found out for this was creating Phazon-infused mushrooms, and then just growing giant mushrooms to break down into food for them, which we're going to be using a lot for platforming later on. And also, I think you should just hear this for yourself.
Science team is attempting to reverse engineer Samus Aran's arsenal based off of data acquired from her assaults on our forces. Progress is slow, but steady. Command would dearly enjoy turning Aran's weapons against her. We believe we can implement beam weapon prototypes in 3 cycles. Aran's power suit technology remains a mystery, especially the curious morph ball function. All attempts at duplicating it have ended in disaster. 4 test subjects were horribly broken and twisted when they engaged our morph ball prototypes. Science team wisely decided to move on afterward.
Ouch! Wait, why is it still playing?
We've been investigating her weaknesses as well. Despite millions in research, we haven't been able to figure out why can't she crawl.
And to add more insult to injury, they also know that Samus has access to their terminals, which is made even funnier knowing how quickly Samus was able to decode their logs. Bro, I really don't know what to say. I just hold down the left trigger and that's it, man. And when they're not freaking out about Samus, they're having run-ins with the Chozo ghosts, which of course they stand no chance against. They reverse engineered the power beam wrong. It's become so bad that they've issued the Chozo ruins as off limits, which I guess is a good reason to explain why we didn't see any down there despite seeing pirates in every other region in the game. Hey, did you know that Metroids become more aggressive when not held in frigid temperatures? Yeah, crazy thought, right? Seriously, if you didn't figure it out by now that these pirates are fucking idiots that somehow know their way around technology, then you'll figure it out around this point. They are convinced that Samus's gunship is using cloaking tech simply because they just can't find it, which is some incredible arrogance, but with arrogance comes a feeling of superiority. These fuckers keep going on and on about how they'll crush all that oppose them like the space fascists that they are. And as one of their threats of brute force to overthrow the galaxy is their elite pirate Upsilon, later codenamed the Omega Pirate. A super elite pirate complete with cloaking abilities and the ability to heal itself through absorbing more Phazon. We'll be seeing one of them very soon. Hey, that's a nice power source for that highly unstable dynamo you've got there. Mind if I interface with it? Oh shit, the ghost is packing heat! That would have been a great and also poetic time to use the Wave Buster, but I completely forgot. Ow! Ow! Holy shit, they've been using power bombs as energy sources? I mean, I guess that makes sense. This thing is essentially a tiny nuclear reactor. Yeah, power bombs are here, and they're devastating in this game. So devastating that your ammo for these things peaks at 8, even with every expansion collected. I don't use them very offensively for most of the time. It's usually just for clearing debris, but for the few enemies that I do use this thing on, it's very fun. All right, so I've got another pitch for that Metal Gear Metroid idea. Oh, looks like I found their Metroids. Be free, my children. Again. Oh, these ones are getting kind of big, though, which would be more of a threat if I didn't have the ice beam. Too bad there's nothing we could do in this room for now, because we gotta backtrack all the way back to the beginning of the region. The only way to loop us back to the beginning of the map where we started is all the way at the end of the Phazon mines, which we can't even access yet, so we just gotta go back in a straight path. This is something that, again, really bothered me when I was younger. I thought that it really hurt the pacing, but unlike the Orpheon, I think that coming back through here with the power bombs does keep this backtrack a bit fresh. And from my point of view, I'm putting these pirates out of their misery, especially since they outlawed pirates having pets, and that any pirates that didn't turn in their pets for execution would suffer a ration cut. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to keep going at that point. That's fucking terrible. And on the topic of points... There it is, the last of our arsenal recovered from our time up in the Orpheon. Now let's get that crane powered, shall we? Oh, that's so goofy, I love it. Oh, I remember this shot of the impact crater leaving me in awe as a kid. Of course, it's because I was a dumb child. No shit, the Phazon mines are right next to the edge of the Phazon meteor. This view shouldn't have surprised me, but goddamn did it, and I thought it was fucking cool. You can see a similar view in the Magmore Caverns where it connects to the Phazon mines. It really helps keep this world connected, like a really lesser version of the moon from Majora's Mask. Thankfully, we don't need to backtrack too far into Talon Overworld before we pop back into the mines. We're just here to snag the X-ray visor right after we go up this corkscrew penis spiderball track. Look, it's an iconic piece of Chozo architecture, okay? I thought that this shit was so cool as a kid because I would occasionally watch Smallville with my parents, and I remember those scenes where young Clark Kent would see through people's skin and just look at their bones, and I thought, hell yeah, now I could do that too! This is also what makes the Chozo Ghost so incredibly easy. Sure, it's nice of this game that's told me what every destructible object in the game has been made up of, all the way to this point in the game to suddenly stop telling me what things are made out of, or even give it a scan tag regardless. Motherfucker, I don't have the patience for this great grand cousin Epiorinthidae. What the fuck were the words that just came out of my mouth? Did I just get possessed? Okay, I kinda lied. We need to backtrack all the way through Magmore for the plasma beam because I forgot that we need that to reach the end of the Phazon mines. So I might as well pull a Meridia on this here tube to get the ice spreader real quick. Yeah, our third beam combo. Imagine a super missile, but instead taking 10 missiles instead of 5, and being more useless against targets that are resistant to the ice beam. I forgot to use this outside of the final boss fight, so it's gonna be a minute before you see me use it. Yeah, I could have gone back and recorded more footage of using this thing before the final boss, but I didn't fucking want to. Now shut up and give me that puzzle music. Let's go! Spin those platforms! Bomb those holes! Okay, that's more than I expected. Look at that fucking full range of motion with the spider ball. This is the only spot in the whole game that's like this, I think. And now look at what I will take from you. Why is it red? Okay, actually, it makes a bit of sense. This is now a heat-based weapon rather than a weapon that pierces through flesh, electing to incinerate its targets instead. So the red coloring for the heat, yeah, it makes sense. Seriously, the charge shot kills with this thing are unnerving in the best way possible. Fuck it, let's go clean up a bit of Flandrana while we're here. Let me melt your spit. Oh my god, I just killed it by melting the ice on its carapace. That poor little thing, holy shit, that's so fucked up. I might as well try to grab this while I'm here too. Fuck this one specific artifact. There is nothing in your scan visor to tell you where this door is and that it's behind a rock that you need to see with the X-ray scope. The door doesn't even appear on your map until you've opened it once. So I can't blame something like development crunch for making this hard to see. This was intentionally hidden from the player. It's bullshit. Fuck this artifact. Hold on, did that trooper just die to fall damage or the phazon? Oh shit, I forgot to scan him too. It feels so wrong being at this point in the mines and still only fighting off basic-ass Metroids. Now would be a perfect spot to introduce one of its variants, which is exactly what they did in later releases of the game. It can't be too much longer, right? I say knowing exactly where they appeared. I'm guessing the pirates did reverse engineer those glider things for their cloaking tech for these platforms? Maybe it's just a side effect of working on the Omega Pirate. But what's the point of having invisible platforms in your science lab? Is it to navigate around while not startling the Metroids? I don't think they really care that much. I mean, we see that Bombus down here are cloaked as well, so clearly it's deliberate. Oh, there they are. You guys are a little late. Oh, I hate it. Hunter Metroids, the first of 2 Metroid variants we'll be meeting. And in any other version of the game, you would have met them by now. They're exactly what the lore in the Phendrana Hydra Labs foreshadowed. Weaker Metroids with a longer range that are just as susceptible to being frozen and shattered with missiles. If anything, I think that this makes them less dangerous than their green friends. Wait, hold on, why is this area so cold? Was this an accident, or was there a last-ditch attempt to control the Metroids down here? Whatever, it makes for a really dramatic door opening, which I'm never against. I'm guessing that means we're nearing one of the big boys. Yep, there he is. Or at least one of them, because the phazon has started breaking down the Omega Pirate's cellular structure, giving them a shorter lifespan. Alright, well that's one and done. Good thing we're out here and he's in there, and I just remembered... Yep, he sure looks like a bigger elite pirate. Also a Decepticon, or more specifically Jolt from Revenge of the Fallen. You know, the product placement one? Okay, I realize that barely narrows it down. Also, I think he was an Autobot. You can take this guy down pretty quick with a power bomb, right? I've never seen that before. This guy really is just an elite pirate with extra steps. Rather than targeting the head, you have to take out the phazon deposits on each of his limbs. But the attacks he uses is all stuff that we've seen before. Destroying all 4 of his phazon deposits leaves him vulnerable after he calls for reinforcements while he recharges in one of the room's phazon pools. You can only see him with the X-ray visor, but a few super missiles is usually enough to make quick work of the guy. He can even let you hit him more than once. This is roughly where I believe the original meta Kraid fight was supposed to take place. The one and only official model shown for the guy shows him next to those massive mushrooms the pirates grow for the Omega Pirates. And given that this boss recycles a lot of an existing enemy's moveset, I think that it's fair that Kraid was planned to be the boss of these parts, and that the Omega Pirate was whipped up quickly from the Elite Pirate as a way to save time. Though I'm really curious how they would have handled Kraid giving Samus the phazon suit. Why is it red? Shouldn't the phazon suit be blue? I mean, I'm not gonna say that the suit doesn't look badass, because it really is, but nothing about this screams phazon. This design choice was more so to bring out the aggressive nature of phazon. This substance that's all corrupting, something to even drive ghosts mad. And because this was the early 2000s and black and red color schemes was all over the place, that's just what they decided on. Oh, Clifford, I'm so sorry to lump you into this. Now, a blue and teal phazon suit was originally planned as the phazon Phazon suit, which I think looks absolutely gorgeous. This color palette can actually be seen in-game via hacking if you use an all-inventory cheat during the Orphean opening cutscene. It even has glowing highlights around it that you don't see in this model when pulled into a 3D model viewer. And if you ask me, that sounds really familiar to Metroid Prime 3, but if they wanted to go with this theme of corruption and madness, yeah, I understand why they went with this final suit design. It doesn't look bad by any means. It kind of makes me think of Samus getting taken by the Venom symbiote or something. The Phazon suit grants us even more layers of protection, as well as full immunity from blue Phazon, which means that we could grab that missile tank that we were locked out of shortly before this fight. Oh, did I say missile tank? I meant a mandatory artifact behind enough bomb blocks for Samus to die without the Phazon suit. Wow, that does not look safe, at least for our time, and opening the loop up for the Phazon mines, we are given our final energy tank of the run. Really, that's it. All we've got left in terms of plot is to reconstruct the Cypher to make our way into the meteor, except we still need those artifacts to assemble the Cypher, so that's what we gotta do. Wake up, big guy, I need your artifact. Why do you look like that? Alright, now don't forget the most important item in the game while you're down here, the flamethrower. This thing sucks, I don't like it. I don't even have footage of using it against Metroid Prime, I just forgot I had it. Goodbye, Phazon Mines, I really won't miss you. Hello, Birdman, I'm here for my final plasma offerings. And there it is, almost every artifact in the game. You don't have to worry, I always leave the one inside the cradle for last. I am a dumbass though, I forgot to grab the power bomb expansion at the very top of the same room with that bullshit X-ray plasma door for the artifact. Somehow I always forget about this. Whatever, that should be about everything. Let's cap this adventure off with one more ass shake before I wrap things up. God bless that floating rock and all the Chozo lore that it came with. And also this pirate log where they bitch about not being able to enter the impact crater. It sucks to suck, motherfuckers, but I beat you to it. At least something was 100% about this run. I swear that I'm cursed to never have a proper 100% scans run. Oh, you son of a bitch, I should have known. The pirates knew that Samus would succeed in reconstructing the Cypher so that they could swoop in at the last second and take the meteor for themselves. Is what I thought as a kid, because Ridley destroying the statues that bear the path to inside the meteor doesn't make any sense. Oh god, the aspect ratio! Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain as I fix this shit. Oh god, now I became the man behind the curtain. Okay, I really wish that I had something to say about this fight, but Ridley spends so much time just flying out of reach and padding out the fight that I just end up getting really fucking bored. Yeah, just super missile his chest whenever you can, and eventually the dude will have to make an emergency landing, kicking off the second phase of the fight. Yeah, real tough now without your wings, are you, big guy? Your wings that got burned off despite being energy. Sure, okay. At least phase 2 is a bit more engaging. I see why so many folks try to skip this by boost balling into his chest to almost instantly kill him. You have to blast his face whenever he opens his mouth so that you can expose his chest. It's the same game with a couple extra steps. It's pretty lame that this is one of the lesser fights in Metroid Prime. The one that's built up from the beginning of the game. Samus's arch nemesis. I mean, at least he looks kinda badass. Meta Ridley, from my perspective, is just about as iconic as Ridley himself. Just please make this fight end. I could really use some divine intervention. Thanks, Dad. Alright, I need someone to explain how these ghosts are able to help us right now. Is the last of the energy from the artifacts giving them the strength to fight their Phazon madness in their 11th hour or some bullshit? I mean, it's kind of badass regardless. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a date with a worm. This is very red. It's kind of a shame that this concept of red Phazon is never revisited in the series after this. Or maybe it's for the best, because this is where we meet our final Metroid variant that isn't Metroid Prime itself. Fission Metroids, an enemy that taught me what the word fission meant and also had me confuse it with diffusion because of Metroid Fusion. Not only do these guys infinitely respawn from the red Phazon below, which would make sense if they stuck with the plot point of the Phazon being pure Metroid juice, but these things have mastered the power of mitosis, splitting themselves into two smaller Metroids, each color-coded to tell you which beam to use on them. It's my own personal headcanon that when the Metroid Prime infused itself with some of the pirate tech, that it somehow passed this trait down biologically. These fuckers even bred themselves an immunity to being frozen, all on their own too. I mean, kind of indirectly with the space pirates' help, though because they're still Talon Metroids, that means they're vulnerable to power bombs and not a threat to the universe as we know it. Hey, why am I platforming on giant teeth? Is this where all of my baby teeth go when I put them under my pillow? Because I never got quarters under my pillow, just more teeth. You know, I got my wisdom teeth out earlier this year and my dentist just shoved a metal stick next to them and pushed them out. I will never forget the crunching sound that it made. Oh, what's this? One last spider ball puzzle before the final boss? Nah, I'm good. Oh shit, sorry, I must have the wrong room. I was looking for Metroid Prime, not a giant enemy spider. Wait, that thing is Metroid Prime? Oh, you know, I could actually kind of see it now. It assimilated the Beam Trooper tech, and I could kind of see the shape of their helmet in this thing's head. I think I'm more thrown off by its eyes. I never took a Metroid for needing optic nerves, glands, whatever. What is organs? What is an eye considered? Why does it have a nose? The fight is surprisingly simple. Swap your beam to the same color as its glowing bits and avoid its projectiles. Occasionally, you'll need to morph ball under it when it rushes you. Which, hey, this fight finally gives us a reason to go nuts with our beam combos.
Who you gonna call? The Mutant Booster.
Every time I hit this thing with the ice spreader, I think of a cat with a slice of cheese slapped on its face. It's not entirely frozen, it's just its face. Why does it just freeze like that?
Who are you? Ah! No! Please!
Now that looks way closer to a Metroid. Again, with eyes. Maybe that's why it looks like that. It spent too much time working out at the library and reading books. Oh my god, the worm is a bookworm. I get it now. Holy shit, you see that? She did the pose from the promotional material. It's not the box art. The box art is a different pose. That's kind of cool, though. Wait, I was fucking wrong. That's the Japanese box art. I am very smart. Now watch me suplex this nuclear jellyfish. Okay, so do you remember in Super Metroid how Mother Brain was only killable with the Hyper Beam and became one of the most badass power trips in the 90s? Imagine that fight with only the Hyper Beam and no power trip. Only attacks from a Phazon-infused arm cannon can hurt this, the logbook says, which could render this thing nigh invincible if it didn't need to literally shit out pools of Phazon that I could just channel through my suit. This sounds fine on paper and wouldn't be an issue if I didn't have to play the most boring game of nuclear jump rope while I wait for the next shipment of liquid goo to send through my gun. Whose idea was it to make a jellyfish that shits liquid meth? But after the next 12 times I do this, it becomes less cool. Yeah, this is a pretty fucking lame final boss. This thing's only attack is its shockwaves, which are so predictable that I could just listen for the sound cue and dodge it without even needing to use the appropriate visor. The closest thing this fight has to difficulty is when you select the wrong visor by accident when you're supposed to be shooting it with the Hyper Beam. I mean, sure, sometimes it summons baby Metroids after you, but you can just take them out with the power bomb. And you do all of this for about 5 or 6 minutes or so, which isn't the end of the world, but this is the final boss and is such a lame way from a gameplay standpoint to cap off this incredible journey. You can make this fight even easier and avoid its shockwave attacks altogether by standing on Prime's exoskeleton. But why do I want to make this fight even more mind-numbing? Come on, I'm starting to lose my voice. Oh, God, my pelvis! Fuck, man, if it's that important, you can just have the Phazon suit. Fuck you, man. Oh, no escape sequence. Yeah, that's cool. We have done it, I think. The source of the great poison has been slain, and the very worm that has poisoned the land and woke the dead is nothing but goo. I kind of admit, though, from a story point of view, the game really does just end. There's very little of substance here, just a mid-final boss that's built up as this destroyer of worlds as our bookend. And the cradle meant to contain this great poison is left in ruins. There's really no reason to be celebrating, unless there's some log in the game that says with the destruction of the Metroid Prime that all Phazon would cease to exist, but that's not the case. The great poison is left to fester in the crater. It's pretty cool that we get to see Samus's head in full 3D view if you beat the game with more than 75% items. I mean, you see the back of her head regardless, even if you don't meet this criteria, but 75 and above, you get that full view. It doesn't look nearly as good today. You could thank the game being upscaled for that, but as a kid, seeing this on a CRT TV, I thought this was a real person's head just superimposed in between the model. It could just be rose-tinted nostalgia, but I think that there's a little bit of merit to CRTs making some older games look better, especially a generation behind on the PlayStation. I'll get to the 100% ending here in just a moment. Yes, I love this game to death, even despite its messy third act, and remains one of my favorite games in the series as a contender for one of my favorite games of all time. But even I can admit that there's some issues here. But it's good to remember, Samus's power suit is symbiotic, an organism in its own right, and with a substance as all-corrupting as Phazon, well. That which fouls the water seeks the sun. Fashion Police Squad was one of 2022's sleeper hits for me. A charming and colorful take on the boomer shooter subgenre. A fast-paced, quick-swapping adventure that's less about slaying demons and gibbing gothic horrors, but about solving fashion crimes. Adding color to dull suits, taking color away from bright neon fits, tightening suits, giving Guy Fieri the water hose. Stuff that we all want to do when we go outside, you know? I was fortunate enough to have the privilege of trying an early demo for the game last year, and it was love at first sight for me. I didn't think too much of the game when I first saw footage of it. I assumed that the charm and presentation of the game would be the only thing carrying it into the mainstream. But the game was not just competent, but in fact, just genuinely really well made. Look, getting into an arena shooter called Fashion Police Squad, you know that you're gonna be getting into something more amusing, more tongue-in-cheek, an ironic, humor-stuffed adventure. It's not gonna be for everyone, but for someone like myself who loves ironic humor, especially irony that eventually works its way into my daily lexicon, this was just a match made in fashion heaven for me. And once the game went gold and launched in 1.0, I was laughing and grinning from ear to ear beginning to end. It's a little short, it's only got a 5-hour campaign, and we'll be diving into the details of that campaign in just a moment. Let me just give you a quick rundown of what we're about to jump into. Yes, the story and presentation are incredibly goofy, but it's not just played for laughs. It develops this intelligently crafted premise and story that builds on a world where fashion crimes are the worst crimes a human can commit, and stays hilariously consistent in this idea. If you only want to look at Fashion Police Squad as an arena shooter and completely ignore the art direction, first off, how dare you? Second off, I do admit that its identity doesn't really shine until you unlock that 4th weapon slot, expanding your movement tech and adding some utility to your gear that finally gives this game its own feeling outside of its art direction. And one of my favorite defining features of this game also happens to be one of the more divisive directions that it took. One of my favorite defining parts of the boomer shooter subgenre, and really any action game as a whole, is this rock, paper, scissors system between your weapons and your enemies, knowing which enemies to prioritize before others and what gear requires cooldown to either open with or use in between other gear. Fashion Police Squad dials this up to 11 in a way that I personally really love, but I think that this only works with the way that they've crafted this game. Obviously, there are ways to circumvent what I'm about to describe to you, but I think that this is just the style that mopeful games wanted to go with, and taking points off for this for a game that's clearly built around it would be less constructive criticism and more just stating my own preference, something that I've been trying to get better at since my Halo and Ultrakill videos from a few years back, videos that I plan on rectifying in the near future. For a significant part of the game, enemies can only be, well, okay, not killed, but defeated, I guess, by a single specific weapon. Dull suits can only be beat by adding colors to them. Neon scooter bros can only be beaten by sucking the color out of them. And this is the only way to inflict damage on them. None of your other weapons are going to work. Offhand gear like your belt will stun them, but that's the closest that we get to a comboing weapon system. But again, I think that it works for how they've laid this game out. Would I want a game like Doom Eternal to have a system where, say, only Mancubi were vulnerable to the SSG, or Cacos were only weak against the ballista? Maybe as an optional mode, sure, I'd give it a shot, but not as the main gameplay loop without needing to change entire fundamentals about that game. But that's what Fashion Police has done. It's made sure that this system works with the game that they've crafted. Also, I'm just gonna say this right now and get it out of the way, this soundtrack is downright incredible. I know this sounds like heresy, especially when games like Dusk and Proteus dominate the subgenre, and I don't mean any disrespect to those games when I say this, but this might be one of the best soundtracks for an indie boomer shooter that I've ever experienced. I recognize that that's not entirely fair to say. This soundtrack is much closer to Turtles in Time than it is Doom, but it's still a boomer shooter and the soundtrack fucking rocks. I'm gonna be playing this game on very hard, or make sure it's haute couture. I don't know how to say that. The first of many pieces of fashion lingo that I don't understand and will still laugh at. I'm playing this game on version 1.0.9, so some of what I'm about to say might not be true in the future. We begin our adventure as Desmond, a member of the FPS, the Fashion Police Squad, upholding the good laws of high fashion for all. The folks here have it pretty good. Society has truly peaked, or at least it did until fashion crimes went on the rise. With backup at his side and an arsenal of fashionable gear, he's ready to set Trendopolis back into gear. Who'da thunk our first fashion crime is arguably the most common one in today's world, so be sure to get your 2DYE-4 Elite cocked and ready. Oh my god, it spells to die for, that's goddamn it.
vertical fee-based advisors. Are all your loans in order? Contact. Thank you for your contribution.
You'd think you want to hold on to that suitcase for his dull job to match his dull suit. Just spritz him with some color and the late spirit of Ben Stein will surrender their body. What do you mean he's still alive? He's never sounded alive. Swag acts as our armor, which is a line that I had to record several times because I just could not keep a straight face saying that. That's swag meaning physical belongings or something? I don't fucking know. I never understood it. I first heard the word when it was just a synonym that the younger generations would use to describe something cool. Bow ties, golden watches, sunglasses, all of this adds to your stylish armor pool, protecting you from the ugly fashion out to get you. And health comes in the form of... What'd you expect from a man who only speaks in Banjo-Kazooie? Absolute king shit. Floor cocktails for everybody. Ribbons and scissors, or security access snips, aka SAS, because of fucking course, acts as our keys and lock system. With a ribbon that pristine, you know that there's no way we could just walk around. A fine piece of fabric like that deserves to be respected. Cleanly cut with the corresponding colored scissors, because you wouldn't want to cross the beams now, would you? I'll come back for you later.
Oh, hell no, I ain't wearing that.
I have no words for this. The To Die For comes with a big suck alt fire, pulling all of the color from bright neon sources, which also acts to supercharge our paint gun. A couple of fashion criminals we meet later will become our go-to source of neon color later on. For now though, we gotta resort to sucking the color from these hydrants here to meet our quota. Well, about 50% of our quota. 7 shots, 7 supercharged paintballs, shells, pellets, whatever. It's stronger is what I'm trying to say. Enough to take out a dull suit from pretty significant distance. Oh, cool, we're about as smart as real cops. Look, okay, I can't play a game where you play as a cop and not use it as an excuse to riff on them for a bit. I'm really sorry, it will happen again. Now there's some color I can suck. I'm not a big fan of fighting these guys without the belt, but that won't be for too long. Oh, come on, with a fit as shit as that, at least you could offer me some free color to charge my paint. Yeah, secrets in this game very rarely offer health or armor bonuses. And with infinite ammo for all but one of our weapons, it really does defeat the need to actively hunt for secrets outside of filling that quota. The art is very funny though, I love these. If you do want to go secret hunting, just about every fence that you can jump over are ones that don't have spikes on top. The ones that do have spikes on them are invisible walls that are meant to keep you in bounds. I didn't notice this until this very playthrough. And I have no idea how long this distinction has been in the game. This might be a recent feature for all I know. In my experience, there's only one instance in the game where this isn't the case. There's a spiked fence that you have to jump over to make progress, but that's the only one that I could find. Have you ever just had moments where you wanted to smack some sense into everybody in the room? Just go straight berserk on them? Yeah, I know Desmond does. I was deliberate with my choice of words. Because of how limiting the game's combat is, if you were to use the Fab Slap whenever the meter is full, you'll use it in essentially the same arena in every playthrough. This isn't entirely a bad thing though. There are moments in the game that account for this and is used in some pretty creative ways. That said, you can still save it for when you want to use it though, but I've found that the best option is just to use it whenever you have it ready.
That's a crime I'll never commit.
Yeah, I think we could all agree there, being a gamer is the biggest crime of all. Some enemies are teased to us early on through context of the game through these wanted signs. Enemies like loose suits that we're going to be meeting shortly are so oversized that they take up 2 whole posters. That's fucking hilarious. Oh god, the dullness is taking over me. Taxes? Remove color? Get that boring ass corporate shit advertising out of my face. We only take true fashion like odor. You the boss. And smells garbo. Now what is all this about an exploding suitcase?
You there! Any room for growth?
Haley, my paintball doesn't work! Wait, I had this the whole time? Yeah, this game has a bit of what I'm going to call Metroid Other M syndrome. Not that the protagonist is always whining about their daughter, but that our protagonist already has most of the weapons on their person, but simply doesn't, and in the player's case cannot, use them without given permission. Only weapon slots 4 and 5 are filled by weapons given to Desmond physically. In terms of pacing, I think that it works, and also just suddenly pulling out these new weapons does add to the goofiness factor of the game. I think it's hilarious. These loose suit enemies take the role of the grenadiers, lobbing suitcases from a distance and dealing splash damage, sometimes even leading their shots. I'm not sure if this is unique to the difficulty, but it's everything that you expect from a grenade-throwing enemy.
Who keeps posting these?
Honestly, I wish I was the one posting these. These are hilarious. God damn it, even the fashion police are bastards, stealing from the communities they're supposed to protect. What kind of belt is that, my man? You're destroying crates lined with metal. Is that the same shit that Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin has his suit lined with? Or I guess John Wick is a more popular example. Look, I'm just happy that these guys are back in the MCU, okay? Give me a break. I love the belt. An offhand tool able to be used independently regardless of your current weapon status. It doesn't matter if you're reloading, swapping weapons, it's always at your disposal, with a single exception later in the game. A quick whip of the belt is enough to stun a lot of these fodder fashion criminals with ease. And charging the belt, aside from smashing metal-lined crates, comes with a larger AoE able to stun groups, and will be required to stun some heavier fashion criminals later in the game. Enemies that are specifically weak to the belt cannot be stunned with it, instead taking damage from the belt, but I think that that's a fine trade-off. Does that billboard say Lo Wang like it's a perfume brand? Oh my god. Yo, is he riding a Roomba?
A Roomba.
His name is Deep Coat. What, like from the water coat scandal? Oh god, that's terrible. I couldn't think of any fashion vocabulary that would sound like Watergate. Of course his name is fucking Deep Coat. My mother calls me DC. My brother never calls me.
Cheers, I'll drink to that, bro.
Alright, buddy, you said you got a tip for me? Give me some of that gossip. My informant tells me that the Dole billboards are the work of Hugo Boss of Boss Incorporated. Wait, you don't mean Da Boss, right? The company who's behind the billboards that I've been restoring? You don't mean to tell me that the most highly fashionable corporations out there have also been fueling crime across our city? Those greedy bastards. Oh, and by the way, the Fab Slap glove was donated to FPS by the Tot Corn Foundation. This is a point that is totally not suspicious and won't at all come up later, and I'm not making sure to talk about it. Y'all like corn?
That's a crime I'll never commit.
Oh, come on, Luke Dukem. You look as amazing as ever. Oh, wait, that's right. Duke Nukem hates pigs. Hey, excuse me, sir. I was sent here to deal with some exposed buttocks. Wait, that's it? The dude's just sagging. He still has his boxers on. The greatest crime here is that he's vaping. And even though it's not for me, I think that the public outcry against vaping is overblown. Unfortunately, we're not going to do anything about the latter. That's just how he, you know, attacks us. Sorry about this, buddy, but I gotta pull your pants up. It's not personal, I swear.
Thank you, kind stranger. Marvelous. Thank you, kind stranger.
What's this, a dead end? That's no match for, my belt. Hey, did you hear that Spider-Man PS4 finally came to PC? Fuck. Alright, are we done slapping some sense into these guys? Because I think it's time to confront the big boss. Oh my god, that's just Doom's hanger music changed to another key. That's adorable. Move over, System Shock. I found my new favorite elevator music in an FPS.
Yeah, that's not for me, dog.
What is this? Drip for ants? Oh no, he's been overtaken by the dull color. The criminal is just as much a victim as everyone else here. As you'd expect with the dull color of his suit, Hugo can only be damaged for the to die for, so we're a bit limited with how we take this boss down. He'll throw gold bars at you in a variety of patterns, and not all of them can be efficiently dodged by swinging from the chandelier, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it validates me. Alright, fine, I'll do it legit. Hugo may be a glorified dull suit, but he ain't without his tricks. Pulling out loose suits to protect him like an oversized shield, which I think is fucking hilarious. Whipping them will separate him from the bunch, but I never really did this on purpose. Hey, all good, my man. This is just a fashion confrontation. Go do your business. I understand. Thank you for the cocktails. The silver lining here is that at least the boss doesn't discriminate with who they hire. I knew that if I brought a fucking neon suit like that to my fashion job interview, they wouldn't hire me on the spot. God damn, my man's looking fresh! Let's take you back to the precinct and see you walk the walk. Oh, don't worry, he doesn't mean jail. There is no jail in Fashionburg. Fashion criminals must only be supervised busting it down on the runway. What is this city called again? Trendopolis, right. I'm not sure what the criteria is for unlocking these. I'm pretty sure it's just beating certain levels. But every once in a while, Dez unlocks new drip that'll boost the effects of his gear. At the moment, there's really no reason not to use these aside from bragging rights. You're not penalized for using these at all. So I'm gonna fucking use them. Extra Flashy offers us some gold chains that start us off with an extra 20 armor per mission, which is very handy. Alright, so I'm gonna put a spoiler warning here on the video because this is where the demo ends, or at least the early access demo ends that I played a while back. So if this game interests you enough to want to play it, and you don't want to have the rest spoiled for yourself, here's your chance. Why don't you go play it, come back, tell me how you felt about it. I'm not sponsored to say this. In fact, I've barely even interacted with the Debs of Fashion Police Squad, but I just love this game, and I want to hear what you guys have to say about it. Turns out that the dull suit that made Hugo act all weird was because of a specially tailored suit. And we have a lead, an Arton cut. It's time to go see what he knows. Try hitting the electric box with your belt. That's pretty convenient. Does my belt carry a voltage or what? Is it AC or DC, and should I have Electro Boom take a look at it?
Well, that's nightmare fuel right there.
Who's in charge here? I am insulted. Get me your manager!
Well, that's gonna age like milk. I think that this is fucking hilarious, but I also feel like dumbass kids on the internet have popularized and bastardized the term Karen to just mean an angry woman. You haven't lived until you've had the desire to tombstone someone for calling a completely justified woman being screwed over by customer service a Karen. Okay, I'm gonna need you to relax. She is not passing, dairy air. It's pepper spray, because of course it is. That sounds delicious!
Allow me to apologize for my recent behavior.
Someone had to have known, right, that pepper spray is traditionally orange or red. I know that it's intentionally colored that way so that the dye could be made more obvious under ultraviolet light, but think about the implications here. Is this homemade pepper spray? What'd you use, fucking Hatch chilies? Oh shit, I'm hungry, hold on. When they aren't just spraying you directly, Karens move quickly in a single direction, leaving chip damage hazards, which never really became an issue. You need to sit in the hazards for a good couple seconds before they start damaging you. Now let's turn that potato sack into a real fit.
Look! Fashion police over there!
Oh, come on, man. Socks and sandals is hardly a fashion crime. No, I'm not fucking projecting. Look, I haven't worn socks and sandals since I was in high school because I don't have sandals anymore. I don't know if I'd say that this is better or worse than sagging. The what? Schmebulok! Sock gnomes are probably my least favorite weapon in Desmond's kit, but they do get the job done. You don't need to be too accurate, just as long as they land on the ground, they're able to run towards the nearest compatible target, which really helps balance out the tourist flashing blind lights from the camera. It's bad enough that this blinds you, but it also damages you, which can be a bit annoying. Sometimes the sock gnomes will attack other enemies too, but only when they feel like it and only certain enemies. And they won't damage them, they'll just stun them, equivalent to your belt.
Nope.
Hey, family troubles happen to the best of us. Good luck, man. I know how hard those can be. What's that? You've got some ribbon cutting equipment? Well, fuck, man. Why are you holding out on me? Stay where you are. I'll come to you. My mans knows how to make an entrance. And nice new bowler hat, by the way. I too love Disney's Meet the Robinsons. Rest in peace, TV's Adam West. Now, could you please stop talking about my Fab Slap glove? It's making me real suspicious, but not as suspicious as I felt after seeing that you left your Roomba behind. That thing's the bread to your butter. You can't just leave him here like that. Meanwhile, these tight suits act like they're covered in butter. Oh great, it's a young adult who drinks Monster Energy who has to keep himself energized and talks about his fucking resume all the time. He's just like me, for real, for real. It's okay, Desmond, just use the tailor-made secondary fire to drop a fabric bomb and sew the new fabric on. You know, the secondary fire that you're never told about or can't even use prior to this point. Seriously, the pacing with the weapons in this game is fine, but everything just comes out of nowhere. The tight suits may be fast, but they are always reliable, always dashing twice in a random direction and then once right in front of the player to drop an explosive at our feet. First off, that is a literal crime, not just a fashion crime. And second, this leads to an easy setup to trap these guys. Either wait for them to drop in front of you and smack them with the tailor-made secondary fire, or fire it preemptively and hope that you get the timing right. You can even stun them with the belt for a wider opportunity if you feel the need to. Once he's hit with the fabric grenade, you'll always know how much time you have to capitalize on this by the gray bar above him. And more often than not, you always have enough time to at least get one of these guys down. Oh, stop that. That should be a crime on its own. Oh, every fucking time. God damn it. I've got to go upload that to my fail blog over at YouTube. Now without dislikes. This aged very well. I'm pretty sure that this was in the game before dislikes were removed from the public eye. That idea was literally beyond parody. I could give less of a shit about YouTube removing dislikes though. I think the positives outweigh the negatives. Though I do miss the dislike bar for when I'm looking up tutorials for how to do perfectly legal activities.
Yeah, that's not for me, dog.
I kind of fuck with the mullet, though. Not many people could pull off a mullet. What do you mean Deep Coat is leading us to a trap? That totally 100% original Deep Coat that totally didn't ditch his Roomba? Oh, that is a big man. That's a classic. How do you think their date with Frankie went? Well, shit, that was my only point of entry. You conniving fuck. Welcome to the swag team, Des. Enjoy your higher blanket damage protection. That's blanket as in covering everything, not blanket like the fabric. I feel like I needed to make that distinction. This will make our first optional challenge mission easier than it already is, admittedly. I don't think that these challenges unlock anything, but I mean, they're fun, and I guess if you want to go for all achievements, at that point, they're mandatory. It It is really easy to get overwhelmed here in Challenge 1. There's so many goddamn tight suits that barely give you any room to breathe. Thank God for these AoE fabric traps. Just remember to keep moving and deal chip damage whenever you can. Patience and movement. That's really all you need. You may not be one-cycling every single one of these guys, but at least you're making progress with every little bit of damage you're doing. Thank God, though, that this isn't part of the main game, because this is really fucking tedious. I feel like I'm playing Serious Sam at this point. Alright, well this is a strange lead. The subway that we saw Not Deep Code escape into has been experiencing cyber attacks, crippling the subway system. Surely that Deep Code is responsible, and we ain't stopping until we find him. Dez's mission is eternal, don't you know? Rip and sew, my friends. Rip and... Ow, fucker, I was reminiscing, okay? Oh, come on, don't be like that, man. Haley, is there any jurisdiction against cyber terrorism in Trendopolis? Haley, I can't make that jump across! I need my Squish and Wet Ones drip cannon to make it across here. Here it is. This is when Fashion Police Squad started to finally stand out as its own FPS beyond simply just its charm. The Wet Ones ain't too special if you judge it solely on its primary fire, but it's got some pretty bitchin' utility. Spraying the ground at your feet will give you a short-lived speed boost, making you feel like Frozone from The Incredibles, or I guess Iceman from the X-Men, because that's what he was based off of, at least his powers anyway, but Frozone is just way cooler, okay? Oh fuck, I made that a pun. This thing gets even better once we unlock its alt fire, which is surprisingly soon, actually. You can use this weapon against Scooter Bros and Loose Suits, but ignoring the alt fire, I'd still just rather use the Suck Gun and the TaylorMade respectively. Who the hell keeps lighting all these fires? How are you lighting tiles on fire? That's assuming that lighter fluid and gasoline just simply doesn't exist in Trendopolis.
I'm feeling a burn.
Okay, never mind, that makes total sense. Guy Fieri is completely capable of otherworldly actions. Oh, I knew it! I knew Guy Fieri was an archvile! Oh, fuck! Okay, that's pretty clever. Alright, we stopped Guy Fieri. Can I get the drip cannon alt fire now? You son of a bitch. There we go. This is one of the reasons I love the Wet One so much. On top of expanding your movement options, the Wet One comes with a precision alt-fire mode. It still technically has unlimited ammo like everything else has to this point, but its alt-fire needs to be charged. And the way you charge it, while not making any practical sense, is by using its primary fire, incentivizing the player to use that primary fire either for offense or for movement, which really helps keep the flow going. This one weapon adds so many layers to the game's combat, and I absolutely adore it.
Oh, hell no, I ain't wearing
Big Hug, Sobbing Cock, Ram and Cowboy.
Whoa, hey! You can't just disrespect the ribbon like that! Deep Coat would never!
Yeah, that's not for me, dog.
Oh, come on, Desmond. You don't ever want to scream at the top of your lungs, what's going on? That was terrible, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Is the doctor home or something? What the fuck is going on here?
Excuse me.
Oh no!
Pardon me.
Oh, thank Christ, I was not prepared for Oscar Mayer. The Flasher is our wild card, either needing more or less color. And I'm pretty sure it's completely random. Even if you reload the level, the treatment for the Flasher is gonna be always different. Well, not always, but, you know, 50% chance. Regardless, you'll be using the To Die For. Aha! Cheap secret evil layer rentals. That needs to be a lead. Alright, I take it back, he's a Newgrounds user from the turn of the century. Not meant to be an insult, it's meant to be a observation of the change of the times. It's a little bit of an insult, actually. Newgrounds is where I saw my first booby. Okay, so I tried looking up the string of characters that's in his name, and I shit you not, all I could find was a Swedish Reddit user with this exact name that only has 3 posts in the Sweden subreddit from about 2 years ago with a total comment karma of 0. Not for a lack of trying, he's got 2 posts adding up to 3 and 1 post minus 3, which is fucking hilarious. Hopeful Games is based in Finland, just across the pond from Sweden. And though this might be a reach, I thought that at first this was a very elaborate way to make fun of this very specific person, or some kind of failed ARG Easter egg, or it could just be a complete coincidence. This was so close to becoming Fashion Police's Aardwolf. Oh, Des, come on, man, don't fall for it. It's so obvious. No, not the ribbon. Anything but this pristine imprisonment. There he is! The real deep cut! My throat. I knew you wouldn't abandon your Roomba like that. Now show me who the fuck you really are. Art and Cut? No way could the man leaving the Art and Cut building have been Art and Cut himself, the man behind the fashion crimes. You see, Art and Cut is an anagram for my real name, Runt Coat. Ah, yes, the neglected younger brother of Deep Coat. Wait, are you telling me that these are their real names? What the I'm gonna be honest, I thought that he was supposed to be a handsome Waluigi. Deep Coat! Now I'll reveal my final name to you. Turncoat! Oh my god, how did I not see that coming? That feels so obvious. Now let me introduce you to Fadawan, forged from the deepest parts of YouTube's comment section, further radicalized with fake fashion arguments on glitter. Yeah, actually, that adds up. I see some of the shit you guys post. I give you... I'm not saying that out loud. Go fuck yourself. Good fucking lord, what year is it? Is that a fucking power glove?
101110110.
This game is a fucking masterpiece. If I told you that 2022 would feature the year of an FPS boss who Naruto runs around the stage spouting dated memes derived from YouTube comment sections and fake Twitter arguments that you defeat no joke by giving them a shower, would you believe me? Yeah, I mean, actually, you probably would, but that doesn't make this any less baffling, and I adore it. Look, a lot of boss fights, or even just pop culture references in video games these days, often come with this cringy lack of self-awareness, like a sort of how do you do fellow kids sort of feel to them. But even though these jokes are a little bit dated, it does feel like Mopeful Games had their finger on the pulse, at least well enough to deliver this delightfully goofy moment with genuine execution. If they didn't have their finger on the pulse, they at least did a bit of their homework. Alright, I'll just be honest, if I hated this before, the Mega Man health bar sound would have won me back over. Yes, I am biased.
Let me help you practice.
Colonel, help! I accidentally took the red pill! Oh, of course, the frequency is 69420. Oh my god. I have a gut feeling that the music here is meant to sound like it belongs in Metal Gear for this segment, but it makes me think of Mega Man Legends more than anything. It's the same console, so maybe I'm not too far off. This fight is broken up with 2 cyberspace segments in between and 1 final segment at the very end of the fight. This first obstacle course is pretty easy. You gotta use the wet ones to make sure that you can make these extra long jumps, but honestly, that's half the fun. Brings back a lot of memories of playing TF2 Surf servers. Not fucking Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike Surf is cringe.
Have some profits.
Oh, they even got the old ad-lib MIDI font for this. Fucking A+ work. Oh, good. We've met our Homestar Runner quota for the episode. I no longer have to work.
Oh, hell no, I ain't wearing that.
Why not?
Let me show you my final form.
No, please, anything but the band hammer! I can't believe that this fight ends with the Redditor putting his materialistic obsessions in a literal coffin. Now that's more like it. Welcome to the 21st century, hacker man. If I hear one more cheeseburger meme out of your mouth, I'm gonna fucking send you to... Where do gamers hate? I can't say the shower because that's how we beat them. Never mind. Okay, are you ready for some consensual trauma dumping? So we know that Turncoat was a neglected younger sibling of these two, but Deepcoat was the spoiled child before he came around. But when their parents had a new baby on the way and a choice to make it so that they could redistribute some of the spoils between both of them or continue spoiling only one child, they chose to spoil Deepcoat, with Runt only getting the hand-me-downs. And that's it. Truly one of the saddest villain origin stories in all of anime. It's time to make him see the light. See that he could spoil himself. You know, self-care. Come on, hacker man, I know you can walk the walk. I cannot state enough how charming this game is to me. I don't care if some of you are cringing at this. I was laughing my ass off. Is he fucking Gangnam styling? Never mind. I need to go. No, you're not seeing things. I forgot to do Challenge 2 when it first came up. I'll go back to it in a second. In the meantime, the mainframe back at Fashion Police HQ has been filled with viruses. So naturally, instead of installing McAfee and doing whatever John McAfee did, Hackerman sends Desmond directly into the mainframe to kill whatever viruses are there with our portable shower. Yeah, so anyway, what I'm trying to say is the challenge is called Gotta Go Fast. Did I mention that these blocks that switch polarities when you jump make the fucking Yoku block sounds from Mega Man? I love this, don't get me wrong, but I have some issues with it, namely the context of them. I hear this sound and I assume that these blocks are also on a pattern timer. That's not the case. It swaps between blue and yellow every time you jump. If I could compare this to something else, it's kind of like the platforms in Super Mario Galaxy that flip when you spin. I've got a gut feeling that Mopeful Games isn't a fan of Canadian couture. How do you say that? Hold on. Let me look that up. Couture. That was close. Elite work! Lemme! I found another infection! I take it back, I'm gonna kill him. Yeah, I mean, that was fun. Nice little distraction. Let's pull it back real quick. There ain't too much special about the gameplay of Challenge 2. It's literally just a race to the end of an obstacle course with a heavy focus on swinging around with your belt, but the premise of it does crack me up a bit. We are literally on a time-sensitive case of trying to stomp out a new TikTok trend before it spreads. Or chic talk, because why not? If you couldn't tell, Turncoat got away, and is planning to ruin a televised gala by infiltrating it with his fashion crimes. Killing TV ratings! Gasp. I read that wrong. So we, the fashion police, need to man the snipers to stop him. It's okay though, they're fashion snipers. There's no real bullets in here, I swear. Is that one of those Croc sandals, or is that the top of a Yoshi head? Beach Please introduces us to fab barrels. You know exactly what these are. They're the fashion equivalent of an explosive barrel, instantly solving any fashion crime caught in its AoE, regardless of the intensity of the offender, which is very helpful and should always be used.
Hey,
tough guy.
Oh god, it's worse than I thought. They were Crocs. Yep, that's definitely a Speedo. Welcome to our first dual layer fashion crime. We gotta add some layers to the guy with the tailor-made and fix his shoes with these ankle biter gnomes. It doesn't matter what order you do these in, and you can make it a bit easier for yourself with a fully charged belt, which at this point has been upgraded to have a shorter cooldown. Maybe it's just how I play, I really like the belt. So this fit that reduces belt recharge time is... I can't play the rest of the game without it, you know?
Bogish, my.
Man, I can't remember the last time I saw art like this. I feel like that was back in the Tumblr days. I can't remember the last time I used Tumblr. Alright, Haley, I'm overlooking the red carpet. It's time to do what cops do best and open fire on the crowd. Again, not with real bullets, but with gnomes flying at Mach 5 to solve fashion crimes at the speed of sound. Mechanically, this is very similar to the rest of the game. Just swap to the correct ammo and fire at the appropriate fashion crime. We only have to worry about these two ammo types for the moment, so it's not too complex just yet. Just keep an eye out on the bottom left of the screen for pointers on where enemies are coming from, and zoom out after taking your shot so that you can get a better look of the place. It's kind of like a tower defense, I guess.
Spiffy.
Haley, I'm gonna need a second wet ones. I found the Guy Fieri NFT collection and I must take it off the blockchain.
I should learn more off Maverick. Bogish.
I didn't even know that eclectic was a word until writing the script. I thought that this was a typo. A typo like Jesus is Blink. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I know, right? What the fuck was that about? Yeah, sure, it's probably nothing. I won't worry about it or give it any second thought. You know, when people tell you that your outfit is a little too loud, that's usually not what they mean, but whatever. Okay, these gals are top priority for me. Not only does their music drown out the level music, but if you let them play enough through their drop, then basically touching the floor near them becomes a hazard. You either gotta take them out quick or hit them with a fully charged belt to interrupt their jams. And if I'm just being honest, I think that it's worse that they drown out the music more so than the actual threat that they offer to the playing field. I love this soundtrack, and I will forever love this soundtrack. I kind of wish they made a challenge out of this, unless there was and I just totally missed it. Yeah! Yeah! Get his ass! Oh, thank God these aren't real bullets. That won't work on me anymore, Mr. Business. I got a shield. I think it's metal. Oh shit, he's going for the pier! You can't get away from us that easy! But goddamn, Haley drove us right into the side of Turncoat's cruise ship. That's what I call going above and beyond. I hope she's getting paid for this. So Deepcoat devises a plan to finally catch Turncoat off guard and find his base of operations, planting a GPS into his favorite Gucci bag. Planting a GPS inside of his favorite Gucci bag. I have a feeling your glove is going to be more important in this. Yeah, wouldn't you believe it? It keeps turning purple, and I'm waiting for the finale of the game to dramatically find out why. But hey, don't worry about that. Just come meet Deepcoat in the guns range, and he'll get us stocked up with some real fashion crime fighting tools. Why did I have a hard time saying that? The competitive shitting toilets! Oh, please tell me they have it. The co-op shitting stalls! Thank you so much for your inclusivity. I never like to go it alone. This room houses the one real puzzle in the game. Activating these toilets in the correct order offers us a Kingdom Hearts Final Fantasy X secret, which is, you know, to be expected. It's coming from a toilet. Ha 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 ha. It's Titus, right? That's the guy. Is this just a dresser on its side? Come on, guys, I'm not trying to publicly conceal a goddamn rocket launcher, but it is so much more than just a rocket launcher. Fire your rocket and one click of the alt-fire button splits that rocket into multiple rockets, each without damage drop-off. Not that damage drop-off matters when we're not fighting a boss. That'll be important later. But wait, there's more! Use the alt-fire again to detonate those remote rockets directly. Remotely. Wrong word. Now, what do you call a beast like this, you might ask? Well, according to Deepcoat, the big fashionable gun. Just kidding, that's goofy as shit. We're gonna call it the wardrobe launcher, the WDL. Despite the joke, this really is functionally our BFG, able to solve any fashion crime regardless of the severity, and with actually limited ammo, that up until the final boss is in really short supply, so you gotta ration this thing carefully, just like you would with the BFG. Hey, don't boo me, motherfucker. I'll put your balls in a hole and see how you boo then. Holy shit, a rainbow ribbon! I don't even think such pristine scissors even exist. You've forced my hand. I'm gonna do what I couldn't do with that golf ball and go right in the hole of your ship. I could have worded that so much better, but I chose not to. The all-caps mood in here is hellish. You get it? It's like hell from the hit video game series Doom, the game that invented hell. All right, I made a shittier joke off of their shittier joke, but aside from that, the soundtrack does obviously lean into its Doom inspirations. Despite that, it still keeps its goofy, lighthearted feel to it, breaking up these distorted guitars with some really gorgeous piano solos. I know this is a cop-out because it's clearly a Doom-inspired track, but I think that this is my favorite track in the game. Now, much like hell itself, let's see what kind of sins Turncoat keeps down here. That is not what I meant. Whoa, hey, I did not consent to this. We didn't even exchange safe words. It's Albuquerque, by the way. I wrote that into my script because I was watching Breaking Bad at the moment. That's not my actual safe word, and I will never tell you what it is. Oh, of course he's not stunned by the belt. I should have fucking known. Hitting him with the belt actually gives him more health. And you know what? That's actually pretty fucking clever. Not only is the latex played for shock factor and for laughs, but actually plays into the kink in a way that makes sense. And I hate that I get complimented for that. I'm not sure if this happens in lower difficulties, but if you use the belt on another enemy while one of these latex guys is in the room, they'll actively jump in front of your belt, taking the blow, shielding the enemy from it, and taking the buff from your belt. It's a surprisingly complex chess piece to introduce here, forcing them into a high priority target. Much like the tight suits, we need to add some fabric onto them. Just, you know, unlike the tight suits, the belt isn't an option here. The timing is a bit tricky. You need to really be focusing on them to make sure that you can one-cycle them with the fabric grenade. That might just be exclusive to the difficulty. I don't care enough to check. You can use their affinity for your belt to your advantage, basically summoning them right in front of you to make them an easy target with the tailor-made's grenade. This is, though, at the cost of needing to hit them extra with the fabric grenades, but as long as you know this shouldn't be an issue. Just stick them with another grenade once that gray bar is almost down. This is one of the most complex enemies to appear in the game, and it's only for this one level. I kind of wish that we saw more of them after this, or another enemy that had this complexity to them. You know, maybe we should let it spread to the rest of the ship. Maybe this could influence the other fashion criminals to, you know, add some layers. Wasn't meant to be a fashion pun. How the fuck did they fit a ski resort in here? That's okay, we still have the Doom-inspired music track here, just it has a more wintry motif to it, which is quite lovely. Rudolph would be incredibly proud and also fucking pissed. And you know what? This area is actually a bit of a challenge. I mean that in a good way, because honestly, this game has been pretty easy through and through. It even spices this up by using its enemies in a really intelligent way, giving you a bunch of scooter bros to suck the color out of to assault these larger dual suit waves that come immediately after. It's a great way to use your kit and reward players for taking the time to understand how it works. And it's perfectly timed so that the second to last wave of enemies is enough to fully charge your Fab Slap for a great bookend to this final mission. Oh, come on. You've got nowhere to go, Turncoat. There's no need to beg and grovel. Let's just make this easy. It's a high-heel helicarrier! A helicarrier. Oh my god, I didn't write that in my script. I just realized that. Alright, this fight is, on the surface, a lot like the Hackerman fight from before. Turncoat will take similar forms of enemies that we've seen in the game, and we need to take him out like he's one of those enemies. In between these phases, he rides around on his drone, which we know that we can take out with the wet ones thanks to the Hackerman fight, acting like a bridge to the next phase. Unlike the Hackerman fight though, he predominantly uses attacks that are mostly unique to this fight. That's not saying that the Hackerman didn't, he just didn't attack you when he was vulnerable. His neon bright raincoat has him on a hoverboard, appearing similar to the Scooter Bros, but will throw water balloons that you can deflect with your belt, and gray water balloons that in retrospect may actually be trash bags, that will spawn 7 dull suits when it lands that you need to take out with your To Die For, which you just happen to have charged from his neon bright raincoat, giving you just enough rounds of these charged paintballs to take out all 7 of the dull suits. It's rewarding you for playing the fight the right way. His Guy Fieri phase is almost entirely original. He'll do this attack that does damage everywhere on the map instead of this one circle that you need to stand in. You gotta jump through these fire rings that he'll throw at you, and he'll even jump into the floor as a fireball like a reverse Inkling from Splatoon. The only thing keeping him linked to the Guy Fieri from before is really just the Archvile pose and his drip. Did he just try to make the Doom 2 Archvile sound? Let the slapping begin! Oh, please, baby, don't short circuit now. I'm trusting you with this. Fuck. Did you think I'd let you transform me with the Fab Slap glove that I created? I should have fucking known. Actually, I did know. It's really obvious, but I should have known. With every slap, the glove has been harnessing and storing your Fab energy. Now I can use it as a power source for my big, unfashionable gun. So that's where he got it from. Also, no, please, anything but the BUG. Don't hit me with that glove either. That is so much worse. I have to go to work today. Are all of your loans in order? Remember to send out your 1099 MISCs. Oh God, please no more. Hey bro, wanna go chug a can of Bang and get arrested for public indecency? In Trendopolis, that just means wearing bad clothes, not masturbating. Did they give this boss fight its own Tony Hawk minigame? Oh my god, they did. It's not too deep, thankfully, or I guess not thankfully if you wanted a proper Tony Hawk minigame. Simply follow the course, stay on the rails that appear only for this phase of the fight, do some tricks, take out the Desmond displays, and pull off just enough style points to get your fashion back. For best results, just keep doing tricks on and off of the rails. I haven't played a Tony Hawk game since almost 2007, so I don't remember if this was even a thing in the original games. Haley, I can't handle much more of this. Tell my tailors I love them. You caved! Did you forget who got you your hand-me-downs? That line shouldn't be badass, but part of it is. Also, if you missed it, Tot Corn, the foundation that donated the Fab Slap glove, that's an anagram for runt coat, because of fucking course it is. No, the coats can't handle the fashion singularity you're about to create! Oh god, what the fuck is that? What can I say? That's just what happens when you don't follow fashion law. Alright, so this is our power fantasy boss. He is only weak to the wardrobe launcher, and because of the wardrobe's limited ammo, Haley is providing air support and dropping down ammo occasionally during the fight. Though we are really at Turncoat's mercy until he drops these spike pads, which have a teal underside. We know from earlier parts in the game that teal means it's bouncy, so just hit him with the whip, fire over his shield, and lather, rinse, repeat until done. That's all there is to this fight. There's nothing really more complex to it. I'm not sure if this is intentional or just an oversight though. You can hide behind his BUG and avoid a lot of his attacks. Time to turn Mr. Coat into a new man, a new fab, a new coat. If only Deepcoat could see you now, his brother finally seeing the light. A reformed man who can really bust it down on the runway. Trendopolis is finally at peace. Runt, inspired by his own childhood, starts a new job creating fashionable clothes for worse-off children. A statue of Deepcoat is erected in honor of his sacrifice, and fashion crimes have dropped dramatically. But as you might expect, the work between our dynamic duo is far from finished. Oh, I can tell you what he's wearing. That is the Trendsetter, your reward for finishing the game. Infinite ammo, increased jump height, increased movement. This is really good for cleaning up levels that you may have unfinished business in if you're trying to go for 100% secrets, fashion crime solved, all that stuff. It's nice for a little victory lap. Look, I know that this game is dumb as hell, but I genuinely loved my time with Fashion Police Squad. Not only is this a pretty solid arena shooter, but one that's crafted with a surprising understanding of the pop culture that it's parodying and working out with genuine execution. I know that this isn't everybody's cup of tea, but god damn it, it feels like a crime that this game isn't talked about too often in these communities. Even if this game never gets the recognition that I believe it deserves, I can rest easy knowing that those of you who stuck around this long into the video were willing to give it a shot, and honestly, that is the least I could ask for. I used to suck at Ultrakill, and some of you might even say that I still do. When Ultrakill first dropped in early access a couple of years ago, I thought that it was just a creative arena shooter that took cues from games like Doom Eternal and Devil May Cry. Doom Eternal on a budget is how I would hear influencers describe it at the time, and while that metaphor definitely helped the game gain some notoriety, I also think that it gave some people like me the wrong impression. If you tried to play Ultrakill like Doom Eternal, especially now after 2+ years of updates and balances, you'd probably still have a good time, but you'd be missing out on a lot of what makes Ultrakill special. And that was the case when I made my video on it almost immediately after the game was available for purchase. So I'm going to be treating most of this video as if I'd never done a video on Ultrakill before, and that 13 minutes of uninformed and uneducated takes never really happened. I plan to keep the video public for archiving reasons, so don't worry, it's not going to be going anywhere. And even if I wanted to, I don't think I'd have the heart to remove it. This was one of the first videos of mine to start getting love from the algorithm, so I don't think that I'd be the YouTuber or creator that I am today without it. It's still a bad video, but I'm not going to unlist it. I wanted to use this video as a way to repent my Ultrakill sins, and I don't think I could do that by just sweeping this older video under the rug. Also, 13 minutes? Are you kidding me? That is pathetically short. You know, sometimes I feel like my content hasn't changed at all, and then I look at my catalog. What the hell happened? Alright, now stick with me here because I'm gonna lay some ground rules for how this video is gonna play out. First up, this is gonna be a playthrough on a fresh save file on the highest difficulty available at this time, which is violence. Maybe I'll cover the game in the future on a higher difficulty once it's added, but until then, TBD. Second off, each level will be covered with at least 2 playthroughs of each mission. One primarily focused on covering all secrets and exploration, something I'll take much slower so I can write proper notes and create a proper report on each of the missions, and another one for achieving the P ranks. I'm assuming the P stands for perfect and not for piss. Why'd you use yellow? I get it, it's gold, but come on. I will also not be moving on from a level until I meet these requirements. This means that I won't be using gear from a later act in the game to come back to a previous level for the P rank. And the same goes for weapons used in later levels. For example, I won't be using the nail gun before Limbo, no railgun or knuckle blaster before Lust, and so on and so forth. Each stage will be covered on its own, and I will be covering just about everything that I could think of that's worth discussing. I will be covering secret levels, but only in between the layers. This could be before or after each respective layer. It really just depends on what I think is best for pacing at the time. I'll also be playing without the main HUD because I play better without it. This wasn't done deliberately just to give a cinematic feel to the video. I genuinely play better without having a HUD. Alright, that's not entirely the case. I will be using the crosshair HUD. Everything I need is right here in the center of my vision. A green bar for health, blue segments for stamina, and that's all I really need. It's not exactly perfect. You don't have the status of your railgun or which hand you're using. Honestly, if something like that could be added to the side, kind of like Doom Eternal's race car HUD, that would be basically perfect. You can relax, I'm not going to be covering all of these settings because we're forced to do so when we start a new save file. Yeah, did you know that you could set a new save file? I sure didn't when I made my video last time. That's the reason I reviewed it on violence without knowing even how to play it on violence, because I didn't know how to go back and refresh my save for regular difficulty. But whatever, I've gotten better at the game. I'll prove it to you in just a moment. So let's go rip off the band-aid now, shall we? We play as V1, a bloodthirsty robot making its way to the gates of hell. Man is dead, blood is fuel, and hell is full. A slogan that I never really gave much thought to other than how badass it sounded until Act 2 dropped. I thought that it was just a clever way to explain how V1 heals himself, but I'll be discussing that later on. I also want to give a quick shout out to my friend Herb Messiah. If you've ever tried to look into the advanced techniques of Ultrakill, chances are you've seen some of his videos. He's been a huge help with this piece and aided me a lot with a lot of the numbers, so please, if you give a shit about Ultrakill, go subscribe to Herb Messiah. The shit that he can pull off in this game is unreal. I'm also going to shout out another friend, Scarfulu, for no reason other than I told him that I would if he could beat my record in Cybergrind, and he did, which also means that I'm outing myself as not being that good at the Cybergrind. Hell must be in some disarray if the only thing keeping us from the front gates are a couple of wooden planks. I really thought the god of carpentry would be running security up in, you know, the other afterlife, not here. Beat down those planks, slide under openings, slap those demons, dash across pits, and Mega Man X up those walls. These are all mechanics that will be used extensively throughout the game, and it's critical that you understand them before you even pick up your first gun. That's just the kind of game that this is going to be. Melee is a lot more complicated than a simple bonk to the head, despite it being the first thing you do when you start the game, so I'll explain that in just a moment. Sliding isn't what you would expect from sliding from other first-person shooters. V1 is always propelled forward when he slides, which increases his style points multiplier. You're going to be using the slide to get out of the way of most obstacles. The dash in Ultrakill is a lot more akin to a dodge roll in, say, Dark Souls, granting a quick burst of iframes that allows for close proximity to enemies and rewarding your memorization for enemy timing. It also replenishes while you're airborne, so you could get a ton of distance with this thing assuming that you're far enough from the floor. Slapping these other green men around has a little bit more nuance to it to explain. The slogan of blood is fuel is literal in in Ultrakill. That's not the part of the slogan that I never thought about a few years ago. It's more the rest of it that I never really took into consideration. V1 heals by bathing in his victims' fresh blood. So I assume that mankind is dead because he killed them all, or at least the other robots did. Now, who built the robots, and why would they, assuming that they were human? We don't know yet. The tutorial tells you that this is your only method of healing. This is a flat-out lie, which does also tie back to the melee system, which I'll tell you about once we get to our first projectile enemies. I don't have a lot to say about the wall jumps. They're exactly what they sound like. Clinging to a wall will slow your descent, allowing you to jump up a single wall or back and forth between multiple walls, just like Mega Man X or Mario Sunshine. Yes, his name, Mario Sunshine. I fucked that up. Your traction to the wall decreases exponentially the longer you stay on the wall, so you can't exactly hug it like you're wearing the shadow armor. And to balance it, you only get 3 wall jumps before you have to touch the ground. Finally, to bring this prologue to the prologue to a close, we're introduced to the soul orbs. Usually, there's about 5 of them per stage, with the exception of boss stages, and sometimes levels have less than 5. That mostly applies to the prologue. A majority of them are these blue ones, offering little more than meeting the level's secret quota and giving you 1,000 points to spend at these kiosks, granting you upgrades and variations to your existing weapons. Red soul orbs, while rarer than blue orbs, give you all of the above as well as a full health restore, completely negating any hard damage you might have taken, and giving you a second health bar on top of that. Before we move on to the meat of the game, I want to acknowledge this video's chapters. Assuming that you're watching this on YouTube, you might have seen that time code and think, wow, we're spending a lot of time in the game's prologue. This isn't because the prologue is super long. Rather, I want to spend this time explaining the specifics of Ultrakill's mechanics and design choices as they come up in the game. This is how I've been doing all of my content since Deus Ex a few years ago, and I'm really happy with this format, but with a game as complex as Ultrakill, that means we're gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna enjoy every minute of it, so tell me if you did too, or tell me if you hated it. I really don't care. Give me engagement. Alright, I think that's about everything that we can cover before we start blasting. Actually, you know what? There's probably so much more that I missed already, but I think we've got the gist of it. I can't think of a better way to begin a game like this. It's such a simple yet enticing opening sequence. Welcome to Hell, Machine. May your blood harvest with your battery-powered pistol be both plentiful and eco-friendly. The Piercer Revolver, our starting pistol, is probably the simplest weapon in the game. I was about to point out that you don't need to reload this thing, but you don't have to reload any of the weapons in Ultrakill. Some of them have a cooldown animation between shots that, you know, would essentially be reloading, but I don't view that any different than just holding mouse 1 and you keep firing. Anyway, instead of holding bullets, the drum in the center is a small generator that works for the secondary fire. Alright, I'm gonna throw some numbers at you with the caveat that you shouldn't assume that these are low numbers. A lot of enemy health and weapon damage is calculated using some very small, though whole number values. The primary fire from this thing deals, now brace yourself, 1 damage per body shot, and 1.5 damages per limb shot, with 2 damage per headshot, and other equivalent weak points. The charge shot alt fire is equivalent to 3 of these hit scan shots being fired at once, either piercing 3 smaller fodder enemies if one of them is enough to take them out, or striking a single target 3 times. This will be one of the few stages where we actively use the primary fire on the starting revolver because it is outclassed by so many weapons later on. It's so outclassed that it becomes replaced with a whole other revolver halfway through Act 1. I guess a third of the way through Act 1. If you count the prologue, then it's about halfway through. Filth are our first enemies, named after the Swans album of the same name. Unarmed lesser husks that hunt in groups. Alright, calling them unarmed is a bit mean in retrospect. I'm sorry to these demons. I guess you're not even demons yet. Can you even hear me? Do you have ears? With only half of a health point, you can one-shot them with a body shot or even a quick smack from the feedbacker, and receiving an extra 50% damage bonus while they're airborne. Yeah, the melee, at least this melee, is called the feedbacker, which will come in handy shortly. Handy. Filth are borderline harmless compared to everything else we're gonna meet down here, but still move quickly and hit hard, dealing about 30 damage per hit, effectively punishing the unprepared player. They're not very smart and they can't jump, so they gather around under the player if the player is airborne, which we can exploit very soon. We're told this because they expect us to get the mint style bonus from all these filth. That is the funniest noise I've ever heard come from Hellspawn. Once more for good measure. Oh, I love it. Alright, we feeling good about these armless fuckers yet? Aren't you itching for some projectiles to bob and weave around? Well, spoiler alert, you're not going to be doing much weaving. Alright, we haven't learned about parrying yet. I can't explain this. I can't break from continuity. Strays serve as our first ranged hunks of meat. Lesser husks tougher than the filth at 1.5 HP, tanking a couple body shots, but can be taken out with a single limb shot. These guys walk around like they have a stick up their asses, which just cracks me up. Though you're not going to be seeing that very often because they only move to get away from the player and very rarely walk towards the player. Otherwise, they're completely stationary, making them very easy targets when not close by. And for an enemy like this that doesn't have a wake-up sound, they kind of need to make themselves obvious. These guys introduce us to the parrying system. It can take a lot of practice to get the timing just right. They might have made it easier with updates, but I'd rather believe that I just got better at it because I'm a fucking loser. Just throw some hands at these fireballs as they come at you and you'll know that you do it right when you trigger a hit stop. A 1/4 second freeze frame with an audio cue showing that, yeah, you just fucking parried that. Upon parry, these projectiles have increased projectile speed and cause a 5 damage explosion on impact. Fucking awesome. And you can do this with any projectile that has this funny looking transparent skull texture in it. Though you can parry strays directly if you want a more forgiving parry window. This guarantees an insta-kill for some of these lesser husks. And if you really want to ruin their day, you can shoot their projectile from out of their hand for an interruption bonus, causing that same explosion you get from parrying a projectile, dealing splash damage to everyone around them. A successful parry restores V1 to full health, minus any hard damage you might have received. If you want to practice and get a good feel for it, you can use the weapon wheel slowdown feature for a more forgiving time window. I didn't know about this until recently, and I'm so accustomed to the real-time speed that I actually found it more difficult to parry while doing this. But it's there if you think that it'll help you. Don't think that you're invincible though just because you're sitting in a geyser of your favorite red plasma, or if you're parrying every attack that comes at you. Hard damage is a mechanic that's here to prevent us from becoming too gluttonous with our bloodbaths. Simply put, about 35% of all damage that you sustain temporarily caps your maximum health pool for a few seconds on average. After that, your maximum HP recovers at about 14 health per second. Alright, I've got some more numbers for you, and I'm really considering buying a whiteboard for shit like this. Receiving any damage ensures a 1-second cooldown before your maximum health begins to regenerate. Then on top of that, the numerical value of the damage received is then divided by 20 and then added to that timer. For example, if you take 25 damage from a stray's fireball, that 25 damage is divided by 20 to equal 1.25, and those are converted into seconds. So then that's added to the minimum 1-second cooldown time, leading to a total of 2.25 seconds of cooldown before the HP cap begins to recover. However, on violence difficulty, any concurrent hard damage taken before it's recovered adds an additional 1 second to the cooldown. To my understanding, the cap that's added, that's the damage taken divided by 20, only applies to the first hit until you're completely recovered from the hard damage, so it's not like it's gonna keep stacking. You can always determine the amount of hard damage you've sustained by looking at the gray bar in your health indicator, or by looking at the raw numbers if you're using the classic HUD. But you can influence this cooldown. Reaching a style point bonus of S through SSS will reduce the cooldown by a factor of 2, 2.5, and 3 respectively. That's a numbers and nerds way of saying that if you want to stay alive, you gotta rack up those style points. Just like delivering a superhero landing with extra steps. A superhero landing that deals a flat 2 damage. Yes, even the ground slam has some complexity to it that makes it so much more than a straightforward ground slam. First, obviously, it's a very quick way to return to the ground to avoid being juggled and zoned. You can use it to inflict damage on your way down, but you can also hold down the ground slam key to launch enemies into the air at the cost of a stamina bar, which becomes a great setup for enemies with airborne damage multipliers. You can even reach their height by jumping immediately after landing, giving yourself a bit of a bounce. This can be stacked quite a bit. It reminds me a bit of Sonic Adventure 2's bounce attack, but, you know, a game that I don't want to raise children in. Okay, that sounds really weird out of context. My favorite part was the Chow Garden is what I'm trying to say. But what if you didn't want to bounce straight up, you might be asking? Simply slide into a jump immediately after landing, and all of that momentum, or at least most of it, will be sent 90 degrees in the direction of your choosing. And the potential here is ridiculous. You can cross some crazy distance with this. This video is sponsored by NordVPN. NordVPN is a virtual private network that allows you to connect to more than 5,600 networks in 59 countries with just a single click. By connecting to a server in a different country, you can access content that is usually blocked in your own country, stop annoying internet trolls from launching direct DDoS attacks against your own connection, and improve your online security in general. Malware, malvertising, and even brute force attacks on your passwords are still prevalent issues today, but Nord Security will prevent you from these kinds of attacks and let you browse the internet as freely and as comfortably as you would like. With NordVPN, you can watch movies, TV shows from wherever in the world. In other words, you can make certain that you won't miss out on your favorite content when you're away from home, maintaining your virtual routine as if you'd never left. Is there a platform that you'd like to use but simply can't because it's not available in your country? Well, simply changing your virtual connection will allow you to bypass any bandwidth restrictions. Because all of your traffic is encrypted by NordVPN, your internet service provider will not be able to slow down your streaming speeds. If any of that sounds appealing to you, then check out the link in the description and get a heck of a discount on a 2-year plan as well as 4 months free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/thattravguy or promo code thattravguy for 4 free months off of a 2-year plan. Thank you, Nord, for sponsoring this video, and now, let's get back to it. Alright, so how are you feeling after all of that? You think you got all the nuts and bolts of movement and damage? Alright, that's great, because Maurice will be testing you today. Everyone, please give Maurice a warm welcome. He is very shy and may have resting stoned face, but he is very happy to be here. Alright, he's not happy anymore, but that's okay. Let's just take it easy. Malicious faces mark our first lesser demon. Denizens of hell notably more intelligent than the husks we've seen before. Traditionally, these guys have 15 health, though this one specifically has 25. For now, he's weak to ground slams from above and immune to explosions. And this isn't like the doomed cyber demon where you can still hurt him with a direct hit from an explosive and he's just immune to the splash damage. No, if you try to hit him with an explosive, it'll bounce right off of his face. If you maintain your distance away from them, they'll constantly barrage you with bursts of fireballs. But once you're within range, they'll always follow up 2 barrages of fireballs with a hit scan attack. The second you hear that audio cue, its target is locked in. They will lead their hit scan attack, so as long as you're constantly moving in the same direction at a constant speed, you will get hit by this. But simply changing your direction as soon as you hear that audio cue, you're gonna be fine, assuming you don't get caught in the splash damage. I feel like someone's gonna try to tell me that this isn't a hit scan attack and that it's an explosive. These claims can coexist. The aim that it takes while firing this shot is hit scan. It just creates an explosion after the fact. But right at that audio cue, a yellow flash is indicated right before it fires. No, this doesn't mean that you could feedback its hit scan explosion back at it. That's what I thought for the longest time and felt very stupid once I figured it out. This means that you can give him a quick slap in the face with the feedbacker between that audio cue and when he fires to let it literally blow up in his face, dealing notably more damage. It's not exactly enough to one-shot these guys, but it is a significant amount of damage. And if you're wondering why he's called Maurice, I actually have no idea. It's just a running joke in the community. I thought that it was similar to another enemy in the game where it's just the name of the model, but no, I have no idea where this term came from. Violence difficulty sees Maurice getting enraged after dropping below 50% health, which is something that you really gotta look out for. A single one of their charged explosions is enough to shred half of V1's health, so when you have 2 of these in the same room, both blasting these same charge shots, you could easily take a couple deaths. Malicious faces were actually one of the hardest obstacles for me when I was actively trying to get better at this game. Just about every enemy, even some of the later bosses that become recurring enemies, I could take out pretty reliably without thinking too hard about it, but whenever a malicious face is on the field, no matter how easy they are to take out, I always need to direct my focus a little bit. And I say this as a good thing. Even in death though, their corpse can launch anything nearby into the air once it lands. The only way to prevent this, to my knowledge, is to deal a finishing blow with a ground slam. You could also do this on the corpses of the malicious faces, because these guys maintain their collision after death. I never really see a reason to do this though, it's just a fun little piece of trivia. Oh good, I could finally spend this money that I've been accumulating through blood, I think. It's always good to check this kiosk at the beginning of each mission if you're new to the game. If not to buy the new revolver variants, then to check the tip of the day on the front of the screen. These explain some subtle mechanics that a player might not always think to try. I'm here though to spend some cash on the Marksman revolver, one of the cornerstones of Ultrakill's combat for me. The primary fire for the time being is identical to the Piercer revolver, a steady fire rate at 1 damage per shot. The alt fire though... Okay, well now I could tip my ferryman. Alright, where do I begin with this thing? I guess first off, the trajectory of the coin is always going to be the same relative to A1's position. A1. V1. If you're sliding, walking backwards, jumping, falling, strafing, as long as you have constant momentum, that coin will always follow the same arc relative to V1. This also means that if you launch the coin while walking forwards or backwards, that it'll travel more distance or less distance respectively. The closest comparison I could think of for this is the grenades from Half-Life 1, except not as, you know. Each coin needs 4 seconds to recharge, but that does stack. Fire 2 coins and that's 8 seconds of downtime that you have to wait. 4 coins, that's 16 seconds. Now what's the deal with these coins, you might be asking? No, I'm kidding, you know exactly what these are for. Rico shots. I fucking adore these. I've never said Rico shot out loud. I'm just thinking of the penguin from Madagascar. For each ricochet that a shot makes between these coins, a damage multiplier is added on top of the base damage of your shot. Body shots are pretty easy to calculate here. It's an extra 1 point of damage per ricochet, capping at a total of 5 damage. That's 1 damage plus 4 for the 4 ricochet. For headshots, which they tend to target on their own, that's an extra 2 damage per ricochet, meaning if you have all 4 coins out, that's a total of 10 damage. As it stands, though, only the revolver can be ricocheted, with the exception of our 4th weapon slot, which we'll be grabbing later. And it doesn't stop there. Observe, the coin shimmers shortly after launch. That isn't just for show. Strike it with the revolver in this very specific window, and your bullet splits in 2 different directions. And it's not like the damage is halved and sent out in different directions. No, both Rico shots contain that full damage multiplier from the coins. This can even stack between coins, leading to multiple split shots from a single bullet. Walking backwards while launching the coin and then stopping immediately to punch the coin out of the air will keep the coin intact, and if there's an enemy nearby, that coin will fly towards him as if it's a hit scan attack, bouncing off of their fresh corpse to fire at and building on some extra damage from bouncing off that corpse. It gets complicated, I know, but there's some crazy shit you can do with this. The amount of damage from the ensuing Rico shot is capped at a certain amount, but the amount of damage from the coin itself isn't. So if you can manage to keep bouncing that coin up and down, I'll just show you later. This would be only minutes into the average player's first run, and the skill cap has already shot up a fucking kilometer. What do you think he's thinking about in there? Probably about blue balls. I'm not alone. I meant there's a robot. I didn't mean there's a ghost here too. I don't know if he's on my side, but he sure as ain't on their side. Save some blood for the rest of me, man. We could talk this over some hemoglobin delight. Wow, look at my handsome son. Were you somebody's skull or were you carved from glowing blue stone? I want to ask because if it's the latter, then I'm concerned that this is ionizing and giving me radiation sickness. This doesn't affect the gameplay too much. V1 may be holding the skull keys in plain sight, but he could still use the other hand as if it weren't even there. Try not to give it much thought. I like to see it as taking our little blue friend here for a field trip. Probably scares the shit out of him. Just like my dad always used to say, you can't call yourself a true parent unless you take your children to see the Crushers. They're beautiful, aren't they? Truly one of the world's, hell's greatest wonders. They even spawn a couple of strays right in front of you, triggering them to walk away from you so it appears like they walk right into the Crusher. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, Lord Jesus, give me strength. I can handle this. It's not gonna be a problem. Alright, that was a little too soon. There we go, our first blood orb. These orbs remain in the level for you to collect even if you've already collected them, simply acting as a supercharge to your health, which is gonna be handy for beating this level's challenge. Yep, He is not on my side. The Swords Machine is our first greater machine. To be honest, I'm not even sure if this is the original Swords Machine. After years of scavenging for new parts, the original Swords Machine is unrecognizable to the bot that he once was, eventually inspiring copycats, which I assume are the regular enemy variants of this guy that we'll be seeing way later on. And given that we'll be facing another boss Swords Machine in the following stage, it's kind of hard to say for sure. Maybe we still haven't met the original Swords Machine yet, and they're saving him for, I don't know, Act 3? Swords Machine is an excellent crash course in parrying. He's a rushdown tank that won't give you any room to breathe, but once you realize that he'll simply run up to you, stop dead in his tracks, and try to pull a move that you could parry, he becomes a bit of a joke. Unlike the more common variants at 30 health points, this boss version has 125. Almost everything this guy does can be parried, or at least spotted with an obvious sound cue, making him a great punching bag for practice. Or at least he is easy practice for parrying once he's not enraged. This guy hates getting parried. He's either taking it very personally or he is writhing in crippling pain. He'll reliably fall to his knees if you manage to parry him, but you can't do that again until he calms down from his enraged state. You can still parry him for that extra damage, but it's a lot more risky now. The easiest way I could manage this without resorting to just verticality and avoiding him altogether is by landing a parry at the first of his 1-2-3 combo, and then dashing through the rest of his moves. This was a bit more difficult than I would like to admit. I think I just got spoiled by fighting him with the rest of my arsenal. Oh, a new shotgun? Swords Machine you shouldn't have. Good thing this guy carries around a shotgun that he himself takes an extra 1.5 damage multiplier from. What kind of guy carries around a weapon that they are specifically weak to? Actually, never mind. That applies to real life too. Also, I was thinking about Metal Man from Mega Man 2. Perfecting O2 is a nightmare if you just stick to the two revolvers, unless you go for Swords Machine. I made this intentionally harder for myself by choosing not to use the shotguns during my redo attempts, even though I already picked up the shotgun from when I fought Swords Machine, which in retrospect I don't think would have gone against my no revisiting past levels rule. I was really stubborn and I lost a lot of my freshness bonus as a result. To put it simply, the more that you use a single weapon without switching it, the less of a freshness bonus you get. This was significantly more forgiving before the Act 2 update, but now it's a lot stingier to encourage weapon swapping between more than just the last two weapons. Variants still count as separate weapons, so it is possible to stay fresh between just these two revolvers, but it isn't always enough. I had to take full advantage of the movement multiplier gained by staying airborne or sliding, so that most of my kills were during that sliding movement 3x multiplier. That was the only way for me to get enough style points to P-rank this level this early without having to come back later. It was a pain in the ass. I don't recommend you do this, but it was very satisfying. Yeah, this is a pretty decent shotgun. The core eject shotgun, or the blue variant as I'm going to be calling it for a lot of this, mows down husks and lesser demons quite well. It's not exactly firing pellets, but firing heat. Every shot fired vents heat from a deliberately overheated core. This is why the weapon doesn't ever need to be reloaded unless the core is actively ejected, hence the name. I'm still going to call these pellets just because you know what I'm talking about. 12 pellets, 0.25 damage each, leading to a total of 3 damage if all 12 pellets hit. Great for meteor husks and ripping through the lesser ones. Its alt fire is exactly what it sounds like, ejecting the core like it's a grenade. 3.5 damage on direct contact and 2.3 splash damage for everything nearby. And even has this bit of a push out effect from everything that's caught in the explosion, kind of like explosions from blood. These same damage numbers can also be achieved with a projectile boost. This was originally a bug caused by the shotgun pellets sharing the same flag that the feedbacker looks for when parrying enemy fireballs. Striking your shotgun pellets with a well-timed feedback accelerates their speed and sends a single projectile straight ahead with 0 drop-off, detonating on impact with identical damage values to the core eject. But once you get good at it, it makes it more favorable than a core eject unless you're going for a core snipe. It is very satisfying. I've developed a bit of a habit of switching shotguns during the projectile boost hit stop so that I could quick swap between them and send out an onslaught of explosions. The feedbacker does have a bit of cooldown when used in succession, so you need to space out your shots if you want to spam it like this though. It takes a bit of practice. You can amplify core ejects by sniping them with a pistol, resulting in 7 damage and a red explosion. That is beautiful. Rico shots prioritize core ejects if there's a straight line between it and the coin, making for a reliable core snipe and some insane style points. The blue shotgun can also trigger non-projectile parries for enemies for some added damage when you really want to give Maurice the middle finger. You can't hit projectiles with the shotgun to bounce them back, but, you know, for something physical. The pump charge isn't my favorite shotgun, but it's decent. Firing 10.25 damage pellets rather than 13 means a weaker shot overall, but it's redeemed with a faster firing rate. But with a quick tap of the alt fire and a quick stroke of my dick, you can load this thing more than I think it's ever supposed to be loaded, achieving 2 to 4 tiers of green shotgun goodness. 4, 6, and 10 overall damage respectively, with the last doing 50 points of self-damage and launching V1 in the opposite direction. Better and safer ways will be available for launching yourself later on, but this is a quick and reliable way to blast yourself in one direction, especially if you're already in the air and need to make a snap decision launch. If it's just the explosion that you're looking for, which is notably more powerful than the core eject, you can dash through to negate any self-damage as a safe and powerful early game AoE. Just make sure you get the timing right. Always dash like half second before you click. It's probably something closer to like a quarter second now that I think about it. A favorite play of mine is quickly switching between these two shotgun variants to shred through tougher enemies. Doing so skips the cooldown for the shotguns completely, so you can just spam these things back to back, which turns future sword machines into scrap. I was told that the Act 2 update nerfed this, but it really doesn't feel like it. Like the revolver, I'm gonna be calling these the blue shotgun and green shotgun respectively, and for all future weapons, that's also what I'm gonna be calling them. I'm expecting you to know what I'm talking about when I say blue or green weapon slots, which I realize might be a little hard to follow since I'm not playing with a HUD, but fuck you, I want to make it challenging. Alright, now it's time to use all this knowledge you've learned on the schisms. I intended to use the shotgun on them, I really did, but the parry gods prevented me from doing so. Schisms mark our first greater husk, the physical consequence of two souls manifesting in the same space, resulting in a tough exterior, lesser motor function and poorer aim, opting to spray and pray rather than throwing a well-calculated projectile. I'm not sure why they look strogified, unless that's not metal parts stuck to them and just flesh. 5 health points, 25 damage projectiles, and a 1.5 damage multiplier from the later nail gun and while airborne. They are resistant to fire damage, but take additional damage from other weapons while on fire, which is a great excuse to set up some combos. Hello again, Swords Machine. I'm ready for my less humiliating rematch. I'm assuming you're the original because of your dramatic entrance. It would be really embarrassing if that wasn't the case. Oh, come on, at least the other guy didn't bail after losing his first health bar. Since we already had the shotgun, we could have skipped this fight since we already have the shotgun's alt fire to destroy these cracks in the wall. But if you skip this first phase, you have to fight both Sword Machine phases at the same time at the end of the level, so I thought I might as well just show this now for consistency's sake. Now where do you think you've gone, you pillar head looking motherfucker? My condolences to your family. Don't spend it all in one place. Alright, let's see if we could spice this up a bit. It's not too different, but it's fresh. I like the brown handle. The challenge for 03 requires you to kill only one enemy in the stage. Spoiler alert, that one enemy is the final Swords Machine fight. The door to the final Swords Machine encounter is at the very top of this first room that we go in. We just have to break some glass and then get to the top. You don't have enough wall jumps to make it up there, but with a shotgun boost, or whatever the fuck this is, we can do whatever the fuck that was. Doing a ground slam and a wall jump with good timing next to each other will tell the game that V1 is ground slamming and rapidly building up that downwards momentum, while in reality moving at that normal wall jump speed. Top that off with a bounce as soon as you land, and all of that stored inertia is released. Alright, I watched this like 9-hour-long dev stream from Hakita, and they even do this tech themselves, so I don't think that this is ever going to be patched out. I could at least see the momentum from it being capped or at least a bit nerfed if it hasn't already. I am very smart. There's not too much to say about getting a P rank here. It's really a lot easier to do when you don't have to fight both swords machine encounters. Yeah, could you imagine trying to meet the criteria for P rank while trying to do that at the same time? Actually, that does sound pretty easy. 1 second. Oh, great! Malicious faces are back as normal enemies. Excuse me, sir, but I'd like to return my Maurice. This one is broken. Ah, good. My replacements have arrived. Man, it took me forever to get the hang of the chargeback. The first time I ever saw someone pull it off, I thought that the malicious head was just allergic to coins that died on contact. I was very confused. No, you need to make sure that your coin crosses the path of Maurice's hit scan. It's very risky, and much like a PayPal chargeback, is explosively devastating. Alright, I gotta be careful not to break the glass here so I can beat this level's challenge. Good, good. Okay, now let me just... And now that means we can... That would have been unbearable if I couldn't strafe while sliding. Well, I don't know if strafing is the right word. You can slightly influence your direction left and right. Do we get to pet the dog? I always just jump straight to the end of this level, so I completely forgot what was behind here in this back path, and that's what I get for never doing it. Abandon all hope, ye who... Oh, fuck. Sir, that is the worst Cerberus fursuit I have ever seen. You look nothing like a dog. You will be henceforth known as Andre. Never mind. Cerberus was not what I expected, and they may not be the three-headed dog guardians of hell, but their name is derived from them. The slumbering guardians of hell who defend against intruders by fucking ballin'. They aren't weak or resistant to anything in our current arsenal, so this is a test of raw skill with what we currently have. He's got 80 health, later nerfed down to 22 as regular enemies, with attacks that deal between 20 to 25 damage. That's powerful enough to kill you in 4 or 5 shots, but only really pose a danger if there's more than one of them on the field. I spoke way too soon. How come both of the lesser demons we've met so far are both rocks that bleed? Andre balled too hard. You know, with a name like Cerberus, you might have expected to find 3 of them here, but a boss like that would probably be too much for this opening level without compromising on the boss fight. But this encounter teaches you that if more than one Cerberi is on the field, killing one of them will enrage the other. This is never really an issue for the regular enemy versions, but can be a pain for this boss fight. An enraged enemy Cerberus is really only an issue if you're in those later waves of a cyber grind, and it's usually because something else is taking your attention away from them. I take it back, that is way more than 3. The terminal implies that this isn't a mimic situation. Every one of these Cerberus statues that we see is a living Cerberus that simply chooses not to do anything. So, I really feel like I'm being watched. Alright, I meant that figuratively, not literally, but here we are. So while I enjoy the novelty of the level something wicked, I really despise playing this stage. Here, I'll show you why. I hate him. This is a silly little horror map in which you're being pursued by the level's namesake, something wicked. I know that this is a line from the 17th century play Macbeth, but I just can't hear the line without thinking of Woody Harrelson's voice in Venom 2. Yeah, that was sure was a movie. Here, I'll slap a map on the screen by Steam user Locked Dream. This will give you a basic idea of what we're doing here, because the only way to navigate this level is with the very dim light from the blue skull that you pick up. Now, I'll give them a bit of credit. I had no idea until now that you can melee with the skull to increase its luminosity very briefly, but this is the only way you could tell what's in your surroundings. You could force something wicked to teleport back to one of his many spawn points if you're able to shoot him, but you are locked to your pistol even if you return to this level with a larger arsenal later in the game, which, you know what, I respect that. That's dedication. Despite my dislike for the stage, I was able to complete it on my second attempt. I hugged the walls and kept my skull ionized, and I was never encountered by this creepypasta reject. Once you place the red skull on the final pedestal, he despawns for good. I'm not willing to test it to see if he comes back if you pick it back up though. That is all that there is to this level. It's goofy, and you know what? In high school, I probably actually would have been terrified of this. Alright, do you want some lore? Yeah, I know you want some lore. Mankind is a failure. Free will is a flaw. Let the evil of their own lips consume them. Then I shall begin again with my word as law. I have no idea who wrote this, and I doubt that it was the angels unless there's some kind of traitor in their midst. The line being consumed by their own lips makes me immediately think of contemporary politics, stuff like climate disasters and the lack of action taken for them, but it could also refer to the creation of these blood harvesting bots. I'm gonna break the continuity of this video and say that I honestly don't know if it's these bots that wiped out humanity or if they were killed off in this war against hell and the bots triggered that war indirectly. I don't know. We'll see how Future X treat this. Oh boy, I can't wait to see our first glimpse of robot hell! Ah, suburban middle school recess. Yeah, that sounds a lot like hell. I wish, oh I wish for some fire and brimstone. And thus, my speedrunning arc is brought to a close. I'll be here all week to answer questions. Yes, you in the back. You're banned for making too many Owen Wilson jokes. Since Layer 1 just began, I'll be covering the secret level now because it's at the very beginning of the first layer of Act 1, so it's not going to be interrupting my script's pacing too much. We're not killing anything here, just doing whatever this is. Where does the line go from the white square? That's right, in the square hole. Just bring the line to the hole and pick up any white dots that you pick up along the way. Don't do this in real life, those are probably bird shits. Play Ultrakill, they said. It's a revolutionary high-octane action game, they said. I'd like to take a moment of silence for the colorblind. Okay, there we go. If I'm being honest, I actually kind of like these puzzles. I'm kind of glad it's over now, though. Fuck. Yeah, that's how some of you sound trying to solve these puzzles. Alright, now where were we again? Welcome to Limbo, the first circle of Dante's Inferno. Now, I've never read Dante's Inferno, and I've never played Devil May Cry. I only mention that because this game takes obvious inspiration from it, so I'm assuming that that game, and also his name's Dante, right? So anyways, this game would, you know, be doing the same thing as that game, but I don't know anything about this aside from what I've researched about it for this video, so I'm flying mostly blind here. Is Limbo supposed to gaslight me into believing that I'm in heaven? Probably. Every room in this part of Limbo has its own fake-looking skybox that you can't see the other rooms beyond, which does a great job at selling this illusion. There's speakers here too. So many souls down here make it feel like some sort of electricity. Funny rock. Yeah, this place is fake as fuck. What kind of technology is this? Barf? I'm sorry, I'm a Marvel shill. Oh, the cameras are alive! Drones are our first lesser machines, also tasked with collecting blood. They were initially built with non-lethal ammunition and were later modified by the parts of fallen machines to make their blood collecting a bit more efficient. Yeah, I get it. We gotta take out the competition. No, mama said I got the most blood. I like to see drones as more of a tool than they are an enemy. Yeah, they shoot at you and they'll dive bomb at you, but you can parry them back into another enemy. And if you happen to meet a certain damage threshold, they'll just explode right there on the spot, dealing enough damage to kill any other drones that happen to be nearby. A Rico shot can instantly put them into a dive bomb state, but it's even easier to just interrupt their attack and set off a chain reaction of explosions. I know I was just talking about tools, but this is kind of literal. The Attractor Nail Gun, a twin-barrel barrage of silver nails. 0.2 damage per nail, averaging to roughly 5.1 damage per second. It's got a bit of spread, making it not too accurate, but to accommodate for this, we have a magnet alt-fire that can stick to surfaces and lay traps for enemies, or just to stick it directly onto an enemy to focus fire onto. Or, you know, you could just spray from a distance without a magnet and just damage a bunch of strays and filth, who also happen to take an additional 50% damage from these silver nails. Same goes for the malicious faces and a few other enemies we'll be meeting. Ammo for this thing is still technically infinite, and it's not shooting out electricity or sparks, so can you guess how this thing recharges its ammo? I'll give you a hint. Do you remember that scene in X-Men 2 where Magneto pulls all the iron out of that dude's blood? That is exactly how V1 is shitting out all of these nails. Thank you, V1. Very cool. It's probably actually generating inside the nail gun itself, but I want to believe that he's putting them in physically. The influence over the nails stacks the more magnets there are in the field, so 3 whole magnets on a single enemy will have a stronger effect on their pull, which can even be used to pull enemies that are riddled with nails if there is a magnet down on the field. I've yet to find a practical use for this outside of it just being neat, but it's pretty cool. Oh, this looks important. That doesn't look very burning to me. Maybe it's supposed to be a metaphor, just like the Swans album of the same name. We can't complete this level's challenge until we get the 4th weapon slot of the game, so this is going to retain a permanent imperfection on my save data until we get that weapon. I'm honestly not sure how I'm going to survive. Gee, all these early Husk models burning on the floor makes me feel like we're in Blood's difficulty select. Well done and extra crispy. Oh, now I get it. Hey, I think you guys all got the wrong room. The Hrot auditions are supposed to be a couple Steam categories down that way. Street Cleaners, another lesser machine. Pressure units that rush the player with an unparryable flamethrower, though sometimes I really wish it was. So after the world's climate went to crap, I'm assuming more than it is currently right now, these things were used to clean the air in condensed cities. After mankind did mankind things though, they were repurposed into scouts for hell expeditions. Even after mankind died out, they kept to their programming and kept burning organic material as their way of cleaning. I'm not exactly sure if they are also competing for blood. I imagine that they are. They could also see that I've absorbed a lot of organic matter that they feel I need to cleanse, but why do they also bleed, you know? I get it, blood is fuel. It probably also fuels these things too, but there's a couple contradictory motives with these things. Maybe this is why they're the only machines that die from fall damage. 4.5 health and 50% immunity from explosions, these guys will actively try to dodge your attacks and will deflect explosive projectiles if they make direct contact, literally giving them the backhand. They won't backhand a projectile boost though, so I'm assuming that's deliberate. They're a bit of a motherfucker, or at least they would be if it wasn't for this explosive tank sitting on their backside, which is auto-targeted by the Rico shot. If I'm getting swarmed by them, I like to use the green shotgun's explosion to get them all off of me. It usually does enough to get the job done, even with their explosive immunity. Oh god, the puppy's awake! Oh boy. Civvy, are you okay in there? He'll be okay. That is a powerful rat. I could do better. So Cancer Mouse will ignore all collision in its entirety and will just clip through everything as it sticks to the Y-axis. Or is it the Z-axis? I always forget. Oh, that was boring. I'm the giant rat who makes all of the rules. Oh, God! I know you were a cancerous rodent, but how many eyeballs did you fucking have? Where was Maurice? Who'd have thunk that this level is really short if you don't lure Cancer Mouse into the lava? Halls of Sacred Remains introduces us to split-colored doors, only requiring one of the 2 skull keys to open, but offering us a bonus if we do both. So treat this like your average TF2 community server and pick your team, red or blue. Oh, what's that? I'm sorry, you just got auto-balanced, so your opinion doesn't matter anymore. I always go for the red key first, and I'm pretty sure that this is supposed to be the harder route, but I never really think about that because I always go for both skulls whenever I play this level. Maybe this bitch in tune has to do with why. Regardless of what path you take, you end up being funneled into the blue path, so that auto-balancing joke wasn't just an offhand TF2 reference, even though that's all I intended it to be. Just remember to bring your own soap whenever you go to a convention. Fine, I'll do it legit. I missed an orb, so I have to do it again anyway, after I kill whatever the fuck this thing is. It's always the most obvious one that I never grab. Agony and Tundra. Just as much health a pop as the boss sword machine's first phase, but shares this kind of bullshit link that keeps them both alive until both health bars are depleted within quick succession of each other. You have to take both of them out within a relatively same time window or else they're both gonna get back up. Agony doesn't falter from parries but will move just as fast as an enraged normal swords machine. Tundra is the same in a completely different way, using sword machine's moves from his second phase. They both take an extra 50% damage from shotguns, and Tundra specifically takes a bonus 75% damage from explosions, so... That was way closer than it needed to be. Better late than never to pick up the green nail gun variant. Let's use it to cook a scorpion. Hideous masses, an overstuffed shell of hell mass that's oozing at the seams. And to that I say, hey, relatable. 60 HP regularly and 175 for this boss variant. You know Scorponok from Transformers? Not the Scorponok that's in name only in the Michael Bay movies, or that weirdly mass-produced Scorponok from the Netflix series. Actually, never mind, this is a bad analogy, I just like Transformers. High Mass has 2 modes. His upright mode resembling a scorpion that'll fire mortars that you can parry for a free health restore, and a collection of shockwave attacks that are more of a bastard to avoid the further away you are. This is a move that I think is only threatening if you happen to get hit by his tail, which will slow you down, or if you just ignore them during the cyber grind. Occasionally, he'll turn into whatever the fuck this is. Reminds me a lot of Twitter.com when they finally saw Dream's face reveal. He'll hold his tail up for some easy punishment, which is made even easier with the blue nail gun's magnet, which can be combined with the green nail gun's overheat blast. More on that in just a moment. Oh, I gotta replace my eardrums. No matter how hard I try, I can never parry this guy's harpoon. It always feels better to avoid it, because if I try to parry it, I'm just gonna get stuck with it. Hold on, let me try to get good at this. Oh, right. The overheat nail gun is fine, which is better than how overpowered it was before. Its standard fire is weaker than the attractor nail gun, but can hold 2 charges of these overheat barrages, firing a quick and total 11.4 damage in quick succession, which combined with their 50% damage bonus is enough to completely shred a malicious face in a single fully charged overheat barrage. This used to be better than the blue nail gun in every way, and so now has been balanced by giving the blue nail gun, that one fires silver nails, which have their own properties properties distinct from the nails fired from this one. I'm doubtful that we're pulling silver out of these guys' blood unless hell dictates that everyone takes colloidal silver supplements, but no one else is blue here, so I doubt it. This is also an easy, reliable way to set enemies on fire should you ever feel the need for it, which I rarely use intentionally, but still, it's handy to know. You could also still build up heat for this one while using the blue nail gun, so even though its average rate of fire isn't as good as the blue nail gun's primary fire, you could still primarily use the blue nail gun and then switch over to the other variant, fire a quick brap of bullets, and then swap back to a completely different weapon. If you use it this way, it's a lot more situational, but it still has its use. Alright, let's change our weapon colors to reflect how far we've come in this game. Oh, that is disgusting. I love it. Alright, I'm gonna break my own rules and reference my old Ultrakill video. Not only did I express my concern that the song that's currently playing is copywritten, or written as in writing and not rights as in owning the rights to something, but this song is also public domain. That's a grammatical error on top of just a simple knowledge error. That means that if YouTube hits this video, I'm gonna personally mail Hakita a box of my tears. Oh, this looks important. My mind is adrift with eternal torments, lurid vistas painted on the inside of tomes, hollow walls of scream and touch. Mocking song plays for hours, even if the sound of birds is all fake. All reminders of my enduring damnation. Gabriel, my dearest friend, in presence of penance, I have awaited your embrace to heaven. I have been so faithful, accepting of my fate, but to what end, to what punish am I to take the bare keys, blah blah blah, my own doom, no salvation. These skulls sneer devilish grins, voices chattering, tempting me with the plunge deeper into hell, and I won't do it. I've hidden them amongst the furnishings, books, and every foundation of this accursed place. Forgive me. I'm not reading the rest of that. Who's the simp that wrote this book? Are you the Gabriel in question? Oh, real shit. Nothing happens, but you feel a strange satisfaction. You decide to name it Hank.
Sussy baka.
Under the floorboards with Harrison Ford. Was that an enraged V1, or is he just red? Where did he go? Okay, now the primary fire of my revolver is actually pretty good. This is the alternate revolver, almost universally called the slab revolver because you get it by tapping these slabs. At least I'm assuming that's where it got its name from. A 2.5 damage primary fire that actually is firing two 1.25 damage hit scans, but at a slower rate of fire at 1 1/3 seconds per shot. You can set one or both or neither of the revolvers to fit this new alternate revolver. It replaces that weapon, but I actively choose not to use it for the marksman because I don't care for the changes made to it. First off, despite the higher damage, it has less of a damage multiplier per coin when hit with the slab. The first coin adds 1 damage to the hit scan, but every subsequent coin only adds 0.5 damage, and that's enough for me to not want to use it. But on top of that, it also doesn't split the same. Rather than splitting the coin, it adds an additional hit scan to the Rico shot, targeting a single target, at least from my understanding, which I suppose is good if you're trying to take out one specific target, but that's not always why I use the Rico shot, and if I am, I'm using the railgun for that, not the slab. I guess credit where it's due, the charge shot from the blue slab can result in a whopping 12.25 damage if you can land a charge shot on a path for 4 coins, but I never really bothered to do this. Alright, so just forget all that knowledge that I just told you because this boss we're about to fight has a resistance to our revolvers, so that's pretty cool. That's okay, I'm just gonna beat him by parrying. Come on, Hank, we're gonna go kick some robot ass. He's red because he votes Republican. Alright, I'm sorry, that was too far. Is this gonna be the part of the video where I tell you that V2 is a total pushover? I'm playing on violence, look at that damage! Oh shit, I didn't mean to kill him with the coin, I thought he was gonna do the core eject. Oh, god damn it. Fuck your glass. Alright, that's better. Sure as hell not worthy of a P rank, but I still had fun with it. Thank you, Hank. May you be promoted and not gaslit by your in-laws. Alright, I guess these machines are modular enough to just hot swap parts like that so efficiently. So that was V2, a V model specifically built for war. So V1, the robot that we're playing as, boasted a new exterior capable of refueling itself with blood through direct contact. Yet somehow, that wasn't the one built for war. Not like it really matters. The war that brought upon the end of humanity was way before the V models were even deployed into the field, with only a single prototype of each model remaining. And now they're just both sitting down here in hell, slapping each other for who gets the most red juice. That's what Clamato does to a motherfucker. Now let's have a proper dance now, shall we? Not bad. V2 is going to be your first major test of reflexes, employing both visual and audio cues from both hit scan and projectile parryables. He'll always attack on a specific tempo, and when it sounds like he breaks from that pattern, it's actually because he just started his core eject. I suppose a well-timed jump when noticing this could give you more airtime to make a Rico shot counter-strike, or just counter it directly with a shot from the revolver, but I was never able to intentionally set this off and it always happened on accident. Yeah, I think V2 is a pushover if you play this fight purely reactively. It's really funny seeing people online talk about how hard this fight is, maybe even me included. I don't remember what I said in my video 2 years ago, but once you realize that you could just stand still and watch him constantly circle strafe around you, you'll know exactly what he's about to do. Yes, he does change the color of his wings to indicate his proximity from the player, but I barely even pay attention to that because it never really felt like it mattered. I've been told that if you constantly evade the guy, it will enrage him, but I don't play this fight that way. I have no reason to. Thanks again for the new arm, my brother. Normally it's the evil twin brother who loses an arm and gets a new one grafted on by an ocelot, but this is taking it a little too far. This arm is the Knuckle Blaster, now letting you toggle between it and the feedbacker at really any time you want. Now, the average first-time player will probably say, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, but the feedbacker can parry shit, so why the hell would I use it? And then proceed to throw the Knuckle Blaster into the trash. And I believe this is because it's placed very awkwardly on the keyboard by default. The G key is just a little too uncomfortably out of the way. I've remapped it to my mouse's side button so I could use it more frequently, because this isn't a bad addition to the game at all. It's meant to be used side by side with the feedbacker, not simply chosen over the other. I kind of treat it a bit like the grenades in Doom Eternal. I always have myself set to the feedbacker by default, switch to the Knuckle Blaster whenever I want to use it, and then immediately switch back to the feedbacker so I don't forget. That's probably also a habit that was born from playing without the HUD. Its punch deals 2.5 damage with a 1 damage shockwave follow-up if you hold down the melee button, providing you a quick and easy solution to swarms of filth around you. I also had to find and replace all mentions of the Knuckle Blaster in my script because I swore for the longest time that it was called the Knuckle Buster. I also mentioned in my script that I really miss the shells being ejected from the forearm after you use it, but it turns out that's still there. It's at the very corner of your screen, and I never noticed it until now. This should have really been obvious by the get-go because you could see the shells that you eject on the floor nearby, so I don't know what took me so long to notice this. The Knuckle Blaster may not be able to parry specifically, but it can still deflect projectiles with its shockwave. It's not as powerful as the parry, it doesn't speed up the projectile or explode on contact. It's better fit for defensive scenarios rather than switching it up on the offensive, and has the bonus effect of being able to deflect multiple projectiles at one time. I don't think that this is a sole reason to keep the Knuckle Blaster equipped, but it is a nice side effect of it. Oh, yeah, welcome to the lust layer, by the way. Oh, that is a very big man. I should not have said that right after saying welcome to lust. That, never mind. Tip of the day. Did you know that when enemies begin to yell in the air, it means they're gonna take fall damage? Wait, I need the true experience. Now this is music. Oh my god, they just can't stop! fuck? I always forget about the first orb that's right outside this opening tower sequence, which we're going to use to beat the challenge of this level, which is to never open a door except for the doors that open and close the level. You can skip the entire level by just launching yourself around the map. I did use slam storage to get around this first tower, but I just used a bounce pad for the other one. It's really not that difficult to get around it. Now let's go get that P rank. Ha, get it? 69 kills in the Lust Lair? I got 10 million IQ points, Dad. You ready to meet the soldier? Oh god, that's not what I meant.
If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must
Gabriel
said that, and I'd say he knows a little more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it, and then he man.
Despite their cybernetics, these are still husks, strays fitted with augmentation scavenged from broken down machines that approached hell for a fresh supply of blood, allowing them to channel all that hell energy more efficiently than simply tossing a fireball. Now they fire a bunch of them shits like a shotgun, which yeah, if I get hit by all of them, that is pretty threatening, but I could still parry them. I could parry literal shotgun pellets, so this does nothing. It's not pellets actually, it's heat. Shut the fuck up. They're still not too smart and remain mostly stationary. Plus, with how long it takes for them to charge up one of their fireball mega busters, it's really easy to get the interrupt style bonus with a Rico shot. Their augmentations do shield them from explosive damage, but not the influence of it, so a core eject, or in my preference a projectile boost, can still knock them into a pit or environmental trap. They still take additional damage from silver nails while being airborne and while lit on fire. So all in all, them firing more projectiles just means more health for me to parry. Oh, that's adorable. I want what they're having. Hello, my love. I've missed you. Oh god, I need more pants. The electric rail cannon. Holy shit. A whopping 8 damage piercing hit scan, capable of penetrating through an infinite number of enemies on the field. Each penetration dealing 8 damage per shot. This does come at a cost, 16 seconds of your life as a matter of fact. But the game makes sure that you know that it's ready to fire even when it isn't equipped. So why get excited about this? Sure, 8 damage isn't anything to scoff at, but that doesn't sound like anything to get too worked up over. Well, I'm glad you pointed that out, Strawman. See, the rail cannon is our second hit scan weapon of the game, and while I'm not sure that this is a qualifier on its own, that also means its mechanics can coexist with the marksman's coin. Now, it does have its own attributes, as we saw with the slab. You can't split shot the rail cannon, and it doesn't double damage on each bounce, but it does still add 2 damage to the first bounce, followed by an extra 1 damage per subsequent bounce between coins. But combining the Rico shot's aim at its closest target and the infinite piercing properties of the electric rail cannon, you can do this. How the fuck is this a legal part of game design? The railgun doesn't have an alt fire for the very same reason that this thing is so fucking powerful. You can zoom in with the alt fire button, but Hakita has confirmed that this was added solely to avoid making an actual alt fire for the thing. And hey, we could finally finish 1-2. Ignore the one restart. I was trying to be really cool with my coin punching and ended up biting the dust because of it. And now back to our regularly scheduled lust. I always forget about this group of enemies that only spawn when you go into this house. You won't blindside me this time, fucker. Alright, now to do it again, but fast. Oh, wait, I forgot something. Alright, let's see. Gabriel struck down Minos, his flesh torn asunder with torrents of crimson blood pouring out from his feet as he cried out for clarity. Justice, Gabriel decreed to all, with our just ruler writhing in wailing agony. The Lord's will be done. We watched in horror as Minos lay down, now waning, screaming in defiance of God's will. Gabriel. Gabriel seems to be a real piece of shit. Is this the Minos you're talking about? I'm assuming it is because of the portrait on the side here. I'm also just assuming it's pronounced Minos. What if it turns out to be something like Minos or Minos? Dude's named after a fish. That headpiece kind of looks like whatever the fuck is chilling out in the background there. Is Minos supposed to be that big, or did Gabriel just stuff him with a bunch of meat? Well, depending on what version of Greek mythology you're looking at, it could go either way. So if you didn't know, and God knows that I didn't, Minos is a key player in Dante's Inferno. He was already a figure in Greek mythology as the son of Zeus and Europa, and in the story of Dante's Inferno, he was appointed to listen to the sins of the souls that he judged in the second circle of hell, as the souls in Limbo had no souls to be judged. Upon hearing the sins that they committed against the Lord, he'd wrap a serpent around him from his arms, wrapping around them as many times as the circle of hell they'd be sentenced to. The souls he sentenced were then assimilated into the demons of hell, and their bodies becoming lifeless husks. So put a pin in this is what I'm trying to say. This isn't entirely adapted into Ultrakill's take on Dante's Inferno, but it will become relevant again basically near the end of this video. The other railgun variants are pretty cool, but I rarely use them now that I know how to play the game. I'm not going to say that these are solely crutches that help less experienced players. Some of these do have a practical purpose that affects certain enemies in certain ways. It's more so that the role that these variants fill, I can already achieve with other items and see using the railgun charge as something a bit more valuable. The green variant, the drill, creates a geyser of blood that allows the player to heal themselves much easier. There's definitely ways that pros can use this to their advantage, but there's just more potential with the blue railgun. The red variant fires the malicious face's hit scan explosion, dealing 6.25 damage to everything it hits. And for an AoE of this size, that's not a bad number. I will occasionally use this in the cyber grind if the last few enemies of the wave are these lesser husks, but that's really it. Licorice should not be that color. Uh-oh. I always overestimate how dangerous the Mind Flayers are on their own. It's usually when they're with other enemies that they're actually quite dangerous. Shout out to the Ultrakill Wikia for having an excerpt from Matthew 5:28 saying that anyone who feels a lust for a woman has already committed adultery in their heart. First off, chill the fuck out, Matthew. Second off, these machines have a curvy figure and booby. Good for them. Never be ashamed to flaunt your body in the right circumstances. I like to make fun of people that get horny over the skin-tight latex robot, but the Mind Flayer is introduced in the lust layer, so you all get a pass. Simple way, you fucking nerds. This goes deeper in Hakita's dev stream where they confirmed that they were a stand-in for a succubi enemy, so I literally cannot judge you for getting horny over an enemy that is supposed to make you horny, I guess. It could be worse, it could be Mr. Friendly. It does feel a little fucked up that the only femme-presenting robot in this game is one that's covered in skin-tight latex, and the solution isn't to get rid of them, it's to give V1 some latex too. I'm sure we're all in agreement there, right? Give him a fat ass while we're at it. It's actually not latex, it's more plastic. I'm not gonna tell you that this thing is just piloting around a femme-presenting sex doll as a body, but I mean, maybe they are. But ever since being turned into a blood harvester, their plastic body doesn't serve any purpose to its mission at all. It's a lot like the concept of gender as a whole. The way you present yourself might not serve any practical purpose in the grand scheme of the universe, but presenting yourself in the body that you feel the most comfortable in can be incredibly empowering. And if these things just want to have a feminine body for the fuck of it, why the hell not? That's not to say that masculine forms of Mind Flayers don't exist. They have been documented according to the lore terminal. This isn't ever reflected in gameplay, and I feel like if they did take this route, they should make it so that a Mind Flayer has a random chance of spawning with a certain body and not affecting their attributes. Once again, calling back to the concept of gender, Mind Flayers are complicated. They'll always teleport around and bounce between firing 5 homing projectiles that V1 can parry, firing a whole ass Shinku Hadouken that you cannot parry, and very rarely will try to teleport next to you and kick you you, which you can parry, but it doesn't interrupt the attack, so if you don't dash out of the way, you will still get hit, despite the parry. They'll get enraged once they hit a certain damage threshold and will start teleporting more erratically, but you can inhibit their teleporting by hitting them with the railgun's drill. With good enough timing, you can also deflect all 5 of their fireballs with an explosion, killing her instantly. If anything, I end up doing this insta-kill completely by accident, especially with a weapon that we'll be getting in Act 2. The challenge of not touching the water sounds really difficult, but it's a lot more about finding an alternate way to approach the level rather than trying to go through the level as it is without touching any of the water, because that is basically impossible. It's not too bad, it's just a little restrictive. Honestly, it's this narrow jump between the wall and this little waterfall here that makes me the most nervous, but it's still not as bad as you think. Just smash these 3 breakers scattered throughout the level, which you'll already have discovered if you've been orb hunting, because all 3 of them are in orb locations, and the water will drain. This is important because the exit is flooded, making it literally impossible to exit the level without touching water, barring any clipping exploits. We're not going to be taking that exit though, because turning off the water reveals this layer's secret level. I really don't want to go in there. It's a secret level and it's on the horny layer. I am naked and afraid. Let's go kill the dead king first. POV, you're the Buzz Lightyear figure you lost in your colon. What the hell am I tapping? Oh no, Mom heard Mario say bye-bye when I put my DS under my pillow. The corpse of King Minos, once the great and beloved king of the Lust Layer, has decayed into a supreme husk. Because of his incredible willpower and status as a once just ruler in life, who was still remembered even a millennia after his death, the manifestation of his soul has become the largest recorded husk to date, at least back at the time of human expeditions into hell. Small traces of the original soul can still be detected inside of his massive corpse, but the corpse has been reanimated, entirely controlled by these serpent-like parasites that he once commanded. Although he was once responsible for the rebirth of the Lust Layer, his corpse now only seeks to punish sinners. And by that I mean punch. Get that weak shit out of here! I used to really struggle with parrying Minos' fist until I learned that you could dash through it to give yourself some more forgiving parrying windows. Yeah, I really can't believe I struggled with this guy. He's an absolute joke. Sure, the parasites pop out of his eye socket midway through the fight, but that won't stop me from parrying these fireballs back into his rotting face. You do need to exercise a bit of caution on violence difficulty. In his second phase, the corpse of Minos will summon these black holes that deal 99 instantaneous hard damage. Refer back to the hard damage section of this video if you need a reminder for how dangerous that can be. It's not particularly dangerous here. I barely even noticed the black holes in the arena, but this isn't the last time we'll be seeing them. Well, you know the saying, the bigger they are, the bigger the door that comes out of their mouth. Now let me in. You got blood in your guts that I could use to prolong my life. This was the only boss that I simultaneously P-ranked and completed the challenge of on my first try. I'll let that be a statement on its own to how easy this fight is. Alright, I guess it's time I take a stab at that secret level. Heavy steps, ragged breathing. There isn't much time left, it might already be too late. The labyrinthian pathways of arbitrary sharp turns seem stranger and stranger as panic blotted out the once deeply ingrained memories that usually guided me. Every corner felt stranger, every line too long. The bell tolls for me. I bit down harder on the last of my rations, only held by the skin of my teeth. It barely hung on as I kept frantically looking around, hoping for the few scraps of burning memory of mine to find a similar sight that would lead me to salvation. The gates must be closing, the last few barely making it. The rest of us never stood a chance. Suddenly, from a blind spot, a figure struck me. There was no time to react before I came crashing down onto the cold, hard ground. I struggled to regain my senses, to at least see what fate would befall me in my final moments. But even in the abyss of endless terror, my mind could have never imagined the horror I witnessed. Oh Oh my god, they put a fucking dating sim in Ultrakill. I can't do this, dude. Oh, okay, it's actually more of a visual novel because the story always follows the same route no matter what choices you pick. By the way, this is not V1, it's a completely separate character named Mirage. The joke here is that she's named Mirage because she doesn't exist. Okay, so this is actually going to be the last time I make a joke here. Oh my god, floor pie! That's actually the last time I'm gonna make light of this, because of despite how ridiculous this situation is, this secret, if you could even call it a level, deals with some pretty serious topics, and I'm being serious by this. I'm not gonna make any jokes here because, I don't know, maybe someone in the audience needs to hear what I'm about to talk about. Initially, the level seems to be a very obvious parody of dating sims. I mean, that opening dialogue about holding rations in your teeth is just a parody of that anime trope of the protagonist holding a piece of bread in their mouth. However, if you pay attention to the text on the screen and aren't just spamming the buttons to get a move on, you'll notice how quickly this shit show devolves into a conversation, a borderline venting from the developers about existentialism of existence. When Mirage is told that she can't just sit back and wait to be shown the way to school, she begins to reveal the inner workings of her own mind. There's no point in making this situation any worse than it already is, but what's the point of making it better, she says. What's the use of caring? To put it bluntly, why bother with anything? This comes off as textbook nihilism, the rejection of moral values and the belief that nothing matters, which is certainly not helpful if you're battling anxiety. This suffocating sense that everything in the world is collapsing in on you. The idea that nothing matters in the grand scheme of things, the idea that we're all some sentient stardust following some cycle, is enough to make some people lose the motivation to keep going, even if it may seem to others that you are just looking for an excuse to be lazy or give up on your responsibilities. I'm not going to generalize with my audience and say that everyone watching this video has had to face this. There may be many of you who are watching this who have never had to go through something like this, but for a lot of people in my social circles growing up, this was something that I was constantly reminded of. But even in these difficult times, I was able to see the other side of the coin. Much of what the protagonist says here to comfort Mirage sort of mirrors the advice that I was given in therapy as a kid, and it has had a profoundly positive effect on my outlook on life. From my point of view, the lack of a cosmic significance is not a punishment, but rather a form of liberation. We don't have to worry about living up to anyone else's standards or face an eternal punishment for the lack of choices we may make, or making the most of what time we have. In the absence of any higher directive, we are at liberty to determine our own course in life, setting and working towards one's own personal objectives. For some, it might be nothing, and for others, it might be pleasure. For some, it may be the opportunity to create, and for others, it may be to improve the lives of others. If nothing really matters, then you might as well do what you want to do instead of succumbing to some false sense of higher purpose that you or other people might try to instill on you. It's not a simple problem to solve. This feeling doesn't exactly go away overnight. You'll have to put a lot of time and effort into it before you start to see any improvement, but you can change. You can heal. And it's easy to forget that sometimes when you feel like the world is pushing you down. Helping yourself is impossible if you don't want to be helped, but hearing it from other people's can sometimes make all the difference. Ultimately, it's up to you to finally make that change, but listen to your friends who try to help you to be better. No matter how rough it gets out there, know that someone cares and loves you. If you've ever seen the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, this is also a theme of that movie too. It does a great job at explaining this concept of positive nihilism, which I understand is an oxymoron, but I think you get the idea. Yeah, nothing matters, so make the best of it. Be a good person, and try to make your time on this planet and everyone else's the best that it can be. This portion of the video was not intended to be therapy, but if any of you are considering therapy, I say do it, assuming you can afford it. Get screened for anxiety, depression, ADHD, and any similar condition to determine if medication could be beneficial. I used to be adamantly opposed to the idea of being medicated because I never believed it would work for me, but it ended up making a significant improvement in my life. Always try to remember that the people who need therapy the most are often the ones that are the least convinced that they need it. Try to practice self-care, self-love, meditate if you can, or anything that can help you live in the moment. I know that this part of the video has become really preachy, but it didn't feel right to talk about this secret level without talking about the subject matter at hand. Yes, there's a funny tsundere robot that's dressed in a schoolgirl outfit, but if that's what it takes for you to reflect on yourself and think about the help that you might need, then I see that as a good thing. All right, let's get back to funny joking moment. Hold on, I gotta get myself into the attitude. Cock, balls, amogus, koopas. Okay, I'm good. How deep into this guy's gut are we? This is not what your esophagus should look like. Oh, Minos, it looks like you've got some tonsil stones, buddy. My guy, you have got to stop gobbling down these eyeballs. These cannot be beneficial for your health. Why are they watching me? Call me Jonah, because I'm diving into the belly of this beast. Oh, there's 3 of them! Now it's finally a Cerberus put on the fucking dog ears. Oh, Minos, I gotta say, your guts make a beautiful sound. It really brings a tear to my eye. Fuck, I missed one. Ah, I see. The P door. I'll return for you soon, my beautiful son. For the challenge, I got a boil of Mind Flayer and acid. Well, at least I did it. I can't believe I just did that. Oh my god! Oh shit! Fuck. All of those sounds I just made were real. I did not exaggerate a single one of those. Not too bad. As much as I'd like to say that Belly of the Beast is an underwhelming gauntlet, by the end of Act 1, it actually manages to kick my ass a bit. It's the second to last arena with these 3 malicious heads, man. I don't know what it is, but whenever I'm in his presence, I just feel overwhelmed with lust. I mean fear. Though while we are on the subject of lusting over... that's not what I meant to imply that I'm lusting over, but I wanted to do this for consistency's sake. No, I meant this.
Machine, turn back now.
Alright, yeah, sure. I'm not gonna fuck around with voice acting.
Machine, turn back now. The layers of this palace are not for your kind. Turn back, or you will be crossing the will of God.
Ah, yeah, me and the big guy, we go way back. He doesn't mind if I just rummage around this guy's corpse, so don't mind me.
Your choice is made. As the righteous hand of the Father.
Ha! Hands.
I shall rend you apart, and you will become inanimate once more.
I got cocky. I wanted to kill him with a parry. Gabriel, the Judge of Hell, who I'm going to assume is loosely based off of the Archangel from Abrahamic mythology of the same name. That's Archangel in its literal definition, which I feel the need to point out because X-Men made me think that Archangels were evil angels, and that's not what they were originally written to be, as I found out. Archangels are heralds of good news with a close understanding of God's will. Look, I grew up in a religious family, but I didn't retain a lot of this shit from Sunday school. Gabriel marks our first and currently only Supreme Angel. One of the most respected and feared archangels, Gabriel has earned his reputation through power and efficiency. Gabriel was always quick and efficient, earning him the title of Judge of Hell after dethroning Minos and ending the Lust Renaissance. What a great fucking name. That is the sound of something that a so-called right hand of God would totally want to shut down. Despite answering to the council, he's more popular and beloved among angels due to his radiant personality and active nature, especially when compared to the council, which follows strictly faith dogma. Gabriel as an enemy is fairly simple. No resistances, but a 25% damage bonus against nail guns, regardless of which variant you use. Because what else would an Abrahamic figure hate the most? That's right, being nailed to a fucking cross. Oh, that's funny. He'll teleport around the arena, throwing and swinging these hard light weapon constructs at you, and occasionally throwing out a one-liner or two. And that is really the extent of the fight. I guess if I could describe it simply, he's V2 but he teleports. But all of his attacks are aided by obvious sound cues that tell you exactly what he's gonna do. Just listen for his ground slam attack, dash out of the way and then get ready to parry, or if he's enraged, dash in extra time and then get ready to parry. I always have a little bit of trouble when trying to parry the spinning axe he throws, but dashing through them does certainly help, much like parrying Minos' fist. It's no wonder that Gabriel has become an internet funny man, because this guy is a real punching bag. He'll give himself a spinning shield of swords during the second phase of the fight, and this used to be really tricky for me when I wasn't as good at the game. But today, I don't even think it makes a difference with how I approach this fight. It does look very cool though. There we fucking go!
How can this be? Bested by this thing? You insignificant This is not over! May your woes be many and your days few.
Are there even days down here in hell, or are we doing like a 24-hour honor system? Well, that would have been a P rank if I wasn't trying to be cool. Let's drop him in a pit first. Oh, you fucker. What the fuck was that? Oh, that's two!
How can this...
Alright, let's go for one more. That may not have been a parry, but I'm gonna count it. Disgrace, humiliation, unseemly and unwelcome at the feet of the council, their eyes ablaze with bitter resentment, glaring through Gabriel's wounds of body and soul, bore outward for all to see. Has this one abandoned the way of our Creator? It is unworthy of its holy light. The Father's light is indomitable, dumb, and this one sees fit to squander it. Their words resonated in Gabriel's limbs, coursing through as lightning upon wire, a searing hiss that would strike lessers deaf and blind. The holy light within him, an unstoppable force of divine fury, insurmountable for mere objects. This he knew. Holy Council, my devotion to our Creator is absolute. I have never strayed from the will of the Father, but a machine.
You dare imply the might of the Father could be shaken by a mere objects? Impossible! Heresy! Unspeakable heresy! Heresy! Silence! Your treachery will not be tolerated. As punishment, the Father's light shall be severed from your body. You have 24 hours before the last of the embers die out.
Oh, hey, I guess this is following a 24-hour Earth Day cycle. So does that mean Dante's Inferno is inside the Earth itself? I thought hell was in some kind of other dimension. And you with them. Prove your loyalty, unmake your mistakes. As the light was ripped from his being, Gabriel's screams were silenced to the hiss of gospel and the praise of God, a boiling anguish to which even the fires of hell could not compare. Through the blaze of torment, a single burning hatred was forged anew. If machines seek blood, he will give it freely, and with such fury, even metal will bleed. And oh boy, will metal begin to bleed. Not from Gabriel, though, it'll be from him. I don't normally do this, but I'm gonna walk along the path just this once because I'm so used to jumping off and landing right where I need to go, but I usually use the whiplash to use the light to guide me better, and I can't do that right now. I was a fucking idiot the first time I ever did this. I didn't realize that I could pick up the torch, I just didn't even think to. So I navigated this entire route down by using the light from the nail gun to light my path, only to make it all the way to the end and realize that I soft-locked myself because I need the torch to open the gate at the very bottom. I remember looking around online trying to figure out how to open the door at the end of the Prime Sanctum, just to find out that I spent the last 15 minutes on a lost cause. Abandon all hope, for my ass is about to be tenderized. I am not mentally prepared for this. The Flesh Prison, an organic machine meant to encase the soul of King Minos, defending itself with a blend of divine blessings and hell energy. Have you ever played Castlevania Curse of Darkness? Because this fight and the one after is a very blatant on-the-nose reference to Legion. I know that Legion was also in Symphony of the Night, but in Curse of Darkness, once you kill him, a translucent blue man comes out of it and tries to kill you. So that's a pretty cool reference for all 6 of you that ever played that game. So what's the deal here? If you fight this guy like any other Ultrakill boss, at least in my experience, you're gonna have a bit of a rough time. When you see a target like this, you might think, okay, I'll just spam the nail gun since he's a big enough target, and that's not a wrong assumption. That will still work. But this guy only takes half damage from nails and the railgun, which will make the average first-time player think that this guy just has a ton of fucking health, which actually isn't the case. Try fighting this guy while shotgun swapping and you'll see what I mean, at least once he's vulnerable. The green bar under the Flesh Prison's health bar is a timer to show you how much time is left until he heals himself, feeding off of the eyeball minions and the occasional Maurice that he'll summon. If any of them are still on the field when that meter goes down, that's a chunk of health that will be restored per surviving minion, and he is not forgiving with this. Now, the amount of minions that he'll spawn, meaning the amount of health he will get back, does depend on the difficulty that you're playing on, so your mileage may vary. I prefer to stick to the marksman and split shot his minions away as fast as possible, taking pot shots while you wait for your coins to regenerate. Because of the Flesh Prison's resistance to the rail cannon, it's actually not a bad call to use the malicious rail cannon to deal with some of the fodder if you can get them to group up together. But on top of the bullet hell from all of this thing's minions, it also has 3 main attacks, telegraphed by the colored shockwave that you see come out of it. If he flashes white, that means he's gonna summon a fucking orbital strike from the heavens similar to an enemy that we're gonna be seeing later in Act 2. Stay out of that fucking summoning circle. If he flashes purple, he's gonna summon one of those black holes from the corpse of King Minos' fight, which here is where I actually find them to be a threat because of the much more enclosed arena. And the cyan flash, well, that's actually the most helpful one to us. I'd use the Knuckle Blaster to send more of these back at him, but I'd rather just get the health restore from the parries. Remember to slide around the arena rather than dashing. Try to save your dashes for when you need to move out of the way of one of those orbital strikes. You'll get through it, I promise. This is actually a great way to take off the ankle weights and learn a lot of the tricks to Ultrakill's movement through a lot of punishment.
Free at last. Oh, Gabriel.
Wait, is it Gabriel or Gabriel? Have I been saying it wrong this whole time? Ah, shit.
Now dawns thy reckoning, and thy gore shall glisten before the temples of man. Creature of steel, my gratitude upon thee for my freedom. But the crimes thy kind have committed against humanity are not forgotten. And thy punishment is death.
Holy shit, it's Stephen White. Holy shit, that was really fast. Okay, Minos Prime, aka the true test to see if you've mastered Ultrakill's mechanics so far. A Prime Soul is a soul with so much power that it no longer needs a husk to manifest into physical form. As manifestations of pure will, these Prime Souls are so powerful that even proud angels see them as a threat and will do anything in their power to stop them. King Minos believed that the eternal punishment the angels wrought down was unjust and unreasonable to those whose only sin was to love. And after God's disappearance, when the angels were lost and heaven was in disarray, Minos set out to reform the Lust layer. The Lust Renaissance was prosperous because of King Minos' encouragement to its citizens to unite and form a new civilization. The efforts of the countless damned of the second layer helped bring together this civilization. But after this council took control of the heavens and brought stability with an iron fist, they saw that Minos had gone against God's will in freeing the sinners from their punishment, and it was Gabriel, the brightest of the angels, who was sent to kill Minos. Even when faced with empathy and reasoning, he was struck down without even listening. But Minos' will was strong enough to challenge heaven's rule. His soul so powerful that the angels imprisoned it inside of the flesh prison to prevent it from becoming a rampant prime soul. Thus they appointed Gabriel the judge of hell. Minos watched helplessly as his soulless corpse, now controlled by parasites, tore apart everything that he worked so hard to build, cursing his own weakness for failing to protect his own people and vowing to take revenge. Revenge he really deserves to make on his own, but, you know, absolute power corrupts absolutely, so I'd rather just put this guy down. Minos is fast and relentless, but he is reliable. His patterns, while absurdly quick, are almost always the same. Each of his attacks are telegraphed with what line he uses. Die, crush, judgment, all signal a specific move that can be avoided with a well-timed dash or parry. That's not to say that all of his moves will have a specific callout. Some of them are strictly visual or non-verbal sound cues, but after a grueling process of memorizing each of his callouts, I found it really easy to dodge what moves he was about to throw at me. But if you're not fast enough to react, and you will not be fast enough to react at least at first, you will be juggled around like the average Smash player that's matched up against Kazuya. I can really only speak for how I personally play this game, but you're not going to stand much of a chance against Minos if you don't learn his parry window, unless you really want to just use the Railgun's drill to get all your health back. But that sacrifices one of your greatest damage dealers. Better yet, when he does his judgment dropkick, you can parry this move quite easily, but you'll still be hit by the explosion afterwards, unless you dash right through it almost immediately. Except he's programmed to respond to this and will follow up with a die if you manage to successfully dodge it. Much like V2, I think that it's a lot better to approach this fight defensively and reactively. It reminds me a lot of a boss in a fighting game, and I love that so much. I would need to seriously consider my options, but I think that Minos Prime might be one of my favorite bosses in an FPS. I can't overstate how much I love this boss fight. It's so fast, it's so hectic, and yet somehow I understand everything about it. I honestly have a harder time with Flesh Prison because of how erratic that boss fight can be. Now, during the second phase of the fight, it does get a little tricky. Unknown to the player, Minos is using a sort of stamina system, where every so on he's generating tokens and exchanges those tokens in for a move that he does. If you're familiar with Doom Eternal's token system, this might sound a little familiar for you. Except on violence difficulty, that token system is thrown completely out the window once you reach his second phase. All of his physical parries are now unparryable. The only opportunity you'll have for a parry are from his serpent projectiles. And for someone like me who uses these parries as his main source of healing, that makes this fight a little hard.
Forgive me, my children, for I have failed to bring you salvation from this cold, dark world.
Cool. Surely that'll have absolutely no consequences on the state of the world. Oh my god, that is a lot of text. Hold on, let me P-rank this fight first and then I'll read it.
Okay.
Alright, I got it, but that didn't feel right to me. Let me do that one more time. Hold on, I could do better. Alright, I think I'm satisfied now. So this terminal isn't exactly what I was expecting. This isn't one of the testaments, but actually surprisingly deep lore regarding the elevators that we take at the beginning and end of each mission, documenting the construction of these devices for expeditions into hell before the fall of mankind. While nothing explicit is stated, this is a large piece of the puzzle that we can use to infer Heaven's distaste for the machines, and possibly the very instruments that led to their downfall. I was gonna ask how these elevators remained so intact inside the guts of King Minos, but I mean, this dude's spine has been rearranged into the world's most dangerous slip and slide. Maybe Gabriel put some elevators in him just out of spite, just because he fucking hates the guy. And that, my friends, was Act 1 of Ultrakill. Alright, now how long has this video gotten? Oh my god, that was just Act 1? Deadlink is awesome, and I really think that you should give it a shot. Now, I would say that it feels like it's a crime that this game isn't getting that much attention, but there is one deterrent that comes to mind when I think of why people aren't playing this game. Deadlink is a, wait for it, indie roguelite. No, wait, hold on, guys, it has a grappling hook. Oh, come on. Now, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't initially confused with how this game works, despite its tutorial. I got an early access code for the game a while back, and I jumped into the tutorial without reading too much about the game, and I had no idea that it was a roguelite from this tutorial sequence. I skipped over some prompts. I didn't exactly read everything that was given to me because I thought that I understood it, and that was one of my first mistakes. Despite all this, I would still go in for 20-30-minute sessions at most, and still had a pretty great time, and that was before everything clicked for me, in which every run I've had since then has evolved into a symphony of armor shard pickups, rockets, and gauze cannons. Ever since the mechanics of Deadlink began to fall into place for me, I haven't failed a run up until recording footage for this video, which I guess is both a criticism and a compliment depending on your perspective. Yeah, there's a lot of indie roguelites out there, not to be mistaken with roguelikes, which there is a lot of overlap between the two genres, but don't let it fool you, it's not a roguelike, it is a roguelite. Most of these games all share the same flaw. Your success is often determined by the drops that you find in your run, and skill doesn't really play too much of a role in the grand equation. And it'll feel like that's the case in the first few runs that you make in Deadlink. You're going to get your ass kicked and you're going to feel underpowered, but that felt like a deliberate choice to get you familiar with the game, wet your whistle per se, so that you go back to your base between runs, pick up some permanent upgrades to give yourself a better fighting chance, and eventually you reach that comfort zone where you start to feel like the tutorial is finally over. And I say this because a lot of the perks and upgrades that you'll acquire in a Deadlink run don't exactly feel like they're making up for a player's lack of skill, instead using the upgrades and implants that you collect along the way to ignite different parts of your brain and change how you approach an arena. Now, there definitely still are some flat stat upgrades, but we'll get to those in a minute. One of the reasons I accepted the early access code for this game without even really looking at it was because of just how gorgeous it looked and sounded. The visual design isn't exactly what I would expect from a AAA studio, but the sound design and eventually gameplay once I tried it felt like something created by a group that's been doing this for decades. The colors and visual presentation reminded me a lot of Risk of Rain 2, which I think felt right at home with this sort of cyberpunk themed shooter that they were trying to create. Now, I'm not going to be covering too much of the premise and lore of this game just quite yet, purely because the game is still in early access. Some things are going to be bound to change, and so far the lore seems a little too deep. I know that this sounds hypocritical after my previous Ultrakill video, and to that I say, shut up. The important part is that our protagonist, if I can compare it to anything, jumps into action a lot like the Tenno from Warframe, connecting to a remote-controlled war machine to chip away at this universe's evil forces, starting with the Tora Yakuza and later moving on to the Phoenix militaries. These machines that we're connecting to remotely are called shells, so when I'm talking about shells later in the video, keep in mind that I'm not talking about shotgun shells, I'm talking about these robotic bodies. And here's the important part. The gameplay loop is incredibly addicting. I've already unlocked the final perk tree in the base, at least I'm assuming it's the final upgrade tree, and I'm about as determined as I was when I first started to understand the game to go through and try to unlock every single one of these perks. Now, will I end up doing that? Probably not. I've been putting a lot of time into Fallout 2 recently, and kind of want to go back and replay Fallout 1 now that I understand the game more, but that's a subject for a different video. At the very least, I'll go back in to get the perk Bloodshot, which I'm pretty sure is named after my buddy and friend of the show, Bloodshot 9001, the same guy that ran Doom Eternal at GDQ. He's a good guy, go check out his channel. I didn't tell him I'd shout him out, so I hope he doesn't find out. The important thing to know is that each of our shells come with 2 different weapons and 3 abilities, or I guess 2 abilities each, and they both also have grenades acting as a 3rd ability, but both of the shells have grenades. Maybe one of the shells in the future won't have grenades, I don't know yet. Your loadout is tied to your shell. You're not going to be able to mix and match parts, at least not yet. So the soldier shell will always have the rocket launcher and shotgun, and the hunter shell will always have the arc gun and the revolver. I like to call it the invisible bone. Do you really wanna taste it? Combat feels a lot like exactly what game you might think that it feels like, and that game is Doom Eternal. I compare a lot of arena shooters to this game. I try to make sure that these are positive comparisons, and in this case, it definitely is. Deadlink makes sure that you're in charge of your own resource management, something that I love about action FPSs like Doom Eternal, and even some non-FPS games. Mega Man X comes to mind, assuming that you're actually using the alternate weapons. And Deadlink is no different, with an interesting twist on it. So ammo for your primary weapon is always infinite, but still needs to be reloaded. Your secondary weapon doesn't need to be reloaded, but does have limited ammo, and the only way that you can refill ammo for your secondary is through these C-balls. Ha! C-balls. The C stands for C-balls guarantee you secondary ammo, and for a while this is going to be the only method of refilling your secondary weapon until you acquire some implants or perks later on that may let you do so. This is a great way to encourage the player to move about the arena, if not moving for the sake of outmaneuvering enemies, then to refill your ammo at these C-ball locations, which yes, do respawn, so you can kind of hide out in the corner if your playstyle allows for it. But tagging enemies is arguably one of the most important parts of combat. Okay, it's as simple as this. If you use one of your abilities, including your grenades in this example, an enemy will be tagged. You can tell an enemy is tagged whenever they look kind of hazy, like they're glitching out of the matrix a little bit. When an enemy is in this state, killing them will drop armor shards. If you're not tagging enemies with your abilities, you're not gonna survive into the next arena, at least into later arenas. You could probably get away with it with the first couple. Combine that with this absolutely bitchin' soundtrack, and this turns into an addictive slaughter that still hasn't lost its charm for me. Now, arenas in the same level are always going to kind of feel the same. There isn't a ton of variety in the arenas, especially with this sharp-angled level geometry, but it feels diverse enough to not get boring before the level ends. The amount of possible movement tech with the soldier's grapple hook alone can make this same arena feel fresh for multiple playthroughs. At the end of each encounter, you're given a choice between multiple rooms, credits, XP, or tokens that can either be spent during your run or in between runs at headquarters. You'll even eventually come across weapon modifiers and shell upgrades that completely change how your weapons can work, as well as your shells respectively. You can also unlock the privilege to do challenge rooms from an upgrade you can purchase at headquarters, but these are usually just a tougher enemy encounter and never really felt too difficult for me. But most importantly, and arguably most frequently, you'll encounter neural boosters. So implants and neural boosters usually come with 2 effects, a passive effect and an active effect, requiring 1 or 3 units of powers respectively. Sometimes they don't even require any power, and you could put them onto any slot, but the slot that you put them on is the most important part. See, you can put these upgrades onto your abilities, on weapon swap, or on C-ball break. The passive perks don't really matter to what I'm about to describe. As long as you have enough charge to equip the upgrade, then that passive is yours. But that active ability is only activated depending on what ability you put it on. For example, if you have a neural mod that increases the damage of your grenade every time an active action is taken, you can put that onto swapping weapons, onto either of your abilities, or on C-ball break, meaning that every time you swap your weapons with a 1 second cooldown, I'm pretty sure, you're buffing your grenades, and that can stack up to, I think, 7, depending on the mod, might be 10. Or if you really hate yourself, you could put it on a larger open slot, so this effect would take place when you break a C-ball instead. This is really cool, and is a great solution to just giving you flat upgrades, flat percentage bonuses, etc. that I've seen in other roguelites. Now, you can just exclusively focus on mods that you know that you're going to use, which wouldn't affect your gameplay loop at all. But I feel like you're gonna get the most fun when you get the implants that completely change how you approach an arena. Even then, if there's a perk that you don't like or you end up not even using, you can sell these at a vending machine whenever you find one. Even if you never encounter the choice for a vending machine, you're guaranteed to find one before the level's boss. Now, this is the part of the video where I dive into the content available in Deadlink, but despite the 10 hours that I've put into this game at the time of writing this video, there's only 2 levels available at the moment. I know, this really doesn't sound like a lot, but you just need to play it to understand. It's definitely worth it. The first level focuses around the Tora Yakuza, a deep blue Neo-Tokyo sort of trope city, complete with giant robots and sex clubs. That's cool. Arenas begin with weaker foot soldiers, eventually working up to the same weaker foot soldiers building up an armor meter, represented by the color orange, to later sumo pressure units who need to be taken out from the backside, either with splash damage or a stun from your shell's kit. Oh, but these ninja enemies though, these guys I feel like could be a bit better. They're so sporadic with their teleportation, which I don't have a problem with on its own. I just feel like something like some more audio cues could make it a bit more bearable, because at the moment all they have going for them is this fancy teleportation graphic, which does look pretty cool. I'm pretty sure it's a mix of particle effects and some textures, but I feel like their presence could be made a bit more obvious. These sort of RoboCop robots definitely look like they would be a threat, but I've actually never had too much of an issue with them. And as you'll learn pretty soon into the game, it's generally a good idea to have some kind of electricity weapon at some point, just because you're going to be dealing with a lot of robots in the second stage. But the first boss, the Tarantula Spider Tank, I love that name, is definitely gonna be this game's biggest filter. For about the first couple hours of my time in Deadlink, a majority of my deaths came from this first boss. And in retrospect, I think I was just kind of bad at the game, but I always felt like no matter what actions I took, I was always getting hit by his laser beams. I think that they were specifically set to hit you if you are going faster than your walking speed. I think it's supposed to keep you grounded. I'm not sure. I need a bit more testing with that. But I got around this by using the soldier's grapple to just launch myself into the air, landing behind another stack of crates on the other side of the arena, all while tagging some lower Yakuza so I can refill my resources. But ever since the first time that I beat that guy, I have never died since, period. Not even to anything in the second level or any future attempts where I got what I would call bad RNG. There really isn't such thing as bad RNG in Deadlink, in my honest opinion. I have intentionally chosen worse or at least lesser upgrades as a way to neuter myself and still finished my run with, I wouldn't say no problem. I could still had a couple close calls. But point is, I've only died to this guy once ever since. I kind of lied to you. I did the method that I described earlier where I grappled to the other side of the arena and then got stuck in a corner where I got pinned down by the boss and had no way out. Sure, go ahead and say, oh yeah, that kill totally counts. I mean, it totally did. But that felt more like a death from just being stupid rather than not knowing how to play the game or a lack of skill, you know? The second level focuses on Phoenix militaries, some super corporation with its own PMCs that I'm pretty sure they made German just so that they could put Achtung on the door that starts the level. Look, I understand that this is just German for watch out, but on the very basis of it being an FPS, it feels like a deliberate reference to Wolfenstein. Yes, go ahead and say that I think that everything German is a Wolfenstein reference. That's not what I'm saying. You know that's not what I'm saying, but I know that you're thinking it. Despite this incredibly expensive PMC that we're up against, they don't always feel that different from the Yakuza that we were just fighting. The biggest difference comes from some of their heavier units, like these hammer guys that just keep rushing you, but I usually have some kind of tool to keep me away from these guys. I'm never really at a hindrance when it comes to just running away. And while I'm at it, level 2 goes on for, I think, think, a little too long. This might be one reason why I think the boss at the end of this level is so easy for me. I am so stacked from the upgrades that I'm collecting that I just become a walking war machine through the rest of the level. I'm already stacked with upgrades, and this boss mostly relies on melee attacks. This is a movement-focused shooter, and it is incredibly easy to just launch yourself from one side of the stage to the other, regardless of what shell that you're using. And the more open yet closed-in arena that this boss has makes resource management a lot easier than the level before. If you peeked out of cover to kill some fodder Yakuza during the Tarantula fight, you're probably gonna get hit by a stray laser. But with this dude, you're lucky to get hit. I don't know, I don't think that they should make the level shorter per se, but maybe make the boss a little bit tougher. And I think that this is also because you've probably changed out your secondary weapon at this point. So you don't get a new secondary weapon, I'm not lying to you there, but you can find weapon modification rooms that completely alter how your secondary weapon works. You can still apply an elemental modifier to your primary weapon or affect stats like firing speed and reload speed, but your secondary weapon is completely changed. The rocket launcher can be turned into a fire elemental grenade launcher or a slower straight moving projectile with the electric buff. Meanwhile, the hunter's arc cannon can be turned into a couple other things, but also a Quake style lightning gun. And that is my favorite thing in this game. I would not be surprised if this thing gets nerfed. You're going to start the game with the soldier's shell, something that I think most arena shooter players are going to grasp pretty easily. He's armed with a shotgun, rocket launcher, grappling hook, and a sort of scrambler AoE that stuns and tags every enemy that it touches. Now, I know that some folks are getting tired of grappling hooks being in every arena shooter lately. Shadow Warrior 3 even makes a fourth wall joke about this trend, but it's familiar, and it could definitely help folks understand the game better before jumping into the more complicated hunter shell. The shotgun is slow and bulky with a long cooldown between firing and reloading, but I feel like this is intentional to encourage weapon swapping from early on. Yes, you don't have a lot of rocket launcher ammo, but you can easily switch between them, negating the cooldown between each shot. Even then, just with this first starting shell, you have a lot of options. The rocket launcher will give you a push in the air even if you don't exactly rocket jump per se. It's kind of like the ballista or the gauze cannon from the newer Doom games, but you do get some extra velocity if that explosion still hits you, so you can rocket jump and launch yourself around the arena. And movement in the air is a lot like classic Quake in a way. I know it more so from source games like, you know, TF2 surfing and all that, where if you want to steer left and right, you're holding down A or D on the keyboard and turning in that respective direction. It is a lot of fun. You can fire the grappling hook onto an enemy and strafe with it almost exactly like the meat hook from Doom Eternal. I'm gonna blame Mayo for this one. Even if you don't want to do anything too complicated with the air movement, you can still grapple onto a C-ball that's littered around the arena, and they don't stop you right in the air. You keep flying in that direction, and it is awesome. It's become my favorite way to enter an arena and get myself out of a pickle. Now, the Hunter model, which you'll unlock later on, is a bit less movement focused, but a lot more complex. The only movement tool in their kit is the sort of teleporter swap. Again, to compare this to Warframe makes me feel like Loki. This makes escaping enemies a lot easier, but a bit more tactically required. And unlike the soldier, where I'm basically using all of my abilities as soon as they're available, assuming that I have an enemy to use them on, I'm saving the hunter's cloak and decoy for whenever I'm in a tight pickle. Now, you do come out of the decoy when you attack. That part kind of reminds me of the spy from Team Fortress 2. But enemies are usually still too distracted by the decoy to actually attack you, even when you're fully visible. I don't know, it's kind of funny. The hunter's marksman is really fun to fan the hammer. Well, you're metaphorically fanning the hammer, you're just firing it really fast in actuality, but also has bonus headshot damage to it, rewarding you for taking that extra quarter second to get a headshot off with good aim. And the arc cannon, I'm pretty sure can penetrate as many enemies as you would realistically encounter in a single shot, firing this wide beam that passes through a large group of enemies. Even if you don't upgrade this thing to the lightning gun, it is pretty awesome. And that's about everything that I have to say about Deadlink. I hope that I've been able to convince you to give it a shot and support the devs if you can. For the record, they didn't ask me to. I just played the game early on, thought, wow, this game is amazing, and I wanted to personally do what I can to make sure that it's getting more attention. I can't wait to see what comes out of this project when it comes out roughly a year from now in 1.0. Now, granted, timelines are bound to shift. I wouldn't be surprised if they delay this game just to get some more work done on it, but assuming nothing catastrophic happens, I will be there to support this game every step of the way. I look forward to following up with this game a year from now once it's finally released in 1.0. That's gonna be it for today, ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, and I will see you all hopefully not too far from now. go over some corrections real quick before we jump into Greed. Starting with something that I just got totally wrong in my previous Ultrakill video. The malicious rail cannon is actually freaking awesome. I knew that you could trigger a core nuke by having a malicious face target a core eject, but it didn't cross my mind, despite knowing that this is the malicious face's face laser, that I could do the same with the malrail. Knowing that I have a core nuke at my disposal this entire time is a game changer, and you're going to be seeing it a bit throughout this video. I also got a lot of comments about my pronunciation of Ricochet, and I'm going to be 100% honest with you, I think that I know where I got it from. I'm so sorry. Lore-wise, I did miss a couple of things, but they're pretty mundane from my perspective. In retrospect, it's pretty obvious that the Testaments were written by God, made even more obvious in a secret level in Layer 4, and also that the V2 model wasn't built for war, he was built after the war, it was V1 that was built for war. That one I just completely misread. I don't even know how I got to that point. And now for the number one thing that I wanted to address before we get started. I got so many comments trying to tell me why the malicious faces are called Maurice. Almost all of them were wrong. You want to know where the name Maurice came from? It came from this. Pick your fighter. Gilgamesh the Consumer of Reality or Maurice. This image was picked up by Twitter user Spetchin and changed into an image of the corpse of King Minos and malicious face. I almost said Maurice. That's all it was. This image just caught on in the community, and thus the plus Maurice style bonus was born. And if you still don't believe me, here's a text exchange I had with Hakita, the lead dev of the game, confirming everything I just told you. I've also made the last minute decision to split this video into 2 parts because the full video is nearing 2 hours long, and I said that I would get 2 videos out before December, and it is currently 2 in the morning on November 29th. Fuck. Man, I should really play Power Slave. Welcome to Greed, the 4th circle of hell, a battlefield for hoarders of wealth and materialists to battle over what they spent their entire lives accumulating. Ultrakill represents greed with an Egyptian aesthetic, where the grains of sand of this damned place is actually grains of gold. And it's safe to assume that a lot of these yellowish structures are also built of this same shiny metal. It's beautifully demented. There's also no mind flayers here in Greed, which may or may not have been intentional, but it's amusing when you consider the implications of there being no overlap between lust and greed. That's just kind of funny. Now, what is the symbolism of this huge pyramid in the distance with all these weird lanky bodies climbing up it? Aside from foreshadowing an upcoming enemy, I'm actually not sure what this is supposed to represent, other than it simply just being a really cool looking set piece, which it definitely is. I think it also depends on what's driving these creatures here. Are they just trying to appear menacing, similar to those ghost looking things in Mario Galaxy? Or are they being compelled to drive the pyramid, like they're trying to get to the top for whatever reason? We don't know yet. We'll be meeting them soon enough, but first we need to meet our first angelic basketballs. No, I didn't mean those angelic basketballs. That is very close though. No, I meant these. Virtues, Heaven's drones, and an alternative to Hell's husks. These were once humans, or at the very least currently possess a human soul. The design here is also really clever. Kudos to whoever designed these guys. It's a bit of an amalgamation of several high-ranking angels, a little bit of the Ophanims, the wings of the seraphs, and the revolving belts of eyes of thrones. All angels from the inner circles of Heaven's hierarchy. A class of angels called Virtues does exist, but that seems to be in name only with these guys. Though here in Ultrakill, they're even lower down the hierarchy than the Archangels. So with this single design and its name, Ultrakill has somehow addressed all 3 spheres of Heaven's angelic hierarchy, which I don't think was intentional, but it's pretty funny. The design isn't one-to-one to the seraphs that appeared to Isaiah in the Bible. Instead, they're given a golden halo, and rings around them of eyes have been replaced with rings of gold. At least I would assume that they're gold simply because of the layer that we're on, and these gold chains circling them have also been shattered, possibly a result of the current state of things up in heaven. The terminals do confirm that Virtues once had eyes, implying that they have been modified at some point to bear rings of gold, with their purpose to carry out deeds of heaven that angels up the hierarchy deem below them, often resulting in Virtues acting as wardens of hell, singeing husks with heaven's light as punishment for those that are not serving out their time in hell. The terminal also ends by referring to mankind as God's human experiment, with this experiment in question being the reason that heaven has been so exclusionary and segregated segregated from everyone outside of its power, which I guess is why Heaven is so frustrated with mankind's machines. Gameplay-wise, these lesser angels boast 10 HP with a 1.25 weakness damage multiplier to nails, just like Jesus Christ, and a 1.5 times bonus weakness to electricity, giving you the chance to easily wipe one of these from the map with a quick tap of your rail cannon. But that's not where Heaven's Wrath ends with these guys. When slain, a Virtue's core will fall to the floor, launching anyone and anything nearby, not just into the air, but in the direction relative to their position from where the core landed. This will catch a lot of new players off guard, but of course, it can also be used to our advantage, sometimes directly. We could do some crazy combos with it with some gear that we get later on. I'll come back to this soon. Offensively, Virtues are limited to a single attack against V1, but this attack demands your full attention. Remember those summoning circle orbital strikes used against us by the Flesh Prison? That is the one and only tactic that Virtues employ against us, but aside from how bright it is and how fucking loud it can be, you tend to not really notice these guys as you get better at the game. This attack is designed to encourage you to keep moving in a very blunt and direct manner. I haven't seen a lot of arena shooters use a method like this. This is really interesting. Once they're enraged, the movement that they ask of you becomes a bit more advanced. Here on Violence difficulty, if there are fewer than 3 Virtues alive at the current time, and they've blasted you with at least 3 orbital strikes, they will become enraged, being the only enemy in Ultrakill to become passively enraged without you really even doing anything. I know enemies like Cerberus can enrage themselves by accidentally killing another Cerberus. That's not what I'm talking about. In this state, Virtues will begin to lead their orbital attacks, indicated by a red sigil rather than a white one. This can be dangerous if you're not paying attention, but it's simple to avoid simply by shifting left and right as you move. It really is as simple as tapping A and D back and forth on your keyboard while moving forward or backwards, or even while sliding. It's more likely that they're just getting annoyed that you're avoiding their attacks, but I used to actually think that they were just getting mad because you were taking too long to kill them. Regardless, patience was not a virtue, or has virtue, never mind. You can still parry the Virtues, and I'm not talking about deflecting their core after they die. I'm also not saying that you can charge back their orbital blast. That would be really cool. But their parry window is a bit unusual. It's indicated by a quiet sound cue and this purple flash that only occurs before their attack, not during, making it difficult, if not near impossible, to accidentally parry them when you're not paying attention, much like other enemies like swords machines and some husks. The parry still doesn't interrupt their attack. It really is just a way to punch them for some extra damage, but you can use this window to one-shot them with a charged up pump shot, assuming that you're close enough for the shotgun to register as a parry. They can also technically be one-shot by a screwdriver, just like any glass ball, I would imagine. This can be helpful if there's multiple Virtues on the field, punching the screwdriver between them, but I could also just use the electric rail cannon and line up the shot to get both of them, so I don't know, it's really up to you. An eye opens. Well, okay, where have I seen an eye like this? I'm just kidding, I wasn't even paying attention and I didn't notice this eye here before. It's not like you really need to remember where this eye door was. Just backtracking a few rooms will have it right in your face, so I don't know, you don't have to think too hard about it. In addition to the consistency of the Egyptian motif, I do believe that this has a bit of deeper meaning when it comes to Ultrakill's lore. This is the Eye of Horus. I'm sure that you've seen it a million times in media before, especially if you grew up watching Yu-Gi-Oh like I did. Horus lost his left eye in a fight with Seth, but the Egyptian goddess Hathor used magic to bring it back. Since then, the symbol has come to be one of healing. I don't think that this will be one-to-one relevant in Ultrakill later on, but this concept of important figures losing eyes will be something that comes up again in Act 2. Hold on, is that into Sandy City I hear? Oh, I get it, Sandy. God damn it. Alright, let's take a break from the lore for a second and engage in some dual-wielded violence. I'd question where all these arms are coming from, but it makes me feel like Ultron from the cover of the 2013 Age of Ultron run, and I love it. Dual wielding is going to be limited to 30 seconds from here on, but in this introductory arena, my cat just meowed into the microphone, I don't know if you heard that. In this introductory arena, we get it for a full 2 minutes with minimal compromises to our arsenal. 2 coins being flipped at the same time, 2 ricochets being fired at the same time, 2 magnets per silver nailgun alt fire, 2 railguns shot per railgun fired. I don't really have much to say. It's not like there's a damage nullifier that evens it out. No, it's just pure carnage, and it's fucking awesome. And it gets even better from this point on. I know this last orb is here for you to collect while completing Power Slave's challenge, but you can still get it with a bounce jump. Speaking of, alright, so don't activate a single enemy. I don't know if this means don't let an enemy spawn or simply aggroing an enemy, but we will be doing neither of these. Many of these structures can be easily scaled with a pump charge explosion. It can be made even easier if we come back with the rocket launcher later in the act, but that's not how this playthrough works. After I learned slam storage, I don't really see a reason to do any other method, honestly. All you have to do is keep an eye out for this destructible spot in the ceiling that leads to the last soul orb. Now, what about the P rank? Because of the enclosed space in the last arena, I actually did get fucked up by some of the virtues there, so I tried to take them out the moment they spawned, which is actually a lot easier when you're using dual nail guns just like the Romans did. Yeah, after how dreadful the summers have been, I really feel a connection to this level's name. I know it's another Swans reference. It's not a reference to global warming like I thought. I don't care. At the very least, not global warming has brought these wonders of the world together. Big Ben, the Eiffel Tower from Splatoon, Lady Liberty.
Don't forget, it was your kind that C4 the statue in the first place. God was here to put the pieces back together. Ask me, I think Gabriel did it.
Oh, the sand, it burns. That's a hell of a way to punish greedy sinners, literally having shards of golden dust on the floor burn them alive. Oh right, the first orb spawns a Cerberus. I always forget about that. Don't worry, he doesn't count towards the S rank. I thought he did for the longest time. But don't put your guard down just yet, because Hell's weaponization of golden sand isn't quite done yet. Sanded enemies, or at least that's what I'm gonna be calling them. Whether they're simply coated in sand or their entire bloodstream has been flooded with sand, I can't quite tell yet, but these enemies don't bleed anymore. It's pretty easy to tell them apart from regular variants of enemies. Sanded enemies have this sort of yellowish glow to them, but this means that your only method of healing off of these reflective motherfuckers is to parry them, assuming that you even can parry them. Most sanded enemies don't spawn sanded. This is just how they appear to us during this introduction of the mechanic. Most sanded enemies after this are gonna come from, well, you reckon you're up for it, Stalker? Stalkers. Yes, straight from the shadows of Chernobyl. Man, I should really give Stalker another shot. I feel like I have to after DuskDev recommended it to me. Stalkers are unique. They're the only enemies in Ultrakill up to this point that doesn't aggro directly to V1, instead making a beeline for a specific enemy on the field. It's not always the nearest enemy though. He's coded with a priority checklist to see who he targets on the field first, from hideous masses, Cerberus, and malicious faces taking higher priority than filth and strays. There is a husk that takes #1 top priority, but we haven't met them just yet. Cerberus are higher up that list than swords machines, but swords machines will often take their buff because they actively hunt them down in the field. Whether or not the sword machine sees them as a threat from a lore perspective or is smart enough to know that killing them gives them a buff faster, it's a little hard to say, but I have a feeling that it's the former. I think it really depends on if swords machine is on the hunt for blood to sustain itself, because why would the swords machine voluntarily get rid of its blood in favor for sand? I like to think that they just want to kill these guys and don't know exactly what they're doing. Killing them will force them to detonate earlier with a smaller AoE, and assuming the hitbox matches the particle effect that happens, the range of the Stalker's Stalker's sand bomb is a lot wider than it is tall, meaning that for the best results and least enemies sanded, bouncing them into the air for a mid-air kill is the safest strat, though this is at the risk of V1 getting caught in the blast. This can be really dangerous for the player or borderline harmless. It's kind of complicated. Getting hit directly from their sand deals a flat 10 damage, all of which is converted directly into hard damage. That on its own isn't too bad, but there is a catch. Any HP that the player is currently missing at that moment of impact is also converted into hard damage. If you need a reminder of how hard damage works, I recommend rewatching my previous Ultrakill video because I cannot emphasize enough how fucked up this is. I'd rather just snipe the fuckers from a distance and deal with the sanded enemies than get too close to this guy sometimes. Thanks to their weakness to revolvers though, that isn't too difficult of a feat. According to the terminal, these husks served their sentence, past tense, by carrying boulders up mankind's monuments of greed. I'm assuming that means these pyramids, Eiffel Towers, etc. Why'd I say it like there's more than one? Eiffel Tower, singular. Their bodies, on the other hand, have evolved for this purpose, with limbs being warped and twisted to allow for easier transportation. Their position is a man in the middle of suplexing this canister. It's not like they're carrying this thing on their back. I don't know why the gas mask is on the back of their head though. I'm assuming it's because their head has turned a whole 180 degrees. I mean, it's hell, what do you expect? However, in current lore, stalkers have been spotted carrying high-tech containers of golden dust, which are thought to be augmented in a similar way to the stray soldiers, implying that this is most likely the work of heaven. And speaking of the devils above, this book here tells us about the story of Sisyphus from Greek mythology. But before we go into Ultrakill's take on Greece's favorite boulder-pushing incestuous king, I want to give you a bit of context from Greek mythology. Sisyphus may have just been a mere man, but he was cunning enough to outplay the gods. He witnessed Zeus kidnap the invisible goddess Aegina and used his knowledge of her kidnapping to demand a body of water for his town from one of the river gods Asopus, who also happened to be her father. A noble act, but one born from manipulation. When Zeus found out about this, he ordered Thanatos, the god of death, to chain Sisyphus to the underworld. And yet somehow old Thanos was able to get sweet-talked by Sisyphus just long enough for Sisyphus to tie Thanatos down with his own chains. With the god of death no longer able to collect souls for the underworld, nobody could die, and it took an enraged Ares to track down and free Thanatos after everyone he would strike down in war wouldn't have their souls taken from their mutilated bodies. Nobody could die. In Sisyphus's short time back in the realm of the living, he told his wife not to bury his body, using this as a bargaining chip against the gods. And when death finally caught up to him, finally sent to the ferryman of Hades Charon? I'm calling him Sharon until we get to Wrath. He used his lack of a proper burial to bargain with Hades to be sent back to the overworld and take revenge on those who didn't give him a proper burial, because for some reason that's really important to Hades. Instead, he just used this to run away from the gods with his wife. I'm guessing that they just didn't care to try to find him because, I mean, I'm sure that they totally could have. He managed to make it to an old age, living in solitude until he was literally too old to escape death. He was brought to the kingdom of Hades and sentenced to roll a boulder up a hill where it could never rest. I've seen some takes online say that the boulder got heavier the higher he rolled it, so he could never make it up there, or that it would just never balance on the very top and always roll back down. Regardless, if he dropped the boulder, he'd have to start all over again, and this was his endless cycle of eternal torment. Now, at the moment, not a lot of that has been adapted into Ultrakill. Sisyphus was King Minos' heel in this case, where Minos tried to take down the fascist fist of heaven by appealing to people's feelings, making a plea for empathy. Sisyphus put together an army and tried to take heaven down by force. He rallied followers together, recruiting any husks that were smart enough to carry out his plan. While conflict festered in heaven with God's disappearance, Sisyphus used this as a window to grow his army. Still, his forces weren't a match for them, and we'll see where his body remains later in this layer. Alright, that was fun. I hope you enjoyed Trav Guy's course on Greek Mythology 101 that I just read on the internet. Let's get back to Ultrakilling. I love 4-2 for doing that thing where you need to bring different color key cards to one point in the map, in this case, skull keys, and each arena that you get these respective skull keys from both have dual wielding power-ups. It's also good to remember that power-ups stack. We could have gone even deeper than this if we saved the dual-wield power-up from the Blue Skull arena. Instead of that, though, I'm just gonna show you this funny thing in the sandbox. Everything you're about to see is unedited footage. I did edit the audio, though, because it got very loud. To keep it simple, every dual-wield power-up you pick up adds an extra hand that fires a fraction of a second after your main shot. So here's a single Rico shot with a fuck ton of dual-wield power-ups against Minos Prime. There's this secret room that you can open under the second major arena in 4-2. This is going to play a part in finding this layer's secret level, but we're not going to be doing that just quite yet. We need to go down here now anyway, because this is where the fourth orb is. Oh, this looks pretty. Alright, I can't pick up the skull key with this thing. Fine, I'll show you what it does then. Damn, ain't that pretty. Calling all Sisyphean soldiers, King Sisyphus needs your help. All he needs is your credit card and the 3 funny numbers on the back, and... my man's is so close to hanging husk dung. I don't like anything that I just said. That probably wouldn't have counted towards the level's challenge, but I want to pull off my toes. As much as I hate to admit it, this guy actually kind of kicks my ass. Sisyphean insurrectionists. For my own sake, I'll simply be calling them insurrectionists from now on. As far as we're concerned, this guy is exclusively a boss for now. He will appear in the cyber grind and in a secret counter in a couple layers from now, but this is basically Act 2's Hideous Mass, an enemy that we're only gonna see once in this act. It's a supreme husk with the powers of Reed Richards and his own Maurice that he'll swing around as a blunt weapon and use as a makeshift grapple hook, tossing the head at the floor and zooming down to it with a shockwave. An enemy like this is a pretty big target, and that's probably the reason he doesn't take any friendly fire from other demons. He'll take double damage from fire itself and a 1.5 damage multiplier while he's on fire, which I find the easiest way to accomplish is by hitting him with the green nail gun's overheat charge. Ironically, they're not immune to the golden dust around them. That's kind of weird. He is a mean motherfucker. He could take you out in 4 hits if you're not careful, and unless he's on fire, his bleeding radius is smaller than the average demon. A lot of their moves can be parried, which is pretty nice, but his telegraphs all look really similar to each other, and I haven't quite gotten the hang of which telegraphs mean what. He was also the only note that I had when it came to P ranking this stage, because he was the only thing killing me on my P rank attempts. I also got a little cocky with some of his parries. Fuck! The level challenge tells us to kill this guy in under 10 seconds, which we can do with quadruple wielding, but I can't promise you'll hear all of it. There's another method to this that I like a lot more, but I can't show it to you until after we do 4-4. If you don't know what I'm talking about, trust me, it's very goofy. Remember that torch that we used to navigate the vestigial spine of King Minos? That mechanic is back here, making its debut in a mandatory level. That is assuming that you consider P-1 not mandatory. I mean, maybe it won't be one day. You don't need to use the torch to light all of these green flames to progress. In fact, that's how we're going to be doing it once we do this level's challenge. The torch is just to light your way and to put on a pedestal at the very end of the level. And in the opening, we have to navigate a small labyrinth to light these green flames to get a move on. Oh, wait, one sec. Alright, so now, wait, hold on. I always forget about this one. Okay, I paused my recording to take notes and accidentally collected this orb when I wasn't recording, so I restarted the level and forgot that even restarting the level will still count the collectible as collected. So oops, that's my bad. Fake Ultrakill gamer, I'm sorry. Alright, anyways, this is what we get for beating this first labyrinth. That was fucking awesome. So lighting one of these 4 fires here will spawn a group of enemies, but you could just activate all 4 of them at the same time. I'd say that this is more challenging, and for a few seconds it actually is, but if you just leave these guys alone for a couple of moments, they'll start killing each other without your help, which is always funny. Tomb of Kings is right. We got the funny Spin Man here. I wanted to reach out to Vinny for a cameo on this video, but we're not at that level yet. Someday, Trav Guy, someday. Got a few other cameos here too. Funny pink mustache bite of 87 guy, Matt McMuscles, Wooly and Pat respectively, depicted accurately to scale, rest in peace. Icarus Lives, and the one guy that makes your mom jokes. Just wait, mom, someday I'll get my own cameo in an indie game. Just you wait. Whose balls do I need to consensually fondle to be put in a tomb here? There is another cameo in this room, but I can't do it right now while I have this torch in my hand, so I'll be back during the challenge run. Oh, you're really giving me Castlevania vibes here. Pretty sure it's the organ. I love the spinning green lights in this room, and it's not often that we get a bottomless pit here to bully street cleaners into. As of recently, I've also taken to using these Virtue's Corpse as a way to launch me from one end of the arena to the other. That's really fun. That was fun. Let's do it again, but in the dark. Yeah, this challenge isn't as bad as you would think. You can light these green flames with an explosive, and the overheat nail gun works as a decent flashlight in these dark areas. It's a lot better than the last time we were navigating a pitch black labyrinth with that Shakespearean monster chasing us. Sorry, Mr. McMuscles, I need to borrow your cranium.
What? Wait a minute. I only have one of those.
Finally, our waiting puzzle is over.
Oh, that is a lot of health bars. Yeah, try not to let it scare you. It's not that much.
Full auto.
Hey, no full auto in building! The Mysterious Druid and Owl, a reference to and cameo by Mandalore Gaming and Shammy, respectively. Now, I've never interacted with Mandalore before. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to ever since I found his channel while researching for my System Shock video. And maybe someday. His fight isn't too hard, but I love the banter between these two. It's genuinely funny. His full auto move moves really fast. Good luck with parrying that, but somehow his fuller auto move, which is a lot more threatening to look at, is actually incredibly easy to parry, and became the sole thing that kept me alive through this boss fight. He's technically got 4 phases here, hence the purple health bar. Pink is a boss's 3rd health bar, with purple being their 4th, and I really hope that we see this come back with more bosses in the future, because I'd love an excuse for them to not die as fast. Maybe for a certain Greek king? I don't know. Remember to always wash under your foreskin, Mandalore. Oh, great. And just like that, I think I killed my chances of talking to Mandalore. Killing these two gives us a riddle for where to find Act 2's alternate weapon in 4-4, in a chamber of feline and rodent. I'm glad that it spells it out for me here, because I have no idea how you'd figure this out without it. Frankly, I'm sure that there's been at least one person to find the secret at 4-4 without using any kind of guide or someone telling them where it is. I'll find you someday. Oh, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna fucking scream. But wait, there's more! Oh my god, it's just like when you use soap in the light and it turns into a rainbow! P rank isn't too bad, you just gotta take this 4-square arena kinda carefully. Alright, now where's the liquid? Well, damn, this pyramid's sure in a state of disrepair. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm pretty confident that this is where King Sisyphus used to reside, explaining why these parts are so ruin-y, without a single piece of heaven or hell's forces around these parts. With this being the 4th stage of the layer, though, we know that someone has usurped the throne. Why are you popping your joints? You shouldn't have any synovial fluid buildup in there that you need to relieve. Fuck it, never mind, it looks badass. Yep, V2 is back and he's meaner than ever, which actually isn't saying a lot. See, after his humiliating loss in Limbo, V2 dove deeper into the pits of hell, bathing in blood to rejuvenate himself just enough to try to hunt V1 down and take back the arm that he stole from him, because robots have somehow developed humanity's primitive and destructive drive for revenge in this universe. Why did you program me this way, Father? He scavenged parts from humanity's machines, constructing a new arm that would let him catch up with V2's speedy descent. He took the time to replay those memories so that he could learn and master the same techniques that V1 used to defeat him last time. And that's translated into gameplay with 3 new moves that this guy uses. He's got a nail gun now, both in the overheat and silver varieties, both of which can't be parried nor deflected, but can be influenced by the blue nail gun's magnet. The best use for this I've found is more defensive than offensive, like just making sure that you don't get hit by these while also setting up some nail bombs that can hit him later on once they explode, which is fun, if not a little bit useless. He is smart enough to know when he's been magnetized and won't use his nail gun if he has a magnet stuck to his head, but you can use this to your advantage by disabling these 2 attacks altogether. I kinda wish that he used the magnet against us in some way, but he just doesn't. Just like his new arm, and his arm in the last round. Why doesn't he use these? You wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at this guy's new green arm that it's a grappling hook. And of all of the moves that this guy has learned since our last duel, none of them used this arm. But oh man, he really misses that Knuckle Blaster arm though. If you manage to close the gap and actually hit him with the thing, it immediately enrages him, which is, you know, kind of funny. I did manage to actually enrage the guy by staying far away from him, which I'd never had happen naturally before. Not gonna lie, I felt kind of accomplished when I saw this twink get so flustered. The third move that he's picked up is actually learning V1's Ricochet. I'd even argue that he's better at it, because he's learned how to suspend those coins in the air for a brief moment. I know that this is just to communicate information to the player. If it was instantaneous, like our hit scan shots, that would be very hard to avoid. But once you realize that you can use his coins for your own Ricochet shot, yeah, it kind of turns it into a bit of a joke. Fuck, why stop there? Go all out and use the railgun for an ultra counter Rico shot. I said Rico shot again. You know what? I'm just gonna keep saying Rico shot. Fuck you. You're not getting away this time. Wait, is V1 monologuing to himself? So many of these text boxes have been from a second person's perspective, so either V1 refers to himself in the second person, or the narrator of this story is even itching for V2 to die in real time, which is actually quite funny to think about. And yes, I said second person perspective, not to be confused with a third person perspective. Refer back to middle school English class if you need a refresher on what that is. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. You're very smart. Now go sit down and have your Capri Sun and have a good day. The second phase of this fight is a spectacle. Both V-bots sliding down the side of a pyramid, kicking each other's robot asses. Gameplay-wise, not a lot changes. You can't jump and you're permanently sliding, but that's really it. You could still strafe and move around like normal. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want there to be a little bit more to this phase of the fight, but it's a spectacular wrap-up to this duel of the doppelgangers. That's juicy. It's a shame that we're never gonna see him again. That's why he exploded into a geyser of red mush instead of running away this time. The terminal even says that that's the case. Now, it might not be the last time we see his body. Maybe we'll see his corpse get assimilated into some monstrosity, but until then, we just have to speculate. It's a shame, brother. You never once used your greatest weapon. The whiplash becomes our third arm, a winch fitted with the tip of a spear. On the surface level, it acts like you would expect an FPS grapple hook to act, meaning it's awesome and I love it. That is, until lighter enemies are involved, and that's when its uniquities start to show. Small enemies are instead pulled towards you, not the other way around. Still, if you use this in the air, V1 does hop up just a little bit, so you can use this to recover from a pit just using these smaller enemies. But larger enemies like Maurice and Cerberus, it's the meat hook, and it's great. Alright, that's a little bit misleading. It doesn't have the same utility as the meat hook. You can't strafe in the air while V1 is closing the gap with this thing. Now that I think about it, the only thing you can do while you're zipping towards an enemy is just let go of the button. This does let you maintain your momentum and keep flying in a single direction like a slingshot, so that's pretty cool. What? The Whiplash is given its own dedicated button, so you're not going to be toggling it like the Knuckle Blaster, thank Christ. This also retroactively shows that they could have easily put the Knuckle Blaster on its own melee button, but chose not to. And honestly, I respect that. I think that it adds to the skill ceiling required. Maybe they can make that a power-up or something, because I would like to see the Knuckle Blaster get its own dedicated button, but I also understand how it helps the flow of combat. But unless you have a high style meter, you're not going to be using this thing quite as liberally as the meat hook. Using the Whiplash gives you guaranteed hard damage when used on an enemy, though this is capped at 50 hard damage maximum. This is a deterrent to keep you from spamming this tool without maintaining a high style meter. And while I wasn't too fond of this when it was first introduced in an update recently, I have sort of come around to it. Ultrakill is a game about killing shit as stylishly and cool as possible, as Hakita has put it, so ensuring that reliance on the Whiplash in combat is less punishing to players that can maintain a minimum S-rank style meter is a good way of ensuring that you're being stylish as hell, albeit at a small risk of alienating the players, but I think that that's a worthy trade. I feel like anyone who's turned off by this hard damage nerf should use that as a drive to get better at the game. I realize that I'm essentially just saying get good, and I don't like using that as a rebuttal to an argument, but I believe in you, okay? Now go brush your teeth. Now we can go find the corpse of the fallen king, or this act's fallen king, I mean. Why is he so big? Minos was fucking massive as well. Do these Greek mythological figures just grow in size when they become husks, or were they even this big when they were living? Minos' soul was at least, you know, normal human sized, so I'm assuming the body is just filled with meat. I don't know. So I messaged Akita about this, and he pointed me to the terminal entry for the filth. Yeah, the explanation for this was literally at the beginning of the game, and I completely missed it. To quote it directly, the physical form is based on the value of the original soul, which is determined by the strength of its will and prevalence in public consciousness. Yeah, I'll take that torture device off your hands. Sorry about this, man. If it turns out that this saw blade was used to torture Sisyphus, then I hope that he has an adverse reaction to it in the inevitable P-2. The saw blade is our alternative to the nail gun, turning it into more of a crowd control weapon than it already was. This does come at the trade-off of it becoming less effective against a single target, though. This is told to us almost explicitly when we try to use the saw blades with the nail gun's magnet, or I guess also saw blade's magnet, depending on which one you have alternate. You know what I'm saying. Saw blades will orbit the magnet rather than diving straight towards it. But after experimenting with a bit, I found that this was great to set up little traps of these orbiting saw blades around the arena, and having smaller fodder just run into it and get shredded down. Hell, even some smaller enemies like Cerberus and even Swords Machine can get torn up by this. Silver saws are weaker than silver nails, at least DPS wise though, dealing roughly 2.25 total damage per blade at roughly 5 blades shot per second. And regular saw blades from the overheat variant are even a tad weaker, though you do get the overheat saw blade, which is my personal favorite of this variant. I'll usually keep the blue nail gun around just because of the silver nails, but run the green saw blade launcher for some heftier traps. I'll be showing this off more in the next layer. 4-4's challenge though is fucking lame. You have to book it to V2's boss door in 18 seconds, something that I'm sure is borderline impossible without the use of the Whiplash. You could squeeze it right through this crack to pick up this blue skull to enter the chamber of feline and rodent to beat this challenge. Of course, it's a fucking meme cat and florp! Florp! Even with this shortcut though, it's not easy, requiring plenty of ground slams, slide jumping, and some pretty good aim. Despite my complaints, I still had fun with it. It's just a bit punishing. Alright, it's pee time. Oh, I hit the core snipe! I swear to God. Yeah, that was fun. Being able to counter V2's Rico shots with your own does turn him into a bit of a punching bag. More than he already was, because he still has all of his moves from his previous fights, which means, you know, parrying. Alright, now I'm sure every single one of you watching is asking, what about 4-2's challenge? I have no idea if this was Hakita's intention with this challenge, but it cracks me up. So, I'm sure that you remember this moon key that we used to turn the sun off from before, and the answer is yes, we do become Moon Knight. V1 is Mark Spector. So turning off the sun lets us walk on the golden dust without taking any damage, which is neat, and if you keep your eyes open, you'll spot a single lone bright star in the distance. It's not actually a star though, unless it is actually, I don't know. Nice sandcastle, nerd. Yeah, I deserve that. I want to believe that stalkers just violently self-destruct the moment they feel any kind of negative emotion. This is actually going to be Gabriel's secret weapon in Act 3. Watch it happen. Whoa. It's fucking Crash Bandicoot! Holy shit, is every secret level just gonna be a reference to another game taking on an entirely different genre? If so, I'd like to make a suggestion. The secret level of Wrath should be a fishing minigame. Alright, I wrote that into my script before Sonic Frontiers came out, and so my fishing minigame thirst has been quenched, so I kind of rescind that. Soft redact, if you must. But yeah, I mean, it's fucking Crash Bandicoot. And I think I love this. I've only ever really played the first Crash in my childhood. It was still enough to make me love the mascot. I played a ton of Crash Team Racing back on the PS1, but in terms of, you know, proper Crash games, it was just Crash Bandicoot 1 on the PS1. Fast forward to today, and the Crash games I've played since then have been Crash 1 on the Insane Trilogy. I still haven't played Crash 2 yet. Maybe I'll stream it someday. A link to my live stream channel will be in the description. I'm not really streaming on Twitch anymore outside of impromptu streams, so make sure you're subscribed to Trav Guy Live. If you've never played Crash Bandicoot, I'll give you a quick rundown of the basics. You take one hit and you're dead, and then if you spin into enemies, you kill them. You can also spin into crates to destroy them, which will drop fruit in the form of coins, and some will drop Aku Aku masks, though in Ultrakill this is taken on by colored skulls. If you pick up a second skull, that skull turns red, and you can now take 2 hits before dying. I guess I didn't say that before. If you have a blue skull, you can take 1 more hit before dying. But if you pick up another skull while it's red, then you get temporary invincibility. Thank you, Herb Messiah, your sins against humanity have been forgiven. Enemies are instantly killed by spinning into them, even the tougher fuckers like Virtues and Street Cleaners. You're not going to be fighting any bosses here, as much as I'd love to see Ultrakill's take on, say, Tiny. The physics here are a bit odd, which is a critique, but it's not a big deal to me. It's mainly the mid-air control. It feels closer to, say, Mario Brothers on the NES with how Mario controls mid-air than it does Crash Bandicoot, but it is workable. V1 will also gain some speed when he spins into boxes while running forward, which is a little awkward. I'm not sure if other Crash Bandicoots did this, but I'm sure not used to it. Oh yeah, also boulder sequences. Those are a staple of Crash Bandicoot if you didn't already know. If you're wondering why I'm trying to break every box, it's because, okay, so back in Crash on the PS1, if you break every crate in a stage without having to restart the stage, you'll be rewarded with a gem. Their purpose varies between games if I'm not mistaken, but it rewards you for going out of your way to put yourself through this hell on earth. This was made a lot easier in the Insane Trilogy re-release, where you just need to destroy every box, and you're not gonna get penalized for having to restart, though some levels there are an exception. Ultrakill, thankfully, follows in the footsteps of Insane. You don't need to restart the whole level if you miss a box, so if you miss a box, just reload that checkpoint or take a death. You're not gonna get penalized for it. Thank God. Anyways, we get this. For breaking every crate in 4-S, we get the Crash Mode cheat. Yes, an unlockable cheat. I can't say that I've seen one of those since Lego Star Wars. I'm not gonna tell you what it does, I'm just gonna show you a clip of me using it on Minos Prime. Testament 3 documents God's frustration at being unable to control mankind, damning them for not following his word and law. His time is deemed wasted for not creating a mind without free will. He even implies that this is why the Lord created hell, to punish and torture those he could not control, with just a hint of regret that he could no longer control the underworld as well. Only time will tell if God is truly out there or if God really is dead. The 5th layer of hell is now called Wrath instead of Anger as it was in Divine Comedy, but I'm okay with this change. Wrath has always struck me as a very biblical term, so it is fitting, and it also gives them an excuse to play on the whole Poseidon's Wrath thing, an Olympic Greek god of the sea and storms, so, you know. The layer of Wrath is also home to the river Styx, where the ferrymen of the underworld Charon would guide souls to their transition to damnation. How do you say that? Hold on, let me look it up. According to Wikipedia, it's actually pronounced Charon. Something about CH making more of a sound. What I'm looking at describes it as starting to make a K sound, but not finishing it. So it's more like an H, but like an aggressive H. I'm gonna try to commit to that. It'll be a little tricky. Charon would also cross the river of Acheron, the river of misery, but I don't know if we'll be seeing that in Ultrakill since I'm not entirely sure how they would fit that into the whole Circles of Hell theme. Maybe fraud. That might be where God's hiding after all. Alright, so remember everything that I just told you about the whiplash and its self-inflicted heart damage? Okay, don't forget about it entirely, but do put it on hold for just a little bit, because that doesn't apply when you're underwater. This makes it so much easier and more convenient to move around and traverse these arenas while underwater. This was likely done to make sure that the player can freely navigate these underwater arenas of Layer 5 without compromising on what makes an underwater level an underwater level, lower gravity and whatnot. This is a very nice change. This wasn't the case when the update first came out. Keeping that slower movement of 5-1 alongside this heavy use of cold colors on screen really helps the level stand out with this really mellow feeling that's still consistent with the game's art direction. Even down to the low pass filter, which muffles the music track while V1 is submerged. If you ever pop your head out of the water, you'll notice a lot more of that breakcore-esque percussion that's probably still playing once you're submerged, but is just so drowned out that you can't really hear it. Pun not intended. Actually, maybe it is. Oh, Hakito, what are you doing to me? 2 levels in the same act where we bring multiple skull keys to the same hub? You're spoiling me, dude. Doctor, I think my dope fish is broken. Not supposed to get this yet. Hello, puppies. What bad dogs. 5-1 also introduces us to blue hook points, which behave like a slingshot that you don't need to unhook from to maintain your momentum. It almost feels like it gives you a bit of a boost once you hit the end of it, but I'm not entirely sure. That could just all be in my head. Alright, stupid confession time. When I first saw the tutorial message calling these slingshots, my brain went to the astrodynamics term of the same name, which is when you use the gravity of a celestial body as a slingshot to increase a rocket's momentum while using significantly less fuel. It wasn't until doing this video that I realized, oh wait, it's probably just talking about a slingshot that you arm with your hands. I wish I could explain why this is how my brain works. It appears that I'm early. Joke's on you, I brought my own key.
You're not supposed to be here.
Well, in fact, I'm not. That's gonna be pleasantly annoying. Sentries, a bipedal mobile turret armed with an antimatter rifle and capable of digging its legs into the ground to absorb recoil. It's almost like a miniature Metal Gear. Oh wait, we already have those and they're called geckos, and ironically, these fuckers are the ones that look more like real geckos. And by that I mean they're green, and I realize that doesn't work because not all geckos are green. I take it back. Sentries were machines used in mankind's, quote, final war, according to the lore codex, later repurposed for treks into hell. With the fall of mankind, kind and the machine's drive to sustain itself using Hell's resources, sentries became highly sought after by other machines. Their structural metal, this lightweight but also sturdy stuff that lets them absorb the insane recoil of a fucking antimatter rifle, would sure be nice to make a new arm out of. I'm pretty sure that this is where V2 got chunks of his whiplash from, and if I had to guess, maybe the spear was from the tail of a hideous mass. That's the only thing I could think of that has anything remotely similar to a grapple hook. 12 health and no resistances nor weaknesses, though they are immune to fall damage, though this won't really be noticed too often. They are locked in when they dig themselves into the ground, unflinching when bombarded with nails or shotgun pellets. If they're on their own, then that makes them really easy pickings, but it doesn't make them a complete pushover. Sentries will tend to stay farther away from the player, and if you give them a chance to fire off that cannon that they're charging, they are 100% accurate, assuming that you're not blocking your line of sight. The only method I've seen to come out of this, other than just tanking the blast, is to try to dash through their shot using iframes. They demand your attention, almost acting like a ranged pressure unit, a concept that I never really thought would be possible aside from an enemy that creates hazards kind of like the Virtues. Now, their presence is fairly obvious once they begin charging their rifle. I can really only think of one instance in Act 2 where there's a sentry so far away that I couldn't hear the incessant beeping, and that was during an optional encounter near the end of the act, so I'll give it a bit of leeway. Avoiding their line of sight isn't always going to be your best choice though. V1 can directly cancel them by uprooting them with a knuckle blaster or a ground slam shockwave, or interrupting their charge with a revolver to the antenna, which also happens to be conveniently targeted when hit with a Rico shot. You can also just blast them with the electric rail cannon, that works too. If you're feeling ballsy though, you can also parry their blast during this short window right before they fire, indicated by the pink light on the front of them flashing yellow for a brief moment. Or you can also just simply return the gecko. Alright, that was a charge back and an ultra Rico shot. I'll take it. Careful though, they know how to use those legs. Not bad. This stage is incredibly fun once you get the hang of the whiplash, but it takes a bit of time to get used to it. Now it's time to be like the average United States college student and not touch any water. I'm sorry, that doesn't mean we'll be substituting it for Mountain Dew. Like 2-3, this challenge is otherwise impossible if we don't drain the water, which can be done in the very first room of this stage by smashing these 3 valves hidden behind walls. You're not through the clear just yet though. You still have to watch out for existing bodies of water. It may have drained low enough for the player to platform between these arenas, but a simple misstep can still fuck up the challenge. This also means that you're vulnerable to the whiplash's hard damage here, limiting your potential movement and making this challenge a bit more difficult than it appears on the surface. Even in the final arena where I thought I was safe reveals narrow streams of water in unexpected places. You need to keep your eyes open and not assume where water is and isn't. It is a fun challenge for sure, but I was a little confused when I finished it, thinking that I was completely dry and finding out I was a bit moist. Reaching P rank is more than possible while taking on this challenge, but I mean, where's the fun in that? I want to whiplash shit. Great level, very promising for the Layer of Wrath. King Crimson, remove his ability to say ricochet correctly. Oh wait, that was Heaven's Door. How do I even make a King Crimson joke?
I'm killing you.
5.2 takes a bit of a departure for its presentation, but like the previous level, handles itself very well and maintains that consistency. Most of this stage has a calm atmosphere, most of which broken up by the sound of stringed instruments every now and then, becoming a motif in a heavier track near the end of the stage. Outdoor areas are gloomy, shades of blue and gray, while indoor areas often stay unlit and left in darkness. This is made even more unsettling by the fact that the river Styx around us has become flooded with the remains of mankind mankind following their extinction. Arms can be seen reaching for the surface, their souls all fighting for a breath of fresh air. Where's Karen to ferry all these souls to the lower layers when you need them? Well, it's a bit more complicated than that. In Divine Comedy, Karen is often depicted as an ill-tempered old man, but that's not the case here. I'm not sure if it's because of modern pop culture giving him an almost Grim Reaper sort of look. I couldn't find a single source on where this look came from, so I'm gonna blame John Romero's Daikatana. To give a bit of historical context, it wasn't uncommon for the dead in 16th century Greece to have coins placed on or even in their eyes, sometimes even their mouths, believing that their souls would need these coins to cross into the afterlife, else their souls would forever float in the river Styx. Many would forge their own coins, thinking it would be enough for Karen. This is why ferrymen and pop culture are often asking for coins. In Ultrakill, we find a diary from this universe's ferryman, implying and later confirming when we read about it in the terminal that the ferryman here is in the broader rank of a husk. When a husk is formed to these specifications, there can only be one ferryman here in the river Styx, so when another husk is formed to these specifications, the two fight to the death, with the victor becoming the next ferryman of the river Styx, and the loser, their skull taken as a trophy. They've been given this task from the heavens, donning a holy cloth as a sign of their approval, despite being a husk, bearing a sliver of heavenly power. This has come with some side effects though, the skeletons of these intelligent husks becoming tainted and dyed, turning their bones a deep blue, and the skulls plucked from their fallen ferrymen becoming conduits to their heavenly energy, given to the surviving ferrymen to be used as a key, giving them access to the gates of hell that only angels previously had access to. Yes, what I'm telling you is lore for the skull keys that we've been using all this time. These are the heads of fallen ferrymen. The current ferryman, though, has a bit of a monopoly on the job since mankind all fell at once, unable to ferry every soul left in the river Styx. The tide of souls nearly capsizing his ship, and would have died inside if it wasn't for Gabriel swooping in at the last second to save the poor guy. And if you take this diary at face value, it really sounds like he's got a thing for Gabriel. Yeah, they'd make a pretty cute couple, fuck it. His gratitude doesn't end in writing though. All over these parts you'll find these small statues of other holy tributes to Gabriel, carved as a sign of gratitude. These were actually once smaller ceramic-like demons that only had enough willpower to be a living thing, but not enough to move or be mobile in any degree. The ferryman has carved these into the Holy Madonna, the Virgin Mary holding the baby Jesus. Gabriel tolerated these, but fears that if the Holy Council found out, he'd be forced to destroy all of them by punishment, seeing them as a perversion of God's image. These idols, though, due to their close proximity with the ferryman's draped heavenly power, have come to life in a way, well, more than they already were, giving them the ability to aid their peers with heavenly protection. And this is translated into gameplay in the form of, well, the idols. I know that idols hardly count as an enemy, but I'm gonna give them their own entry here regardless. They've got 1 health, but they're immune to all of V1's moves except for melee, exploding into a geyser of blood sufficient to heal the player completely. You would expect the timing and context of their appearance to make them act like demonic hook points, but no, they're actually one of the few enemies in the game that you can't whiplash. Though this is somewhat consistent. With enemies like the Hideous Mask, for example, you can't grapple onto the ceramic parts of their armor, only the funny little fleshy bits. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Idols balance this by rendering another demon on the battlefield completely immune. The only thing that could kill a blessed demon in this case is if they get Marised, which, yeah, good luck with that. Treat them like a buff totem. If you know that one is present, just hunt it down and smash it as soon as you can, or at least as soon as the game lets you. What the fuck? That is not a ferry, that is the Titanic! Are there any icebergs in the river Styx? I'd feel deep shame for dying to that. Why am I struggling with this? I am so sorry about that. I'd say that Hark struck him dead, but it was me. Well, that's convenient. Thank you for your service, ferryman. Keep the change. You've earned it. That took more tries than I'd like to admit. Don't worry, I'll be fighting the Blue Man Group head-on-head during the P-Rank run, which should be starting right now! Actually, no, I'm gonna get the last orb without the rocket launcher because fuck you. Oh, right, health. Forgot about that. Oh, hey, there's the scaffolding that comes up when you use the red skull key. That's pretty cool. That was fun. It took me a couple days after recording that I realized that there is a much easier method that I just completely glossed over. I can't fucking believe this. I've seen it. You're fond of me lobster. Nice soap sculpture, nerd. Yeah, I should have learned my lesson from the sandcastle. Stop breaking people's shit, V1. The Ferryman. 90 health divided into 2 45 HP health bars. This guy is really fast. It wasn't long ago that I had the hang of getting this guy down fairly reliably, but just that short time of not practicing this fight has made me super rusty. You have to be on top of your game here if you want to parry him to death. But once I got back into the zone, man, it felt like fighting a Dark Souls boss with how frequently I had to space out my dodges and parries. And I could say that now, I've beaten a Dark Souls game. Most of his attacks follow hard-hitting 1-2 combos. You can only parry the second hit in his combo, so you have to dodge out of the way of that first one. I've developed a habit of dashing backwards so that the first swing is completely negated, while simultaneously lining me up almost perfectly to parry his second swing. This is risky, but very rewarding. A parry also doesn't interrupt his attack, so he will still swing at you that second time. When he's taken enough punishment, he'll move the fight to higher ground next to one of his idols, and if you're too slow to catch up, he'll summon fucking lightning to strike at you. Now, you can charge back this lightning with a coin, but you need some godly speed to weaponize this against him. Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt this, but I'd rather just be called the fucking parry man. Don't call me that. I could do better. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that. Look, he even agrees. Don't worry, I'll give my regards to Gabriel. You won't be forgotten. Yes, I know that there's a super secret in this level. I'm saving that for the end of the video. Just keep watching. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it'll be worth your time, I promise. Alright, let's kick it up a notch. This ship was massive from the outside, but I think it's even bigger on the inside. I don't know though, it's kind of hard to judge the size of something like this. I love 5-3. The aesthetic, the gut-busting challenge, and oh god, this upbeat, intense track composed for the mission is something else. That distorted guitar is already beautiful, and then they introduce this really powerful brass section. And then later on, it brings it all together, combining these two opposing families of instruments together, and it is astonishing. I'm sorry, I just needed to gush over that track. It's such a good track. Believe it or not, this isn't even my favorite track in Act 2. Ship of Fools is a lot like 1-3. We need to bring at least one colored skull key to this split color doorway, but both are required for the level's challenge. This time though, it's not a secret encounter with two bosses previously seen in the episode. That comes in a couple levels from now. We are still given the choice of which colored skull to grab first, though I didn't know this until even writing this video. I thought that the red path didn't even open until you finished the blue path, but for the sake of pacing, I still go for the blue skull first, and I don't think I've really ever done this level without getting both skulls. Oh, that's a big demon. I bet it's attracted to all these tributes to Gabriel. This is like a reverse Moby Dick. Call me Ishmael Gabriel. Nope, never mind. That is the wrong way. I would make fun of the ferryman for having looping audio of his idol praising him on loop, but then I remember the first time I met creators that I watched acknowledge me. I get it, man. Just, you know, try to get used to the feeling so it becomes less weird. That took me a while to get the hang of. Oh, right, you're kind of dead right now, so never mind. It is kind of poetic, though. This was Gabriel's speech to the ferryman shortly before he was saved from his ship capsizing. And now we're hearing it just before we capsize it. Well, actually, the demon that we just saw in the window does it, but I've got to take the blame to myself. I forgot to dual wield. That's okay, I'll have shit to say about this room during the P rank run. Wait, are you telling me the last ferryman had a fucking Mega Buster? Oh, Rocket Cock returns! Oh, no, please, I've seen Inception. Don't do this to me. Honestly, I'm surprised that it only flooded this much. All right, the rocket launcher. Of course, I'm gonna say that it's amazing, that's a given, but it's also kind of interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit divisive between fans, or at least was when it first released. It's not what you would expect from a weapon like this in this kind of genre, and to explain it better, I'm gonna dive into the lore first. In the world of Ultrakill, it was originally created as a tool for war, not a weapon for war though, intended for quickly digging trenches and blasting debris on the battlefield, later repurposed into an industrial tool after the war. The rocket itself, the projectile I mean, is where it starts to really get interesting. When fired at anything not organic, or at least not containing blood, it doesn't explode, it just pushes everything away, like a concussive blast or a bottle popping from having too much pressure build up inside of it, except, you know, it's strong enough to shove you to the other side of the room. It's not unless the warhead makes direct contact with blood, and specifically blood, that the exothermic reaction is triggered, detonating the rocket. I understand that this is just how the game justifies its use in gameplay within the lore, and I actually really like this explanation, but I did a bit of digging, mostly for my own curiosity, to see if I could find anything that would tie this down to reality. The only chemical that comes to mind that I can think of that specifically would have an exothermic reaction with blood, while also ignoring other compounds like protein and water, is hydrogen peroxide, or H2O2. Just about every living creature on Earth contains an enzyme called catalase, or catalase, I don't know how to say it. And the purpose of this enzyme is to specifically react with hydrogen peroxide if it enters the bloodstream, and splitting it back into molecules of hydrogen and oxygen to keep it from oxidizing our bloodstream, because oxygen fucking hates us. If an explosive like this were to exist in real life, it would need to use hydrogen peroxide, or something similar, as a primer to start building up heat and pressure, which would then ignite something explosive that reacts to heat, like gunpowder, for example. Again, this tangent was purely for my own curiosity. Don't take any of this as a critique for the game itself. I just wanted to share what I found, and I think that it's really interesting. Okay, back to video game. I think it's time to get back to the video game. Nothing happens, but you're sure that Hank Jr. and his Hankcestors would appreciate it if they weren't dead. Hankcestors feels like a slur. Also, now we know Hank was a ferryman. Good for you. Thank you, Junior. Really, all you need to know is that if the rocket makes direct contact with an enemy, it'll explode, just like every other rocket launcher in a video game you could think of. Maurice is still immune to them, just like core ejects, but he's really the only exception. It should explode on everything. Normally, it deals 3.5 damage per rocket, but also can deal double damage with a larger blast radius if it's hitting a falling target. And upon hearing that, a specific combo should immediately come to mind, like launching an enemy by shooting a rocket next to their feet and then trying to hit them while mid-air. So many years of playing direct hit soldier have trained me for this moment. This only applies to falling enemies though, not solely airborne ones. Virtues and bosses like Gabriel don't take double damage from this. They need to be naturally grounded enemies for this bonus to apply, which is fair. At the moment of this video, we've only got the blue variant, the freeze frame, which allows the player to freeze rockets for a total of 6 seconds with a 10-second cooldown, though you can ration this about as much as you want. You can use this for makeshift mines, make them easier to shoot with your revolver for a larger explosion, though this does still only deal 3.5 damage, or make them easier to jump onto. Yep, just like Dante himself. That is fucking awesome. It has though been balanced since it debuted. You used to be able to endlessly chain these rockets together. As soon as a rocket began to fall while riding on it, you can freeze time, fire another rocket, and then just jump onto that rocket and just lather, rinse, repeat forever. Today though, you can only ride 3 rockets chained together before they start losing some distance, and then falling from the get-go by your 7th chained rocket. This can be reset by touching solid ground, so you can preserve some of that height of your 3rd rocket, assuming that you're flying straight up into the air, by doing one of those ground slam bounces as high as you can get and then continuing from there. It's not ideal, there is a cap to how high you can bounce. You can also just whiplash a rocket right at you, which also bounces you straight up into the air despite which direction the rocket is whiplashed at you. I've resorted to using this a lot in the cyber grind rather than the pump charge explosion. It's not to say that the pump charge is useless, it's just that these rockets are better for just flying straight up into the air. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, it's attracted to magnets too, turning it into a homing projectile for whatever enemy you've tagged with the nail gun's rockets. But only enemies. Today, if the magnet is on the wall or the floor, then a fired rocket will just continue going straight. It needs to be on an enemy. But that's fine. Even then, you can only use this for 3 shots, and after that 3rd shot, that magnet is gone, which seems like a fair balance. This is also great against Cerberus, who take a 1.5 damage multiplier to rockets, making that their only damage modifier now that I think about it. You can also use this as a much more convenient way to hit the Mind Flayer's instant kill window, assuming that they haven't patched it. Oh boy, it's another one of those don't touch the water challenges. That's okay, by now we've learned that these are unique enough to not just be simple don't touch the water, floor is lava bullshit. We also don't see any water until the ship tips over. If you follow the main path of the level, you're gonna get blasted with a face full of water that is impossible to avoid. And that's why we need both colored skulls. That same path we took to get to this orb by using both red and blue skull keys becomes our dry path to the end after the ship is tipped over. I'm honestly impressed that they were able to give this area purpose both before and after the ship is flipped. That's really cool. I made my P run a little harder than it needed to be. I was having a lot of fun trying to dual wield core nukes, and then ended up killing myself more than I'd like to admit. It's my own damn fault I took this long, but I don't really care. This is my 2nd favorite level in Act 2 to replay solely for fun. It's a great mission, great pacing, great encounters, 5 stars across the board, I love it. 5-4 starts with a race to the surface. It doesn't matter how you break the water, just that you reach the appropriate fight so you're brought to the boss fight of the layer. Which means that instead of following the main course, I can... Oh my god, it's the fucking eel boss from Mario World! Time to ha-hoo, ha-hoo, ah! The Leviathan, the very same beast who paved the way for the ferryman's infatuation with the Archangel Gabriel, and the same motherfucker who tipped the ship over in the previous level. 200 HP divided into two 100 HP phases, where the head and tail are both simultaneously active. Obviously, the head is going to be a lot easier to hit, but there's a lot of ceramic-like plating around its mouth. You gotta be a bit careful with your timing here, but after most of his attacks, he'll expose this heart that's pinned to the back of his head, taking triple damage if you can get enough of a beating on it. So with good timing, you can... Why is it screaming? Okay, there is a lore explanation for this. The Leviathan is an interesting demon, one that's a direct consequence of the extinction of mankind. With the river Styx overflowed with sinners' bodies, those who gave up trying to reach the surface surrendered themselves to an eternity of drowning. And with so many of them concentrating at the bottom of the river and a sprinkle of hell energy, their souls all fused together into 44 segments of a really long motherfucker. This is how the beast was created, and the hearts of their souls all fused together, boasting enough force between them to nearly break out of the beast, becoming enough of a threat for Gabriel to feel that he had to intervene, pinning the Leviathan's heart to the back of its head to keep it down. This creature wasn't created per se, but was an appetizer of hell's corrupting power, a side effect of the realm, something that the angels could handle, but was still a threat. Regular enemies don't spawn here, but you do get a unique style bonus if you drop enemies into the abyss below using cheats. Well, why did you make it so funny to spawn enemies here? A lot like the Mind Flayers, you can use explosions to push its own barrage of fireballs back down its gullet. That's pretty cool. This is a move that reliably puts his heart in center view, creating a window of opportunity to grapple onto the thing and deliver some magnetic punishment. It's generally a good idea to switch back to the overheat nail gun for this fight. The saw blade won't be quite as effective. It wasn't really hard to P-rank this guy, it just took me a bit to get a run that I was happy with. I could probably do better, but that was fun. I'm keeping that one. Yeah, this is a really fun boss, especially if you use the whiplash as much as you're able to. It's exhilarating chasing this guy all over the place. Ready for swords machines to be common enemies? Sure took them long enough. I forgot the saw blade, hold on. I love not being able to give that guy the attention he demands sometimes. I always like to knuckle blaster these two filth that come out of the shadows. They're one of the few enemies that teleport in that don't have the teleportation graphic, giving the appearance of them just running out of the darkness. I'd like to see this trick used more in the future, it's pretty cool. I can't believe Gabriel tried to keep me from the bean chamber. Those are vials of baked beans and you cannot change my mind. Setting up a saw blade trap does take a bit of forethought here. If you just stick the magnet to the ground, the saw blades that end up orbiting it will get stuck between the bottom remains of these bean canisters, quickly beating down their durability. So for best results, slam down a can of baked beans and then put the magnet on top of the lifted platform where it once was. And I'm not saying that just because there's another swords machine here, but it does certainly help. Don't worry, there's gonna be more of them. Yeah, there was supposed to be a sentry in this room. I'll never forget the first time I heard this track. 6-1 marks V1's descent into the city walls of Dis, named after Dis Pater, also known as Rex Infernicus, the Roman god of the underworld whose city walls encompass the lower 4 layers of hell in Dante's Inferno. And by God does the soundtrack reflect this while still feeling new and intense, but then also calling back to previous tracks and motifs to remind us of how far we've come, and it tickles my brain in a way that's really similar to Davoth's theme from Doom Eternal. It's incredible. Last time we heard this track was right before our fight with Gabriel, so it's very fitting here. I also can't not think of this edit made by Twitter user Vegabox that still brings me unfiltered joy.
I would never cry to a
video game
song. Let's be honest. I am a man.
Fuck. Remember how the insurrectionists are weak to fire? I had no idea what killed Rude so fast in the moment when I was recording this. Did Angry just land on Rude and kill them both while simultaneously being chip damaged to death through fire? So much for 0% friendly fire. What the fuck happened here?
So that was a
Yo, shout out to Arm Boy. They're beautiful, aren't they? Oh, Jesus! Why is the sentry so far away? Oh, that's just the word penis with a smiley emoji. You know, sometimes I really feel like Hakita understands me at a spiritual level.
Machine, I know you're here. I can smell the insolent stench of your blood.
You can smell me?
I await you down below.
Oh, I will come to you, my friend. Now bring back the masses.
Come to me.
Oh my god, the Castlevania motif with this holy chorus put over it. Oh, it's so good. What an incredible level. My absolute favorite for Act 2. It's hard, it's brutal, but it's fair, with some of the most fun level geometry that comes to mind when I think of Ultrakill. And yeah, this level kicked my ass when I was going for the P rank. It took me almost 40 minutes to record a run of me not dying during the perfect run, or prime run, whatever you want to call it. Which, again, like 5-3, was my own fault. I was trying to get some cool trick shots with the core nuke, but also like 5-3, I never felt like I was out of my depth, and even came away learning some new skills that I'm definitely going to be using later, like letting go of the whiplash immediately after launching myself towards an enemy so I'm not accumulating too much hard damage, or like following up a ground slam shockwave with a bounce and a rocket launcher to not entirely insta-kill a sentry, but still knock them into a nearby pit or lava hazard, which is essentially the same thing, doing some thick damage to anything nearby. The closest I've got to a critique with this stage is that I'm not the biggest fan of the enemies spawned by this blood ore being required for S-rank kills, but it's still a fun encounter, so I'm not exactly complaining too much. It's just preference. I can't really think of much critical to say. It is such a great send-off before we go beat Gabriel down for a second time. Well, we've got all the orbs currently available in Ultrakill to this point, meaning that we can now access the 5th tier of weapon skins. Yeah, you need every orb for these. Honestly, they look fine. It's really only the pistol that looks underwhelming. I kind of vibe with the rest of them. Yes, I know that we can unlock a custom color set if you use 1,000,000 Ultra coins. I'll be saving that for the next Ultrakill video down the line, though. Unless more weapon skins get added at lesser values. TBD.
Limbo. Lust, all gone, with gluttony soon to follow. Your kind know nothing but hunger, purged all life on the upper layers, and yet they remain unsatiated. As to you, you've taken everything from me, machine, and now all that remains is perfect hatred.
I don't even have any jokes to say here. I love Gianni's line delivery of this crybaby angel, followed by this incredibly strong organ that still manages to give me chills these few months after release. And the chills don't stop there. My man's is pissed that he lost his purpose after we shredded down his territory. And now all he really has left is the hope of V1's head on a crucifix-shaped stick. This is the only time you're gonna see me do this little obstacle course here before the fight. Not only can you cheese it by just rocket surfing through the whole thing, but you can also just rocket surf straight from the beginning of the level right up to the boss door. Really, I just went through it so that you can hear his speech in its entirety. I don't want to interrupt the Tumblr sexy man.
Machine, I will cut you down, break you apart, splay the gore of your profane form across the stars. I will grind you down until the very sparks cry for mercy. My hands shall relish ending you here and now!
Okay, I'm going up script here. I cut myself while shaving earlier today, and it literally hurts to get goosebumps like I just did, but it's worth it. This is the moment where Ultrakill went from a fun game that takes bits and pieces from across the genre to make a fun little shooter to something that I am now completely invested in. This is the moment where Ultrakill found its identity from my perspective, and it's high time that we put that identity to the test and put this guy down for a second time. I want you to see this fight in its entirety and then how it ends before I'm going to talk about the specifics of it.
Twice beaten by an object. Twice! I've only known the taste of victory, but this taste is this my blood? I've never known such relief. I need some time to think. We will meet again, machine. May your woes be many, and your days few.
Man, I would have gotten a P rank if I wasn't listening to his speech. Not exactly regretting that, though. So I wanted to let you experience the fall of Gabriel in its entirety without being interrupted by numbers and nerd shit, because holy fuck do I love everything about this little scuffle. The lore, the presentation, the gameplay of the fight itself. It is incredible. And if I had to rank it, I'd say that I still prefer Metroid Prime as a fight over Gabriel 2, but the presentation of this rematch is just so sublime that that I think that makes it at least a contender for my favorite fight in the game. Gabriel, the prostate of... that's not the word. The apostate of hate. He shares a lot of the same health values between this and his previous fight. 100 HP divided between 2 health bars, and still retains a weakness to nails. He begins the fight enraged, which I don't think affects any of the gameplay, but is here to tell a story using the game's own mechanics. Gabriel enters this fight with a heart full of rage, cooling down as he gets his ass beat more. Not because he's taking multiple rocket-shaped concussions to the head, but because he's found his purpose again. This is also shown to us through the difficulty spike. His first phase is pathetically easy. All, if not most of his moves during this phase are variations of a 1-2-3 combo, with the third hit being parryable either as a direct attack or as a projectile in the form of his swords that he throws. This is still the case during his second phase, but he mixes it up with a teleport just before the third part of his combo, purposely disorienting the player, encouraging them to slide to keep momentum going and have a better eye on the battlefield. He begins the fight sloppy, he's overcompensating, he's being driven by his own ego and pride. But by the second phase, he cools down, he's more collected, and ready to do that very thing that the heavens appointed him to carry out, keep the hells in their place. And it's because of this that he ends the fight a changed man. For once, Gabriel knew pain, and he knew the taste of his own blood, literally. He learned through this beatdown that the fire inside of him wasn't hatred, but passion. It reminds me of the line that if you can make God bleed, people will cease to believe in him. I know, that's from Iron Man 2, it's Marvel, it's cringe, I get it. You guys don't like Marvel, I like Marvel, fuck you. But regardless of that, I think that it is relevant to Gabriel here. Sure, the heavenly light inside of him is dying, but he still has the power of the heavens behind him. And then he lost, again, not by a fluke, but by a consistently more powerful force in V1. Gabriel's egg was beginning to crack. God may have created the heavens, but if there was a God, then God is dead to Gabriel. All of the horrendous crimes that he had committed against other living beings, all in God's name, were not done for the Father, but for a usurped throne infested by false prophets. He decided to take justice into his own hands. The auditorium of the heavens painted red in the blood of his once fellow angels. Once promised to be protected by holy light, now only resorting to feeble attempts at bureaucracy and diplomacy as they're begging for their lives. A pathetic display from a groveling imperialist force playing God. Your words have no power over me lest you truly believe you can talk my blade back into its sheath. He uses his time to take a stand, make a vow to the denizens of heaven that rings across the cosmos, that they were free. Holy shit, what a redemption. I really didn't think that this was the direction that they were gonna go with the character. Before I played Act 2, I thought that they were gonna set up Gabriel for being a bigger bad in Act 3 that would still usurp the throne of the Heavens Council, but not turn heel on them. But I'm very glad that this is the direction that they're taking, and knowing that Gabriel's time is limited, we know that he'll end up making some kind of sacrificial play. I really hope that this doesn't age poorly. As far as I'm concerned, after Act 2, Ultrakill has become the story of Gabriel told from the perspective of Heaven's own making. God's humanity project was an experiment that drove the Lord to abandon the heavens, leaving them victims of mankind's creations. Yeah, Gabriel is a pompous asshole, but he still was the only angel with enough empathy to care and protect the ferrymen of the river Styx, who, yes, were husks, but were still loyal to the Lord's will. I cannot wait to see what's next for Gabriel here, and seeing how his story inevitably, tragically, comes to a close. Jaquito crashed my game.